The wind blows gently. Within the realm of the immortal volcano, there stands an exceptionally tall giant tree, its fiery red hue radiating endless light and warmth. This magnificent tree is none other than the sacred tree of the Phoenix clan, the Wutong tree, a supreme, innate spiritual root. At this moment, Yi Xian finds himself upon this very tree, subjected to its intense heat. Yi Xian feels somewhat bewildered, his memories hazy. He has traversed to the primordial era, and astonishingly, he is transformed into an egg of vibrantly colored egg. This egg rests within a nest atop the Wudong tree, or perhaps it would be more fitting to call a phoenix nest. Have I become Kong Xuan? The notion strikes Yi Xian as utterly unbelievable. It feels as if he is caught in a dream, where he possesses boundless capabilities. Thus, even though he is merely an egg, he can distinctly sense everything around him. He observes another egg, black and white, nestled within the same phoenix nest. He notices the Wutong divine tree, its numerous roots extending into a nearby boiling lake of magma. He witnesses flames flickering around him, continuously roasting his fragile shell. Ultimately, Yi Xian gazes upon himself, this colorful egg, as waves of ancestral memories surge forth. He must concede that this is not a dream. He has genuinely traversed realms. He has indeed become Kong Xuan. The black and white egg beside him belongs to his foolish younger brother, the Great Peng. What a calamity! Yi Zuano, from this moment forth, I'm Kong Xuan cannot help but sigh. To become Kong Xuan fills him with a sense of impending doom regarding his avian existence. The future appears bleak. Originally, Kong Xuan possessed commendable innate talent and aptitude, having been nurtured by the primordial five elements. Upon his emergence, he would transform the innate essence into his life's divine ability, the five-colored divine light, cultivating it until he reached the Quasis Saint level. The five-colored divine light, his innate ability, was cultivated to an extraordinary degree, renowned for its unparalleled prowess. Yet, even the mightiest face formidable adversaries. Ultimately, Kong Xuan, once hailed as the preeminent figure beneath the saints during the era of deification, fell. And he fell at the hands of a saint. As the saying goes, beneath the saints, there is no invincibility, thus a saint must arise. Moreover, the saints of the deification period were notorious for their shamelessness, each one more audacious than the last. When saints intervene, who can escape unscathed? Kong Xuan is no exception. Thus, upon this transmigration, must I still succumb to the fate of being seized by the Western purity and become the Peacock King? Congratulations, host. You have successfully traversed realms, and the divine selection system has been bound. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Obtain formidable cultivation aptitude with diligent training. You shall certainly attain enlightenment. Choice 2. Gain immense fortune, free from calamities, and live a peaceful life. Choice 3. Acquire an innate treasure to accompany you. I choose 1. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan initially felt dazed, but he quickly regained his composure. A divine opportunity to alter fate had presented itself. The divine selection system allows for enhancement through choices. What a delightful prospect. Among the 3 options, the first resonated most deeply with Kong Xuan. With diligent cultivation, he would undoubtedly achieve enlightenment. If he could attain enlightenment, what fear would he have of the saints? In that case, he could turn the tables and let the Western purity understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. The five-colored divine light, formidable even in its unrefined state, would surely be unparalleled post-enlightenment. Thus, Kong Xuan made his decision with conviction. As for the second and third choices, immense fortune and accompanying innate treasures, Kong Xuan found them somewhat lacking. The prospect of living without calamities and in peace seemed a path of mere survival. While he did not entirely reject the notion of survival, he believed that without formidable strength, mere existence would lack meaning. Would he merely serve as a spectator in the annals of primordial history? Moreover, the third option, an accompanying innate treasure, seemed reminiscent of the template of Dong Huang Tai. Reflecting on Tai-Yi's fate battling the 8 ancestral witches to mutual destruction, this path was clearly untenable. An innate treasure could not defy one's fate, thus it was not a viable choice. Therefore, with only the first and second options left, Kong Xuan ultimately chose the first, to gain formidable cultivation aptitude. As long as he diligently cultivates and succeeds in attaining enlightenment, he would have no fear of fate or destiny. Congratulations, host. You have acquired formidable cultivation aptitude. The system's voice echoed in his mind. In that instant, Kong Xuan felt as though something had been infused within him. As he regained his senses, he perceived that everything around him remained unchanged. Yet, he sensed an additional layer of profundity, a mysterious essence that resonated within his soul. Is this the Tao? Mysterious and profound. It is indeed the Tao. Although Kong Xuan had yet to commence his cultivation, he felt as if he had brushed against the essence of the Tao. This sensation was exquisite. Furthermore, with the dramatic enhancement of his cultivation aptitude, Kong Xuan sensed an influx of spiritual energy converging from all directions faster and more abundant than ever before. In addition, the flames surrounding him grew increasingly numerous, relentlessly roasting his shell. Would he become overcooked? Certainly not. After all, this is no ordinary egg. It is a peacock egg, or perhaps more accurately, a phoenix egg. The egg laid by a phoenix is naturally called a phoenix egg, even though this particular egg would hatch the first peacock in the world. Yet in the primordial realm, such absurdities abound. The barriers between species can be effortlessly transcended. Thus, the peacock is also a phoenix. Chapter 2. The method of transforming consciousness into sword. In this chapter, my aunt, Huang, transformed into an egg. Although equipped with a golden finger, Kong Xuan remained immobile, contentedly lying in comfort. Surprisingly, this existence was rather enjoyable. As the flames flickered, Kong Xuan felt his foundational strength burgeon. The most notable manifestation was the enhancement of his perception, which gradually solidified into a tangible form, resulting in the emergence of consciousness. With the advent of consciousness, Kong Xuan's sensory range expanded significantly. However, he remained still, having grown accustomed to this state, passively absorbing innate spiritual energy to incrementally bolster himself. In due time, my consciousness shall condense spiritual energy and manifest into a primordial spirit, Kong Xuan thought with anticipation. As time flowed leisurely, the duration became indeterminate. One day, a sudden sensation stirred within Kong Xuan. Ding! Detection indicates that Hong Jun is about to attain sainthood and will deliver a sermon in the Purple Cloud Palace. The host may make the following choices. Choose one. Immediately transform and accompany the clan's great Luo Golden Immortals to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the sermon, thus earning a reward of an innate spiritual treasure. Choose 2. Refrain from attending the Purple Cloud Palace and receive the reward of a consciousness attack technique. Consciousness as sword. Transform immediately? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He believed the time for transformation had yet to arrive. Oh, I see. This means I must emerge ahead of schedule. How troublesome. Is it even possible? While attending the Purple Cloud Palace could yield a significant experience boost, it is not an opportunity afforded to everyone. After all, the Purple Cloud Palace delivers 3 sermons, the first of which expounds the great Luo Tao. Without the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal, what point is there in attending? System, I choose option 2. Thus, with resolute determination, Kong Xuan made his choice. Instantly, the system's rewards were dispensed. The technique for consciousness attack, consciousness as sword, was imparted to him as if through a divine enlightenment. Consequently, Kong Xuan mastered it, though he still needed to hone his skills. At that moment, he harnessed his consciousness, which coalesced into an invisible blade of light. Soon, a second, a third, and a multitude of sword lights emerged, densely filling the surroundings. How splendid! Kong Xuan reveled in his accomplishment, even though he had yet to condense his primordial spirit. Nevertheless, he had begun to possess offensive power. Suddenly, the entire primordial world trembled, and an array of extraordinary phenomena erupted forth. Celestial maidens scattering flowers, golden lotuses surging from the earth, radiant glows illuminating the skies, and auspicious colors unfurling in abundance. A vast purple aura materialized in the high heavens. An overwhelming might emanated from the chaotic void, enveloping the primordial world and causing countless beings to kneel in reverence, caught unawares. As Kong Xuan's sort of consciousness became chaotic, he swiftly dispersed it, returning to the state of consciousness and retreating back into the egg. His heart trembled with realization. Hong Jun had attained sainthood. Had he not been an egg, he too would have likely knelt in submission. Then, a voice resonated throughout the primordial world, echoing in the hearts of all beings. I am Hong Xuan, now a sage. 3,000 years hence, I shall deliver a sermon in the chaotic purple cloud palace. Those fortunate enough may come to listen. This voice was indeed that of Hong Xuan, having attained sainthood. As his proclamation echoed, the terrifying pressure of the saint receded like a tide. Yet, the myriad phenomena in the primordial realm intensified, as if the very heavens celebrated Hong Xuan's ascension. Upon hearing Hong Xuan's words, countless beings erupted with excitement. Various powerful entities engaged in fervent discussions, their expressions animated. Moments later, a streak of escape light shot forth toward the heavens, followed by countless others, all surging into the chaotic void. Although the significance of Hong Xuan's sainthood remained unclear to many, the announcement of his sermon in the chaotic purple cloud palace was a grand opportunity, prompting all to flock toward chaos like moths to a flame. However, attending the sermon would not be an easy feat. Hong Xuan's preaching ground lay within the chaos. And to reach the purple cloud palace, one must first confront the chaotic realm. Only beings of great Luo golden immortal stature could enter the chaos, thus excluding the vast majority of primordial beings. Consequently, aside from a few naive souls unaware of the perils, each streak of escape light represented at least one great Luo golden immortal, with thousands of such lights illuminating the sky, signaling the presence of numerous powerful entities in the primordial world. In this boundless realm, many opportunities abound, nurturing countless formidable beings. At that moment, within the undying volcano, Kong Xuan, having been disrupted in his spell practice by the overwhelming pressure of Hong Xuan, settled down. The multicolored egg turned over to another side, continuing to bask in the warmth of the fire. Just as Kong Xuan contemplated a brief slumber, a beautiful woman approached the wudong tree. Instinctively, he felt a sense of kinship and extended his consciousness toward her. The woman paused, surprised by the sudden touch of consciousness, then smiled and said, "Little one, you have already generated consciousness?" Her melodious voice sent shivers through Kong Xuan, akin to an electric shock. In the next moment, she lifted him from his nest. As she examined him, Kong Xuan felt as though he were being seen through, squirming restlessly in her hands, a hint of shyness surfacing. "Ah, you are blushing," the woman remarked with a playful smile. "Now that you possess awareness, you shall be my elder brother. What is your name?" We of the Phoenix clan typically adopt Feng as the surname for males and Huang for females. "I am your little aunt, Huang Qing'er." "Huang Qing'er? I should call you little aunt then." "Oh, little aunt," Kong Xuan obediently replied, instantly bringing a radiant smile to Huang Qing'er's face. Chapter 3, Stinky Brother, Don't Touch Me. The arrival of his aunt quickly enlightened Kong Xuan about the current state of the Phoenix clan. Initially, he believed that the primordial phoenix had perished, but this was a misconception. The primordial phoenix was not dead. She resided within the immortal volcano, having sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao to suppress the volcano, thus unable to leave. His own arrival in this realm was orchestrated by the primordial phoenix, who had instructed others to retrieve him in the 2 eggs of the Great Ping, placing them on the wudong tree for nurturing. Furthermore, despite being referred to as the primordial phoenix, the Phoenix clan identifies the male as Feng and the female as Huang. However, the primordial phoenix was not male. She was female, and thus also bore the name Primordial Huang. In the primordial chaos, male deities were typically revered, such as the ancestral dragon and the first Qilin, which is why the primordial Huang was designated as the primordial phoenix. The primordial phoenix and the primordial Huang were, in fact, the same entity, his mother. Next, he learned of the present circumstances of the Phoenix clan. While the primordial phoenix suppressed the immortal volcano, her kin, as her vassals, had also confined themselves there. It is crucial to note that this was a voluntary confinement, not a sealing by the heavenly Tao. The Phoenix clan had merely sworn an oath to abstain from the struggle for supremacy, thus retaining their freedom. However, due to diminished fortune and accumulated karma, the Phoenix clan refrained from venturing into the primordial chaos, choosing instead to remain at the immortal volcano, accompanying the primordial phoenix. A decision embraced by the vast majority of the clan. Kong Xuan could only acknowledge the Phoenix clan's enduring legacy, even if they no longer aspired to dominance. Their profound heritage remained intact. Lastly, he delved into the current strength of the Phoenix clan. The primordial phoenix, who suppressed the immortal volcano, possessed the might of a quasi-saint. What does quasi-saint mean? It signifies invincibility beneath the level of a saint. This revelation astonished Kong Xuan. He had not anticipated the primordial phoenix's formidable power. Were she to be released, she could indeed reign supreme in the primordial chaos. Naturally, should the primordial phoenix be freed, the ancestral dragon and the first Qilin would not be exempt from the same fate, leading to yet another conflict among the three clans. Such an eventuality would undoubtedly be opposed by the heavenly Tao, rendering any hopes of liberation for the three quasi-saints, primordial phoenix, ancestral dragon, and first Qilin futile unless someone could overthrow the heavenly Tao or perform certain actions to secure their release. As for the Phoenix clan, their current state was rather dire. Counting only the pure phoenixes, excluding the collateral branches, they numbered merely in the tens of millions. While this figure might seem impressive, it was but a fraction of their former glory. Among these tens of millions, true masters were exceedingly rare, although phoenixes typically emerged with the strength of celestial beings. Even those with weaker bloodlines could attain immortality. The entire clan currently boasted only two great Luo Jingxian, his aunt, Huang, and her spouse, whom Kong Xuan referred to as aunt's husband, named Fengchanga. Thus, this couple represented the current strength of the Phoenix clan, the last remnants of the great Luo Jingxian. It is worth noting that these great Luo Jingxian were not your ordinary ones. During the era of the three clans, prior to Hong Jun's introduction of the method of severing the three corpses, many great Luo Jingxian in the primordial chaos were formidable figures, particularly those ancient beings who had survived from the era of the three clans. Their cultivation method involved accumulating boundless magical power, directly accessing the path to the mixed Yuan great Luo Jingxian through their comprehension of the laws. Consequently, the great Luo Jingxian of his aunt and uncle could be referred to as mixed Yuan Jingxian, comparable to the quasi-saints formed from the severing of corpses as proposed by Hong Jun. In essence, the Phoenix clan now had two quasi-saints safeguarding them. In conclusion, despite the apparent decline of the Phoenix clan and their withdrawal from the stage of the primordial chaos, they remained a formidable force in truth. A sense of security surged within Kong Xuan. His reincarnation was assured. After teasing him for a while, Huang returned Kong Xuan to his nest before departing. Indeed, she was also headed to the Zixiao Palace to attend a lecture, accompanied by her husband Fengchanga. The first sermon at the Zixiao Palace was in progress. Meanwhile, at the immortal volcano, on the Wutong tree, Kong Xuan leisurely reclined, basking in the warmth of the fire while patiently awaiting his transformation, reveling in the joys of life. It's coming soon. I will soon take form, Kong Xuan mused to himself. Suddenly, one day, Kong Xuan felt a stirring within his consciousness, as though something had shifted. He opened his eyes, but he was merely an egg. Logically, he should have no eyes. Yet at that moment, he truly opened his eyes. What is this? Kong Xuan was startled, and as he raised a hand, he saw it was indeed a hand. The other hand was also a hand. Am I transforming? Not quite. Kong Xuan soon realized that he had inadvertently condensed his primordial spirit. His current body was that of the primordial spirit, and it was his primordial spirit that had opened its eyes. The primordial spirit is truly wondrous. Kong Xuan couldn't help but exclaim. This primordial spirit felt akin to another physical body, moving with precision, even more adept than his fleshly form. With a swift motion, Kong Xuan became familiar with his primordial spirit. With a mere thought, it was enveloped in magical power and took flight. Kong Xuan's magical power radiated in 5 colors: blue, red, yellow, white, and black, creating a dazzling display as he soared. Remarkably, he seemed to possess an innate understanding, effortlessly navigating through the elements of fire and earth, seamlessly traversing all 5 elemental realms as if it were instinctive. This demonstrated the formidable foundation rooted in his innate 5-element origins. With the emergence of his primordial spirit, Kong Xuan reveled in his newfound abilities, attracting the attention of numerous Phoenix clan members. However, it was evident that Aunt Huang had informed them. As the clan members refrained from intervening, instead expressing their excitement by calling him young master with fervor, which left Kong Xuan feeling somewhat overwhelmed, prompting him to hastily return. Finally, he approached the egg of his younger brother, the Great Peng. Just as Kong Xuan touched the egg, it suddenly sprang to life, catching him off guard and causing his primordial spirit to tumble aside. "Stinky brother, don't touch me." A very youthful voice emerged from within the egg. Chapter 4. Emergence and the Gift of the Phoenix. Upon hearing that voice, Kong Xuan was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy as he exclaimed, "Brother, have you awakened too?" "Of course. How else could I converse with you?" replied the Dapeng. As their dialogue unfolded, Kong Xuan quickly gleaned insights about his younger brother. simple, yet somewhat proud. In summary, he was a splendid sibling. With careful guidance, perhaps he could be steered away from foolishness and transformed into a formidable ally. After all, the innate yin and yang essence of the Dapeng was no less potent than Kong Xuan's own primordial five elements essence. Both were quintessential energies of this vast, primordial universe. From that moment on, Kong Xuan found himself less bored, frequently seeking out his brother for playful companionship. Although Kong Xuan reveled in this newfound joy, the Dapeng appeared somewhat overwhelmed by the relentless energy. At one point, Kong Xuan even relocated the Dapeng's egg to his own space, only for the Dapeng to sneak away while he slept. Of course, Kong Xuan would retrieve him the following day, and the two brothers engaged in endless merriment. Days passed in this delightful manner. Kong Xuan sensed that the day of his emergence was drawing near. Within the confines of his shell, his true form was nearing completion. He was destined to be the first peacock of the cosmos. One fateful day, an abrupt eruption from the immortal volcano sent forth a brilliant burst of multicolored light, illuminating the heavens. The entire immortal volcano and the Phoenix clan were stirred from their tranquility. All the clan's folk gazed in astonishment toward the direction of the parasol tree, where vibrant light enveloped half the sky, revealing the silhouette of a magnificent avian creature. It was a bird unlike any they had ever encountered, the first peacock to grace the earth. With a resounding cry, a powerful aura emanated from Kong Xuan, who, upon his emergence, possessed the strength of a golden immortal. In an instant, he transformed into a youthful figure clad in white, with 5 shimmering trails of light faintly visible behind him. These represented the essence of his primordial 5 elements, coalescing within his 5 tail feathers, intertwining and manifesting an extraordinary divine ability, the 5-color divine light. The hues of green, red, yellow, white, and black corresponded to wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, rendering the 5-color divine light an unstoppable force, capable of obliterating all in its path. Beneath the parasol tree, upon his transformation, Kong Xuan stood still as an increasing number of phoenixes began to descend from the skies, filling the air around him. It was a jubilant celebration of his emergence as the young master of the Phoenix clan. Initially, Kong Xuan felt somewhat lost and bashful amidst the festivities, but soon, he became enveloped in the jubilant atmosphere, joining his kin in the revelry. After a prolonged celebration, the phoenixes gradually dispersed, leaving Kong Xuan alone beneath the parasol tree. As he watched the countless phoenixes take flight, a smile graced his lips. "Stupid brother," came the voice of Dapeng from the tree above. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Kong Xuan and Apos' smile widened. In this life, he seemed to have discovered something worthy of protection. A sense of belonging ignited within his heart. At that moment, a sudden flash of red light surged from the volcanic lake, racing toward Kong Xuan. Instinctively, he attempted to evade it, but a voice resonated within his mind. "Child, this is my life essence. Refining it will greatly benefit you." It was the voice of the Yuan Feng, his mother. Though he had never heard her voice before, he instinctively recognized it, a connection born from deep within his bloodline. As the crimson light approached, Kong Xuan extended his hand, and it settled upon his palm, hovering there. This light was a droplet of essence, fiery red and immensely precious. However, rather than absorbing it, Kong Xuan shook his head and said, "Mother, this is your life essence. It would cause you great harm. I cannot accept it." "Foolish child," Yuan Feng's voice echoed again. In that instant, the droplet of essence in Kong Xuan's palm blazed with brilliance. Under her influence, the droplet fragmented into countless streams of vital energy, enveloping Kong Xuan entirely. Caught off guard, he felt a searing warmth, as though an ordinary person had been plunged into boiling water. The life essence of Yuan Feng merged seamlessly into his being. Kong Xuan sensed his bloodline expanding, growing stronger, while his magical power surged, rapidly increasing. Before long, the intense sensation subsided, transforming into a comforting warmth akin to soaking in a hot spring. The effects of Yuan Feng's life essence continued to nourish him, facilitating a profound internal transformation. As the first peacock of the cosmos, birthed from the primordial 5 elements, Kong Xuan's foundation was already formidable. Yet, with the infusion of his mother's essence, his strength soared to new heights. Under the parasol tree, Kong Xuan quietly embraced this transformation, his heart swelling with gratitude. He felt the profound love of his mother, his protector in this life. Regrettably, despite being within the immortal volcano, he could not see her, for she was sealed, eternally suppressing the volcano. Clenching his fists, Kong Xuan vowed that one day he would liberate Feng from her confinement, allowing her to cease her vigil over the immortal volcano. He longed for the day he could finally reunite with her. That day, he believed, would not be far off. "Mother, wait for me," he silently promised, setting another goal alongside his quest to alter his destiny. And so, time flowed by, as Kong Xuan gradually solidified his power beneath the parasol tree of the immortal volcano. Chapter 5. The Enchanted Fishing Rod and the Copper Soul Grass. On this day, beneath the towering Wutong tree in the eternal volcano, Kong Xuan was immersed in his cultivation when suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! It has detected that one of the top 10 spiritual roots, the gourd vine, is about to be born. The host may make the following selections. Option 1. Proceed to the Unzao Mountain to collect the gourd vine and complete the task, earning a reward of 24C stabilizing pearls, replicas. Option 2. Remain in the eternal volcano and continue closed-door cultivation, earning the reward of a magical fishing rod. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Kong Xuan felt a flicker of interest and silently inquired, "System, how does one reach Unzao Mountain? Will you not transport me there directly?" "No. Completing the task requires the host to act independently. This system merely provides the location of the innate gourd vine. The journey to Unzao Mountain is the host's own responsibility." "Very well, it seems the system is not easily exploited," Kong Xuan decisively declared. "I choose option 2. It was a jest. Given that he was merely at the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, embarking on a journey to Unzao Mountain would take an inordinate amount of time. By the time he arrived, the 3 pure ones would likely have returned from their teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. The thought of encountering a multitude of powerful figures upon reaching the gourd vine's location was almost too daunting to contemplate. With Kong Xuan's choice made, the system promptly dispensed his reward. However, he remained beneath the Wudong tree, where a bird, no, an egg, was watching intently. Thus, Kong Xuan refrained from having the system present his reward before him. The system, understanding his intent, provided him with a dedicated space to store his rewards. The magical fishing rod. What an intriguing item. Kong Xuan examined the reward and was captivated by the information he received. Magical fishing rod, a special item, capable of fishing for treasures from the myriad realms. Fishing for treasures from the myriad realms? That sounded truly remarkable. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Kong Xuan rose and walked into the distance. The black and white egg atop the Wutong tree flapped its wings in haste. "Brother, where are you going?" the Dapeng asked anxiously. "To find a place to reside," Kong Xuan replied without turning back. "But isn't this place quite fine? You have a nest here. I have transformed. I shall no longer reside in a nest." After a round of explanations, the Dapeng finally accepted the reality of their separation. However, he felt himself on the verge of transformation as well, which led him to agree to Kong Xuan's departure. "Just wait, foul brother. Once I transform, I will surely overturn you and have you call me brother, making you my younger sibling," the Dapeng proclaimed boldly. "Ah, then you must strive hard. And remember, you must cultivate your yin-yang essence to achieve a divine ability akin to mine," Kong Xuan advised calmly. "Understood. Stop being so verbose," the Dapeng retorted as Kong Xuan continued his journey. The area surrounding the Wudong tree was sacred ground for the Phoenix clan. Aside from himself and the Dapeng, as well as his aunt and uncle, other clan members were generally prohibited from approaching. After Kong Xuan left this sacred place, news of the young master's emergence from seclusion quickly spread throughout the clan. Though this place was called the Eternal Volcano, it was, in fact, a vast world sealed within a colossal barrier, isolated from the outside. With the status of the Phoenix clan's young master, Kong Xuan was free to act as he pleased within the Eternal Volcano. Before long, clan members constructed a dojo for him, erecting palatial structures and even assigning numerous attendants to manage the dojo. Kong Xuan was indifferent to these arrangements. He merely sought a tranquil space, free from disturbances and prying eyes. He named the palace where he would cultivate the Hall of Inquiry. Initially, he had considered naming it the Hall of Hearing, inspired by the notion that one could hear the Tao by day and die peacefully by night. However, he felt it was inauspicious and thus changed it to Inquiry, further emphasizing his aspirations. Entering the Hall of Inquiry, Kong Xuan seated himself on the Tao platform. With a thought, he summoned the magical fishing rod. It was indeed a fishing rod. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that, aside from its remarkable resilience, it seemed to possess no extraordinary features. Yet, as he casually cast the line, an astonishing and miraculous scene unfolded. From the point where the line descended, a torrent of chaotic energy surged forth. And in the blink of an eye, a vast sea of chaos materialized beneath the Tao platform. Indeed, despite the limited space within the palace, Kong Xuan found himself staring at an endless expanse of chaotic sea. The magical fishing rod. At that moment, Kong Xuan began to believe in its enchantment. With the rod in hand, his mood gradually calmed as he patiently fished. As a fisherman, the first requisite was patience. Whether or not he would catch something was another matter entirely. Fishing was an art, a means to cultivate oneself. Time passed, and Kong Xuan began to feel a slight strain in his eyes. After a while, his hands grew numb. He fixed his gaze intently on the chaotic sea. Why was there still no movement? Suddenly, just as his patience was waning, the fishing rod began to stir. Was he hooked? The magical fishing rod came with instructions. Once a fish was hooked, it was guaranteed to catch it unless the rod, line, and bait were lost altogether. Kong Xuan promptly yanked on the line, and to his astonishment, he pulled up a blade of grass. What is this? His first catch was a mere blade of grass. Yet, as he examined it closely, his eyes lit up. This appeared to be an innate spiritual herb. Copper soul grass, a mid-grade innate spiritual root, could be used to strengthen the divine soul. This spiritual root was categorized into 4 grades: gold soul grass, silver soul grass, copper soul grass, and iron soul grass. The iron soul grass was most beneficial to celestials, while the copper soul grass was most advantageous for golden immortals, the silver soul grass for great Luo golden immortals, and the gold soul grass for primordial great Luo golden immortals. As the information about the copper soul grass surfaced in Kong Xuan's mind, he hesitated, gazing at it in his hand. Undoubtedly, this herb was perfect for his current needs, but to directly refine it would be a waste. After all, the copper soul grass still had 2 higher grades. It had the potential for advancement. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Xuan decided to keep it for the time being. If it could be upgraded, it was wise to hold on to it. After all, having it nearby would yield some long-term benefits. He procured a flower pot, planted the copper soul grass within it, and set it beside him. Then, Kong Xuan resumed his fishing. Chapter 6. Braised crab and the joy of fishing this time. The efficiency was remarkable. Within merely half a day's time, the fishing rod stirred once more. Kong Xuan tugged at the line, lifting a crab, its pincers flailing. Upon removing the crab from the hook, he automatically discerned its information. It was a small crab from the primordial North Sea, yet devoid of awakened intelligence. Its strength rivaled that of celestial beings. The little crab brandished its formidable claws, attempting to snap at Kong Xuan's hand. Suddenly, flames erupted from his palm. How audacious! To strike first, Kong Xuan, unyielding, decided to braise it right there. In the palm of his hand, a delectable little crab emerged. He tore off a leg and, despite the absence of seasoning, the natural flavor was utterly delightful. It was simply splendid. Kong Xuan savored this meal, relishing his first feast since his arrival. He continued fishing. 1 small yellow fish, 1 small blue fish, a damaged postnatal spirit sword, a little crayfish, and a small carp. The more he fished, the more he became enamored, even though the subsequent catches were of little value. Yet, the thrill of the harvest was irresistible. This was the joy of a fisherman. It was immensely enjoyable. Should he catch something unwanted, he could simply toss it back. Thrown back into the chaotic sea, it would naturally return to its original place. Kong Xuan had contemplated whether he could also reach other realms by leaping into the chaotic sea. However, the system issued a warning, cautioning him that without attaining the status of a golden immortal, venturing into this chaotic sea would pose grave dangers. Although eager to try, Kong Xuan was immediately dissuaded upon hearing this. Such perilous risks? Wasn't it said that as long as one achieved the golden immortal status, they could explore? The system clarified that the chaotic sea before him was true chaos, not the sort that even golden immortals could traverse. Strictly speaking, it was still within the chaotic bounds of the primordial world. Understanding this, Kong Xuan resolved to fish one last time. Thus, he caught a hard stone from Mount Buzhou, a coral from the deep sea, and a newly born little tiger. Unwittingly, Kong Xuan became addicted again. He continued fishing. Suddenly, the rod twitched again, and with a swift pull, he found himself hoisting a person. It was Mingyue, the attendant of the Xinyuanzi from Wanshou Mountain. The attendant, bewildered, exchanged wide-eyed glances with Kong Xuan. In an instant, Kong Xuan flicked the fishing rod, sending the attendant back into the chaotic sea, where he sank and vanished. Kong Xuan couldn't help but wipe away an imaginary cold sweat. This joke had gone too far. He had inadvertently hooked Zhen Yuanzi's attendant. He hurriedly inquired of the system, which assured him that Zhen Yuanzi could not trace him. Only then did Kong Xuan relax. But what was the principle behind this fishing? I clearly didn't use bait. How did I catch all these things? Kong Xuan couldn't help but ask. The system explained that no bait was necessary. Simply lowering the hook would cause it to transform into whatever the hearts of various beings desired. Consequently, a multitude of beings would naturally bite. Of course, what was caught wasn't always living creatures. As in regular fishing, other items could occasionally be reeled in. Phew. Kong Xuan exhaled deeply, exclaiming, "What a thrill." Just then, the chaotic sea began to dissipate. Kong Xuan was startled and quickly asked the system, during the fishing process, if the number of casts reached 10 or the number of catches reached 30, it would be determined that fishing was concluded, necessitating a 10,000-year interval before the next attempt. All right, Kong Xuan nodded, deeming this quite reasonable. After all, he possessed a divine selection system, not merely a fishing system. If he could fish indefinitely, he might as well become a fisherman and abandon the notion of making choices. Kong Xuan reeled in the fishing rod and assessed his haul. Evidently, his greatest prize was the copper soul grass. The rest were mostly ordinary items. Well, of course, that did not include Zhen Yuanzi's attendant. He needed to train diligently. Kong Xuan calculated the time spent fishing and realized that several hundred years had passed. Reflecting on the relentless passage of time and chastising himself for his frivolity, he set a rigorous training goal for himself. He resolved not to emerge from seclusion until he had advanced to the late golden immortal stage. Thus, Kong Xuan commenced his first retreat in this lifetime. As he began to cultivate, 5 ethereal rays of divine light gradually emerged behind him, shimmering in hues of green, red, yellow, white, and black, corresponding to the 5 elements of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. This was the 5-colored divine light. Kong Xuan's retreat focused on cultivating this 5-colored divine light. As he practiced, streams of elemental power gathered from all directions, with the fire element being particularly abundant. Given that he was in an immortal volcano, the surging elemental power coalesced and infused the 5-colored divine light. Kong Xuan incessantly refined his 5-colored divine light, making it ever more potent. Meanwhile, the first lecture at the Purple Heaven Palace finally came to an end. Various powerful beings returned from the heavens to the primordial realm. However, during this journey, some sensed a hidden fate regarding the emergence of the innate gourd vine. Consequently, these beings congregated at Mount Buzhou and discovered the gourd vine. Yet, there was but a single gourd vine, producing merely 7 gourds, which was insufficient for the multitude of powerful beings. After a series of twists and turns, the gourds were eventually distributed among them. The 3 purities received their share. Taiji Laozi obtained the purple golden gourd, Yuqing Yuanshe received the purple black one, and Shangqing Tongtian acquired the purple yellow gourd. Subsequently, Honyun received the purple red gourd, Tai received the purple white gourd, and Nuwa obtained the purple green gourd. The last purple green gourd, however, failed to mature and withered alongside the gourd vine. Although the gourd vine was one of the 10 spiritual roots and exceedingly precious, its demise greatly diminished its value. Ultimately, the withered gourd vine was claimed by Nuwa. The multitude of powerful beings dispersed. At Wanshou Mountain, in the 5, Zhen Yuanzi listened to his attendant recount a peculiar incident. "Master, you have returned at last. That day, while I was dozing at the door, for some reason, I was suddenly hooked and pulled away." The attendant vividly recounted his tale. However, Zhen Yuanzi rewarded him with a light slap, saying, "If you would refrain from your lazy napping, you wouldn't have such bizarre dreams." The attendant felt aggrieved. Why was it that no one believed him? Chapter 7. Transforming into the 3 pure ones. Similarly, within the dormant volcano, Huang and Feng Chang'e had returned as well. "Has that lad entered seclusion?" Huang inquired, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly upon hearing her kin's report. "That's quite commendable." Beside her, the handsome and elegant Feng Chang'e remarked, "He is a diligent child. Yet, if I am not mistaken, another child is soon to be born, correct?" "Indeed," Huang nodded. And together they proceeded to visit the Great Pong. In the palace, Kong Xuan quietly practiced, the 5-colored divine light behind him growing ever more radiant and potent. As time elapsed, it became difficult to discern how long had passed. One day, suddenly, a prompt from the system echoed in Kong Xuan's mind. "Ding, the male immortal leader, Dong Wanggong, is in the process of establishing the immortal court. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Persuade the clan members to lead the Feng clan to join the immortal court, receiving a reward of a portion of the fire demon god's essence. Option 2. Join the immortal court alone, granting the host an immediate elevation to the quasi-saint realm. Option 3. Ignore the matter and continue seclusion, not emerging until reaching the Tai Golden Immortal level, receiving a reward of an exceptional innate spiritual root, the Enlightenment Tea Tree. I choose option 3, Kong Xuan declared without hesitation upon hearing the system's prompt. Dong Wanggong, that arrogant fool, believes himself the male immortal leader and aims to dominate the primordial world, completely oblivious to his own limitations. How could I ever ally myself with such a person? As Kong Xuan made his choice, an enigmatic force enveloped the palace he resided in. Entry was forbidden until he broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal level. He would not be able to leave. Kong Xuan felt quite vexed. His original plan was merely to reach the late Golden Immortal stage. Yet now he found himself unexpectedly elevated to a higher tier, an arduous upgrade. However, upon receiving the subsequent reward, Kong Xuan's expression brightened. The Enlightenment Tea Tree, an exceptional innate spiritual root, was indeed a marvelous boon. He promptly planted this spiritual root behind him, and, upon sitting beneath the tree, felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility wash over him. Waves of Tao rhythm emanated from the Enlightenment Tea Tree, quickly granting him a sensation of entering the Tao. Wonderful! Truly the best of innate spiritual roots. Kong Xuan immediately began his cultivation, and indeed, the results were astounding. He felt that many of his cultivation challenges and questions were effortlessly resolved in that moment. A torrent of innovative ideas, inspirations, and insights surged within him. Several centuries later, with a thunderous sound, a formidable aura suddenly radiated from Kong Xuan. He had successfully advanced to the late Golden Immortal stage. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Not until Tai shall I emerge, Kong Xuan resolved, continuing his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the primordial world, Dong Wanggong began establishing the immortal court, declaring himself the immortal emperor, intent on dominating the realm. However, the powerful beings from all factions did not regard him with respect, even mocking him. Naturally, Dong Wanggong was furious, yet powerless to change the situation, for his strength was insufficient, and his opposition was not limited to just a few, but rather all the powerful beings stood against him. He had effectively positioned himself against the collective. His claim to the title of Immortal Emperor left him isolated. Even the female immortal leader, Zhuangmu, refused to lend her support, making his ambitions exceedingly difficult to realize. Nevertheless, Dong Wanggong was blinded by his desire for power, remaining oblivious to the reality around him, instead fostering his anger. He was determined to strengthen the immortal court, augment its fortune, and ultimately use that power to dominate the primordial world. Ding! The 24th grade primal chaos Qinglian is about to emerge. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Inform Huang and Feng of this news, allowing them to collect the 24th grade primal chaos Qinglian, receiving a reward of a divine spring of 3 light water. Option 2. Ignore this matter and allow the 24th grade primal chaos Qinglian to fall into the hands of the 3 pure ones, receiving a reward of the transformation into the 3 pure ones and a strand of their essence. On this day, while Kong Xuan was deep in cultivation, he suddenly heard the system's prompt once more, causing him to open his eyes and ponder. The emergence of the 24th grade primal chaos Qinglian was indeed a matter of great significance, comparable to an innate supreme treasure. Should he attempt to seize it? This situation differed from the previous innate gourd vine. He was now confined by the system. Until he reached the Tai Golden Immortal level, he could not leave. Thus, the system's choice had shifted. It was not about him retrieving it, but rather persuading Huang and Feng to do so. Kong Xuan shook his head. That seemed excessively arrogant. Could he truly convey to them, without any personal involvement, that he dreamt of the 24th grade primal chaos Qinglian's emergence, even providing them its location? That was simply implausible. Moreover, if the 24th grade primal chaos Qinglian were to split into 3 parts, it would become the proof of the 3 pure ones Tao. If he were to intercept it prematurely, what then? After all, the 3 pure ones had yet to obtain it. It could not be considered theirs yet. The causal connection had not been established. Yet, what if his aunt and uncle encountered the 3 pure ones while attempting to collect it? Would the 24th grade primal chaos Qinglian divide into 5 parts, or would conflict arise? Kong Xuan felt that the latter scenario was more likely and could indeed lead to complications. Therefore, To err on the side of caution, system, I choose option 2. Kong Xuan resolutely stated. Look, this second option is much more prudent. I need not lift a finger and yet receive the extraordinary ability to transform into the 3 pure ones, along with a strand of their essence. One word, splendid. Upon making his choice, the system promptly dispensed the rewards. 3 strands of the essence of clarity were stored in the system's space. As Kong Xuan familiarized himself with the method of the 3 pure ones transformation, he concentrated, summoning the 3 strands of clarity essence before him. Then, inhaling deeply, he effortlessly absorbed the 3 strands into his being, swiftly refining them. After a brief moment, with a resounding boom, Kong Xuan's body trembled as a powerful aura radiated from him. His cultivation had indeed advanced, progressing from the late golden immortal stage to the perfected golden immortal stage. He was now just a step away from ascending to the Tai golden immortal level. Boom. Behind Kong Xuan, 5 streams of divine light rolled and surged, their power beginning to manifest. Yet, at this moment, the 5-colored divine light was not the focal point. From the crown of Kong Xuan's head, 3 strands of clarity essence floated forth. Chapter 8. The primordial version of the Haomin banquet transformed into 3 Taoist figures, one elderly, one youthful, and one of middle age, each corresponding to the 3 pure ones, Taiqing, Shangqing, and Yuqing. However, these 3 figures bore indistinct visages, their features obscured. This was due to Kong Xuan having never encountered the 3 pure ones and thus lacking knowledge of their appearances. Even if he had no intention of truly manifesting as the 3. Such an act would invite a severe beating from them. Ultimately, the reason for this was that the essence of the 3 pure ones that Kong Xuan had obtained was far too meager. Consequently, the incarnations he created bore little strength, vastly inferior to his true form. His true self was at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, whereas these 3 manifestations were merely at the initial stage of the mysterious immortal realm. What utility could they possibly serve? Thus, Kong Xuan began to ponder. The technique known as One Qi transforming 3 pure ones was a divine ability of Laozi, the Taiqing. With this technique, Laozi could conjure 3 incarnations, thereby tripling his combat prowess. However, this was unsuitable for Kong Xuan. So what could he do instead? He recalled his 5-colored divine light, the primordial essence of the 5 elements. The 5-colored divine light excelled at annihilating all things. Within the realm of the 5 elements, it could encompass all. This divine ability was indeed formidable, yet it could undergo further transformations. For instance, by extracting the essence of the technique One Qi transforming 3 pure ones, he could integrate it into his 5-colored divine light. If Laozi could manifest 3 incarnations, why could he not manifest 5? Certainly, achieving a 3-fold increase in strength through a single technique was challenging, especially since he aimed to create 5 incarnations. Wouldn't that yield a 5-fold increase in power? This was an ambition far surpassing the One Qi transforming 3 pure ones. Nevertheless, it was worthy of trial. After all, what if he succeeded? Eagerly, Kong Xuan delved into his research. Time flowed by, and before long, several centuries had passed. However, his endeavors met with great difficulty. Repeated failures gradually led Kong Xuan to realize that his foundation was insufficient. His comprehension of the One Qi transforming 3 pure ones and his grasp of the 5-colored divine light and the way of the 5 elements were inadequate to support the completion of this research. Thus, Kong Xuan wisely chose to pause his efforts and redirect his focus toward earnest cultivation. It was better to elevate his cultivation level first. After all, patience in practice would yield longevity. Ding! The system detected that Dijuan and Tai were about to establish the demon clan, allowing the host to make the following choices. Choice 1. Persuade the clansmen to join the demon clan, rewarding the host with a strand of primordial purple energy. Choice 2. Ignore the matter, rewarding the host with a top-tier innate spiritual root, the 5-leaf pine. While immersed in his cultivation, Kong Xuan heard the system's notification and felt a stir in his heart, silently praising the system for its generosity. How bountiful! It was offering him another high-quality innate spiritual root, perfectly suited to him, the 5-leaf pine, which encompassed all 5 elements. Although this spiritual root did not compare to the top 10 spiritual roots for Kong Xuan, its significance was paramount. After all, he was birthed from the primordial essence of the 5 elements, walking the path of the 5 elements, with the aid of a spiritual root encompassing all 5 elements. His cultivation would be greatly enhanced. System, I choose option 2. Kong Xuan made his decision almost without hesitation. As for choice 1, it was hardly worth consideration. Neither joining the demon clan nor the primordial purple energy held any allure for him. In fact, he preferred to keep his distance. The demon clan was the protagonist of this tribulation. Joining them would mean facing the calamity. As for the primordial purple energy, it was even worse. Although it was the foundation for achieving sanctification, something coveted by countless powerful beings in the primordial realm, Kong Xuan was acutely aware of its side effects. Should he refine the primordial purple energy to attain the Tao, his primordial spirit would become reliant on the heavenly Tao, thereby falling under its control, rendering him incapable of transcending the heavenly Tao and escaping this realm. For one who possessed a system, this was utterly unacceptable. He desired enlightenment, but he wished to rely solely on his own abilities rather than becoming a saint under the heavenly Tao through the primordial purple energy. To become a saint, forever subordinate to the heavenly Tao, trapped within this mere world of the primordial realm, what meaning could that possibly hold? With Kong Xuan's decision made, the system's rewards were promptly dispensed. He focused his thoughts and extracted the spiritual root from the system's space. Before him appeared a pine tree radiating five-colored brilliance. This spiritual root. Kong Xuan gazed at the five-leaf pine, feeling a surge of excitement as he sensed the rich resonance of the way of the five elements emanating from it. Moreover, the five-leaf pine and the enlightenment tea tree, two spiritual roots, seemed to resonate with one another, creating a connection that significantly enhanced Kong Xuan's understanding of the way of the five elements, making it easier for him to grasp. Thus, Kong Xuan planted the five-leaf pine beside himself, flanking it with the enlightenment tea tree, both nurturing his cultivation. He felt as though, under the support of these two spiritual roots, his Tao and cultivation were rapidly advancing. And so, time continued to flow, and before he knew it, several more centuries had passed. One day, with a resounding boom, Kong Xuan's body trembled, emanating a dazzling five-colored radiance. Above his head, a celebratory cloud gradually formed, within which five waves of energy roiled. Kong Xuan had finally broken through to the Tai golden immortal realm. The five energies converged, manifesting the celebratory cloud. However, within this cloud, there were only five energies. The three flowers had yet to coalesce. Having achieved the Tai golden immortal realm, Kong Xuan's enforced seclusion had finally come to an end. It was now time to venture outside. Just as he prepared to rise, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The system detected that the celestial emperor Dong Wang Gong invited the two lords of the demon clan, Dijuan and Tai, to a banquet. The host could make the following choices. Choice 1. Prevent Dijuan and Tai from attending the banquet, rewarding the host with a low-grade innate spiritual root, the purple sungrass. Choice 2. Assist Dong Wang Gong in capturing Dijuan and Tai at the banquet, rewarding the host with a top-tier innate spiritual root, the Huang tree. Choice 3. Ignore the matter, rewarding the host with the 12-petaled pure world white lotus. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan shook his head. Was there a Hongmen banquet even in the primordial realm? Dong Wang Gong's invitation to Dijuan and Tai was clearly a banquet fraught with peril. Yet, how overconfident Dong Wang Gong must be to think he could forcibly compel Dijuan and Tai to join the celestial court. Did he truly believe that with the great banner of Hongjun Daozu, no one would dare to defy him? This was sheer folly, a recipe for disaster. Kong Xuan could almost foresee the demise of Dong Wang Gong at this very banquet. Chapter 9. Fundamental Understanding of Formation System. I choose 3, Kong Xuan declared without hesitation. As soon as Kong Xuan made his choice, the system promptly issued its reward, the 12-petal pure world white lotus. This lotus, birthed from one of the 5 seeds of the chaotic azure lotus, embodies the laws of purification and is on par with the finest innate spiritual treasures. It was Kong Xuan's first encounter with such a level of treasure, causing him to cherish it immensely. Meanwhile, the Eastern King hosted a banquet and sent invitations to Emperor Jun and Tai. Both Emperor Jun and Tai accepted the invitation with delight, stirring a tempest of interest among the powerful beings of the primordial world. After all, the Eastern King was clearly aiming to subdue the demon race. Although Emperor Jun and Tai were fully aware of this, they still chose to attend the banquet. Did they truly wish to form an alliance with the Eastern King? Ding! Detection indicates that the negotiations between Emperor Jun, Tai, and the Eastern King have collapsed, and both parties are about to engage in battle. The host may make the following choices. Choice 1. Assist the Eastern King in defeating Emperor Jun and Tai, thereby instantly acquiring initial quasi-saint strength and being transported to Zifu continent, along with the reward of the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 5 Elements Tower. Choice 2. aid Emperor Jun and Tai in vanquishing the Eastern King, resulting in instant acquisition of initial quasi-saint strength and transportation to Zifu continent. With the reward of the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Yin-Yang sword. Choice 3. Remain uninvolved in this matter, gaining the reward of foundational comprehension of formations. Just as Kong Xuan emerged from the Dao Palace, intending to visit his brother, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Upon hearing the system's notification, Kong Xuan halted, a flicker of light gleaming in his eyes. Soon, he made his decision. System, I choose 3. Why ponder further? Although the first 2 choices promised immediate rewards of quasi-saint power, Kong Xuan was indifferent. After all, given his remarkable cultivation aptitude, attaining quasi-saint status was merely a matter of course. Previously, he would have reached quasi-saint during the Fengshan period, but this time, he would achieve it even more swiftly. Consequently, the conflict between Emperor Jun, Tai, and the Eastern King bore no relevance to him. It was unnecessary to concern himself with it. With Kong Xuan's choice made, the system's reward was swiftly dispensed. A torrent of knowledge regarding formations surged into his mind. In an instant, Kong Xuan, who previously knew nothing of formations, found himself adeptly entering the realm. He could now effortlessly set up various simple formations. It was astonishing. The system's impartation was utterly unreasonable, transforming a novice in formations into a competent practitioner in a mere moment. Henceforth, he could embark on an additional avenue of cultivation. However, despite his newfound entry into the world of formations, Kong Xuan was not particularly enamored with it. After all, the various formations of the primordial world seemed to bear a curse. Among the most renowned formations, the first was the extermination of a mortal's sword formation. This formation was the foremost killing array beneath the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm. Its might is undeniable. Simply put, it is said to be unbreakable except by the Four Saints, a testament to its formidable nature. Yet, both its successes and failures hinge upon the Four Saints. During the Longhan Calamity, it first ensnared Luo Hua, and later during the Fengshan Calamity, it ensnared Tong Tian again. Why is this so? Because it is indeed unbreakable except by the Four Saints. Of course, during the Longhan Calamity, there were no saints yet, but those referred to as the primordial golden immortals at that time would now be considered quasi-saints. Quasi-saints are still saints. Thus, the principle of being unbreakable by the Four Saints remains valid. Luo Hua was lured by Hong Jun, who summoned accomplices to sacrifice for the formation. Then, with the 3 incarnations of his own body, Hong Jun gathered enough Four Saints to successfully dismantle the extermination of a mortal's sword formation. This led to the Dao magic conflict, resulting in Luo Hua's defeat and Hong Jun's victory. During the Fengshan Calamity, Tong Tian similarly inherited the extermination of a mortal sword formation and set it up before the boundary gate. However, this time, the Four Saints truly appeared, and Tong Tian was once again overwhelmed and defeated. Thus, the extermination of a mortal's sword formation faced 2 failures. Following the extermination of a mortal's sword formation were the Great Formation of the Starry Sky and the Great Formation of the Heavenly God and Fiend. These 2 formations belong to the demon and witch clans respectively, representing their ultimate arrays. Their power is beyond question. Yet, the inevitable conclusion for the witch and demon clans was mutual destruction during this calamity, as the strongest trump cards of both clans. The Great Formation of the Starry Sky and the Great Formation of the Heavenly God and Fiend could not escape the fate of annihilation. The Great Formation of the Starry Sky was breached by the Great Formation of the Heavenly God and Fiend. Although powerful, the Great Formation of the Starry Sky was derived from Panga's legacy. This formation, forged from the flesh of the 12 ancestor witches, summoned the true body of Pangu, its might increasing with the strength of the 12 ancestor witches. The first confrontation between the 2 formations was decisively won by the true body of Pangu summoned by the Great Formation of the Heavenly God and Fiend, demonstrating that the Great Formation of the Starry Sky was not invincible. While the Great Formation of the Heavenly God and Fiend could dismantle the Great Formation of the Starry Sky, it was indeed more powerful. However, as previously mentioned, the might of this formation and the true body of Pangu depended on the strength of the 12 ancestor witches. When the 12 ancestor witches were at their full strength, the formation and the true body of Pangu would be formidable. Yet, to set up the Great Formation of the Heavenly God and Fiend, all 12 ancestor witches must be present. Consequently, the Great Formation of the Heavenly God and Fiend possessed a fatal weakness. After Hutu transformed into reincarnation, The witch clan could no longer establish the great formation of the heavenly god and fiend, let alone summon the true body of Pangu. Furthermore, even when all 12 ancestor witches were present, while the great formation of the heavenly god and fiend could breach the great formation of the starry sky, it still did not secure victory. Why? Because someone intervened. Hong Jun forcibly intervened in the witch-demon conflict, obstructing the true body of Pangu. Under the hand of this saintly ancestor, the true body of Pangu summoned by the great formation of the heavenly god and fiend had no power to resist and was shattered. This illustrates that while the great formation of the heavenly god and fiend is powerful, every formation possesses inherent weaknesses. Once these weaknesses are identified and targeted, the formation can indeed be breached. Thus, while Kong Xuan recognized the formidable potential of formations, he did not intend to delve too deeply into their study, as it would consume a considerable amount of his time. For now, the priority remained on enhancing his own strength, avoiding distractions. After all, much like Hong Jun's shattering of the true body of Pangu, with sufficient strength, why rely on formations? Chapter 10. The Fall of the Eastern Sovereign with the resounding chime of the bell. The realm of the Eastern Sovereign on the Purple Mansion Isle of the Eastern Sea was stirred into chaos. Accompanied by the echoing toll of the Chaos Bell, a fierce battle erupted between the two sides. Tai summoned the Chaos Bell and engaged in combat with the Eastern Sovereign, who proved to be a formidable opponent. Rivaling any other, the dragon-headed staff swung through the air, casting countless shadows upon Tai. Suspended above Tai's head, the Chaos Bell unleashed its boundless might at the sound of its toll, confining time and suppressing space. The Eastern Sovereign's dragon-headed staff, a divine gift from Hong Jun, symbolized his status as the foremost male immortal and was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Yet, how could it possibly compare to the Chaos Bell? With the Chaos Bell hovering above him, Tai stood invulnerable. Moreover, with Emperor Jun joining in, the odds were heavily stacked against the Eastern Sovereign. At the unyielding volcano, beneath the Wutong tree, Kong Xuan witnessed this grand confrontation through a mystical mirror conjured by Huang and Feng Chang'e. It was Kong Xuan's first sighting of his aunt, Feng Chang'e, and he was somewhat taken aback by her unremarkable appearance. Unlike the striking figures typical of the Feng clan, his aunt bore a very ordinary visage, a rarity among her kin. Are Emperor Jun and Tai truly intent on slaying the Eastern Sovereign? Feng Chang'e queried. As he discerned their lethal intentions through the mirror, he furrowed his brow, questioning the audacity of such an act against the highest male immortal. Personally endorsed by the Dao ancestor, Huang, however, dismissed the notion, confident that the Eastern Sovereign would not meet his demise. His death is inevitable, Kong Xuan interjected, surprising both Feng Chang'e and Huang. Is that so certain? Feng Chang'e chuckled. Kong Xuan elaborated, Emperor Jun and Tai harbor grand ambitions, seeking dominion over the realms. To achieve this, they must first eliminate the Eastern Sovereign. For as long as he remains, their ascent will be thwarted. But he is the highest male immortal. Sanctioned by the Dao ancestor, Huang countered. Kong Xuan shook his head, asserting, even the highest male immortal can meet his end. Emperor Jun and Tai comprehend this truth, yet the Eastern Sovereign remains oblivious, sealing his own fate. Kong Xuan's words left Huang and Feng Chang'e in contemplative silence. Both, being primordial golden immortals endowed with great wisdom, recognized the validity of his analysis. Moments later, Feng Chang'e remarked, it appears the Eastern Sovereign's demise is indeed unavoidable. Huang silently shook her head, lost in thought. Thus, the trio continued to observe the battle. After a lengthy period, just as Kong Xuan had predicted, Emperor Jun and Tai unleashed their final assault. As Tai exerted the full power of the Chaos Bell, ensnaring the Eastern Sovereign, Emperor Jun revealed his true form. Above the Eastern Sea, he transformed into a colossal sun, radiating blinding light and an oppressive heat that even the mirrored image could convey. The three beneath the Wutong tree were momentarily taken aback. Such formidable flames. Could that be the true fire of the sun? Came the voice of the rock from its black and white egg. Comparable to our Feng clan's South Brightly fire, Huang noted. Kong Xuan and Feng Chang'e exchanged astonished glances, both struck by the magnificence of the true fire of the sun. The true fire of the sun represented pure, unyielding ferocity, devoid of mercy, embodying the pinnacle of solar energy. In contrast, the South Brightly fire, derived from the earth, concealed vitality within, capable of aiding the Feng clan in rebirth. as the image depicted Emperor Jun transforming into the three-legged golden crow. The overwhelming true fire of the sun ignited the Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sovereign, as the target of this fierce onslaught, was utterly obliterated by the might of the three-legged golden crow. The Eastern Sovereign fell. Emperor Jun retracted his form, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tai in the sky. In that moment, they seemed to epitomize the focus of the universe. Astounding. They have truly slain the Eastern Sovereign, murmured the onlookers, horrified by the magnitude of this event. After all, the Eastern Sovereign was the highest male immortal, appointed by the Tao ancestor to oversee countless others. Yet here he lay, slain by the combined forces of Emperor Jun and Tai, an affront even to the Tao ancestor. What would the Tao ancestor's reaction be? As the crowd awaited, they witnessed a staff plummeting into the Eastern Sea, soaring into the heavens, and then nothing more. For a moment, Emperor Jun and Tai exhaled in relief. Their gamble had paid off. Among the various powers, many shook their heads, realizing that the Eastern Sovereign's death would likely pass without consequence. The Tao ancestor did not seem inclined to pursue the matter further. Consequently, the demon race absorbed the Purple Mansion Isle's celestial court, augmenting their strength exponentially and emerging as a formidable force. What was even more concerning was that this singular behemoth now dominated the primordial world. Should the demon race continue to grow unchecked, would they not claim supremacy over the primordial realm? Yet, despite the unease that gripped the onlookers, none dared to voice their concerns. After all, the fate of the Eastern Sovereign served as a stark warning. At the unyielding volcano, beneath the Wutong tree, Feng Chang'e waved his hand, dissipating the magical mirror. Shaking his head, he remarked with a smile, "You were indeed correct. The Eastern Sovereign has truly fallen. Emperor Jun and Tai are a fearsome pair. Kong Xuan, do you believe they can dominate this realm?" Feng Chang'e's words carried an air of challenge, prompting Huang to glance at Kong Xuan. Even the rock perched above shifted its egg, seemingly scrutinizing him. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Xuan replied with a smile, "To dominate the realm is no simple feat, just as the Eastern Sovereign, despite proclaiming himself the highest male immortal and establishing a celestial court, ultimately failed." Chapter 11. The Path to Enlightenment in the Inner World. Feng Chang'e nodded and said, "You have a point. However, who in this primal chaos can withstand the demon race now? No one at present does not imply that there will be none in the future. Just as when Dong Wanggong established the immortal court. Did Di Jun and Tai not stand alone?" Kong Xuan replied, "They established their powers later. In the primal chaos, strength reigns supreme. As long as one possesses sufficient power, establishing a faction does not require much effort." Feng Chang'e glanced at him and asked, "Do you also desire to contend for supremacy?" Kong Xuan shook his head and replied, "What need is there for supremacy? I seek only to ensure my own safety." Feng Chang'e frowned and remarked, "Is that not a rather unambitious outlook?" "Ambition?" Kong Xuan laughed. "Must one necessarily contend for supremacy to possess ambition? What, then, is your ambition?" Upon hearing this, Feng Chang'e could not help but chuckle. "It is quite simple," Kong Xuan stated. "Two words, seek the Tao." "Seek the Tao?" Feng Chang'e looked up and met Kong Xuan's gaze, where he found an unwavering determination. Instinctively, Feng Chang'e fell silent for a moment, and after a while, he exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent, excellent!" He repeated the word excellent thrice, truly appreciating the ambition, and felt hopeful for the future of the Feng clan. Huang nodded in agreement. "Now, let us discuss the Tao," Feng Chang'e continued. "Xiao Xian and Peng'er, though you have yet to be born, listening will be beneficial for you." Feng Chang'e settled down beneath a parasol tree, and Huang and Kong Xuan followed suit. As Feng Chang'e sat on the ground with his eyes slightly closed, a celebratory cloud appeared above his head. Within the cloud, 5 energies swirled, and 3 flowers swayed. Kong Xuan was taken aback upon seeing the 3 flowers, realizing that Feng Chang'e had condensed 3 flowers of the 9th grade. Each flower was of the 9th grade. In the primal chaos, the condensation of flowers is classified. It is said that the highest is the 12th grade, representing the strongest potential and aptitude for cultivation. Following that is the 9th grade, then the 6th grade, and the lowest is the 3rd grade. The fact that all 3 of Feng Chang'e's flowers were of the 9th grade signified his extraordinary aptitude for cultivation. If all 3 flowers were 12th grade, it would be akin to Pangu, possessing the potential to attain the great Tao. If 2 flowers were 12th grade, it would imply the potential to attain the heavenly Tao and transcend the primal chaos. Should only 1 flower be 12th grade, It would indicate the potential to achieve the status of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. The presence of even a single ninth-grade flower would mark someone as a top-tier being in the primal chaos. However, having all 3 flowers at the 9th grade represented the strongest aptitude below the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Undoubtedly, one would be invincible beneath the saint level. Staring at Feng Chang's 3 flowers, Kong Xuan found himself momentarily bewildered. Was his uncle truly this powerful? Yet, did the Feng clan really possess such formidable figures? If so, why had only Kong Xuan appeared at Jinji Ridge during the Fengshan calamity, while his uncle Feng Chang'e had not been present? Kong Xuan could not fathom it, and could only conclude that perhaps some unforeseen events had transpired in the Feng clan before that. Just as the Dragon clan had a Zhulong, who had also not emerged when the clan faced disaster. Contemplating this, Kong Xuan felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed that even in the eternal sanctuary of the undying volcano, the Feng clan might not be entirely safe. It was highly probable that prior to the Fengshan calamity, the ancient 3 clans, the Feng, Dragon, and Qilin, had encountered some misfortune, leading to the depletion of their powerful remnants and the eventual decline of all 3 clans. Cultivation. He must cultivate swiftly and become powerful. Kong Xuan's heart raced with urgency. At that moment, Feng Chang'e began to expound on the Tao, focusing primarily on the path of fire, which was also his own method of cultivation. He seemed to tailor his teachings specifically for Kong Xuan, methodically breaking down the principles of cultivation with clarity, captivating Kong Xuan in the process. Time passed unheeded. Suddenly, Kong Xuan's body trembled, and a powerful aura radiated from him. He had made a breakthrough, advancing from the early stage of Tai Jingxian to the mid-stage. Once he achieved this, Huang and Feng Chang'e finally paused their teachings. Well, that concludes this session. The second session is approaching, and your aunt and I must prepare to head to Zhixiao Palace. Feng Chang'e pondered and added, Xiao Xian, why not accompany us to Zhixiao Palace? Ding! As Feng Chang'e's words fell, a notification echoed in Kong Xuan's mind. Detected that Feng Chang'e intends to take you to Zhixiao Palace for teachings. The host may make the following choices. Option 1. Agree to follow Feng Chang'e to Zhixiao Palace for teachings, receiving the complete version of the 3 corpses slaying method as a reward. Option 2. Decline Feng Chang'e's offer, receiving the inner world enlightenment method as a reward. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan felt a stir within his heart and quickly reached a decision. System, I choose option 2, he silently affirmed in his mind. The decision was not difficult. Although the system offered the complete 3 corpses slaying method, which could lead to enlightenment, it was a technique created by Hong Jun. As the saying goes, to learn from others makes one a disciple. To surpass others, one must tread a different path. Thus, between the 3 corpses slaying method and the inner world enlightenment method, Kong Xuan chose the latter, a path that did not exist in the primal chaos. There are 3 methods of attaining enlightenment in the primal chaos: the law enlightenment, the 3 corpses slaying method, and the virtue enlightenment method. Chapter 12. The second sermon at the Zhixiao Palace. The path of enlightenment through the laws entails the comprehension of the myriad principles of the universe. Should one master sufficiently potent laws, one may condense the fruits of the Tao and attain the state of Hunyuan. This represents the most traditional method of attaining enlightenment, albeit one of immense difficulty. Since the inception of the primordial era, the only individual known to have succeeded in such a pursuit through this method is Yang Mei, the reincarnation of the space demon god. Conversely, the method of severing the 3 corpses, pioneered by Hong Jun, requires one to reach the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal stage before using innate spiritual treasures to eliminate one's 3 attachments: goodness, evil, and self, thereby forming the 3 corpses incarnations. Each severed corpse elevates one's cultivation, prompting Hong Jun to redefine the realms of the Hunyuan golden immortal, now referred to as the quasi-saint. Severing 1 corpse denotes the early stage of a quasi-saint, 2 corpses signify the mid-stage, and 3 corpses represent the late stage. Should the 3 corpses merge into one, it results in the completion of the quasi-saint realm, bringing one infinitely closer to the attainment of Hunyuan. In the presence of the primordial purple energy, one may refine it to immediately attain sainthood. Absent such energy, one must await the enhancement of their cultivation and magical power to break through the barriers and achieve Hunyuan. However, this theoretical method of severing the 3 corpses has not been practically validated within the primordial realm, as aside from Hong Jun, who claims to have achieved enlightenment through it. No other formidable beings have succeeded in this manner. Thus, the method of severing the three corpses may well be a ruse. Otherwise, it would not have been emphasized as the complete version in one of the system's rewards. The reason for this is that during the second sermon at the Zixiao Palace, Huang imparted an incomplete version of the method, fraught with numerous omissions and weaknesses. Without rectifying these deficiencies, pursuing enlightenment through this method is virtually impossible. Ultimately, we arrive at the merit-based path to enlightenment, a method employed by the 6 saints following Huang. Among the 3 paths to enlightenment, the merit-based approach is often regarded as the weakest. However, once all have attained enlightenment through this method, its relative weakness becomes inconsequential. Naturally, the choice of the merit-based path is made in circumstances devoid of alternatives. Originally, Kong Xuan intended to pursue the path of the laws. This path, also known as the path of strength, involves breaking free from the shackles of the heavenly laws through the formidable power of the laws, transcending the confines of existence to become a Hongyuan de Luo golden immortal. Unlike the saints, a Hongyuan de Luo golden immortal is unbound by the heavenly laws, enjoying unrestrained freedom. However, the difficulty of achieving this is considerable. Fortunately, Kong Xuan possesses exceptional cultivation aptitude. With diligent effort, he can attain enlightenment. Thus, he initially resolved to follow this path. Yet now, he has acquired a 4th method of enlightenment, the inner world path. Uncle, I think I shall refrain from attending, Kong Xuan remarked with a smile. At my current level, I fear I may not comprehend the sermon at the Zixiao Palace. Feng Chang'e paused at his words, realizing he had not considered this point when he had invited Kong Xuan. With a chuckle, he replied, "You are indeed insightful. It is true that without sufficient cultivation, you might find the sermon incomprehensible. Very well, you should remain at the undying volcano while your aunt and I attend. Be cautious on your journey, Aunt," Kong Xuan said. Upon sending the 2 from the undying volcano, a notification of task completion resonated within Kong Xuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The task has been completed, and rewards have been successfully issued. Instantly, a vast trove of information regarding the inner world path appeared in his mind. As the name suggests, this method entails establishing an inner world within oneself, using it as a foundation to grow and develop. The world, being one with the self, expands as the individual grows. Returning to his Dao Palace, Kong Xuan carefully contemplated the inner world path. To his astonishment, he discovered that this method does not contradict the path of the laws. Rather, it became evident that these 2 paths could be harmoniously integrated. The inner world path facilitates the creation of an inner cosmos, evolving celestial laws and condensing the power of the world, allowing one to transcend through smaller realms to ultimately arrive at the grander world for enlightenment. While this method possesses considerable strength, it is not devoid of drawbacks. It demands vast resources to facilitate the world's continual transformation. Nevertheless, Kong Xuan was undeterred, for he possessed a system. By completing system tasks, he could acquire various rewards, converting them into resources to foster the growth of his inner world. As the inner world flourished, the evolution of diverse laws within it would grant him profound insights. Thus, the comprehension of laws and the path of the laws could coexist harmoniously, each enriching the other. The inner world path could assist the path of the laws, while the latter could enhance the former. How splendid! However, this method has prerequisites. One must first cultivate to the level of De Luo golden immortal before attempting it. As the process carries great peril, Kong Xuan mused to himself. Establishing an inner world involves a particularly perilous step, utilizing one's primordial spirit to enact the creation of the inner cosmos. This essentially entails designating one's primordial spirit as the heavenly law of the inner world. Unlike the birth of an ordinary world, the heavenly law of the inner world is intrinsically linked to one's primordial spirit, which precedes the inner world itself. Moreover, it is preferable that if I were to establish an inner world, I should utilize my 5 elements essence to do so, crafting a realm from this essence, thereby ensuring that the inner cosmos I create is immensely powerful, elevating my starting point and solidifying my foundation in harmony with my being. Kong Xuan contemplated quietly. Ultimately, however, Kong Xuan calmed himself. The establishment of the inner world would have to wait until he reached the De Luo golden immortal stage. For now, he must concentrate on diligent cultivation. As Kong Xuan immersed himself in his training, the second sermon at the Zixiao Palace commenced, drawing forth myriad powerful beings from across the primordial realm. From all corners of the universe, Beams of light surged into the sky, venturing into the chaos in search of the Zhixiao Palace to attend the sermon. Chapter 13. Addressing the issue of slaying the three corpses. The second sermon at the Zhixiao Palace focused on the path to quasi-sainthood. During this discourse, Huang introduced the so-called three methods of attaining enlightenment, subtly guiding the attendees to forsake the path of legalistic enlightenment in favor of his own method of slaying the three corpses. Naturally, the technique of slaying the three corpses was imparted to the assembly. On this day, after 3 millennia had passed, Huang abruptly ceased his teachings, awakening the multitude of powerful beings in attendance. The second sermon at Zhixiao Palace has concluded. You may now return, he announced. The audience, filled with reverence, expressed their gratitude before rising to depart from Zhixiao Palace, making their way back to the primordial world. In the immortal volcano, Kong Xuan awaited the return of Huang and Feng Chang'e. Over the years, he had secluded himself in the volcano, and with the assistance of the enlightenment tea tree and the five-leaf pine, his cultivation had progressed significantly. He had advanced from the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal to the late stage, and was soon to attain the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, drawing nearer to the threshold for opening an inner world. Ah, Xianer, why are you waiting for us here? Upon stepping into the boundary of the immortal volcano, Huang and Feng Chang'e spotted Kong Xuan and curiously inquired. Feng Chang'e regarded Kong Xuan with intrigue. I calculated the timing. My aunt and uncle are about to return, so I awaited your arrival. Kong Xuan replied with a smile. What is there to wait for? Huang chuckled. Come, let us go speak with my aunt. With that, Huang led Kong Xuan and Feng Chang'e back to her residence. They arrived at a grand palace known as the Qiling Palace. Once inside, Huang graciously entertained Kong Xuan before recounting her experience at the sermon. Kong Xuan listened intently, captivated by her vivid description of the gathering of 3,000 powerful beings, a rare occasion indeed. Regrettably, he had not attended. Simultaneously, Huang pointed out that she had also imparted the method of slaying the three corpses that she had acquired from the Zhixiao Palace to Kong Xuan. This method is a path to sainthood and requires the perfection of the Deluo Golden Immortal stage for cultivation. It should have been passed on to you later. But seeing your progress, you will soon reach Deluo Golden Immortal, so I shall share it with you now. Thank you, Aunt, Kong Xuan expressed, closing his eyes to earnestly contemplate the method of slaying the three corpses. He delved into the understanding for a considerable time, while Huang and Feng Chang'e exchanged glances and smiled, patiently awaiting his awakening. At last, Kong Xuan opened his eyes, exclaiming, Truly, this is a method of sainthood. Profoundly enigmatic, capable of seizing the essence of heaven and earth, and absorbing the brilliance of the sun and moon. After a moment of reflection, he abruptly shifted the subject, saying, However what? Huang and Feng Chang'e were taken aback by his abrupt pause. Was there an issue with this method of sainthood? It is not so much an issue, Kong Xuan clarified. I merely find it rather demanding that it requires 3 innate spiritual treasures to anchor one's aspirations. After all, the number of innate spiritual treasures in the world is finite. Yet how many powerful beings are there who wish to slay their corpses? If every one of the 3,000 powerful beings were to slay 3 corpses, that would necessitate 9,000 innate spiritual treasures. Kong Xuan shook his head. Feng Chang'e chuckled. I thought it would be a serious concern. Is that all? You are merely overthinking it. Indeed, Huang concurred. Though there are many powerful beings, the number qualified to slay their corpses will likely be limited. Furthermore, why concern ourselves with others' affairs? Rest assured, our Feng clan possesses sufficient innate spiritual treasures. You need not worry. Kong Xuan smiled and shook his head. Aunt, uncle, you have misunderstood. I am not worried about our innate spiritual treasures running short. What I mean is, if innate spiritual treasures can anchor aspirations, can innate spiritual roots or other innate attributes also serve this purpose? Upon hearing this, Huang and Feng Chang'e's expressions shifted. After some contemplation, Feng Chang'e remarked, You raise a valid point. Utilizing innate spiritual roots or other innate substances in place of innate spiritual treasures for slaying corpses should indeed be feasible. Huang nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiment. Moreover, Kong Xuan continued, the choice of the 3 innate spiritual treasures for slaying the corpses should also be of significance. After all, once the 3 corpses are slain, they must be unified. For instance, if I were to find 3 innate spiritual treasures of the same origin, would the avatars slain with these treasures not unify more readily? His insights left Huang and Feng Chang'e utterly astonished. Feng Chang'e rose, pacing within the palace. After a moment, He exhaled deeply, saying, "Xianer, your question is astute. But remember, keep these thoughts between us. Do not speak of them to others, understand?" Kong Xuan was momentarily startled by his intense gaze, but quickly grasped his meaning, nodding fervently. "Understood, uncle." "Good." Feng Chang's demeanor softened, and he sighed. It seems the method of slaying the 3 corpses cannot be pursued any further. Thereafter, the trio refrained from discussing the matter and shifted their conversation to other topics. Eventually, Kong Xuan rose to take his leave from Qingling Palace. Once he departed, the attendant closed the palace doors, leaving only Huang Qing'er and Feng Chang'e within. They exchanged glances, and Feng Chang'e chuckled ruefully. That was indeed perilous. I had not anticipated the method of slaying the 3 corpses concealed so many calculations. I was even contemplating practicing it. After all, we have not made progress on the path of legalistic enlightenment for quite some time, and no one understands its difficulties better than we do. Huang Qing'e listened quietly to Feng Chang'e's musings for a long while before finally saying, "Well, do not dwell on it. We have not yet embarked on this path, and we have not fallen into its traps. However, while we refrain, who knows how many others have already succumbed?" Huang Qing'e shook her head and continued. "Xianer possesses a clear mind. Even when faced with the method of enlightenment laid before him, he remains calm and unbewitched. Our Feng clan, indeed, has hope." "Indeed." Feng Chang'e nodded. "His progress has been remarkable. In just a few thousand years, he has made another breakthrough. It will not be long before our Feng clan sees another Deluo Golden Immortal emerge. Perhaps in the future, this child may even surpass us. Which is not merely a possibility, but a certainty." Huang Qing'er smiled. "We have likely reached our limits. He will undoubtedly catch up to us. At that time, you may no longer be the foremost expert in the clan." Feng Chang'e laughed heartily. "What does it matter being the foremost expert? The greater the power, the heavier the burden. If this lad truly surpasses me, I shall find respite from my responsibilities. I eagerly await that day." "Indeed." Observing Feng Chang'e, Huang Qing'er could not help but nod, her gaze softening. "Very well, let us enter seclusion as well. This time, our listening to the teachings has yielded considerable benefits," Feng Chang'e remarked. Thus, the two began their retreat into seclusion. Chapter 14. The will to battle. Time flowed gently by, and on this day, Kong Xuan was diligently cultivating when suddenly, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of Emperor Jun and Tai planning to invite Fuxi and Nuwa to join the demon clan. The host may make the following choices. Choice 1. Prevent Fuxi and Nuwa from joining the demon clan and receive a reward of 1 innate treasure. Choice 2. Seize this opportunity to lead the Phoenix clan into the demon clan and receive a reward of 1 supreme innate spiritual treasure. Choice 3. Ignore this matter and receive a reward of 1 high-quality innate spiritual treasure. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Kong Xuan's heart stirred, and he opened his eyes. Emperor Jun and Tai are inviting Fuxi and Nuwa to join the demon clan? He contemplated. System, I choose option 3. Soon after, Kong Xuan made his decision. This situation was something he had anticipated. However, he did not intend to intervene, primarily because he felt he lacked the qualification to do so. After all, if he were in Fuxi or Nuwa's position, without foresight of the inevitable defeat of the demon clan, he might also consider joining. The demon clan was becoming increasingly formidable, amassing immense fortune, which held a captivating allure for cultivators. Previously, it had been mentioned that Hong Jun proposed 3 methods to attain enlightenment. However, it was also acknowledged that there exists another method, the path of fortune. By gathering substantial fortune, one could assist in cultivation and harbor hopes of enlightenment. The establishment of the demon clan by Emperor Jun and Tai had indeed consolidated considerable fortune, which, even if not pursued for the purpose of enlightenment, still greatly facilitated cultivation. Moreover, Kong Xuan was aware that to entice Fuxi and Nuwa, Emperor Jun and Tai were offering an exceptionally generous deal, allowing Fuxi and Nuwa to become sovereigns of the demon clan, equal in status to them, with Fuxi as the emperor of Shi and Nuwa as the empress of Hua, collectively known as the 4 emperors of the demon clan. Thus, under such circumstances, it was nearly impossible to prevent the two from joining the demon clan. And as for Kong Xuan's own inclusion, that was even more so. As Kong Xuan made his choice, the system's rewards were swiftly allocated. Within the system space appeared an innate spiritual treasure, a mirror, the demon-reflecting mirror. Kong Xuan's thoughts stirred as he took the mirror into his hands for examination. He was slightly astonished. Wasn't the demon-reflecting mirror merely a postnatal treasure? How had it transformed into an innate treasure? However, recalling the existence of the Qianquan cauldron, which could refine postnatal treasures into innate treasures, he dismissed his doubts. In the vast wilderness, it was not uncommon for entities like the Qianquan cauldron to exist. And as a system endowed with extraordinary capabilities, producing an innate spiritual treasure like the demon-reflecting mirror was hardly surprising. Upon inspecting the mirror, Kong Xuan discovered that it possessed three primary functions. First, it could reveal the true forms of various demons. Second, it could immobilize a demon, rendering it unable to move. And third, by capturing the residual aura of a demon, it could track them. Of course, the efficacy of these functions depended on the user's inherent strength. Otherwise, the results would be counterproductive. Shaking his head, Kong Xuan stowed the mirror away. He considered it a functional treasure that he likely would not utilize often. After some time, a new prompt from the system resonated in Kong Xuan's mind. Ding! Detection of Emperor Jun and Tai planning to invite Kunpeng to join the demon clan. The host may make the following choices. Choice 1. Prevent Kunpeng from joining the demon clan and receive a reward of the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Yin-Yang Qi bottle. Choice 2. Lead the Phoenix clan into the demon clan and receive a reward of the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the South Brightly Fire Sword. Choice 3. Ignore this matter and receive a reward of the will to battle. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Kong Xuan hesitated briefly before making his choice. His hesitation stemmed from the uncertainty surrounding the third option's reward, the will to battle. What exactly was that? However, he soon understood from the system that the will to battle was a reinforcement of one's own will, allowing one to become increasingly formidable in combat. In short, it was a precious boon. As Kong Xuan made his choice, the system's reward was promptly bestowed upon him. However, the will to battle was not a tangible object. Thus, it would not be delivered to the system space, but would instead directly enhance Kong Xuan himself. He felt a jolt run through his body, and a low groan escaped his lips as he sensed his will being honed at that moment. His resolve was evidently fortified, igniting within him an impulse to seek out an opponent for battle. With the will to battle, could I perhaps use this to challenge the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm? Kong Xuan pondered and felt it was worth a try. Thus, he emerged from his seclusion, intent on finding someone to spar with, coincidentally encountering Feng Chang'e, who had also just exited her retreat. You wish to seek a battle? Feng Chang'e exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Kong Xuan's thoughts. Very well, you indeed lack combat experience. You needn't look for anyone else. I shall be your opponent. What? Kong Xuan was taken aback. I will not exert power beyond the Tai Golden Immortal level. Feng Chang'e assured him. All right. Kong Xuan contemplated briefly and nodded in agreement. After all, since he needed a battle, it was fortuitous that Feng Chang'e herself would guide him. Come, attack me, she instructed after finding a suitable clearing for their duel. Kong Xuan nodded in silence, inhaling deeply as he fixed his gaze upon Feng Chang'e. Suddenly, he moved, and 5 beams of light erupted from behind him. The 5-colored divine light. With his first move, Kong Xuan unleashed his innate divine ability. Boom. The 5 radiant lights surged forth, hurtling towards Feng Chang'e. The speed of the 5-color divine light was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it struck Feng Chang'e. However, no matter how Kong Xuan urged it, the 5-color divine light could not budge Feng Chang'e in the slightest. Kong Xuan's expression shifted slightly. He could sense that Feng Chang'e indeed was not using power beyond the Tai Golden Immortal level. But why could his 5-color divine light not move her? A flicker of unwillingness and fierce combat spirit flashed in Kong Xuan's eyes. In the same realm, he refused to concede defeat, even if the person before him was his aunt. Kong Xuan channeled even greater power to strike Feng Chang'e. Finally, her form shifted, and her garments billowed as she was shaken by the impact of his 5-color divine light. Chapter 15. The Breakthrough of Cultivation. The emergence of the great Peng at that moment. Suddenly, Feng Chang'e moved as well. With a pointed finger, he declared boom. The 5-colored divine light of Kong Xuan shattered abruptly under his gesture. The scattered divine light was recalled by Kong Xuan, who stood behind him, pulsating continuously. Kong Xuan's expression changed dramatically as he gazed at Feng Chang'e, unable to restrain himself from asking, why? There is no reason. It is merely a matter of piercing through the surface, Feng Chang'e replied. Remember, when your strength cannot completely suppress your opponent, you must exercise caution with your 5-colored divine light. Otherwise, even if you manage to ensnare your adversary within it, you will not be able to subdue them. As he spoke, Feng Chang'e grasped a long sword that materialized in his hand. With a swift swing, a fiery crimson sword light surged toward Kong Xuan. Hearing Feng Chang'e's words, Kong Xuan felt a jolt in his heart. As he saw the sword light approaching, he hastily activated the five-colored divine light once more. The divine light swept through, dispelling the sword light, causing it to vanish. Yet, before he could catch his breath, Feng Chang'e unleashed a torrent of sword lights. 1, 2, 3. An increasing number of sword lights. Although Kong Xuan could deflect each sword light, the sheer volume began to overwhelm him. Is defense all you can muster? Attack! Attack! Strike me! You are too weak, far too weak. Your offensive methods are monotonous, lacking in flexibility. Yes, use water to extinguish fire. Employ the divine light of water to counter my path of fire. Under the immense pressure, Kong Xuan's will to fight began to manifest. He could even sense his power gradually strengthening, albeit slowly, yet undeniably. Simultaneously, Feng Chang'e continued to offer guidance, allowing Kong Xuan to rapidly accumulate combat experience and become more adept and versatile in his application of the five-colored divine light. Time passed, and suddenly, Kong Xuan let out a mighty roar as the five-colored divine light surged forth once more. However, this time, Feng Chang'e did not shatter Kong Xuan's divine light as before. Instead, he deftly evaded it just before it descended. Now, your five-colored divine light is insufficient to withstand me, even in the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, Feng Chang'e declared. Sheathing his sword, Kong Xuan remained silent, seemingly lost in enlightenment. Moments later, he opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliant five-colored radiance. Boom! His body trembled. And in that instant, it was evident that he had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, advancing from the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal to its consummate form. Mere steps away from the Deluo Golden Immortal. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle. Kong Xuan expressed his gratitude to Feng Chang'e. Feng Chang'e, momentarily taken aback, smiled and said, You, my friend, managed to break through during battle? Such formidable insight. I dare say you will soon reach the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal. It seems I will indeed be able to take you along to the next lecture at Zhixiao Palace. After praising Kong Xuan, Feng Chang'e waved him off. Watching Kong Xuan's retreating figure, he shook his head and sighed, muttering to himself, Incomprehensible, utterly incomprehensible. But this is a good thing. I must inform Qing'er. With that, Feng Chang'e turned and headed towards Qingling Palace, while Kong Xuan returned to his own palace of inquiry. Through his battle with Feng Chang'e, Kong Xuan successfully advanced to the consummate stage of Tai Golden Immortal, validating the efficacy of his will to fight. However, such breakthroughs in the heat of battle could only occur under conditions of ample accumulation. After all, if one could perpetually fight and improve, it would be truly terrifying and beyond comprehension. Upon returning to his palace, Kong Xuan entered seclusion once more. To assimilate the experiences gained from his confrontation with Feng Chang'e and to stabilize his cultivation. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Tai, having persuaded Fuxi and Nuwa to join the demon clan, pressed on to their next destination, the North Sea. The North Sea was the ancestral home of the Kuanping, where it was birthed. However, unlike their successful recruitment of Fuxi and Nuwa, the Kuanping, faced with Emperor Jun and Tai's proposition to join the demon clan, remained obstinate and refused to yield. With no other recourse, Emperor Jun and Tai resorted to a combined assault against the Kuanping. Although the Kuanping was a top-tier powerhouse of the primordial era, it could not compare to Emperor Jun and Tai, who were bolstered by the formidable fortune of the demon clan and had long surpassed many other great beings in strength. Moreover, the Kuanping lacked any potent innate treasures. Faced with their united efforts, the Kuanping was compelled to kneel. Ultimately, they managed to extract a fragment of its true spirit using the demon summoning banner borrowed from Yuhua, effectively incorporating it into the banner. The Kuanping, utterly disheartened, had no choice but to acquiesce to joining the demon clan. However, it found some solace in the fact that, despite being coerced, its status remained relatively high, as it was recognized as a demon master, subordinate only to the four emperors. Upon learning from Emperor Jun and Tai that Fuxi and Nuwa had also joined the demon clan and ascended to the ranks of Huang and Huang, the Kuanping was left in a state of bewilderment. Why was this not mentioned earlier? If I had known that Fuxi and Nuwa had joined, I might have agreed without the need for a fight. Now, not only have I been beaten, but their status also surpasses mine. The Kuanping felt a deep sense of grievance, yet found itself unable to voice its frustrations. As time flowed by, years passed swiftly. One day, The everlasting volcano was abuzz with excitement. Following Kong Xuan's emergence, the Great Peng had finally come into being. Naturally, Kong Xuan was stirred and went to see his younger brother. Upon witnessing the transformed Great Peng, he noticed that it appeared even more handsome than himself. Resembling a youthful lad, like his predecessor, the Great Peng emerged with the strength of a golden immortal. However, this time, guided by his brother. The Great Peng did not engage in reckless antics, but instead diligently refined the innate essence of yin and yang into divine abilities. Behind the Great Peng, two radiant lights stood tall, one black and one white, representing yin and yang. This was the Great Peng's yin-yang divine light, yet akin to Kong Xuan in his early days. The Great Peng and Dapo's mastery of this divine light was still far from complete. Observing his younger brother, Kong Xuan contemplated briefly before deciding against presenting a gift. After all, he had never left the everlasting volcano since his own emergence. It would be inappropriate to suddenly produce enlightenment tea or similar items. Thus, he resolved to seek an opportunity to venture outside. Kong Xuan silently vowed. Chapter 16. A Journey to the Eastern Sea and the Alluring Rewards Before Long. Kong Xuan expressed his desire to embark on an adventure. Neither Huang nor Feng Chang'e attempted to dissuade him. For Kong Xuan had attained the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. The next level awaited him, the Deluo Golden Immortal, a tier synonymous with the mightiest beings of the primordial world. Ascending to the Deluo Golden Immortal would require a fortuitous opportunity, thus making Kong Xuan's expedition entirely reasonable. Thus, for the first time, Kong Xuan stepped forth from the undying volcano, entering the vast expanse of the primordial land. The undying volcano lay in the southern reaches of this world. Upon emerging, Kong Xuan contemplated his destination when suddenly, a notification reverberated within his mind. Beep. The system has detected that the host has exited the undying volcano for the first time and may choose from the following options. Option 1. Journey to Mount Buzhou and receive a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Option 2. Travel to the Eastern Sea and receive 12 sea calming pearls. These 12 pearls are part of a complete set of 36, with the remaining 24 already claimed. Option 3. Explore the primordial starry skies and receive 1 fishing opportunity. Momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement, Kong Xuan soon began to deliberate. After a brief period of contemplation, he made his choice, silently declaring to the system, I choose option 2. Kong Xuan opted against Mount Buzhou and the primordial starry skies due to the current unrest in the primordial world. Although he had remained recluse, he had gleaned insights from divination and the system's task prompts, allowing him to ascertain that the establishment of the Demon Clan South Heavenly Court was imminent. Such an event would herald the onset of the cataclysmic conflict between the witches and the demons. Should hostilities erupt, a journey to Mount Buzhou could result in dire consequences, especially considering that the witch clan's stronghold, the Penga Shrine, lay at the foot of that very mountain. Kong Xuan had no desire to encounter such perilous circumstances at this juncture. Similarly, the primordial starry skies were fraught with danger, as they belonged to the demon clan. Thus, he naturally resolved to venture to the Eastern Sea instead, allowing the witches and demons to contend amongst themselves while he sought his own fortune in fishing. With his decision made, Kong Xuan flew resolutely towards the Eastern Sea. Time flowed inexorably, and centuries passed in the blink of an eye. Yet, Kong Xuan continued on his journey, unaware of how far he still was from the Eastern Sea. The primordial world was indeed vast, a fact compounded by the limitations of his current cultivation. Were he a Deluo Golden Immortal, he would traverse this distance with far greater swiftness. As one ascends through the realms of the primordial world, the disparities become increasingly pronounced. For instance, the Golden Immortal Realm signifies the emergence of true power among primordial beings, marked by the convergence of the 5 primordial energies and the initial grasp of the laws of the universe. The ability to wield these laws renders a Golden Immortal significantly more formidable than a lower-tier Mystic Immortal. Advancing further, the Tai Golden Immortal refines these energies and integrates the laws into their very being, thereby undergoing a profound transformation that amplifies their essence. The Tai Golden Immortal serves as a transitional stage between the Golden Immortal and the Deluo Golden Immortal. Upon achieving the zenith of their essence, they may then strive for the Deluo Golden Immortal. This pinnacle is characterized by the condensation of essence into the 3 flowers. Moreover, upon reaching the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, one acquires a personal Tao. While Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals still exhibit residual postnatal traits, The Deluo Golden Immortal transitions gradually from the postnatal to the innate, becoming the embodiment of heaven and earth. This marks a new echelon of existence. In the primordial world, a Deluo Golden Immortal commands considerable respect and can be venerated as an ancestor. Beyond this, one finds the Hunyuan Golden Immortal or the Quasi-Saint realm. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal is an ancient title, achieved not through the annihilation of the three corpses, but through the comprehension of the great Tao and the expansion of one's own path. The hallmark of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal is that at least one aspect of their essence, be it body, magical power, or primordial spirit, transcends the limitations of a Deluo Golden Immortal. As for Quasi-Saints, their ascent involves the severance of the three corpses, with each severance enhancing their strength. Ultimately, above the Hunyuan Golden Immortal and Quasi-Saints lie the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal and the Saint Realm. The former continues the path of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, while the latter refines the primordial purple energy, gaining recognition from the heavenly Tao and entrusting their primordial spirit to it. The distinctions between these realms are profound, and the differences in strength become increasingly stark. As Kong Xuan remains a Tai Golden Immortal, his journey to the Eastern Sea is a drawn-out affair. However, were he to ascend to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, he would only need a few hundred to 1,000 years to arrive. For a Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal or a saint, reaching the Eastern Sea would be a mere thought away. Thus, he could do nothing but accept his current limitations. Kong Xuan pressed onward, devoting himself to cultivating his essence and continually enhancing his strength in pursuit of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Days turned into months, and months into years, as time slipped by unnoticed. At long last, one day, Kong Xuan beheld the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea on the horizon. Though a considerable distance still lay ahead, it was now within sight. He let out a sigh of relief, but at that moment, the system's notification chimed once more in his mind. Beep. The system has detected that the demon clan has discovered the 33 heavens above Mount Buzhou. Dijun has resolved to establish a heavenly court there. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Immediately journey to the 33 heavens and ally with the demon clan, receiving a supreme innate spiritual treasure as a reward. Option 2. Lead the Feng clan to ally with the demon clan and jointly establish the heavenly court, receiving a strand of unclaimed primordial purple energy as a reward. This primordial purple energy is unclaimed and can be refined into a being of the heavenly Tao, becoming a saint thereafter, bound only by the heavenly Tao, with no other hidden dangers. Option 3. Disregard the matter entirely, receiving a foundational comprehension of artifact forging as a reward. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan felt a flicker of temptation towards the reward of option 2. Chapter 17. Fishing again, however, this fleeting moment of excitement was swiftly suppressed by Kong Xuan. Although there were no other hidden dangers, the constraint of the heavenly Tao was something he could not accept, especially considering that once Hong Jun gradually consumed the heavenly Tao and replaced it, becoming the new heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos, the outcome would be the same. Despite possessing a system that could potentially bring about other changes during this process, Kong Xuan remained resolute in his refusal. If he were to succeed, he would aspire to become a Hunyuan Daojixian, free from any shackles, living a life of unrestrained freedom. What a delightful prospect. System, I choose option 3, Kong Xuan declared to the system. Upon making his choice, the system immediately dispensed its rewards. Similar to the foundational insight he had previously gained in formation, this time, the foundational comprehension of artifact crafting was directly infused into Kong Xuan's mind. Once an outsider to the realm of artifact crafting, he now found himself proficient, having taken his first steps into this new field. Compared to formations, Kong Xuan was more invested in artifact crafting. After all, crafting a treasure for himself to validate his path was quite appealing. Nevertheless, there was no rush. He continued his journey towards the Eastern Sea. Finally, after more than 1,000 years, Kong Xuan arrived at the Eastern Sea. The moment he entered its waters, the system recognized that he had completed the previous task of traversing the Eastern Sea. A reward was granted, 12 sea calming pearls. The sea calming pearl is one of the most renowned treasures of the primordial chaos, and there are a total of 36 such pearls. When gathered, these 36 pearls possess power comparable to that of innate supreme treasures. However, Kong Xuan had only acquired 12, while the remaining 24 were claimed by another. Currently, those 24 pearls belonged to Hong Jun. After a while, Following the third sermon, Hong Jun would place the 24 pearls on the treasure separation cliff, where they would ultimately be obtained by Tong Tian. Later, after establishing the Jie sect, Tong Tian would distribute those 24 pearls to his outer disciples, among whom was Zhao Gongming. Yet, Zhao Gongming was not the final owner of those 24 pearls, for they would eventually rest in the hands of the Lantern Taoist. Utilizing these 24 pearls, the Lantern Taoist would transform them into 24 heavens, significantly enhancing his strength and ultimately becoming a past Buddha in Western Buddhism. Kong Xuan shook his head. With all 36 sea-calming pearls assembled, they would become an innate supreme treasure. The 24 pearls, on the other hand, should possess the power of exquisite innate spiritual treasures. As for the 12 pearls he currently held, they only exhibited the strength of high-grade innate spiritual treasures. If merely one sea-calming pearl were to be considered, its power would classify it as a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. In summary, these 12 sea-calming pearls constituted a rather splendid set of treasures, as they were indeed spatial artifacts. Should fortune favor him in gathering the remaining 24 sea-calming pearls, the complete collection of 36 would truly be formidable. After all, that would signify an innate supreme treasure. Kong Xuan carefully stored away the 12 sea-calming pearls, nurturing and refining them silently, while simultaneously a thought began to take shape in his mind. Just as the Lantern Taoist had transformed the 24 sea-calming pearls into 24 heavens, greatly augmenting his power, perhaps, even with his 12 pearls, he could find a way to utilize them for his own inner world. If successful, this could elevate his initial standing significantly. However, this was no easy task. Kong Xuan remained patient, wandering about the Eastern Sea, savoring the unique charm of this region and the vast primordial land. One day, Kong Xuan discovered a desolate little island and descended upon it. He expertly retrieved a fishing rod, as the cool-down period for his miraculous rod had expired. Every 100,000 years, he could fish once. With a flick of his wrist, the line descended into the sea. Unlike his previous experience in his palace, this time the line did not dissolve into chaos. This was a technique he had discovered regarding the use of the miraculous fishing rod. While fishing, he could summon the chaotic sea or choose to fish as one might ordinarily do. This adjustment significantly narrowed the scope of fishing, prioritizing catches from nearby waters. Additionally, Kong Xuan imposed certain restrictions on his miraculous rod, such as refraining from fishing for sentient beings. This way, he would avoid incidents like the previous encounter where he inadvertently hooked the disciple of Jin Yuanzi. Seated on the island, Kong Xuan grasped the fishing rod. After a brief wait, he felt a tug on the line. With a strong pull, he reeled up a gigantic crab. "Oh," he exclaimed, astonished to discover that the crab bore the bloodline of the dragon clan. How delightful! Despite its draconic lineage, the crab lacked sentience, sparing Kong Xuan any guilt. It was a delicacy of the highest order. Having prepared in advance, he skillfully set up a large pot, filled it with pure water, though lacking the 3 light divine water. He made do. He added various seasonings, and finally, the cleaned and processed crab was tossed into the pot. The fire was ignited, and soon, an intoxicating aroma wafted from the pot. It was truly a sumptuous seafood feast. Kong Xuan relished the crab, savoring the tenderness and the exquisite flavor. Especially since it contained dragon blood. It was far more delectable than the braised crab he had previously prepared. Indeed, the Eastern Sea was exceptional. Even its crabs surpassed those from the Northern Sea. Continuing his fishing endeavors, he caught large prawns, delicious, and giant clams, equally delightful. However, he also encountered a sea snake, which was unpalatable. Kong Xuan swiftly gutted it, extracting the snake gall to preserve for brewing alcohol. Thus, he continued to fish, reeling in a total of 20 catches, predominantly seafood from the vicinity of the Eastern Sea. Naturally, there were also some inedible catches, like the sea snake, as well as corals and jellyfish. Kong Xuan consumed what he could, collected what was useful, and discarded the rest. On the 21st attempt, Kong Xuan felt a significant weight on the line. With a vigorous tug, he was astonished to see a tree hanging from the hook, pulled up from the depths of the sea. Chapter 18. The Demon Clan establishes the Celestial Court, and Emperor Jun becomes a quasi-saint upon beholding the tree. Kong Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder it was so heavy. The air around it was suffused with an ethereal yellow aura. What kind of tree could this be? It was none other than the illustrious Huang, the foremost among the 10 spiritual roots of heaven and earth. Remarkably, he had managed to fish out a supreme, innate spiritual root. There are only 10 such roots in the entirety of the primordial realm: Huang Li, Fusong, ginseng fruit, Bodhi, Pantao, gourd vine, bitter bamboo, immortal apricot, laurel, and hollow willow. Huang Li stands as the pinnacle among them. Kong Xuan counted the fruits adorning the tree: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a total of 9. This aligned perfectly with the legends. The Huang Li tree blooms once in an era, bears fruit once in an era, matures once in an era, and only at that point can the fruit be consumed. Its flowers resemble lotus blossoms, while the fruits resemble luminous pearls, both marked with the characters Huang. Should an immortal catch a whiff of its fragrance, their cultivation would instantly advance, and consuming a single fruit could elevate one to the status of a great Luo golden immortal, although such a transformation would render one incapable of further progress for eternity. The title of Great Luo Golden Immortal is a coveted aspiration for countless beings in the primordial realm. Kong Xuan hastily retrieved the Huang Li tree, storing it within his 5-colored divine light. Although he had a disguise provided by the system to prevent the emergence of any extraordinary treasures that might attract theft, only by securing the treasure did he feel a sense of tranquility. Those 9 fruits were likely the first yield since the tree's inception, as long as they remained unpicked. They would continue to develop, presumably growing even more potent. Moreover, it was said that the first batch of fruits contained fragments of the Great Tao's principles, which made Kong Xuan's mouth water with desire. However, he managed to suppress this impulse, for he was but a step away from becoming a great Luo golden immortal. Indeed, he was nearly poised to cross that threshold. After safely storing the Huang Li tree, Kong Xuan took a moment to compose himself before resuming his fishing. The 22nd, 23rd, and 24th attempts. Finally, his fishing endeavors came to an end. The subsequent catches were rather mundane, and thus need not be elaborated upon. Kong Xuan reeled in his fishing rod, gazing at the vast expanse of the eastern sea, his thoughts swirling. He had successfully fished out the Huang Li tree, while legends spoke of it growing on one of the 3 islands in the eastern sea. Alas, had he located the islands themselves, that would have been a true fortune. Nevertheless, Kong Xuan felt a sense of fulfillment. After all, he had acquired a supreme, innate spiritual root. 9 fruits. Once I attain the status of a great Luo golden immortal, I shall consume one, leaving the remaining 8 along with the Huang Li tree. Perhaps I could share it with my aunt and uncle? Kong Xuan mused. This was not to imply that he did not cherish the Huang Li tree or wish to hoard it for himself. Rather, it was evident that offering such a treasure to the Feng clan would yield far greater benefits. After all, the Huang Li tree possesses the remarkable ability to produce great Luo golden immortals in abundance, a truly formidable asset. Furthermore, sharing the Huang Li tree with his kin did not mean he would relinquish ownership. After all, he was of the Feng clan, and should he require it, the tree would remain his. At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the heavens. Heavenly Tao above, today I, Emperor Jun, establish the celestial court, using the chaos bell to suppress its fortune. I am the sovereign of the celestial court, revered as the heavenly emperor. I bestow the title of Eastern sovereign upon Tai Yi, the title of Shi sovereign upon Fuxi, the title of Niwa sovereign upon Niwa, and designate Kuanpeng as the demon master. I appoint Ji Meng, Ing Zhao, Bai Zhe, Fei Dan, Fei Lian, Zhou Shangyang, Qin Yuan, Ci Tai, and Gue Che as the 10 great demon generals of my celestial court. This was undeniably the voice of Emperor Jun, signaling the demon clan's establishment of the celestial court. Kong Xuan lifted his gaze towards the heavens, as Emperor Jun's voice echoed. Brilliant golden lights of merit illuminated the 33 heavens. The establishment of the celestial court by the demon clan was acknowledged by the heavenly Tao, and merit descended upon them. With this merit, Emperor Jun managed to sever a corpse, thereby attaining the status of a quasi-saint. This marked the first instance of such an achievement since the method of corpse severance was passed down by Hong Jun. Even the 3 pure ones, known for their vast fortunes and profound luck, had yet to succeed in severing a corpse. Yet, Emperor Jun accomplished this feat first, carrying profound significance. As various powerful beings felt a sense of alarm, they also grew increasingly wary of the demon clan. In the eastern sea, on a desolate island, Kong Xuan gazed towards the 33 heavens, though unable to discern the scenes within. Nevertheless, he could not help but express his admiration. Although he knew that Emperor Jun would ultimately fail and never become the true supreme heavenly emperor to unify the primordial realm, he still held great respect for him. Emperor Jun could be regarded as the first true heavenly emperor since the dawn of creation. In contrast, the self-proclaimed immortal emperor of Dong Wang Gong was utterly inconsequential, lacking recognition from the heavenly Tao or respect from other powerful beings. Emperor Jun, however, embodied the regal demeanor of a heavenly emperor. Regrettably, he could not withstand the inevitable tides of fate dictated by the heavenly Tao, compounded by the machinations of the saints, ultimately leading to his demise. Ironically, the second individual to ascend as heavenly emperor after Emperor Jun was none other than Hong Jun's gatekeeper. This was almost ludicrous, a mere boy ascending to the position of heavenly emperor. In truth, he was but a puppet. Therefore, throughout the entirety of the primordial realm, the only true heavenly emperor remained Emperor Jun. This is precisely what Kong Xuan admired about Emperor Jun. However, despite his admiration, Kong Xuan's path diverged from that of Emperor Jun. While Emperor Jun pursued the path of kingship, uniting the primordial realm and asserting dominance over the cosmos with an unparalleled aura of authority, Kong Xuan yearned for freedom and tranquility, shunning the need to dominate others or compel their submission. He was merely a devoted seeker on the boundless path of the great Tao, with little else occupying his heart. Following the establishment of the celestial court by the demon clan, their influence surged dramatically, prompting numerous primordial races to join their ranks, thereby strengthening the demon clan further. Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and their companions reveled in their success, feeling as though the unification of the primordial realm was within their grasp. However, on this very day, an unexpected turn of events was about to unfold. Chapter 19. The First Great War of the Lich at the foot of Mount Buzhou. The 12 ancestral shaman performed a ritual to Pangu, subsequently declaring that the shaman clan would take dominion over the vast wilderness. This proclamation instantly ignited a conflict between the shaman and the demon clans, leading to the eruption of their inaugural battle. However, despite being termed the First Great War, the forces involved were limited to the 12 ancestral shamans and a few powerful figures, Dijun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan-Peng. In other words, only the prominent leaders of both sides participated. Even the formidable Enhua of the demon celestial court remained behind to oversee the heavens, as the stability of the demon celestial court necessitated a presence. Confident in their four powerful beings, especially considering Dijun and Apos' status as a quasi-saint, they believed they could adequately confront the rebellious shaman clan. Yet, as the battle commenced, Dijun's eyes widened in shock. The 12 ancestral shamans, each possessing a terrifyingly robust physical form, were particularly formidable. Tai Yi attempted to suppress them with the Chaos Bell, only to have the ancestral shamans withstand the onslaught with their sheer physical might. It was utterly terrifying. This spectacle not only astounded Dijun, but also left other powerful entities equally shaken. Was this the manifestation of Pangu's bloodline? The various powers quickly concluded that while the three pure ones were embodiments of Pangu and Apos' primordial spirit, the 12 ancestral shamans appeared to be the antithesis. Their spiritual essence was weak, or perhaps non-existent, yet their physical bodies were unparalleled in the wilderness. In the realm of cultivation, the predominant system revolved around the spiritual essence, with most practices emphasizing its significance. While the physical body held value, it paled in comparison to the mysteries of the spiritual essence. Thus, the 12 ancestral shamans, who solely focused on refining their bodies to such an extraordinary degree, were indeed anomalies among anomalies. At that moment, a more astonishing scene unfolded. The ancestral shaman of fire, Zhurong, faced with the true fire of the sun unleashed by Dijun, suddenly manifested a divine ability. Could one wield divine powers without a spiritual essence? Did the shaman clan rely solely on physical prowess? The divine ability exhibited by Zhurong stemmed from the inherent laws of fire that coursed through his bloodline. As the true fire of the sun met Zhurong, who commanded the laws of fire, it rendered Dijun's flames utterly ineffective. With a thunderous roar, Zhurong, engulfed in flames, revealed his true form, a beastly head atop a human body, adorned with crimson scales, with fiery serpents piercing through his ears, towering to unimaginable heights. After shattering Dijun's divine ability, he launched a powerful fist toward him. In a moment of urgency, Dijun evaded the impending strike, with Zhurong leading the charge. The other ancestral shamans revealed their true forms without reservation. They included the space ancestral shaman, Dijiang, resembling a monstrous bird with 6 legs and 4 wings, and the time ancestral shaman, Zhu Jiuyin, who possessed a human head and dragon body, capable of controlling the flow of time. There was also the water ancestral shaman, Gong Gong, with a serpent head and human body, and the wood ancestral shaman, Jumeng, who embodied the essence of bamboo. Lightning crackled around the thunder ancestral shaman. Chang Liang, who had a tiger's head in human form, while the earth ancestral shaman, Ho Tu, bore a human body with a serpent tail and multiple arms. Each of the 12 ancestral shamans wielded a unique law, and their combined efforts amplified their power to a terrifying degree. Di Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng were left aghast. They swiftly activated the Chaos Bell, and Tai Yi decisively commanded the others to join him. Without hesitation, Di Jun, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng rushed to Tai Yi's side, and together they summoned the bell. The sound of the bell reverberated through the heavens and earth, momentarily freezing the battlefield. The collective force of the 12 ancestral shamans intertwined into a singular entity, shattering the void and transforming it into chaos. However, this chaos halted before Di Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng, precisely at the threshold of the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell, a treasure born of Tai Yi, was one of the 3 supreme artifacts of creation, crafted from the very handle of Panga's axe. Its power was indeed formidable. In an instant, as the bell tolled, the fabric of time and space seemed to solidify, ensnaring the chaotic forces unleashed by the 12 ancestral shamans. However, while the innate artifacts were invincible, the wielders were not. The 4 of them, channeling their energies into the Chaos Bell, faced immense depletion of their powers. Thus, even though they managed to restrain the ancestral shaman's laws, it could not sustain for long. As the bell resonated, it warped time and space, banishing the combined strike of the 12 ancestral shamans into the boundless void. Following this, the 4 launched a counterattack, and the bell radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Strange phenomena appeared upon its surface, with celestial bodies swirling around it. A 5-colored brilliance burst forth, illuminating the cosmos, unleashing a terrifying pressure that resonated throughout the universe. A force, both formless and tangible, emerged from the Chaos Bell, transforming into a tempest of time and space that surged toward the 12 ancestral shamans. Unfazed by this strike, the ancestral shamans collectively roared, channeling their laws once more. They joined forces again. The clash echoed, yet the combined strike of the 12 shamans could not wholly disperse the tempest of time and space. Nevertheless, the residual tempest, when it struck the ancestral shamans, caused minimal harm. They merely swayed slightly before charging once more at Di Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng. The 4 were alarmed and activated the Chaos Bell once more, launching another assault against the 12 ancestral shamans. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Although the ancestral shamans could not entirely withstand the bell's onslaught, they succeeded in minimizing the damage. After exchanging blows several times, Fu Shi could no longer contain himself. Di Jun, Tai Yi, we cannot continue this way. Our powers are depleting, he urged. As the 12 ancestral shamans surged forward once more, Di Jun decisively called for a retreat, leading the way with a commanding voice. Chapter 20. Returning to the Immortal Volcano. Preparing for a breakthrough as Di Jun and his companions retreated, the ancestral witches were reluctant to relent, pursuing them relentlessly. However, the 4, utilizing the Chaos Bell, moved at a speed far surpassing that of the ancestral witches, even leaving Di Jiang unable to keep pace. Di Jiang swiftly halted the witches, transforming from his true form into his innate Tao body, declaring, "Enough, do not chase any longer." Though the ancestral witches were unwilling, they recognized that the 33 heavens were the stronghold of the demon clan. Continued pursuit would likely provide the demons with an opportunity. Thus, the 12 ancestral witches withdrew. Yet, this battle was evidently only the beginning of the conflict between the 2 clans. The formidable power exhibited by the 12 ancestral witches not only dealt a blow to the demon clan, but also instilled a profound sense of awe in various powerful beings. In the East Sea, on a desolate island, Kong Xuan, having witnessed the battle, was astounded by the prowess of the 12 ancestral witches, as well as Di Jun, Tai Yi, and others. The conflict did not trigger a selection from the system, indicating that even the system recognized its inability to intervene in such a grand confrontation. Feeling slightly regretful for not capitalizing on the system's resources, Kong Xuan decided to return. Over the years, he sensed his cultivation nearing the limits of Tai Yi Golden Immortal, implying he was on the verge of breaking through to the Luo Golden Immortal. However, Kong Xuan did not intend to attempt this breakthrough in the East Sea. Although it was feasible, it was the territory of the Dragon Clan. One could imagine that with the Phoenix clan possessing Hunyuan golden immortal masters like his aunt and uncle, the Dragon clan would undoubtedly have their own. Thus, Kong Xuan prudently chose to return to the immortal volcano for a more secure breakthrough. After a span of over 2,000 years, Kong Xuan returned to the immortal volcano and informed Huang and Feng Chang'e of his impending breakthrough. Both immediately expressed their intention to protect him during the process. This time, Kong Xuan provided an explanation, presenting the Tao Enlightenment tea tree and the five-leaf needle pine before them. Upon seeing these two spiritual roots, both Huang and Feng Chang'e widened their eyes in astonishment. The recently arrived Dapeng gaped in disbelief. You mean to say you encountered all of this during your travels? Huang inquired. Kong Xuan nodded earnestly. Feng Chang'e approached Kong Xuan, examining the five-leaf needle pine, and remarked, "This is an exquisite spiritual root encompassing all five elements. Indeed, it is fated for you. Moreover, you have also acquired this tea tree, which aids in cultivation and is also a rare spiritual root." Excellent, 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 Feng Chang'e exclaimed thrice. Yet he did not indicate any desire to claim these spiritual roots for himself. After a moment of hesitation, Kong Xuan waved his sleeve and produced another spiritual root, the Huang tree. The moment it emerged, silence enveloped the air. Feng Chang'e glanced at the Huang tree, then at Kong Xuan, rendered speechless. "Brother, you have more?" Dapeng could not contain his excitement. "And this tree, it cannot be." "The Huang tree." Feng Chang'e completed his thought. "This is the foremost among the 10 great spiritual roots of heaven and earth. Consuming a single fruit can elevate one to Deluo Golden Immortal. One fruit, and one becomes a Deluo Golden Immortal?" Dapeng swallowed hard. But Huang shot him a glare, stating, "If you consume it, you may never aspire to progress further. You would remain a Deluo Golden Immortal for life." "Then I shall refrain," Dapeng quickly replied. "I can wait until I become a Deluo Golden Immortal." Kong Xuan chuckled. "I stumbled upon this during my travels in the East Sea, inadvertently entering a chaotic void. At that moment, I could hardly believe my luck. But I knew I could not let such an opportunity pass." Feng Chang'e and Huang exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Feng Chang'e asked, "So, Xuan, what is your intention with these spiritual roots? The five-leaf needle pine and the Tao Enlightenment tea tree are still highly beneficial for me at present. I wish to retain them for now. As for the Huang tree," Kong Xuan gazed at Feng Chang'e, stating, "I wish to offer it to our clan." The moment these words left Kong Xuan's lips, even though Feng Chang'e and Huang had anticipated this, they could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. Meeting Kong Xuan's determined gaze, Feng Chang'e broke into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Excellent, Xuan, this is a monumental contribution you are making for our clan. Your uncle shall remember this." With a sigh of relief, Feng Chang'e added, "With the Huang tree, our clan can instantly produce several Deluo Golden Immortals. However, this tree is still yours, Xuan. If you wish to reclaim it in the future, you may do so at any time." "No need," Kong Xuan quickly replied. "I still possess 2 spiritual roots. With the Tao Enlightenment tea tree and the five-leaf needle pine, I have more than enough." Feng Chang'e shook his head, saying, "You are the young leader of our clan. It is only fitting that the Phoenix clan is inherited by you. There is no need for further discussion. I shall take the Huang tree to distribute among the clan, reserving just 1 fruit for you." "Agreed," Kong Xuan nodded. Thus, he returned to the Temple of Inquiry and entered seclusion, preparing for his breakthrough to Deluo Golden Immortal. After Kong Xuan departed, Feng Chang'e and Huang exchanged glances and nodded. Feng Chang'e turned to Dapeng, saying, "I will reserve 1 fruit for you as well. But you must become a Deluo Golden Immortal first before you can claim it." "Thank you, uncle," Dapeng replied, having already been drooling at the prospect. "Go now. And remember, do not speak of what transpired earlier to anyone else," Feng Chang'e cautioned. "Understood," Dapeng said, turning to leave and waving his hand. "You're quite chatty, uncle." Such a child, Feng Chang'e and Huang exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with affection. Between Kong Xuan and Dapeng, Kong Xuan exhibited greater maturity, requiring little concern from the two. His exceptional talent for cultivation was remarkable. In such a short time, he was nearing the threshold of becoming a Deluo Golden Immortal. This speed was indeed rare, even for the two who had traversed the ages. They felt genuine happiness at Kong Xuan's extraordinary aptitude. While Dapeng had yet to showcase such talent and still possessed a childlike disposition, which caused the couple some worry. Nevertheless, their fondness for Dapeng only grew stronger. After all, Compared to Kong Xuan, Dapeng truly resembled a child, and for the couple who had yet to raise a child of their own, Dapeng felt like their own offspring. Once Dapeng departed, Feng Chang'e waved his sleeve, stowing away the Huang Hongli tree, and glanced at Huang Qing'er, saying, "Qing'er, let us return." With a nod, the couple made their way back to the Qingling Palace. Chapter 21. Breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal and opening the inner world upon entering the Qingling Palace and closing the grand doors. The expressions of the two individuals turned solemn. "Longo, what are your thoughts?" inquired Huang Qing'er. Feng Chang'e furrowed his brow and replied, "I sense something amiss, though it may merely be our imagination. Let us calculate together. With our combined strength, we should be able to uncover any discrepancies." "Agreed," Huang Qing'er nodded. Thus, the two joined forces to deduce the circumstances surrounding Kong Xuan's recent departure. After a considerable duration, they opened their eyes and exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in unison. Clearly, their calculations yielded no signs of anomaly. "Let us try once more," Feng Chang'e suggested after a moment of silence. "Very well," Huang Qing'er consented. Once again, the two delved into their calculations, but after another prolonged effort, they found no new revelations. "It seems this truly is Xian'er's fortune," Huang Qing'er remarked. "Our Feng clan is fortunate indeed," Feng Chang'e responded, feeling reassured. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Kong Xuan was completely oblivious to their repeated calculations regarding him. He was gradually calming his mind, entering a state of seclusion to cultivate and break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. As the years slipped by, a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Hall of Inquiring Tao, with the assistance of the Enlightenment Tea Tree and the Five-Leaf Pine, Kong Xuan found himself enveloped in the profound essence of the Tao emanating from the tea tree, which further immersed him in the state of enlightenment. The Five-Leaf Pine, too, was stirred by Kong Xuan, and cascades of multicolored light fell from its branches, showering over him. This radiant essence was the purest quintessence of the five elements, greatly benefiting Kong Xuan. This extraordinary state persisted for over 1,000 years. Gradually, Kong Xuan's cultivation deepened exponentially. One day, unexpectedly, his body trembled, and an overwhelming aura radiated from him. At that moment, Kong Xuan finally broke through, ascending from the Tai Golden Immortal to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Five energies spiraled upward, coalescing into a celebratory cloud above his head, where they ebbed and flowed in a magnificent display. As the celebratory cloud formed, 3 flower buds began to materialize within it. These 3 buds represented Kong Xuan's 3 flowers, manifestations of his essence, vitality, and spirit. The number of petals indicated their rank, with a greater number signifying higher potential. At that moment, Kong Xuan's flower buds, entwined with the 5 energies, began to unfurl slowly. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. For petals, the number of petals continued to increase without any sign of cessation. Eventually, they reached 9, 10, 11, and 12 petals. Remarkably, all 3 of Kong Xuan's flowers blossomed into the 12th rank. This scene went unnoticed by anyone else. Had someone been present, they would have been utterly astounded. For the highest potential of the 3 flowers is indeed 12. According to legend, only Pangu possessed 3 flowers of this caliber. No one else could ever surpass Pangu. Yet Kong Xuan achieved this feat. Kong Xuan himself was equally taken aback by the 12th rank of his 3 flowers. However, upon regaining his composure, he understood the reason behind it. This was due to his initial choice of formidable cultivation aptitude, which essentially equated to his potential for growth. Thus, it was only natural for Kong Xuan to manifest 3 flowers of the 12th rank. With a mental command, Kong Xuan gathered the celebratory cloud, 3 flowers, and 5 energies back to himself. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the multicolored light in his gaze gradually receding. In that moment, as he sensed the transformation of his strength, a smile broke across his face. Having attained the Great Luo Golden Immortal status, he transcended the earthly realm, embodying both heaven and earth, and his path intertwined with the essence of the cosmos itself. The enhancement in power following this transformation was formidable. Kong Xuan felt an almost transcendental sensation. As a Great Luo Golden Immortal, he had begun to step beyond the confines of fate, even if not yet fully realized in his own Tao. As his path crystallized, he cultivated a robust Tao heart, embarking earnestly on his journey of enlightenment. Naturally, his Tao was aligned with the 5 elements. At this moment, 5-colored divine light manifested behind him, appearing to undergo a metamorphosis. Compared to before, It was now more profound and powerful. Kong Xuan slowly rose and transformed into a streak of five-colored light, soaring out of the Hall of Inquiring Tao. Outside, Feng Chang'e and Huang had long awaited his emergence. They had accurately predicted the date of his breakthrough and had been guarding the palace for quite some time. Congratulations, Xianer. You have successfully ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Feng Chang'e exclaimed with a smile upon seeing him emerge. Here, Xianer, this is a gift from your aunt. Huang presented him with a finely crafted set of robes, clearly a labor of love. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Kong Xuan expressed his gratitude as he accepted the robes. With a mere thought, he donned them without the need to remove his previous attire, for these were treasures, not mere garments. Very well, you look splendid, Huang remarked joyfully, admiring Kong Xuan as he wore the robes. Feng Chang'e handed Kong Xuan a Huang Zhongli, a fruit previously unsuitable for him as a Tai Golden Immortal, but now well within his reach. Kong Xuan accepted the fruit and conversed with both of them for a while longer. Feng Chang'e and Huang imparted various insights into cultivation, significantly enriching Kong Xuan's understanding. Eventually, they took their leave. As Kong Xuan watched their figures fade from view, he exhaled deeply. With a resolute gaze, he turned back towards the Hall of Inquiring Tao. Upon re-entering the hall, Kong Xuan entered seclusion once more. This time, his goal was to open his inner world. Sitting cross-legged upon the cloud bed, Kong Xuan focused his mind, and 12 shimmering orbs appeared, revolving around him. These 12 orbs were the sea-settling pearls he had acquired, serving as vital aids in his endeavor to expand his inner world. With the assistance of these 12 pearls, he believed his inner world would reach unprecedented heights. Chapter 22. The great formation of the celestial bodies and the divine thunder of the three pure ones. Kong Xuan opened his mouth and began to swallow the divine sea pearls one after another. These pearls fell into his abdomen, where they transformed into the essence of the innate 5 elements, the very source of his divine powers and the origin of his colorful divine light. To establish his inner world, Kong Xuan naturally chose this place as his foundation. At this moment, the divine sea pearls floated within a radiance of vibrant colors. With a hum, Kong Xuan activated the colorful divine light to refine the 12 divine sea pearls. Each of these pearls was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, and the difficulty of refining all 12 was indeed considerable. Only Kong Xuan's exceptionally high innate 5 elements essence, the primordial energy capable of opening the heavens, enabled him to gradually refine these pearls. In his heart, Kong Xuan felt an immense calm, utterly focused on operating the innate 5 elements essence to evolve the colorful divine light. This light rotated in both directions, slowly dismantling the 12 divine sea pearls. Time passed, and eventually, the pearls began to reveal numerous fine cracks, from which strands of their essence began to seep out. The divine sea pearls were treasures of spatial attributes, and their essence naturally contained the laws of space. As more essence flowed forth, the difficulty of refining the pearls diminished, and the process accelerated. Finally, with a resounding crack, the first divine sea pearl exploded, turning to ash under the refinement of the colorful divine light, leaving behind a pure essence free of impurities. Once the first pearl was completely decomposed, the remaining pearls followed suit, continuously breaking down into pure essence. Ultimately, all 12 divine sea pearls were fully refined, their essences coalescing into a brilliant silvery glow. At this stage, the preliminary preparations for establishing the inner world were complete. The next step was to merge this essence, or spatial essence, with his innate 5 elements essence to create the inner world. Kong Xuan took a moment to restore his state before proceeding. With a thought, his primordial spirit entered his abdomen, reaching out to consume the gathered essence of the divine sea pearls. Gradually, a layer of silvery light enveloped his primordial spirit, initially thin but quickly becoming increasingly radiant, ultimately enveloping the entire spirit as they fused together. Kong Xuan's primordial spirit transformed into an intangible form, simulating the heavenly principles of the world he was about to create. With a thunderous explosion, the dazzling silvery light erupted, expanding outward in all directions. In this process, countless spaces emerged, forming a small realm. As this space took shape, the 5 elements essence within him was inevitably utilized, merging into this burgeoning little world. The transformation of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth surged forth, manifesting the power of the laws. In an instant, or perhaps after what felt like an eternity, the concept of time blurred. Within Kong Xuan's abdomen, this small realm rapidly formed, supported by two great sources, expanding and becoming increasingly magnificent. At last, when all the essence of the divine sea pearls was exhausted, a small 1,000 worlds emerged within Kong Xuan. The world formed from the 12 pearls, combined with the 5 elements essence, resulted in a small 1,000 worlds. This seemed somewhat unreasonable, as the 24 divine sea pearls of the burning lamp had created 24 small 1,000 worlds. However, the burning lamp had utilized not only the 24 pearls, but also his innate spiritual treasure, the primordial measuring ruler, to achieve that. Moreover, the essence of the 24 heavens included part of the primordial measuring ruler. Additionally, small 1,000 worlds vary in size. Kong Xuan's creation was considerably expansive, nearly approaching the scale of a middle 1,000 world. Furthermore, this little 1,000 world was exceptionally sturdy, with its void and membranes faintly radiating 5-colored light. Kong Xuan envisioned that by establishing this little 1,000 world within himself, he could later harness the colorful divine light to subdue his enemies within his own realm. The stronger his world, the more formidable the enemies he could suppress. Should his world evolve into a great 1,000 world, it was likely that even saints would be subdued under its might. The little 1,000 world was established, and the essence of the 12 divine sea pearls was completely consumed. However, Kong Xuan's innate 5 elements essence remained intact, still gathering in his abdomen and enveloping the membranes of the little 1,000 world, thereby strengthening its defenses. Regrettably, this little 1,000 world, being within his body, was cut off from the external world, necessitating considerable resources for its nurturing, which explained the substantial effort required for an inner world to evolve into a great 1,000 world and achieve enlightenment. After establishing the little 1,000 world, Kong Xuan felt a remarkable surge in his cultivation and magical power. Yet, alongside this advancement came a significant burden. He would need to nurture this burgeoning realm. Fortunately, although the little 1,000 world was vast, it paled in comparison to the boundless expanse of the primordial wilderness, making it relatively easy for Kong Xuan to absorb the Earth's spiritual energy to sustain it. However, should the little 1,000 world evolve into a middle 1,000 world, the required intake of spiritual energy would be staggering. Without other means, absorbing such immense amounts of spiritual energy would burden Kong Xuan with heavy karmic consequences. Shaking his head, Kong Xuan dismissed such thoughts. He opened his eyes, and with a thought, the colorful divine light reappeared behind him. His colorful divine light had not weakened. On the contrary, it had grown stronger. This was because his essence had not vanished but transformed into the inner world, thus enhancing the power of his colorful divine light through the integration of worldly strength. Kong Xuan contemplated his little 1,000 world, reflecting on its myriad changes. After a considerable time, suddenly, his body trembled, and with a thunderous sound, his cultivation broke through, advancing from the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal to the mid-stage. Great torrents of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth swiftly converged upon him, infusing his body, or rather, entering the inner world within Kong Xuan. His breakthrough in cultivation would consequently elevate the small 1,000 worlds. It was akin to a reciprocal feedback loop. Previously, his establishment of the inner world had propelled his cultivation to soar, enabling him to swiftly solidify his position within the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Now, as he advanced further into the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it reciprocated back to the small 1,000 worlds, facilitating their expansion as well. With a world serving as his foundation, my cultivation has become significantly easier. Kong Xuan remarked with a sigh as he opened his eyes. He was now pursuing 2 paths of enlightenment concurrently, the path of the laws and the path of the inner world. In the path of the laws, he comprehended the principles of the 5 elements, strengthening his mastery over them, ultimately breaking the shackles of heaven and earth with formidable power to forcefully attain enlightenment. Thus, the path of the laws is also known as the path of strength, a truly defiant method of enlightenment, particularly in the final step. Failure to shatter the restraints of heaven and earth would invite a backlash from the laws, resulting in immediate death. This is one reason why the path of the laws is considered the most arduous path of enlightenment. Failure equates to demise. Choosing such a path demands not only immense willpower but also great courage. Concerning the path of the inner world, it involves cultivating and expanding the world, allowing it to undergo transformation step by step, thereby facilitating one's own ascension. However, the essence of the path of the inner world primarily rests upon Kong Xuan's primordial spirit. treating the spirit as the Tao of Heaven. It is akin to the evolution of a world. As the world grows stronger, so too does the Tao of Heaven that governs it. Shaking his head, Kong Xuan focused his thoughts, and five-colored divine light emerged from behind him. With a sweep of this divine light, the three spiritual roots he had planted in the Palace of Inquiry, the five-leafed pine, the enlightenment tea tree, and the copper soul grass, were drawn into his inner world. Kong Xuan intended to plant these three spiritual roots within his inner world. In this manner, not only would these spiritual roots find a true home, but their presence would also significantly benefit the inner world. After all, these primordial spiritual roots each possess their own spirit. Taking root within the inner world would assist in refining its geomantic energies. After securing these three spiritual roots, Kong Xuan prepared for his next action when suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that Di Jun is currently using the river diagram and the Luo book to deduce the great array of the stars. The host may choose from the following options. Choice 1. Proceed to the starry sky and seize the opportunity to ambush Di Jun to obtain the river diagram and Luo book, which rewards you with a drop of Panga's blood. Choice 2. Ignore this matter, which rewards you with the 3 pure divine thunder technique. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Di Jun was deducing the great array of the stars. Moreover, according to the system, he was currently in the starry sky. A glimmer of opportunity flashed in Kong Xuan and Appo's eyes, but then he shook his head. What opportunity? One must not be heedless. Despite having opened his inner world and significantly increased his strength, one must consider whom they were confronting. Di Jun had already severed his corpse to become a quasi-saint. Although the severance of the 3 corpses is a path of no return for him, it does not diminish Di Jun's formidable strength as a quasi-saint. If Kong Xuan were foolish enough to believe that his mid-stage status as a great Luo Golden Immortal could provoke a quasi-saint, he might as well start arranging for his own funeral. System, I choose option 2. Kong Xuan made a judicious decision. The blood of Pangu was not worth the risk, but the 3 pure divine thunder technique was a gift waiting to be claimed. As Kong Xuan made his choice, the system's rewards were promptly dispensed. Within Kong Xuan's mind, the 3 pure divine thunder technique materialized. The 3 pure divine thunder can be divided into the Taiqing divine thunder of Laozi, the Yuqing divine thunder of Yuan Shi, and the Shangqing divine thunder of Tongtian. These 3 divine thunders all originated from Pangu and Appo's Duhua divine thunder. But since the 3 pure ones each acquired only a portion of it, they had to comprehend and deduce it individually. Also incorporating insights from the teachings of Hong Jun in the Zixiao Palace, ultimately creating these 3 distinct thunder techniques. The Taiqing divine thunder, Yuqing divine thunder, and Shangqing divine thunder are all undeniably potent. Kong Xuan, having acquired these 3 thunder techniques for free, felt quite pleased and began to meditate on them in silence. Meanwhile, in the starry sky, on a desolate planet, a figure was engrossed in constant deductions. Above his head were 2 great spiritual treasures, a book and a diagram, the Luo book and the river diagram. Thus, it was easy to guess that this individual was indeed Di Jun utilizing these 2 spiritual treasures. He was tirelessly calculating. His eyes seemed to reflect the entire starry sky, with countless stars flickering and shifting within his gaze, sometimes radiantly bright, other times dim and silent. Time passed, though how long it was, Di Jun had lost track. Eventually, he came to a halt, his eyes gradually returning to normal as the starlight faded. With a sigh of relief, the river diagram and Luo book flew back into his being. A smile of ease appeared on Di Jun's face at that moment. Finally, it is accomplished, he murmured to himself. He could no longer recall how long he had sat cross-legged in the starry sky, continuously deducing and evolving the myriad stars into a grand formation. Consequently, the formation he created would undoubtedly be immensely powerful, capable of suppressing all. However, deducing such a grand formation was far from an easy task, thus consuming Di Jun an extensive amount of time. Thankfully, with the river diagram and Luo book at his disposal, adept in calculation, he was able to achieve this. Otherwise, it would have demanded even more time, with uncertain results. He decided to name this formation the Great Array of the Stars. The formation he had devised was indeed the Great Array of the Stars, constructed using 365 primary stars as its focal points. These 365 stars were the most ancient and powerful celestial bodies in the starry sky. It took him a considerable amount of time to locate each one amidst the countless stars. With these 365 primary stars secured, the next step was to activate them, establishing connections among them to form the formation S core. This task consumed Di Jun even more time, and despite his repeated attempts, he faced failures. Yet, Di Jun did not relent. Instead, he sought the reasons for his failures. Ultimately, he discovered that relying solely on the 365 primary stars was insufficient to support his grand ambitions. To truly mobilize the entirety of the starry sky's celestial bodies, he needed more. Thus, Di Jun continued his deductions, uncovering a further 14,800 secondary stars. Chapter 23. The third lecture at Xixiao Palace. The 14,800 auxiliary stars serve as the primary focal points of the grand formation, which may also be referred to as secondary focal points. They are utilized to assist the 365 main stars in unison, thereby facilitating the harmonious movement of the entire cosmos with its myriad celestial bodies. At this stage, the Zhou Tian starry array has been formally completed. However, while the formation is finished, there remain numerous intricate details to be addressed before it can be effectively employed. For instance, manpower is required to activate such a multitude of main and auxiliary stars, a task that cannot be accomplished by Emperor Jun alone. Thus, arrangements must be made for additional personnel. To mobilize the 365 main stars, one must possess at least the qualifications of a top-tier Tai Golden Immortal, and fortunately, there are individuals within our demon clan who can meet this criterion. Emperor Jun used. After contemplating for a while, Emperor Jun transformed into a golden rainbow and soared towards the 33 heavens. As time swiftly passed, an unknown duration later, on this particular day, a sudden chime echoed within Kong Xuan's mind, signaling the system's prompt. Ding! The third lecture at Xixiao Palace is about to commence. The host may make the following selections. Option 1. Attend the lecture at Xixiao Palace to receive the complete version of the 9 turns mysterious art as a reward. Option 2. Remain at the Undying Volcano for cultivation to receive the Great Dream Heart Sutra as a reward. Option 3. Venture out for exploration to acquire a small portion of the source of the Thunder Demon God as a reward. Upon hearing the system's notification, Kong Xuan's heart stirred. The rewards this time appeared to be extraordinary. The first reward, the 9 turns mysterious art, is renowned as the method of physical enlightenment of the Pangu Great God. The complete version of this art enables one to attain enlightenment through the physical body. The second reward, the Great Dream Heart Sutra, is another formidable technique, akin to the dream enlightenment method of one of the Western two saints, the Guide Saint. This Great Dream Heart Sutra allows one to experience countless worldly affairs within dreams, reversing the boundaries of reality and illusion, transforming those dreamlike experiences into genuine accumulation. When cultivated to its peak, it is even possible that the Great Dream Heart Sutra might lead to actual enlightenment through dreams. However, after careful consideration, Kong Xuan deemed the Great Dream Heart Sutra too ephemeral. After all, it has been stated that there were individuals in the primordial chaos who traversed this path, namely the dream enlightenment method of the guide. Yet, although the guide claims to achieve enlightenment through dreams, it is merely an exaggeration. He, like other saints, ultimately attains enlightenment through merit alone. Thus, the difficulty of achieving enlightenment through dreams becomes evident. Despite Kong Xuan's formidable cultivation aptitude, having blossomed at the 12th tier, he profoundly understands the principle of not overextending oneself. Currently, he is treading the paths of law enlightenment and inner world enlightenment, both of which are already quite challenging. Were it not for the complementary nature of these two paths, he would not dare to pursue them simultaneously. Now, to add yet another path of dream enlightenment would be tantamount to courting disaster. No matter how exceptional one's cultivation aptitude, it would still be insufficient. Finally, the third reward, a small portion of the source of the Thunder Demon God, is indeed worth considering. Nonetheless, Kong Xuan ultimately chose the first option. This decision was not born out of a covetous desire for the Pangu Great God's physical enlightenment method, nor was it a matter of hypocrisy. Believing that while the Great Dream Heart Sutra is difficult, the 9 turns mysterious art would be any easier. Kong Xuan did not intend to utilize the 9 turns mysterious art for enlightenment, as it too demands an excessive amount of resources. This can be observed from the 12 ancestor witches. Although the inheritance of the 9 turns mysterious art they received is incomplete, and thus more challenging to cultivate, it is also because the 9 turns mysterious art consumes resources at an alarming rate. To cultivate it to the level of enlightenment would require an insurmountable amount of resources. Therefore, Kong Xian's choice of the 9 turns mysterious art reward was merely a fulfillment of his promise to Huang and Feng Chang'e to attend the lecture. As for the 9 turns mysterious art, he had no intention of using it for enlightenment. He merely wished to keep it safely stored for future use. Additionally, even if he chose not to pursue enlightenment with the 9 turns mysterious art, it could still be employed for basic cultivation to enhance his physical prowess. Having made his selection, Kong Xian emerged from his seclusion and sought out the rock. As an elder brother, it was only natural for him to guide his younger sibling, ensuring he did not stray onto the wrong path and repeat past foolish mistakes. However, Kong Xian sensed that perhaps due to his transmigration, the rock seemed quite obedient. Especially towards him, his words often had more impact than the care shown by the rock's aunt and uncle. Upon finding the rock, Kong Xian greeted him, "Brother, what brings you here?" The rock's face lit up with joy. "I came to see how your cultivation is progressing," Kong Xian replied with a smile. "Yes, I've reached the late stage of Golden Immortal. Not bad, right?" The rock beamed. "My uncle often comes to guide me, so my progress has been quite rapid." He added, "How is your Yin-Yang Divine Light cultivation coming along?" "Show me," Kong Xian inquired. "All right, brother, just watch." The rock grinned, and suddenly, 2 beams of divine light erupted from behind him, one black and one white, representing his Yin-Yang Divine Light. "Well, it looks impressive. Now let us see its power," Kong Xian remarked. The rock unleashed the Yin-Yang Divine Light, and as it passed, the very fabric of heaven and earth seemed to turn upside down. Many objects floated as if in a state of weightlessness, and the world gradually blurred into an indistinct haze, creating a sensation of not being able to discern reality from illusion, with time and space unraveling, reversing yin and yang. This was a profound ability inherent to the Yin-Yang Divine Light, ranking second among the 36 celestial techniques, following only the foremost technique of transmuting creation. With a swift motion, the Yin-Yang Divine Light swept toward Kong Xian, who felt the contrasting temperatures of the black and white Divine Light, one chilling enough to freeze flesh and spirit, and the other searing hot, almost incinerating. However, when the Yin-Yang Divine Light touched Kong Xian, it could not shake him nor inflict any harm. After all, he had already attained the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal, while the rock was merely a Golden Immortal. If such power could injure Kong Xian, it would reflect poorly on his own prowess. As the Yin-Yang Divine Light struck harmlessly against Kong Xian, the rock retracted it smoothly. "Very well. It seems you have successfully absorbed the powers of both the sun and the moon to refine this divine light. That is commendable," Kong Xian acknowledged. The rock beamed with pride, as if Kong Xian's praise had given him a great sense of accomplishment. "During the day, I absorb sunlight, drawing forth solar energy to cultivate the yang aspect of the divine light, while at night, I gather moonlight, extracting lunar energy to refine the yin aspect. Thus, my yin-yang divine light has developed to this extent. My current yin-yang divine light can emulate the cold aura of the moon star and the true fire of the sun star. However, my uncle mentioned that this is incorrect. Yin and yang encompass not only the moon and sun, but also lesser yin and lesser yang. Yet, I have no idea how to seek out lesser yin and lesser yang for absorption," the rock lamented. "Your search has merely gone awry," Kong Xian chuckled. "You should absorb the sunlight, refining the solar energy within, and gather moonlight, extracting the lunar energy therein. This is an external pursuit, yielding swifter results. Yet it causes you to forget that the true essence of Taiyin, Taiyang, Shaoyin, and Shaoyang lies within yourself. Your inherent yin-yang origin is fundamental. It serves as the overarching principle from which Taiyin, Taiyang, Shaoyin, and Shaoyang can naturally emerge. Therefore, why seek what is already within you? Simply turn inward." Upon hearing this, the great Peng trembled with realization. Taiyin, Taiyang, Shaoyin, and Shaoyang represent the 4 symbols, while your yin-yang origin embodies the dualities of the Taiji. Kong Xian continued to elucidate. Yin and yang are not separate entities. They are an integrated whole. Hence, your yin-yang divine light can unify into a singular essence, known as the Taiji divine light. The principle of Taiji giving rise to the 2 dualities, which in turn generate the 4 symbols, requires your careful contemplation for true understanding. I merely illuminate a path for you. The great Ping closed his eyes, seemingly immersed in enlightenment. Observing this, Kong Xian gently nodded, choosing not to disturb him, and quietly departed. After a while, the 3rd lecture at the Zixiao Palace commenced. Kong Xian accompanied Huang and Feng Chang'e, setting out together. "Great Peng, focus on your cultivation within the clan. Refrain from wandering aimlessly," Kong Xian advised. "Understood, brother," Great Ping replied, with a gesture. Kong Xuan imparted numerous cultivation methods into Great Ping's mind. These are insights I have recently gleaned regarding physical cultivation and divine abilities. If you are interested, feel free to practice them, Kong Xuan said. The methods he shared were the intricate techniques and divine powers he had discovered through the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. Indeed, upon receiving these teachings, Great Ping was filled with joy, exclaiming, "Brother, these methods are remarkable. They encompass every aspect of my being, from bones and flesh to meridians and acupoints. I truly appreciate them." His enthusiasm was palpable, clearly drawn to the techniques Kong Xuan had shared. Huang and Feng Chang'e observed this heartwarming scene, sharing smiles. They had also received Kong Xuan's physical cultivation methods and divine abilities. With their discerning eyes, they easily recognized these practices as belonging to the Witch Clan, enriched with some techniques from the Phoenix Clan, and further enhanced by Kong Xuan's unique insights. For Huang and Feng Chang'e, while these methods offered some benefits, they were not particularly significant. Having reached the level of Hunyuan Jingxian, further advancement was exceedingly challenging, bordering on impossible. Their long journey had left them stagnating at this stage, hindered by the thinning fortune of the Phoenix Clan and the heavy karmic burdens they bore. Kong Xuan planned to seek an opportunity to impart his method of attaining enlightenment within the inner world to them, hoping it might rekindle their latent potential. However, he understood the need for caution, given his own foundational strength. Revealing the method too hastily could induce fear rather than joy in them. "Very well, let us depart," Kong Xuan instructed Great Ping. Together with Huang and Feng Chang'e, they soared toward the undying volcano, swiftly vanishing from sight. Their journey was uneventful, leading them successfully to the Zixiao Palace, which stood resolutely amidst the vast chaos, exuding an aura of timelessness and reverence. The doors of the Zixiao Palace were open, allowing Kong Xuan and his companions to enter without delay. Inside, a multitude of powerful beings had already gathered. Most notably 6 individuals seated prominently on cushions, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jiayin, and Zhuanti. It was Kong Xuan's first time witnessing these esteemed figures in such orderly fashion. Future saints of the heavenly Tao, he mused, taking a low-profile seat behind Huang and Feng Chang'e as they awaited the proceedings. As time passed, the number of powerful beings in the palace increased, and Kong Xuan kept a keen eye on the gathering. He soon found himself astonished. The number had exceeded 3,000. Is it not said that there are only 3,000 guests in the Zixiao Palace? He pondered, only to quickly reconcile the thought. It was clear that the palace could not be limited to precisely 3,000. For instance, the Eastern King Gong had perished at the hands of Emperor Jun and Tai, reducing the count by 1. Furthermore, other unfortunate powerful beings had likely fallen during this time, and their vacated positions could not remain unfilled. Additionally, newly ascended beings like Kong Xuan also required a place to listen to the teachings. Thus, aside from the 6 notable figures, the seating arrangements for the other powerful beings were flexible, allowing for a greater number than merely 3,000. Eventually, after considerable time, the gathering reached completion. Kong Xuan counted clearly. Including himself and the 6 in front, there were a total of 4,107 powerful beings in the Zixiao Palace. This figure, while not particularly staggering, was reasonable given the vastness of the Honghuang world. As the assembly settled, Kong Xuan sensed a shift within himself and looked up to find a figure he recognized had appeared upon the Dao platform. Hongjun Daozu had arrived. Chapter 24. The Primordial Purple Qi, the supreme killing array of the heavenly Tao. This marked the first genuine encounter for Kong Xuan with Hongjun. He harbored a profound admiration for this formidable being of the primordial era. After all, setting aside the schemes and machinations, Hongjun vanquished the demon ancestor Luoho, establishing himself as the foremost sage of the primordial world, disseminating teachings that benefited multitudes of living beings, a truly commendable feat. Regrettably, despite his merits, Hongjun's excessive self-interest marred his legacy. During the conflict between the Tao and the demons, his actions within the sword array of the Celestials were riddled with unsavory tactics. Furthermore, after attaining sainthood and spreading his teachings across the primordial realm, the method he imparted for severing the 3 corpses served as a final, desperate measure, resulting in no one but the 6 sages being able to achieve enlightenment thereafter. Ultimately, however, the primordial realm reveres strength above all else. Thus, the accolades and failings of Hongjun are of little consequence. While he is incapable of true selflessness, Kong Xuan concedes he is equally unable to achieve such purity. His only desire is that Hong Jun does not obstruct his own path. Should such an obstruction arise, it would inevitably lead to a conflict of doctrines between them in the future. Yet, that is a matter for another day. If all proceeds favorably, Kong Xuan anticipates reaching the level of Hong Jun, but that is contingent upon Hong Jun's own successful attainment of enlightenment. Until then, these thoughts remain mere musings within his heart. At that moment, as Hong Jun made his appearance, the powerful beings within the purple cloud palace bowed in reverence. Kong Xuan, accompanied by Huang and Feng Changge, joined in this act of respect. On the Dao platform, Hong Jun slightly nodded and addressed the assembly. After this discourse, I shall merge with the heavenly Dao to mend its deficiencies. I shall not emerge again unless in the face of calamity. What? Upon hearing this, the audience was instantly taken aback, engaging in fervent discussions. Some eminent beings even implored Hong Jun, beseeching him to reconsider. Yet, Hong Jun remained resolute, admonishing the crowd. And after a tumultuous exchange, tranquility gradually restored itself. Listen to my teachings, Hong Jun commanded. The assembly promptly focused their attention upon him. Hong Jun commenced his discourse, and the sound of his teachings resonated throughout the purple cloud palace, flowing like a gentle rain nourishing the earth, enveloping the listeners in its ethereal essence. Simultaneously, extraordinary phenomena unfolded within the palace. Celestial maidens scattered blossoms, golden lotuses erupted from the ground, and radiant hues illuminated the surroundings, with swirling spiritual energy encircling all present. As they absorbed Hong Jun's teachings, the attendees were enraptured, lost in profound comprehension. Kong Xuan initially believed that the third discourse at the Purple Cloud Palace, centered on the path of the sages, would be exceedingly challenging, leaving him with little to gain, akin to how Hoodoo felt during her first visit. Yet, as he truly listened to the teachings, he discovered otherwise. The celestial sounds seemed to resonate not just in his ears, but deeply within his soul, imparting a cleansing clarity to his being. He could grasp the essence of Hong Jun's teachings, albeit only a minuscule fraction of their entirety. This was already a remarkable achievement for Kong Xuan, considering he was merely a great Luo golden immortal at that moment. Despite having opened his inner world, where his primordial spirit sat beneath the enlightenment tea tree, he could hardly comprehend much. Hong Jun's discourses, each more profound than the last, delved into increasingly esoteric concepts, with this session encapsulating the path of the sages. Yet, the path of the sages was not universally accessible. For instance, Kong Xuan gleaned nothing of the sage's path from Hong Jun's teachings. Nonetheless, he derived immense benefits from the experience, witnessing a continuous enhancement of his cultivation. Time slipped away unnoticed, until suddenly, Hong Jun's voice fell silent. Kong Xuan, thoroughly engrossed, and sensing his cultivation nearing the peak of the great Luo golden immortal realm, sighed inwardly as he opened his eyes. At that moment, many other powerful beings also awakened. There are several among you with whom I share a connection. I wish to take you as my disciples, Hong Jun suddenly declared after the assembly had roused from their reverie. This announcement stirred anticipation among the crowd. Tai Ching, Yu Qing, and Shangqing, you are the manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit and possess great merit. You may become my disciples of the Xianmen, Hong Jun stated. The three sages seated upon the front cushions immediately rose, approaching Hong Jun to bow respectfully. Disciple pays homage to the master. Hong Jun nodded and waved his hand, causing 3 streams of primordial purple qi to enter the spirits of the three. This serves as the foundation for your attainment of sainthood, known as the primordial purple qi. You may refine it to unlock the gates to your own sanctification. Hong Jun then elaborated on the nature of the primordial purple qi, igniting fervent excitement among the audience, though they dared not disrupt the solemnity of the moment. After all, Hong Jun was in the process of accepting disciples. Who would dare to be impudent? At that juncture, Hong Jun waved his hand once more, and a black and white Taiji diagram materialized from the void, descending before Tai Ching. Tai Ching, you are my eldest disciple of the Xianmen, and I bestow upon you the authority to wield this Taiji diagram. Upon seeing the diagram, Laozi could hardly contain his excitement. This diagram represented one of the 3 primordial treasures, a congenital-grade artifact, embodying the essence of chaos and the interplay of yin and yang. It radiated with myriad colors and was surrounded by auspicious signs. The diagram's outer edges bore prophecies of the great Tao, while symbols of the heavenly Tao flickered within. Its 5-colored brilliance illuminated the mountains and rivers, and its 9-colored auspicious energy reverberated across the cosmos. possessing the power to stabilize the elements and decode the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, encompassing the myriad manifestations of existence. It was infinitely profound and capable of dispelling all assaults, disregarding any defenses. Once unfurled, it could move the heavens and earth, altering the very fabric of day and night, revealing the might of a supreme treasure. Just as Tai became the foremost beneath the sages due to his possession of the congenital clock, so too was he the envy of all. Although the title of the greatest below the sages had yet to be established, Tai, with the congenital clock, had instilled fear throughout the primordial realm, establishing the demon race and constructing the heavenly court alongside his brother, Emperor Jun. Only recently had he encountered setbacks due to the emergence of the 12 ancestor witches, but this in no way tarnished the reputation of the congenital clock. Now, Qing Laozi had finally acquired a congenital-grade treasure of his own, the Taiji diagram, one of the 3 primordial treasures. How could he not be exhilarated? Disciple thanks the master. Laozi reverently stated as he accepted the Taiji diagram, bowing deeply in gratitude. Hongju nodded but paid little heed to the reactions of the crowd. Shifting his gaze to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi was filled with excitement and trepidation, his emotions vividly displayed upon his countenance. Without disappointing Yuan Shi, Hongjun waved his hand, and a long banner descended before him. Yuan Shi, this Panga banner is transformed from the axe blade of the opening heaven axe. Thus, its offensive capabilities are unparalleled. You shall wield this treasure, but exercise caution and refrain from using it lightly. Yes, master. Disciple shall remember your words, Yuan Shi replied, his face aglow with excitement as he bowed in gratitude before accepting the Panga banner, returning to his seat while cherishing the artifact. Meanwhile, Tong Tian observed his 2 brothers receiving their congenital treasures. What would be his fate? It was common knowledge that only 3 treasures existed for opening the heavens. The Taiji diagram had been bestowed upon Laozi, the Panga banner given to Yuan Shi, while the congenital clock remained Tai's companion treasure. What then would be his own reward? A tumultuous wave of emotion surged within Tong Tian. At that moment, Hongjun finally waved his hand once more, revealing 4 formidable swords that radiated an aura of lethal intent before Tong Tian. Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon composed himself, gazing at the 4 swords with a mix of joy and regret. Indeed, when it came to his turn, had he been left without a treasured artifact. Nevertheless, being an aficionado of swords, possessing 4 such remarkable blades was a consolation in itself. Though these swords were not innate treasures, they could still be regarded as exceptional innate spiritual artifacts. As Tong Tian was lost in his own thoughts of self-encouragement, Hongjun spoke. Tong Tian, these 4 swords are named the Zhuxian sword, the Luxian sword, the Xianxian sword, and the Juexian sword. They were once treasures of the demon ancestor Lu, forged beneath the western Mount Sumeru. They resonate with the celestial principles of destruction, serving as the swords that govern the heaven's decree of annihilation, wielding immense power. Just as Tong Tian was about to express his gratitude, Hongjun produced a scroll. Upon unfurling it, the 4 swords soared through the air, vanishing into the scroll. Tong Tian stood in astonishment as Hongjun enveloped the swords within the scroll and smiled at him. Witnessing Hongjun's smile, Tong Tian was not the only one enraptured. The others present were equally taken aback, as it was their first glimpse of a smile from the sage. Was it true that even the sage could smile? The Zhuxian 4 swords, as the heavenly instruments of destruction, required the accompanying Zhuxian formation to unleash their full potential. Hongjun pushed the Zhuxian 4 swords and the formation scroll back towards Tong Tian, stating, the Zhuxian sword formation is the foremost array of annihilation in the celestial realm. Though these 5 elements are not innate treasures, their power surpasses that of many. Should you, as a sage, deploy this sword formation, it would be insurmountable by the 4 sages. As Hongjun's words echoed, the assembly within the purple cloud palace was left in utter disbelief, each individual gaping in astonishment. The concept of the Zhuxian 4 swords and the Zhuxian formation being more potent than those acquired by Laozi and Yuan Shi, such as the Taijutsu and the Panga banner, sent shivers down their spines. The originally formidable Sanqing were now armed with treasures, raising concerns about who could dare provoke them in the future. Disciples shall heed the words of their master, Tong Tian proclaimed, overwhelmed with surprise and joy as he bowed to Hongjun. He eagerly accepted the Zhuxian 4 swords in the Zhuxian formation, elated beyond measure. Observing the treatment bestowed upon the Sanqing, the others in the purple cloud palace were filled with hope for their own potential recognition. If they too could become disciples, they would be propelled to the pinnacle of celestial existence. After all, the treasures acquired by the Sanqing were formidable, and each had received a strand of primordial purple energy, a supreme treasure that would open the gates to becoming a sage. However, Hong Xuan remained unfazed by the crowd's anticipation. Once Tong Dian had resumed his seat, he turned his gaze towards Nuwa. Nuwa, you two share a connection with me. Would you be willing to become my personal disciple? Hong Xuan inquired. Is there any need for such a question? Nuwa exclaimed, her surprise evident as she promptly rose, declaring, I am willing to serve as a disciple. She bowed before her master. Very well, Hong Xuan nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a strand of primordial purple energy surged into Nuwa's essence. Another gesture summoned the top-tier innate spiritual artifacts, the Shanha Sheiji map, and the red embroidery ball, which fell before her. Unlike Tongtian's experience, there were no unforeseen surprises this time. The Shanha Sheiji map and the red embroidery ball, while indeed top-tier innate spiritual artifacts, did not possess the synergy of the Zhuxian formation to surpass innate treasures. Though Nuwa felt a twinge of disappointment, she remained content. For the Shanha Sheiji map and the red embroidery ball were still exceptional artifacts. In the vast wilderness, how many top-tier innate spiritual treasures existed? Moreover, with the Shanha Sheiji map serving as a defensive tool and the red embroidery ball as an offensive one, they could form a formidable set of treasures when utilized wisely. Thank you, Master, Nuwa expressed her gratitude, bowing deeply before returning to her seat with the Shanha Sheiji map and the red embroidery ball in hand. However, after this, Hong Xuan fell silent for an extended period, which left the assembly anxious. Particularly, the two individuals seated at the front, Jian and Zhuanti, felt a growing unease. Why had they been overlooked while the others were chosen? The two exchanged a glance, and suddenly, they stepped forward, beseeching Hong Xuan, we implore you, Master, have compassion for our humble plight in the West, and accept us as your disciples. Their heartfelt plea left the attendees of the Purple Cloud Palace in stunned silence. Was this approach truly effective? Many powerful figures regarded Jian and Zhuanti with scorn. Hypocrisy. As Kong Xuan observed the scene, he could not help but smirk inwardly. He was certain that while these powerful beings outwardly derided Jian and Zhuanti, they were likely filled with doubt and anxiety themselves. If Jian and Zhuanti succeeded in their audacious request, it would undoubtedly prompt the others to follow suit, utilizing the same strategy to appeal for acceptance. Little did they realize that their ostentatious disdain would inadvertently pave the way for Jian and Zhuanti, at least in the eyes of the assembly. The audacity of Jian and Zhuanti proved fortuitous. Eventually, Hong Xuan's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. After a brief pause, he sighed and said, very well. While your connection to me is tenuous, there remains some bond. Would you accept being my registered disciples? Disciples bow before you, Master. Your compassion is unparalleled. Jian and Zhuanti exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable. Chapter 25. Nothing gained. Hong Xuan's unity with a grand gesture. Hong Xuan summoned 2 streams of primordial purple energy, which promptly entered the souls of the 2 individuals. With another wave of his hand, he bestowed upon Jian a 12-petal merit golden lotus, and upon Zhuanti the Eastern Qinglian treasure banner. Their treatment was evidently a notch below that of Nuwa. Yet as mere registered disciples, this was not entirely unacceptable. After accepting Jian and Zhuanti, Hong Xuan declared that he would no longer accept disciples. At that moment, it became clear to all that Hong Xuan's recruitment was aimed squarely at the 6 individuals seated on the meditation mats. This implied that had anyone claimed one of those 6 mats earlier, they would have been chosen as Hong Xuan's disciples. For those who did not occupy a mat, the possibility of being accepted as a disciple by Hong Xuan had never existed from the start. A wave of regret washed over the crowd. Had they known this outcome, they would have fought tooth and nail for those positions. However, the most pained were Hong Yuan and Kuanpeng, who had originally secured their spots on the mats. One had been deceived by Zhuanti into relinquishing his seat, while the other had been forcibly ousted. Hong Yuan's face was etched with vexation, while Kuanpeng, gazing at Jian occupying what should have been his mat, felt a surge of intense animosity. His resentment stemmed from 3 sources: his loathing of Jian and Zhuanti's brazen thievery, his disdain for Yuan Shi as their accomplice, and his ire towards Hong Yuan for feigning benevolence. Had Hong Yuan not acted kindly and ceded his position, Jian and Zhuanti would not have subsequently set their sights on him. Thus concludes the 3rd sermon. You may depart, Hong Xuan proclaimed. Upon exiting, you will find a treasure cliff outside the Purple Cloud Palace, where I have stored some artifacts collected during my travels through the primordial wilderness. You may each seek your fortune there. With a resounding clang, Two attendants swung open the grand doors of the purple cloud palace, prompting the assembled powerful beings to rise in unison and bow to Huang Jun on the platform before they made their way outside. Kong Xuan followed closely behind Feng Chang'e, with Huang Qing'e doing the same. Upon reaching the exterior of the purple cloud palace, they indeed beheld a colossal cliff nestled amidst the chaos. This cliff was the treasure cliff Huang Jun had mentioned. The cliff shimmered with dazzling brilliance, making it impossible to discern the multitude of treasures it concealed. In that moment, the crowd's thoughts of Huang Jun's impending unity were wholly eclipsed by the sight of the treasure cliff. One by one, they unleashed their abilities, conjuring great hands of power to grasp at the treasures within. However, the artifacts within the cliff were not so easily obtained. As their concentrated hands of power entered the treasure cliff, they felt as if they had plunged into an expansive realm, shrinking into insignificance. The treasures within darted about, with some even scattering the hands of power as they attempted to seize them. Only a select few among the powerful managed to successfully acquire artifacts, either by sheer fortune or through the treasures presenting themselves willingly. Kong Xuan, Feng Chang'e, and Huang Qing'e arrived at the treasure cliff, and without further ado, each summoned a hand of power to extract treasures. However, after a brief period, their luck proved dismal. Their efforts yielded only a few postnatal artifacts. Indeed, not all treasures within the cliff were primordial. Rather, a significant portion consisted merely of postnatal treasures. This was unsurprising, as the primordial treasures birthed by the heavens were limited, unlike postnatal artifacts, which anyone could forge. Nevertheless, even the postnatal treasures within this cliff were exquisite specimens, not mere trifles. After some time had passed without any primordial treasures to show for their efforts, Feng Chang'e sighed, withdrawing his hand of power, ceasing his endeavors. Upon witnessing this, Kong Xuan and Huang Qing'e followed suit. Our Feng clan has lost the favor of heaven and earth, our fortunes waning. Such occurrences have become commonplace. Feng Chang'e conveyed telepathically to the others. After speaking, both he and Huang Qing'e turned their gazes to Kong Xuan. They had grown accustomed to such disappointments. Yet they worried about Kong Xuan's reaction. However, it was clear that Kong Xuan possessed a formidable capacity for emotional resilience, for he smiled and said, "Let us return to the undying fire mountain." The two were momentarily taken aback, then smiles graced their faces. "Very well," Feng Chang'e replied. Just as the three were about to depart, an unexpected turn of events unfolded at the treasure cliff. A multitude of artifacts erupted forth from the cliff, their brilliance illuminating the surroundings, all converging at the feet of one individual, Taiqing Laozu. At that moment, Taiqing Laozu appeared somewhat bewildered. He had only just arrived. And yet the treasures of the treasure cliff flocked to him. Could it be that his fortune was indeed so vast? With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, he collected an array of treasures: the flying cloud hammer, the 5-light box, the Shumi pot, the southern flame light banner, and the heavenly lantern, one of the 3 lights of heaven, earth, and humanity. Observing this scene, especially the fiery red banner, the southern flame light banner, caused the three who had intended to depart to halt in their tracks. Feng Chang'e's eyes narrowed, a look of intensity crossing his face as he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, murmuring, "It is our ancestors' banner." Indeed, Huang Qing'e nodded gently. Kong Xuan remained impassive. At that moment, witnessing Taiqing Laozu acquire such a wealth of artifacts, Yuan Shi swiftly conjured a hand of power to delve into the treasure cliff. Instantly, a multitude of artifacts surged into his grasp as if swept by a tempest. Among them were the Wind Thunder Cutter, the Wujizuo, the Yin-Yang Mirror, the Hanyuan Banner, and the central Wujixin Yellow Banner, all of which Yuan Shi successfully gathered. Yuan Shi's face radiated with joy as he turned to Taiqing Laozu, exclaiming, "Elder brother, it seems our fortunes are indeed plentiful." Taiqing Laozu nodded in agreement. The surrounding powerful beings watched with envious eyes, their jealousy palpable. Then, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfurled as Shangqing Tongtian also summoned a hand of power to grasp at the treasures of the cliff. With a resounding crash, the treasure cliff trembled as if the earth itself quaked, causing countless artifacts to rush forth, seemingly eager to present themselves to Tongtian. Tongtian's hand of power, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the event, was instantly scattered. A staggering number of artifacts, numbering in the hundreds, fell before Tongtian. He was momentarily stunned. He had merely hoped to collect a few items like his elder brothers, yet now, hundreds? After the initial shock, elation followed as Tongtian rapidly gathered several treasures, ultimately securing the vast bounty. Kong Xuan observed as among the treasures Tian claimed were 24 hazy, multicolored pearls, those being the 24 sea-calming pearls, along with the Hunyuan golden dipper. Shaking his head, Kong Xuan endeavored to calm his thoughts. After all, this was not unexpected, was it? Shortly after, Niwa stepped forth, similarly acquiring dozens of treasures, including 7 heavenly radiance divine swords, the 3 Xian rings of heaven, earth, and humanity, 5 Qianqiang Li light scissors, the Wajizuo, and the Ding Tian hairpin, among others. At last, the appearances of Jiayin and Juanti managed to restore a sense of equilibrium among the powerful onlookers. However, the treasures they had collectively gathered amounted to only a mere few dozen, with the majority being postnatal artifacts. Even the scant few innate spiritual treasures they had acquired were predominantly of middling or inferior quality. Such meager spoils could be deemed rather disheartening. Although both were disciples of a saint, the disparity in treatment between a direct disciple and a recorded disciple was stark. This prompted a collective sigh of lamentation from the crowd. Eventually, Kong Xuan, Feng Chang'e, and Huang Qing'er took their leave. As for Kong Xuan's decision not to wait until the end to claim the treasure division cliff, it was not due to a lack of foresight, but rather a lack of capability. The treasure division cliff is not something one can simply seize at will. For instance, while everyone here was collecting treasures, did anyone manage to claim the treasure division cliff in its entirety? No. The cliff was riddled with countless prohibitions, far beyond the ability of anyone present to decipher. At this moment, Kong Xuan was merely in the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, making it even more impossible for him to accomplish such a feat. Meanwhile, within the Zixiao Palace, only Hongjun remained, seated alone atop the Dao platform. Even the 2 attendants, Hao Yan and Yao Qi, had vanished. With his eyes closed, Hongjun was enveloped in the ethereal rhythm of Dao, appearing increasingly spectral, as if he had transformed into the void itself. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Hongjun opened his eyes, which radiated an astonishing brilliance akin to the creation of the universe itself. Within that light were boundless phenomena, manifesting as various grand Dao principles, dazzling and resplendent. Buzz. It was as if a bright moon or a great sun slowly emerged from behind Hongjun. This was a jade tablet, the creation jade tablet, once one of the 4 primordial treasures of chaos. However, the tablet had shattered during the heavenly opening catastrophe. The current creation jade tablet was a reconstruction by Hongjun, who had painstakingly gathered countless fragments scattered throughout the primordial wilderness. The reconstructed creation jade tablet, while no longer a primordial treasure, was now merely a chaotic spiritual treasure. Hongjun had distributed treasures such as the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, the 4 swords of extermination, and the extermination array diagram. Yet, he chose not to part with the creation jade tablet, for he required it to unify with the Tao. As one of the 4 primordial treasures of chaos, although its power was not immense, it was a functional treasure specifically designed to record the laws of the Grand Tao. Hongjun's purpose in reforging the creation jade tablet was to use it as a vessel to embody the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness, enabling himself to merge with it. The heavenly Tao, though seemingly intangible, has discernible traces. It embodies the will of a world and the myriad orders and laws existing between heaven and earth. Thus, the creation jade tablet could indeed serve as a vessel for the heavenly Tao. As its possessor, Hongjun naturally could merge with the heavenly Tao through it. However, even so, this course of action carried significant risks. The heavenly Tao of the primordial world was overwhelmingly powerful. Its innate will, along with its vast order and law conglomerate, could easily lead to the loss of one's sanity or even be assimilated. Consequently, Hongjun aimed to maximize the likelihood of success. Upon attaining sainthood, he would become the most loyal servant of the heavenly Tao, drawing it closer to him. Following this, he preached thrice within the Zixiao Palace and was revered as the Tao ancestor, thus gathering immense fortune in the process. This fortuitous accumulation further reduced the dangers associated with his merging with the Tao. The final step involved accepting the 3 pure ones, Niwa, and Jiayin and Juanti as disciples. The 3 pure ones were manifestations of Pangu and Apos, primordial spirit, distinct from the 12 ancestors of sorcery, who inherited Pangu and Apos' bloodline and regarded him as their divine progenitor. The 3 pure ones, however, were fragments of Pangu's primordial spirit, having developed independent consciousnesses. They were neither reincarnations of Pangu nor entirely separate from him, inheriting part of his legacy. Thus, they possessed substantial merit and fortune, which would undoubtedly assist Hongjun in his quest to unify with the Tao. Moreover, Hongjuan's decision to accept Nuwa as a disciple was based on the foresight of her eventual ascension to sainthood, thereby securing significant fortune. As for Jian and Juanti, the choice not to accept the original figures seated on the meditation cushions, Kuanping and Hongyun, was tied to his previous conflict with Luoho, known as the Dao Demon Conflict. Or more appropriately, the Immortal Demon Conflict. Although he emerged victorious, the reckless actions of Luoho ultimately devastated the entire Western terrestrial meridian, creating a tremendous karmic debt, which both he and Luoho bore equally. This immense karmic burden persisted even after his attainment of sainthood. Jian and Juanti were two beings favored by the Western Earth, embodying its last remnants of fortune. By accepting them as disciples, Hongjun could resolve the karmic ties with the Western land, severing the karmic bond, gathering immeasurable fortune, and utilizing the creation jade tablet to merge with the heavenly Tao constitutes the true rationale behind Hongjuan's actions. However, merging with the heavenly Tao was merely the first step. What Hongjun truly sought was not a selfless act of restoring the Tao, but rather to scheme for the heavenly Tao, to consume the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness. At this moment, as the creation jade tablet emerged, a brilliant light illuminated the Zhixiao Palace. With a resounding roar, an unfathomable power finally descended upon the Zhixiao Palace. Chapter 26, Celestial Marriage. Daring to steal love, this force was none other than the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. Hongjun commenced his assimilation with the primordial heavenly Tao. Time flowed, and before anyone knew it, an immeasurable period had passed. Upon the Tao platform, the expression in Hongjuan's eyes grew increasingly indifferent. Finally, abruptly, Hongjuan's form dissolved into nothingness, vanishing without a trace. Hongjun had successfully merged with the Tao. From that moment onward, Hongjun became the heavenly Tao. Yet the heavenly Tao was no longer Hongjun. Eons drifted by, and in the blink of an eye, 20,000 years had elapsed. Within the undying volcano, since returning from the Purple Cloud Palace, Kong Xuan had remained secluded, diligently comprehending and assimilating the insights gained there. Kong Xuan's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had already broken through to the late stage of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm. One day, within the Hall of Inquiry, as Kong Xuan was immersed in cultivation, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that Dijuan has fallen deeply in love with the goddess Shiha on the lunar star and intends to express his affections, seeking to marry her as the demon queen. The host can make the following choices. Option 1. Daring to steal love, preemptively travel to the lunar star before Dijuan and assassinate Shiha, rewarding the host with the supreme treasure of slaughter, the god-slaying spear. Option 2. Volunteer assistance, help Dijuan successfully court Shiha, rewarding the host with a sapling of the Fusang tree. Option 3. Disregard this matter, rewarding the host with a Sun True Fire Pearl. The Sun True Fire Pearl is a treasure produced by the Sun Star, not innate, but containing extremely pure Sun True Fire within it. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan ceased his cultivation, opened his eyes, and a thick layer of speechlessness coated his gaze. This system calls this daring to steal love? Killing Dijuan's beloved before he does. And that's called stealing love? How very apt. Kong Xuan shook his head. The reward for the first option was the most desirable. Killing Shiha to obtain the god-slaying spear. The god-slaying spear was the lotus stem of the Chaos Green Lotus, absorbing the resentment of the 3,000 Chaos Demon gods who died tragically. Initially, it was an innate supreme treasure, coupled with unparalleled slaughtering power, capable of injuring even the primordial spirit of a sage entrusted to the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, during the Tao Demon conflict, in a great battle between Luo Hu and Hongjun, besides Luo Hu's defeat, the god-slaying spear also suffered severe damage, resulting in a drop in rank, no longer an innate supreme treasure. Now, it was merely a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, but even so, the god-slaying spear remained terrifyingly lethal and was still known as the Treasure of Slaughter. Despite not being an innate supreme treasure, Kong Xuan estimated that the killing power of the god-slaying spear should still surpass the 4 immortal swords that had not formed a sword array, as well as the Yuan 2 sword and Abi sword that were born with sticks. After all, in the entire primordial world, this was the only magic weapon capable of injuring the primordial spirit of a sage entrusted to the heavenly Tao. However, although the reward was good, it was not so easy to obtain. Killing Shiha would be equivalent to forming a feud with Dijuan, and forming a feud with Dijuan would be equivalent to forming a feud with the entire demon race. Could he afford to provoke them? Who in the entire primordial world, besides the Wu clan, could afford to provoke them. Therefore, this first option could only be admired but absolutely not chosen. As for the next option, becoming Dijuan and Dapo's lackey and helping him propose marriage, there was no need to even consider it. No way, impossible, Don and Dapo's, to even think about it. Kong Xuan directly recited silently in his heart and said to the system, I choose 3. As Kong Xuan made his choice, the system's reward was immediately issued. Within the system's space, a golden bead appeared. The bead looked ordinary, and Kong Xuan took it out, carefully examining it in his palm. He could feel that within this bead contained extremely terrifying fire elemental energy. Once this fire elemental energy was activated and erupted, it would transform into boundless flames. Moreover, these flames were not ordinary flames, but sun true fire. Between heaven and earth, the most yang and most rigid sun true fire could incinerate mountains and boil seas. Kong Xuan looked at this bead, and his mind stirred slightly. Although he could not obtain the Fusang tree sapling from the second option, obtaining the sun true fire pearl was not bad either. With the help of this bead, he might be able to create a sun in his minor world. Action followed thought. Kong Xuan directly swallowed this sun true fire pearl, swallowing it into his abdomen, which was his inner world. Kong Xuan's primordial spirit manifested in the inner world, almost indistinguishable from Kong Xuan himself. The sun true fire pearl rested in his palm. Kong Xuan began to activate this sun true fire pearl. Under the infusion of mana, the sun true fire pearl gradually began to expand. The light became dazzling. Soon, it transformed into a golden bead the size of a human head, and then, the golden bead began to emit fire. Boom! The golden bead turned into a large fireball, and it grew stronger as it burned. The fireball became larger and larger. It had already detached from Kong Xuan's hand and gradually ascended into the air. Finally, this fireball transformed into a small sun, suspended in the sky of the minor world. With this small sun, the changes in the minor world were visible to the naked eye. The small sun shone brightly, illuminating the world. Gradually, in the world, there were many changes in the dark. Kong Xuan's primordial spirit, which was the heavenly Tao of this world, was most aware of these changes. He knew that his world, because it had a sun, was beginning to radiate true vitality. Soon after, living beings would begin to appear in the world. Of course, these initial living beings would not be very powerful. They would only be very weak creatures. But this was a very important step and note. A world without living beings could not be considered a true world. A world with living beings, a world with life, was a true world. In the dark, Kong Xuan seemed to have a deeper understanding. This was a deep sense of the evolution of the world. However, with yang but without yin. Only the balance of yin and yang can truly nourish all things. I still need to create a moon. Kong Xuan opened his eyes, frowned slightly, and muttered to himself. With the sun and light, the world began to nurture living beings, which was a good thing. However, long-term imbalance of yin and yang was not good for the world. So, in the end, he still had to go to the lunar star? Kong Xuan thought about it, but was not afraid. As long as it was not a life and death approach like daring to steal love with his current strength. Merely going to the lunar star to find a way to make his inner world give birth to a moon was nothing. However, Kong Xuan was not in a hurry to go now, but was waiting for an opportunity. Sure enough, after a period of time, Kong Xuan heard the system's prompt again. Ding. Detected that Dijuan has already invited Nuwa to be the matchmaker, preparing to go to the lunar star to betroth Shiha, marrying Shiha as the demon queen. This is the celestial marriage of the 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and man. The host can make the following choices. Option 1. Try to destroy the celestial marriage, rewarding the host with the 12th grade black lotus of extinction. Option 2. Go to the heavenly court, wait to witness the celestial marriage, rewarding the host with a top grade innate spiritual treasure. Option 3. Disregard this matter, rewarding the host with 10 innate rainwater peaches. Chapter 27. Emperor Jun's decisive strike against the corpse. The manifestation of the 5-color divine light and opportunity presented itself. Kong Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he boldly declared, System, I choose 3. As soon as Kong Xuan made his selection, the rewards from the system were promptly dispensed. Within the confines of the system's space, 10 magnificent peaches appeared, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that made one's mouth water. These 10 peaches were none other than the innate rainwater peaches, one of the 10 primordial roots. At this moment, the rainwater peaches were still in the possession of Hong Jun. Following the calamity of the Wu and Liao, Hong Jun bestowed these peaches upon the Queen Mother of the Yaoqi to suppress the celestial court's fortune. The Queen Mother then divided them into 3,600 peach trees. The first 1,200 bore small flowers and fruits, maturing every 3,000 years, granting immortality to those who consumed them. The next 1,200 matured every 6,000 years, allowing those who partook to ascend to the heavens and attain eternal life. The final 1,200 had fine purple veins and matured every 9,000 years, bestowing longevity equal to that of heaven and earth upon those who consumed them. However, it was evident that the 10 innate rainwater peaches Kong Xuan acquired were not the fruits of the divided peach trees, but rather the product of the singular rainwater peach tree, possessing even greater potency. Particularly for Kong Xuan, these innate rainwater peaches contained the essence of rainwater itself, which would greatly benefit his cultivation and strengthen his foundation. Yet, Kong Xuan was not in haste to consume these 10 peaches. Instead, he rose and exited the Palace of Inquiries. He had emerged from his seclusion. With Emperor Jun preparing to wed Shi He, it was the perfect moment for Kong Xuan to take advantage of the situation and explore the Tine Star. He first sought out the rock, but finding it in seclusion, he chose not to disturb it. Next, he sought out Feng Changge and Huang Qing, only to discover they too were in seclusion. Shaking his head, he left a message indicating his departure for a journey. Kong Xuan then exited the immortal fire mountain, making his way toward the primordial starry sky. However, before reaching his destination, he turned back upon learning that the primordial starry sky was under the most stringent guard. Many powerful beings of the demon clan were stationed on various stars, prohibiting any unauthorized entry. This incited dissatisfaction among many cultivators. But the overwhelming strength of the demon clan compelled them to endure. Those who could not endure had already been reduced to ashes. Kong Xuan, possessing deeper insights than these cultivators, understood that the demon clan's blockade was a result of Emperor Jun's deployment of the celestial star formation. He silently lamented his miscalculation. Under such circumstances, venturing to the Tine Star would be akin to walking into a den of tigers. Thus, Kong Xuan had no choice but to return. After all, having chosen option 3, it was impossible for him to witness the wedding while barred from the starry sky, as the system would not permit it. Meanwhile, the wedding between Emperor Jun and Shi He progressed smoothly. They were of the fated kind, and with Nua's matchmaking, their union was immediate. The demon clan began preparations in earnest, distributing invitations to the mighty beings across the primordial realm. On that day, the heavenly marriage took place in the 33 heavens. Under the watchful eyes of powerful beings from all corners of the primordial realm, Nua presided over the union of Emperor Jun and Shi He. Furthermore, at the moment of their marriage, the heavenly Tao acknowledged their union, confirming it as a celestial marriage and bestowing upon them the merits of this marriage. The merit was divided into 3 parts. One portion descended upon Nua, enabling her to sever a corpse and attain the early stage of quasi-saint. The other 2 portions fell upon Emperor Jun and Shi He. Emperor Jun, having already severed a corpse during the establishment of the celestial court, now achieved the mid-stage of quasi-saint by severing a second corpse. Although Shi He did not sever a corpse, she experienced significant growth in her cultivation and her aura became notably stronger. Witnessing the trio gain the merits of the heavenly Tao, the gathered powerful beings were left in a state of bewilderment. How could a wedding yield such merits? This only served to highlight the current supremacy of the demon clan. A single grand wedding could attract the attention of the heavenly Tao and even result in the bestowal of merits. The demon clan was invigorated, united in spirit, and their fortunes surged. Within the immortal fire mountain, Kong Xuan had extinguished his desire to travel to the Tine Star. As long as the demon clan remained powerful, the primordial starry sky would remain a forbidden zone, inaccessible to outsiders. After all, this was a matter concerning the demon clan's ultimate trump card, the celestial star formation. Nonetheless, even without reaching the Tine Star, Kong Xuan still had a plan. He could gradually harness the power of the Tine, absorbing it into his small 1,000 worlds, and ultimately forge a moon of his own. Although this method would be slower, it was far more reliable. Moreover, it would not hinder Kong Xuan's own cultivation, as he was already in the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, with expansive cultivation and achievement. Having previously acquired the method of transforming into the 3 pure ones, he had successfully grasped his own method of incarnation. This technique allowed him to divide himself into 5 distinct incarnations, which he aptly named the 5-color divine light incarnation. In essence, his 5-color divine light could condense into 5 incarnations, each capable of enduring. Unlike Laozi's transformation into the three pure ones, which was merely a temporary divine ability, Kong Xuan's five-colored divine light incarnation could persist. Each time he manifested an incarnation, his power would diminish slightly. Compared to the tripling of strength from the transformation into the three pure ones, this seemed rather lacking. However, the true brilliance of Kong Xuan's five-colored divine light incarnation lay in this very aspect. The reduction in his strength did not equate to its disappearance. Rather, it was merely redistributed among his five incarnations. Thus, Kong Xuan could deploy these five incarnations to form the innate five elements great formation. This formation differed from the fixed and immobile innate five elements great formation created by the five directions flags. Kong Xuan's formation was dynamic, constructed with his incarnations, allowing for movement and the ability to ensnare enemies. Enemies trapped within this formation would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unless their strength exceeded Kong Xuan's by fivefold. While his innate five elements great formation was weaker than that created by the five directions flags, it possessed the advantage of growth. As Kong Xuan's own strength increased, so too would the power of his innate five elements great formation. Chapter 28. The source of the Yin-Yang demon god and Kong Xuan's choice. In other words, Kong Xuan's embodiment of the five-colored divine light is not yet fully perfected, and thus he must rely on formations to augment its power. However, as Kong Xuan grows increasingly formidable and continues to refine this embodiment, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that he might achieve a genuine quintuple combat strength, or even more. Currently, Kong Xuan utilizes his five incarnations to assist in absorbing moonlight and refining the power of the lunar essence. This lunar energy is funneled into the small thousand world, where it manifests as a small orb of light in the sky. Although this orb is feeble compared to the already formed sun-like star, it is steadily growing stronger. Furthermore, as he condenses the moonlight, the various changes arising from the balance of yin and yang in the small thousand world provide Kong Xuan with profound insights. As the yin and yang become harmonized within the small thousand world, it gradually undergoes a transformation, showing signs of advancing to the medium thousand world. This is closely linked to Kong Xuan's cultivation level, as he is now in the late stages of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Should Kong Xuan continue to ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, or even break through to the primordial golden immortal, it is highly plausible that the small thousand world will likewise elevate to a medium thousand world. Kong Xuan diligently cultivates. Time swiftly passes, and tens of thousands of years elapse. One day, within the Palace of Inquiry, Kong Xuan is engrossed in his cultivation. Suddenly, a notification from the system resonates in his mind. Beep. Detection indicates that Kunpeng intends to create a script for the demon race to facilitate their inheritance. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Create the demon script before Kunpeng and receive 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures as a reward. Option 2. Assassinate Kunpeng to prevent the creation of the demon script and receive 1 supreme innate spiritual treasure as a reward. Option 3. Ignore this matter and receive a strand of the source of the Yin-Yang demon god as a reward. Kong Xuan opens his eyes, revealing a glimmer of reminiscence. If memory serves him right, he has encountered a reward similar to option 3 in the past. The first instance was a fragment of the fire demon god's essence, followed by a small portion of the thunder demon god's essence. And now, a strand of the Yin-Yang demon god's essence? The reduction in magnitude is rather excessive. Kong Xuan muses silently, yet he inwardly declares to the system, "System, I choose option 3. The first 2 choices are incompatible with Kong Xuan's character, and their rewards pale in comparison to the third option. Kong Xuan naturally understands the decision to be made. After all, the system has laid the feast before him. How could he possibly abstain? With his choice made, the system promptly dispenses the reward. As Kong Xuan focuses his intent, he retrieves the strand of the source of the Yin-Yang demon god from the system's space. Observing this essence before him, he sees it resembles a swirling stream of black and white energy, continuously entwined and exuding an incomprehensibly profound aura. Is this truly the essence of the Yin-Yang demon god? Kong Xuan's eyes illuminate with a kaleidoscope of colors, his gaze fixed intently on this strand of essence. Though it is merely a fragment, it is the essence of one of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, the Yin-Yang demon god. Within it lies an abundance of mysteries and secrets. As Kong Xuan experiences this essence, he suppresses the urge to consume it whole, for from this fragment, he perceives the true nature of yin and yang. as if this essence embodies the ultimate manifestation of the path of yin and yang. In the small thousand world within Kong Xuan's core, the sun star and moon star suspended in the air radiate with newfound brilliance. The moon star, which was merely a nascent form, trembles and transforms into a true moon star at this moment. A blazing sun and a chilling moon now coexist in the heavens. Moreover, an instinctive connection arises between the two, as if yin and yang are magnetically drawn to each other. The essences of both are exchanging. The sun star absorbs the lunar energy while the moon star consumes the sunlight, both visibly expanding and shining even brighter. Boom. At that moment, the entire small thousand world undergoes a metamorphosis. Life begins to flourish, and countless fragile beings come into existence within the realm. The harmony of yin and yang gives rise to all things. The advent of life further perfects the small thousand world. Kong Xuan's body trembles, and with a thunderous sound, a powerful aura emanates from him. At this moment, he finally breaks through, ascending from the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. With a long exhale, Kong Xuan gradually retracts his aura, gazing once more at the strand of essence before him, the essence of the yin-yang demon god. Ultimately, he decides against consuming it for himself, even though doing so would yield significant advantages. Kong Xuan knows that Dapeng is more suited to possess this essence. If it were the essence of the five elements demon god, I would have refined it myself. Kong Xuan shakes his head, and with a wave of his hand, he stores the strand of essence away. He then exits his retreat, seeking Dapeng. Dapeng's cultivation has also seen steady progress, now reaching the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Kong Xuan is somewhat astonished by this rapid advancement. Considering that the original Dapeng was akin to a fledgling chick, such a feat would have been unimaginable during this period. This underscores the significance of possessing the innate yin-yang essence. The difference between having or lacking this innate essence is monumental. Presently, Dapeng embodies a similar experience to Kong Xuan's past. With the essence at his disposal, his talents are exceptionally high, and his cultivation naturally proceeds smoothly. However, this alone is insufficient. The original Kong Xuan possessed high talent, yet it was not at its zenith. Merely being talented does not guarantee one can achieve sanctification. After all, the original Kong Xuan had yet to cultivate to the 12th grade of the three flowers. Now, however, Kong Xuan has chosen a formidable path of cultivation from the outset, which has granted him this advantage. Hence, the distinction lies therein. Similarly, Dapeng, in his current state, possesses a talent akin to the original Kong Xuan. Yet, based on the highest achievements reached by the original Kong Xuan, Dapeng, during the time of canonization, would only attain the status of a primordial golden immortal at best, earning a reputation as the foremost beneath the saints. But this holds little significance. Being the foremost beneath the saints still places one below them. Given the choice, why not stand shoulder to shoulder with the saints or even surpass them? Thus, Kong Xuan resolves to bestow upon Dapeng the strand of the essence of the yin-yang demon god to further enhance his innate talents. Chapter 29. The Power of Magnetism and the Temptation of Cultivation. Brother, what brings you here? Dapeng exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Kong Xuan. Well, I've acquired something valuable that may be of use to you, Kong Xuan replied candidly, producing a fragment of the primordial essence of the yin-yang demon god. This? What is this? Dapeng gazed at the essence with wide eyes, rendered speechless. This is a fragment of the primordial essence I stumbled upon. I suspect it may date back to the time before the heavens and earth were formed, Kong Xuan explained with a serious demeanor. Are you implying that this is the essence of a certain chaos demon god? Dapeng could hardly believe it. Yet he felt an instinctive urge compelling him to consume the essence. The essence of the yin-yang demon god is almost certain, Kong Xuan affirmed. That is why I have brought it to you. This essence is most suitable for you. Refine it. Kong Xuan looked intently at Dapeng. But this is far too precious. Surely you could benefit from it as well. Dapeng hesitated, suppressing the impulse to devour the essence. It will serve you best. Enough talk. Swallow it quickly, and I shall assist you in the refinement, Kong Xuan urged. Feeling a surge of emotion, Dapeng nodded vigorously. Yes, brother. Then, with a deep breath, Dapeng inhaled, and the fragment of the yin-yang demon goddess essence was drawn into his body. As soon as he ingested the essence, a tremor coursed through him, and an explosion of black and white light radiated from his being. Waves of ancient and terrifying energy emanated from him, creating the illusion that Dapeng had been reborn as the yin-yang demon god. However, this was merely an illusion. The yin-yang demon god could not truly be resurrected. at least not by this fragment of essence. It was simply the result of Dapeng absorbing its essence. Seeing this, Kong Xuan placed his hand on Dapeng's back and channeled his powerful magical energy into Dapeng, aiding him in suppressing and gradually refining the fragment of essence. As Dapeng refined the Yin-Yang demon god's essence, the changes in him were visibly profound. His aura grew stronger and more profound. Originally, Dapeng's essence was that of the innate Yin-Yang, but now it was infused with even more ancient and profound elements. It seemed as though he had undergone a fundamental transformation and elevation. Meanwhile, after an extensive period of effort, Xuan finally succeeded in creating the demon script. On that day, he publicly announced the script, disseminating it throughout the demon clan. Once the propagation of the demon script was complete, a gathering of merit formed above his head. With this merit, Xuan was able to manifest a corpse, thereby attaining the status of a quasi-saint. As a result, the demon clan now boasted 3 quasi-saints, Dijuan, Nuwa, and Xuan. Although Tai had already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, he still required a bit more opportunity to manifest a corpse. This is one of the drawbacks of the method of corpse manifestation, which necessitates opportunity. However, accumulating deeper understanding before manifesting a corpse would make the process easier, resulting in a stronger incarnation. With the emergence of written inheritance in the demon clan, their fortunes surged once more, signaling a period of great prosperity. Simultaneously, the tensions between the demon and shaman clans became increasingly apparent, creating an atmosphere of impending storm within the wilderness. In the immortal volcano, Kong Xuan remained unconcerned with the outside world. Under his guidance, Dapeng gradually refined the fragment of the Yin-Yang demon god's essence. Dapeng experienced a remarkable transformation, significantly enhancing his innate qualities. The most notable change was in his Yin-Yang divine light, which had become exceedingly powerful. The 2 streams of divine light no longer appeared distinctly separate, but intertwined as one. The light seemed neither purely black nor purely white, merging into an entity that evoked a sense of yin and yang coalescing, reversing chaos itself. This was the true essence of Yin-Yang divine light. Dapeng's cultivation level also ascended. Initially at the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal realm, he reached the pinnacle upon fully refining the essence. This meant that with just one more step, he could ascend to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Witnessing Dapeng's immense progress, Kong Xuan felt a tinge of regret. Could the essence of the demon god be this powerful? Had he known, perhaps he could have contended for the rewards of the previous 2 instances of the demon god's essence. Now that Dapeng had attained the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, one step away from the great Luo golden immortal, Kong Xuan decided to impart the method of opening an internal world to Dapeng. This is a unique technique I developed, allowing us to create a realm within ourselves. You may wish to try it when you reach the great Luo golden immortal level. Kong Xuan shared his method and experiences with Dapeng before departing. Returning to his own palace of inquiry, Kong Xuan reflected on Dapeng's advancement and the imparted method of internal world cultivation. He paused, realizing that with his guidance, Dapeng might indeed attain enlightenment in the future. Furthermore, like himself, Dapeng could pursue both the path of principles and the path of the internal world in parallel. Kong Xuan felt a sense of anticipation. Perhaps, in due time, he could also provide the method of internal world cultivation to his aunt and uncle. However, he remained unhurried, deciding that it would be best to wait until Dapeng became a great Luo golden immortal and successfully opened his internal world before discussing such matters. Within the Palace of Inquiry, Kong Xuan gradually found tranquility. In his internal world, his primordial spirit transformed into the Tao of the small thousand worlds, overseeing the entire realm and perceiving its myriad changes. Countless pieces of information converged within his primordial spirit at every moment. This unique form of cultivation, governing a realm and comprehending the myriad principles and truths within it, brought Kong Xuan immeasurable benefits. At that moment, Kong Xuan's primary focus was on the sun and moon stars within the small thousand worlds. These 2 celestial bodies had now completely coalesced, one embodying yin and the other yang, emanating a distinct power that attracted and revolved around one another. This was the power of magnetism. Yin and yang transform. Magnetism is born. In fact, the power of magnetism was not limited to the sun and moon stars. It was also prevalent among various other celestial bodies and even present within the earth itself. However, the magnetism arising from the interplay of the sun and moon stars was unique and pronounced, forming a bridge between the two celestial bodies. Perhaps I could utilize this to comprehend the path of yin and yang. Kong Xuan's thoughts flickered momentarily before he quickly dismissed the notion. Such a pursuit was not impossible, but his ambition had never been the path of yin and yang. Rather, it was the path of the five elements. With the five elements yet unrefined, it was unwise to divide his focus on the path of yin and yang. This was one of the reasons he had chosen to bestow the essence of the yin-yang demon god upon Dapeng. The path of cultivation is fraught with numerous temptations. For one who is dedicated to the path of the five elements, how could the essence of the yin-yang demon god not be considered one of the myriad temptations? Chapter 30. The Middle Thousand Worlds. Kong Xuan's teachings. As long as one refines the essence of the yin and yang demonic deities, it equates to possessing dual origins, those of yin and yang combined with the five elements. Such profound foundation surpasses even the amalgamation of the two primordial origins he once shared with the great Peng. Consequently, Kong Xuan's strength experiences an extraordinary surge. However, in a certain sense, this also embodies the folly of excessive ambition. The path of the five elements alone is fraught with challenges. Adding the path of yin and yang raises the question of when Kong Xuan might achieve success. Despite his formidable cultivation aptitude, on par with Pangu, possessing the 12 grade 3 flowers, the difficulty of concurrently mastering two paths is indeed formidable. Thus, one must weigh the trade-offs, sacrificing immediate, rapid advancement in favor of a smoother journey along his chosen path. He resolves to solidify his mastery of the five elements before contemplating the other. With this determination, Kong Xuan feels a sudden tremor in his primordial spirit, radiating brilliance, and within his soul, the five colors of light bloom, illuminating it with unparalleled clarity. Mysterious and profound. Words fail to encapsulate it. In a moment of haze, tears stream from Kong Xuan's eyes. At this instant, he experiences an inexplicable emotional upheaval, as though he has finally attained enlightenment. His resolve solidified, his heart aligned with the Tao. Kong Xuan finds that channeling the path of the five elements has become as effortless as extending a finger. He silently continues his cultivation. 2 millennia later, on this day, a sudden tremor courses through his body. Boom! A powerful aura erupts forth. Kong Xuan has broken through, from the consummation of the great Luo Golden Immortal to the initial stage of the primordial Golden Immortal. Radiant five-color divine light erupts from behind him, soaring into the heavens, bathing the entire immortal volcano in a kaleidoscope of colors. Within the immortal volcano, all members of the Feng clan are stirred. Has he truly broken through? In the Qiling Palace, Huang is astonished by this sight. Indeed, Feng Chang'e nods. He has now reached the same realm as us, the primordial Golden Immortal. This is astonishingly swift. Huang still finds it hard to believe. After all, she is merely at the mid-stage of the primordial Golden Immortal, while Kong Xuan has leapt to the same level, narrowing their gap significantly. At this rate, it seems he may soon catch up, or even surpass her. Kong Xuan's profound opportunities leading to such rapid advancement are entirely understandable. Yet, the true test lies ahead. Feng Chang'e remains composed, stating, "In the realm of heaven and earth, there are many primordial golden immortals and quasi-saints. Yet throughout history, only one has attained enlightenment. If we can reach this level, can Kong Xuan achieve what we cannot?" As he speaks, anticipation flickers in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Inquiry, Kong Xuan and Apos' cultivation breaks through, advancing to the initial stage of the primordial Golden Immortal. Simultaneously, with this breakthrough, a final transformation occurs within his internal world. The small thousand worlds continue to expand, devouring boundless spiritual energy. Above the Hall of Inquiry, a massive vortex of spiritual energy forms, ravenously consuming the essence of heaven and earth from all directions. Time passes unmeasured until, with a resounding boom, the small thousand worlds finally reach their limit. Suddenly, the barrier is shattered, ascending to the more advanced middle thousand worlds. With the establishment of the middle thousand worlds, Kong Xuan feels his power surge immensely. In the luminous five-color divine light behind him, the silhouette of the middle thousand worlds begins to emerge. The power of the middle thousand worlds now enhances him, and Kong Xuan experiences a complete transformation, elevating his cultivation, magical force, Taoist understanding, primordial spirit, and physical body to an entirely new height. The primordial Golden Immortal represents a step into the realm of primordiality, a different echelon entirely compared to the great Luo Golden Immortal. At this juncture, his magical force, cultivation, and comprehension of the Tao are realms apart from when he was a great Luo Golden Immortal. The great Luo Golden Immortal embodies a self-established path, while the primordial Golden Immortal must grasp their own Tao heart, achieving the initial fruits of their Tao. It is only at this stage that genuine hope for transcendence emerges. Although success is not guaranteed, the possibility exists. Otherwise, remaining merely a great Luo Golden Immortal confines one to the realm of mortals, akin to an ant in the vast universe. The primordial Golden Immortal, however, is different. At this level, the enhancement of his cultivation and Taoist practice is substantial, and a genuine understanding of the primordial path begins to dawn. Thus, the primordial Golden Immortal can gradually refine the chaotic energy to replenish themselves. Yet, this alone is insufficient. Entering the chaos ultimately leads to demise. The rate of refining chaotic energy is too slow, and the chaos is fraught with myriad dangers. To truly venture into the chaos, one must attain enlightenment and become a primordial great Luo Golden Immortal. Kong Xuan continues to meditate in silence, stabilizing his cultivation. After several more centuries, Kong Xuan emerges from seclusion, and the Feng clan rejoices in celebration. Following the festivities, Kong Xuan addresses the gathered members. Although he has yet to attain full enlightenment, his status as a primordial Golden Immortal positions him among the most powerful beings in the primordial realm, granting him the authority to impart teachings. In fact, he possessed this right even as a great Luo Golden Immortal, though he refrained from doing so. Now, having ascended to the status of a primordial Golden Immortal, he seizes the opportunity to share his insights. Before the multitude of clan members, Kong Xuan focuses his thoughts, choosing not to reveal his celebratory clouds or 3 flowers, as that would be too astonishing. Instead, he merely manifests the 5-color divine light. This light serves equally well for expounding the Tao, akin to the celebratory clouds and 3 flowers, as he circulates the 5-color divine light, illustrating the path of the 5 elements. Kong Xuan articulates his understanding of this path to the audience. From the fundamentals to profound insights, he shares his various interpretations and realizations regarding the 5 elements. Naturally, the Feng clan members gain immensely from his teachings, and even Huang and Feng Chang'e listen intently to Kong Xuan's discourse. Chapter 31. The Virtue of Creation and the Path of Thunder. After breaking through to the level of Hunyuan Jingxian, Kong Xuan's comprehension of the Tao ascended to a higher realm. His discourse on the Tao was both profound and accessible, flowing like a gentle stream, quietly etching itself into the hearts of those present. Thus, several centuries swiftly passed, and upon the conclusion of Kong Xuan's teachings, as the audience awakened, he offered no further words. He merely nodded at Huang and Appos, and Feng Chang'e before vanishing in a flash. Kong Xuan returned to his palace, intending to resume his secluded cultivation. However, at that moment, a system notification rang in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that Nuwa has sensed the opportunity for sanctification and has departed from the 33 heavens. She is now wandering in the primordial wilderness. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Go to guide Nuwa in creating humanity and attain the reward of the divine ability to manipulate creation. Option 2. Prevent Nuwa from attaining sanctification and receive 1 piece of innate supreme treasure as a reward. Option 3. Ignore the matter and receive 2 celestial apricots as a reward. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan's heart stirred. Was Nuwa about to create humanity so soon? He was not preoccupied with his past life. To him, the past was but a fleeting memory, and the present was what truly mattered. Therefore, whether or not humanity was born held little significance for him, and he could not forcibly involve himself in such matters. It was akin to a person reincarnating. Could one still assert that they were the same individual? To transform from a human into a bird, would anyone dare to declare that the bird was still human? This was Kong Xuan's current predicament. If he were to insist on identifying as human, then he need not embody the essence of Kong Xuan at all. In the future, should reincarnation occur, he could simply be reborn into humanity. Since he was Kong Xuan, he ought to fulfill the responsibilities befitting his identity, and that was of utmost importance. Otherwise, what was the point of being neither human nor bird? System, I choose option 3. Thus, Kong Xuan made his decision. In truth, he was quite tempted by the first option, not for the sake of humanity, but for the benefit of the Feng clan. The Feng clan's fortunes were currently weak, overshadowed by the karmic burdens of the heavenly Tao. If he could acquire some merit from the creation of humanity, No, it was more accurate to say leech off. It would rejuvenate the Feng clan. However, the crux of the matter was that Kong Xuan was not in a position to take such risks. After all, before Nuwa achieved sanctification, she might be deceived. But once she attained that status, realizing his schemes would spell trouble for him, he did not believe that Nuwa, post-sanctification, would be incapable of discerning his tricks. Should Nuwa become aware, combined with the gravity of the consequences of her sanctification, it would be akin to the situation with Hong Yun and the two saints of the West. The two saints exhibited restraint towards Hong Yun, merely allowing him to be killed. However, someone like Kong Xuan, who dared to deceive and siphon off another's merit, could easily find himself either being used as a steed or, in a worse scenario, facing annihilation. Thus, one should act within their capacity. In the absence of the strength to withstand the newly sanctified Nuwa, missing the opportunity for merit in the creation of humanity was a reasonable choice. Contentment and prudence are indeed commendable virtues. With Kong Xuan's choice made, the rewards were promptly dispensed. With a mere thought, 2 celestial apricots appeared in his hands. These were the celestial apricots, born from the esteemed celestial apricot tree, one of the 10 great spiritual roots of the primordial wilderness. This tree bore 2 fruits at a time, one representing yang and the other yin. Consuming just one could lead to catastrophic consequences. Both must be ingested to harmonize their energies for the desired effect. However, the essence contained within these celestial apricots was not the principle of yin and yang, but rather that of thunder. Thunder, often synonymous with lightning, embodies both the yang element as thunder and the yin element as lightning. Among the 12 ancestral witches, there existed 2 prominent figures, Chang Liang, the ancestor of thunder, and Shi Zi, the ancestor of lightning. Their respective domains of law were starkly opposed, yet complementary, with one governing the principle of thunder and the other that of lightning. These 2 principles could indeed be merged, forming the unified law of thunder and lightning. Much like the yin and yang principles, which can be separated into their respective laws, the thunder and lightning principles can also stand alone. Thus, the 2 celestial apricots served this purpose, one containing the law of thunder and the other embodying the law of lightning. Consuming both would enable one to integrate these 2 great principles and master the path of thunder and lightning. Kong Xuan gazed at the 2 fruits in his hands, a smile gracing his lips. Without hesitation, he consumed one of the celestial apricots. Truly, the fruit of a top-tier innate spiritual root was exquisite. After savoring one, he swiftly devoured the other. At this juncture, some may wonder, did he not previously declare his intention to forsake the fragment of the yin-yang demon god's essence to solidify his path of the 5 elements? How then did Kong Xuan find himself consuming celestial apricots containing the principles of thunder and lightning? This is not a matter of inconsistency. Rather, it signifies that Kong Xuan had firmly established his Tao heart. He was no longer easily swayed in his pursuit of the Tao. Thus, even if he absorbed the essence of the thunder and lightning principles through the celestial apricots, it would not adversely affect his own path of the 5 elements. On the contrary, his path could assimilate the path of thunder and lightning, thereby fortifying his own. This exemplifies the significance of possessing a steadfast Tao heart. As long as the Tao heart remains resolute, the great Tao remains unchanged. One can then forge ahead, with any other path failing to undermine their own, and may even be absorbed to enhance their own. This is the essence of utilizing the strengths of others to bolster one's own. As Kong Xuan consumed the 2 fruits, the primordial laws within them, the thunder and lightning principles, were absorbed into them. In an instant, arcs of lightning crackled around Kong Xuan, creating a magnificent spectacle. He appeared as the very embodiment of thunder and lightning, enveloped in electric currents that pierced the void, manifesting various extraordinary phenomena. Kong Xuan silently contemplated the path of thunder and lightning, subduing, refining, and absorbing its essence. Chapter 32. Nuwa becomes a sage and establishes a sanctuary. Time swiftly passed, and before long, Kong Xuan had completely refined 2 celestial apricots, through which he comprehended certain principles of the path of thunder. He was contemplating how to integrate this understanding into his own path of the 5 elements when suddenly, a resounding boom echoed throughout the primordial realm. A majestic voice resonated, declaring, "I am Nuwa, having created a new race called humanity. I have attained sainthood and am henceforth known as the most holy Nuwa." In an instant, the spiritual energy of the universe surged, and countless extraordinary phenomena erupted. Purple mist rolled in from the east for 30,000 miles, celestial flowers cascaded from the heavens, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. The sheer magnitude of this event startled innumerable powerful beings. Many living creatures found themselves overwhelmed by an immense, terrifying aura, prostrating themselves in reverence to the saint. Since the merging of Huang, the cosmos witnessed the birth of another sage. Within the immortal fire mountain, Kong Xuan opened his eyes and gazed towards the newly ascended Nuwa. As a Hunyuan golden immortal, he felt no impact from Nuwa and Apos' saintly aura. Observing her transformation, he was not astonished. Rather, his eyes reflected unwavering determination, a steadfast commitment to his own quest for enlightenment. For Kong Xuan, the attainment of sainthood was not his aspiration. It was merely a sign of the heavens and Apos' favor. In truth, the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal was far superior in his eyes. The latter represented the culmination of his relentless efforts and spiritual advancement. In contrast, the status of a saint was ephemeral. Should the heavenly mandate withdraw its support, a saint would instantly revert to a mere quasi-saint. Though such a scenario seemed improbable, the disparity was vast. Consequently, a saint could never surpass the heavenly way, for the heavens wielded the power to diminish their status at any moment. This was akin to the calamity of the Fengshen, where, in the end, Tongtian could no longer endure and sought to obliterate the cosmos, intending to recreate the elements. Hongjun maintained control over Tongtian precisely because the latter was a saint. Saints do not equate to Hunyuan de Luo golden immortals. If the heavenly way rescinded their status, they would revert to quasi-saints. And how could such beings challenge the heavens, let alone destroy and recreate the cosmos? At this moment, Nuwa, having attained sainthood, experienced a profound and rapid elevation in her cultivation, reaching an entirely new level. Her comprehension of the heavenly mysteries became instantaneous, and as she gazed upon the newly created human race, her expression grew complex. Having foreseen the impending calamity between the witch and demon clans, she realized that both would face decline, though not complete annihilation. In the aftermath, humanity would rise, supplanting both clans and becoming the sole protagonists of the universe. In this contemplation, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Nuwa's eyes towards the nascent human race. As the sovereign of the demon clan, her feelings for her kin surpassed those for this newly formed humanity. After all, humanity was crafted by her hands, not born of her flesh, thus lacking any familial bond. In her mind, if humanity posed a threat to the demon clan, would annihilating them now alter the course of the future, allowing the demons to thrive once more? This thought startled Nuwa, prompting her to question how such an idea could arise within her. Soon after, a thunderous clap resounded from the heavens above, a warning from the heavenly way. Should Nuwa dare to undertake such actions, divine retribution would swiftly follow. Her expression shifted as a voice resonated in her mind. It was Hongjun Daozu, instructing her to establish a sanctuary in the chaotic void beyond the 33 heavens. Upon receiving this divine communication, Nuwa understood the gravity of the situation and vanished without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, powerful beings throughout the primordial realm received word of Nuwa's impending establishment of a sanctuary in the chaos beyond the 33 heavens, prompting many to prepare their tributes and journey to witness the occasion. In the immortal fire mountain, Kong Xuan also received a notification from the system. Ding. It has been detected that Nuwa will soon establish a sanctuary in the chaotic void beyond the 33 heavens. The host may make the following choices. Option 1. Prepare a tribute and travel to witness Nuwa's establishment of the sanctuary, earning the reward of the postnatal treasure, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Option 2. Lead the Phoenix clan to become Nuwa's favored kin, earning the reward of a fragment of the primordial essence of the 5 elements demon god. Option 3. Ignore the matter and receive the reward of basic formation comprehension. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan felt a stir within. The second option was promptly dismissed. To become a favored kin meant to submit to Nuwa's protection, effectively rendering him and his entire clan her servants, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. He recalled that after Nuwa's ascension, a phoenix had once pledged allegiance to her, becoming her steed. However, that occurrence did not seem to transpire this time, perhaps due to his own influence. Ultimately, Kong Xuan chose option 1 after careful consideration. The allure of the first option's reward was simply too enticing. In comparison, the third option's reward, basic formation comprehension, paled significantly. Thus, Traveling beyond the 33 heavens to observe Nua's establishment of the sanctuary appeared advantageous, not only to witness the power of a saint, but also to acquire a postnatal treasure. With that decision made, Kong Xuan exited his seclusion. Shortly thereafter, he, along with Dapeng, Huang, and Feng Chang'e, set forth towards the 33 heavens. Their journey was uneventful, as their trio of Hunyuan golden immortals ensured safety. Dapeng had also ascended to the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal, and while the Phoenix clan's fortune remained frail, signs of gradual revival and growth were emerging. With Kong Xuan contributing the Huang Zhongli tree to their clan, they were able to produce several Deluo Golden Immortals during each Yuan meeting, stabilizing the clan's fortunes. Upon reaching the chaotic void beyond the 33 heavens, they found numerous powerful beings gathered to extend their congratulations, including the three pure ones, Jin, Zhuanti, Xinyuanzi, Hongyun, Mingyi, and others like Emperor Jun and Tai, all congregated in this moment. Chapter 33, The White Jade Qilin, Earth, Water, Fire. And when the gifts brought by Kong Xuan and the other three were not extravagant, certainly not the famed Huang Zhongli, it was absurd to think they would offer something so precious when even Huang Zhongli himself had barely enough to sustain. The quartet merely presented some specialties from the everlasting volcano, which sufficed without necessitating grandeur. This sentiment was unanimously shared by Kong Xuan, Huang Qing'er, and Feng Chang'e. One cannot comprehend the value of rice and oil unless they are the ones managing the household. Kong Xuan, in particular, found it difficult to fathom the mindset of those who possess valuable items and hasten to display them upon encountering others, well thought to remain concealed. This was the first principle. Furthermore, should one possess fine treasures, shouldn't they be enjoyed in solitude? What benefit is there in sharing with others? Much like the current situation, where Nuwa ascended to sainthood, offering a modest gift sufficed. After all, they were merely here to witness the spectacle, devoid of ulterior motives. Once the gifts were presented, the four fell into a contemplative silence. Time passed, and eventually Nuwa made her entrance, not astride a grand golden phoenix, but upon a magnificent white jade qilin. Kong Xuan, Dapeng, Huang Qing'er, and Feng Chang'e exchanged glances, maintaining an impassive demeanor. However, deep within, especially for Kong Xuan, Huang Qing'er, and Feng Chang'e, myriad thoughts swirled. The Qilin clan had once been the sworn enemy of the Phoenix clan, yet now this noble white jade Qilin served as Nuwa's steed. Was this not a degradation of their dignity? Both Kong Xuan and the others, inherently proud, found the Qilin clan's flattery towards Nuwa quite contemptible. Yet, Kong Xuan, possessing greater insight, could not help but reflect on the butterfly effect, how a single flap of wings could instigate vast changes. The substitution of the original golden phoenix with the white jade qilin brought him a sense of relief. The phrase "a dead friend is better than a living enemy" resonated. After all, becoming Nuwa's mount, while a loss of face, was undeniably a sagacious decision. The Qilin clan had, in essence, forged an alliance with Nuwa. While it may not guarantee her full protection, should the white jade Qilin beseech her, she would likely extend her support, recognizing the Qilin's hardships, even if it bore no merit. Nevertheless, it was a somewhat sorrowful state of affairs. The Qilin clan had once held immense power during the ancient Triads' conflicts. Yet now they had been reduced to serving as another's mount, even that of a saint. This starkly illustrated the decline of the three clans, forced to seek refuge. Even the Phoenix clan, were it not for Kong Xuan's emergence with the Huang Zhongli tree and his rapid ascension, might have faced a similar fate to that of the Golden Phoenix. Esteemed friends, the time has come. I shall now commence the establishment of the sacred ground, Nuwa announced after a moment of silent contemplation. The crowd, devoid of dissent, felt a collective shiver of anticipation, their gazes fixated on her. As Nuwa moved into the vast chaos, she came to a halt, revealing a red embroidered ball in her hand. This ball, one of the two great spiritual treasures conferred upon her by Hongjun upon her acceptance as a closed-door disciple, was known for its dual purpose, offensive capabilities and the ability to establish celestial, terrestrial, and human unions. However, aside from the celestial union already determined, the other two remained elusive. Yet, the red embroidered ball was not summoned for the purpose of binding earthly or human unions, but to forge the sacred ground. As Nuwa held the ball, her saintly powers gently activated it. Instantly, the ball radiated with brilliant light, enveloping the chaos in a crimson glow, blurring the vision of those present. With a soft command from Nuwa, the ball was cast into the tumultuous chaos, causing a violent upheaval. The chaotic energy surged, forming countless black and white vortices. reminiscent of the yin-yang symbol. The smallest were like the palm of a hand, while the largest appeared infinite, akin to celestial bodies. Amid the cacophony of these colliding vortices, one could perceive the primordial forces of yin and yang. As chaos bifurcated, it manifested as these dual energies. Dapeng, witnessing Nua's act of creation, felt a profound resonance within his being. The black and white whirlpools represented the very essence of yin and yang, and as such, Dapeng, who cultivated the path of yin and yang, found himself deeply moved. Kong Xuan too experienced an awakening. Within his inner world, the sun star and moon star radiated brilliantly, with other celestial bodies gradually emerging in their vicinity. The interplay of these two stars, one yin and one yang, symbolized the unity of opposites, capable of giving rise to all creation. Just as Kong Xuan aimed to merge the path of the five elements with that of thunder, so too could the path of yin and yang be integrated into the five-element framework. Meanwhile, as Nua continued her divine work, standing firm amidst the chaos, she remained unyielding to its tumultuous waves, as if enveloped by an unseen force that shielded her. The chaos intensified, with countless black and white vortices colliding throughout the void. As these vortices ruptured, streams of pure and impure energies surged forth. Pure energy ascended to become the heavens, while the impure descended to form the earth. Yet, amidst this nascent creation, the chaos still raged, roaring and tumultuous, preventing the true establishment of a stable world. At that moment, Nua unveiled another artifact, the map of mountains and rivers. This treasure, bestowed upon her by Huang, served as both a defensive tool and possessed other mystical properties. With a touch, the map emanated brilliant light, expanding infinitely to encompass the realm Nua had begun to shape. As the map gradually faded from view, a sudden burst of fire ignited the chaos, flames roaring to life. In the aftermath, thunderous sounds erupted, accompanied by fierce winds, torrential waters, and swirling dust. The elements of earth, water, fire, and wind manifested. Chaos equates to the ultimate state of existence, the primordial unity that births duality, which in turn gives rise to the four elemental forces. Chapter 34. The method of transmitting the inner world's path to enlightenment. Thus, immersed in the grand creation of Nua, one witnessed the evolution of chaos. The emergence of the Taiji, the transformations of yin and yang, and the interplay of the four symbols and five elements. As if all paths of enlightenment lay before the eyes, the assembly present derived immense insights from this experience. Ultimately, as Nua's cosmic endeavor drew to a close, a magnificent middle thousand world gradually took shape. At that moment, with a graceful sweep of her sleeve, Nua conjured an ancient palace that rose majestically from the earth and sky. The three characters Nua Palace were inscribed on the plaque above the palace, exuding an enigmatic aura that seemed to brim with the essence of boundless vitality and creative principles, eliciting awe from all who beheld it. Nua invited everyone to enter the Nua Palace. Inside, the attendees took their seats, reminiscent of the time they gathered in the Zixiao Palace to listen to Huang impart wisdom. However, this time, it was not Huang on the dais, but Nua herself. She expounded on the path of creation for several centuries. Well, esteemed friends, I have conveyed all that pertains to my great path. You may now depart, Nua concluded, promptly sending everyone on their way. Naturally, no one harbored discontent, and they expressed their gratitude before bidding farewell. Kong Xuan, along with the great Peng, Huang Qing'er, and Feng Chang'e, made their way back to the immortal Fire Mountain. Upon returning, within the Hall of Inquisition, Kong Xuan settled upon his cloud bed. With a mere thought, he summoned the rewards garnered from the successful completion of his task. Before him appeared a ruler, the Hongming measuring ruler, a treasure born from the confluence of cosmic merits and the primordial yellow energy. It bore similarity to Laozi's companion treasure, the heavenly and earthly Xianyuan Linglong Pagoda. Both treasures were of postnatal origin, yet they differed in function. The Hongming measuring ruler was primarily an offensive weapon, while the Linglong Pagoda was renowned for its defensive capabilities, reputed to render its holder invulnerable. It was conceivable that the Hongming measuring ruler, stemming from the same source, would not fall far behind the Linglong Pagoda, despite some differences. This was the first treasure Kong Xuan had obtained, albeit a postnatal one, yet it contained the merits of creation. As a treasure of merit, the Hongming measuring ruler could execute lethal strikes without karmic repercussions, and it could also suppress fortune, which was particularly significant for Kong Xuan. The Feng clan was in dire need of such a treasure to stabilize their fortunes. Kong Xuan planned to find an opportunity to present the Hongming measuring ruler as the clan's protective artifact. After securing the ruler, Kong Xuan contemplated the insights gained from witnessing Nuwa's establishment of the path and her teachings. Then, with a thought, he summoned forth an array of fruits. A total of 50, each distinct in hue, categorized into 5 colors: green, red, yellow, black, and white, 10 of each. These fruits were the 5 elements fruits, born from the 5-leaf pine, representing the first yield of the creation. Kong Xuan had long cherished them without consuming any. The 5-leaf pine matured every 5,000 years, requiring a total of 15,000 years to yield fruit. The fruits, signifying the 5 elements, were essential for a Xianxian. Consuming one of each would allow them to gather the quintessence of the 5 elements, facilitating a breakthrough that would otherwise take eons of arduous cultivation, directly achieving the completeness of the 5 energies and ascending to the status of a golden immortal. However, Kong Xuan was born a golden immortal and possessed the innate essence of the 5 elements, rendering the consumption of the 5 elements fruits unnecessary for his advancement. Yet, these fruits were the inaugural yield of creation, containing fragments of the laws of the 5 elements, which Kong Xuan had refrained from consuming. Now, observing Nuwa's ascension to sainthood and anticipating the imminent enlightenment of the other 5 saints, Kong Xuan felt an urgency to proceed. Consequently, he resolved to refine the 50 fruits, aiming to absorb the fragments of the great path contained within to elevate his own cultivation. With a focused thought, a surge of magical power enveloped the 50 fruits, causing them to begin revolving around him. As they spun, they gradually underwent refinement, with streams of essence being extracted and transformed into vibrant multicolored currents that flowed towards Kong Xuan's core, absorbed into his being. The essence contained within these fruits was immensely potent and exquisitely pure, imbued with fragments of the laws of the great path. With each successive absorption, Kong Xuan felt his magical power ascend, growing ever stronger. Additionally, his comprehension of the path of the 5 elements deepened profoundly. As the fragments of the great path he assimilated catalyzed rapid growth in his mastery of the 5 elements. Thus, as Kong Xuan continued to absorb, the 50 fruits were wholly transformed into streams of 5 colors. These vibrant currents encircled him, perpetually shifting and transforming, akin to the cycles of creation and destruction of the 5 elements. As time elapsed, the colored currents gradually faded, until all the essence of the 5 elements fruits was completely devoured by Kong Xuan. Boom! At a certain moment, a resounding roar emanated from within Kong Xuan. A formidable aura erupted from him, marking his breakthrough from the early stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal to the mid-stage. Moreover, not only did he experience personal advancement, but the middle thousand world within him also reaped significant benefits. The enhancement of the laws of the 5 elements propelled the rapid development of his inner world as well. With a deep breath, Kong Xuan opened his eyes, and for a fleeting moment, a kaleidoscope of colors shimmered within them, revealing countless extraordinary phenomena: the birth and demise of the cosmos, the vast expanse of the starry rivers, and the profound mysteries of the great path unfolding before him. His cultivation had ascended once more, and his understanding of the Tao deepened, as a torrent of heavenly secrets surged into his mind. In the primordial world, all things became clear to him with a mere gesture. It felt as though he could invert the cosmos and disrupt the balance of yin and yang and the 5 elements. This was the essence of true divine power. Reflecting on his transformation, Kong Xuan marveled at the increasingly intricate and elusive nature of the path of Hunyuan. It was fortunate that he had restrained himself from refining the 50 fruits earlier. Otherwise, achieving another breakthrough in such a short span post-ascension to Golden Immortal would have proven exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, he understood the arduous journey that lay ahead towards the later stages of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, full realization, and ultimately the final step of attaining the Tao as a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. The challenges ahead were formidable, even for one with a cultivation potential rivaling that of Pangu. It was no wonder so many in the primordial realm chose the path of severing the 3 corpses over the path of the laws of enlightenment. After consolidating his realm following the breakthrough, Kong Xuan gained a deeper understanding of his own Tao. He then rose to his full height, stepping forth from the immortal fire mountain, eternally warm as spring. The phoenix trees blossomed, and upon exiting his retreat, Kong Xuan promptly sought out his younger brother, the great Peng, to encourage him in his cultivation, a habit he had long embraced. Have you successfully established your inner world? Upon encountering Dapeng, Kong Xuan was taken aback. For Dapeng had made considerable progress in his cultivation, now reaching the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, Kong Xuan felt an inexplicable familiarity emanating from Dapeng. Clearly, like him, Dapeng had also opened up an inner world. Indeed, Dapeng nodded in affirmation. Beyond the 33 heavens, I observed the sages in their act of creation, which provided me with profound insights. Upon my return, I began to experiment with the techniques you imparted to me, and to my astonishment, I succeeded. Brother, the establishment of my inner world has significantly enhanced my strength. Henceforth, I shall pursue the path of inner world cultivation alongside the path of principles, much like you. Hearing this, Kong Xuan was overjoyed and proposed, today, let us engage in a thorough exchange. Once we have summarized our experiences in establishing inner worlds, we can share this method with our aunt, uncle, and other kin who have attained the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Dapeng vigorously nodded in agreement. The two then seated themselves, engaging in a deep discussion and exploration. Through their discourse, Kong Xuan realized that his younger brother had become remarkably powerful, nearly on par with his own former self at the same cultivation stage. Both possessed an inner world, both understood the path of principles, and both had mastered innate divine powers. Furthermore, it appeared that Dapeng's prior refinement of a fragment of the Yin-Yang demon god's essence had endowed him with unique insights into the principles, leaving Kong Xuan astounded. Recognizing this, Kong Xuan felt no jealousy. Rather, he was elated and generously shared his myriad insights and experiences with Dapeng. In turn, Dapeng reciprocated by imparting his understanding of the Yin-Yang path and his experiences in establishing an inner world. Thus, they unveiled their depths to one another, fostering an unparalleled understanding and mutual growth. Together, they delved into study and exploration for several centuries before they paused to meditate and comprehend their findings. One day, suddenly, Dapeng's body trembled, and with a resounding roar, a vast divine light erupted from his back, soaring into the heavens. This light was neither entirely black nor entirely white. It intertwined like the dual energies of yin and yang, reminiscent of the primordial chaos evolving into the Tai Chi that divides into the two opposites. It embodied boundless mysteries. At that moment, Dapeng's yin-yang divine light surged and twisted, vanishing in an instant. In its stead, two Dapengs appeared, one clad in black robes and the other in white. These were manifestations of Dapeng's comprehension of Kong Xuan's five-colored divine light, transformed into his own yin-yang divine light incarnations. The black-robed Dapeng represented the yin principle, while the white-robed Dapeng embodied the yang principle. Moreover, the two Dapengs suddenly merged, becoming one, a new entity clad in black and white robes. This fusion bore a presence that was already reminiscent of Dapeng's true form. At that juncture, Kong Xuan also opened his eyes, feeling a surge of energy as he ascended into the air. With a thunderous roar, his robe billowed open, revealing a pair of magnificent, colorful wings. These were peacock wings. As they spread, countless feathers stood upright like swords, launching forward in a fierce barrage that obliterated a vast expanse of void, underscoring the terrifying might of this attack. This technique, learned from Dapeng, was akin to the 80,000 swords. However, Kong Xuan, after assimilating it, humbly named his version Peacock Plume. Countless feathers shot forth like a rain of swords, rendering a fearsome attack. Despite being feathers, they did not diminish in quantity. Rather, they were manifestations of the five elements principle, inexhaustible in nature. Thus, Kong Xuan harbored no concern about losing his feathers after executing this technique. In the ensuing period, Kong Xuan and Dapeng diligently practiced the divine powers and spells each had acquired from the other. However, due to Kong Xuan's superior cultivation level, he swiftly mastered all that he had learned from Dapeng within a few centuries, while Dapeng continued to hone his skills. Kong Xuan, not wishing to linger, sought out Huang and Feng to formally convey the path of inner world cultivation to them. Upon learning that Kong Xuan and Dapeng had devised such a method of cultivation, both Huang and Feng were astounded. "Xianer, how did you come up with this? This seems rather reckless. What if something goes awry?" Huang expressed her concerns. "We must create our own path if we cannot obtain the genuine method of severing the three corpses. After all, the path of principles is exceedingly arduous," Kong Xuan replied. "That is still too perilous. You should have informed us," Huang insisted, still discontented. "I promise," Next time, Kong Xuan assured. Next time? Huang Qing'er glared in response. And no next time. Kong Xuan quickly amended his promise. Satisfied, Huang Qing'er nodded. At that moment, Feng Chang'e finally smiled and remarked, "What's done is done. There is no need for further discussion. After all, Xuaner, you have succeeded. No wonder I noticed your rapid cultivation progress over the years." It was due to this inner world cultivation method, Feng Chang'e noted. By the way, Xuaner, may we enter your inner world for a glimpse? Of course, Kong Xuan replied. With a thought, he enveloped Huang Qing'er and Feng Chang'e in a surge of world energy. In an instant, a flash of five-colored light engulfed them, and they vanished into Kong Xuan's inner world. As Huang Qing'er and Feng Chang'e entered this realm, they stood upon solid ground, gazing in awe at the expansive surroundings. This is indeed a middle thousand world, Feng Chang'e remarked, nodding repeatedly. Huang Qing'er's eyes sparkled with wonder. At that moment, Kong Xuan's primordial spirit transformed into a corporeal form beside them, addressing Feng Chang'e. "Uncle, could you assist me in identifying any flaws within my inner world?" Chapter 35. The Second War of the Lich, a sudden turn of events on this path. I have little to advise you, Xianyuan. After all, this is a journey you have forged for yourself. Rather, I find myself seeking your wisdom, Feng Changgong remarked, shaking his head. However, he continued with a smile. I noticed that on your sun and moon stars, there are no fusang trees or laurel trees. Fortunately, our clan has preserved some branches of fusang and laurel trees that were left and used from years past. They are well preserved, and I shall have someone bring some to you shortly. You and Dapeng can plant these two types of spiritual roots on the two grand stars. Perhaps they will take root successfully. Upon hearing this, Kong Xuanyuan's eyes brightened. Is that true? Of course it's true, Huang Qing'er replied with a grin. Would your uncle deceive you? Nonetheless, the remaining branches of these two spiritual roots are limited, so you must leave some for us and the other clan members. Understood. Kong Xianyuan nodded earnestly. I will heed my aunt's counsel. After a brief moment of further observation, Feng Changgong and Huang Qing'er allowed Kong Xianyuan to escort them out. Within the body, creating a world, while it evolves and nurtures, can yield boundless benefits. Once Feng Changgong emerged, he summarized, however, your method of attaining enlightenment has significant drawbacks. The natural evolution of the world is exceedingly slow, especially now that you have reached the middle thousand worlds. Advancing to the great thousand worlds will require an inexhaustible amount of resources. Feng Changgong frowned. Thus, Xianyuan, your method of attaining enlightenment is not entirely flawless. To truly achieve enlightenment is no less challenging than the understanding of laws. The understanding of laws relies on perception, while the inner world relies on resources. Kong Xianyuan smiled. Therefore, the two can complement each other. If one comprehends the laws but encounters a bottleneck, then creating an inner world and transforming one's essence into the heavenly law of that inner world, while embodying the state of the heavenly law, can consolidate the evolution of the world's laws. Wouldn't that alleviate concerns about insufficient comprehension? And if resources are lacking for the inner world, yet one has elevated their understanding of the laws, supplementing the laws of the inner world with their own comprehension can also enhance them. As for resources, the spiritual energy of the primordial world can be freely absorbed. I have calculated that only when the world fully transforms into a great thousand world will the amount of absorbed spiritual energy trigger heavenly tribulations. In other words, merely absorbing spiritual energy in the middle thousand world will not significantly impact the universe, nor will it elicit heavenly tribulations. After all, there are causes and effects. Feng Changgong countered. Causes accumulate gradually. As cultivators, our practice of absorbing spiritual energy from the universe inevitably binds us to the cosmos. Therefore, as we progress, the demand for spiritual energy increases, and we naturally accumulate greater causes and effects with the universe. The accumulation of these causes leads to the formation of calamities. In fact, we have come to understand through the long passage of time that a significant reason for the formation of calamities is the multitude of cultivators absorbing excessive spiritual energy and establishing profound causes with the universe. Consequently, the heavenly law periodically generates calamities to eliminate these pests that have absorbed too much spiritual energy. Pests. Kong Xianyuan expressed surprise, glancing at Feng Changgong in disbelief at the comparison of cultivators to pests. However, he understood the reasoning. The formation of calamities was indeed partly due to this. Nevertheless, he thought, as long as one could attain enlightenment, what did mere causes and calamities matter? Even if calamities were to descend, they could not deter our pursuit of the Tao, Kong Xuan declared resolutely. At these words, Feng Changgong and Huang Qing'er were taken aback. Feng Changgong's gaze brightened, and he laughed heartily. Excellent, Xuanyuan. You possess great ambition. To attain the great Tao, one must have significant resolve. As you said, if one can achieve enlightenment, these trifling causes and calamities are inconsequential. Feng Changgong rarely expressed such fervor. Huang Qing'er shot him a disapproving glance. Clearing his throat, Feng Changgong continued, regardless. That is the essence of the matter. Frankly, your aunt and I have been trapped in this realm for an extensive time, unable to progress even a step. The path to enlightenment is so close, yet we remain stagnant. That feeling. Feng Changgong shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Huang Qing'er's gaze dimmed. Nothing could be more disheartening for a cultivator than stagnation in their cultivation. Thereafter, little remained to be said. Kong Xuan imparted the method of attaining enlightenment through the inner world to the two of them before being ushered out, holding the branches of the fusang and laurel trees. Kong Xuan shook his head. Wasn't this merely a gesture of assistance? Yet, they seemed ungrateful. However, considering the pride of his elders, he and Dapeng had independently established their inner worlds, complete with comprehensive methods. Kong Xuan refrained from dwelling on it further and made another trip to Dapeng, delivering the branches of the fusang and laurel trees before returning to his own palace of inquiry. He planted the branches of the fusang and laurel trees in the sun star and moon star, respectively, filled with anticipation. Wouldn't that mean his inner world had gained 2 more spiritual roots? In the undying volcano, Kong Xuan continued to cultivate diligently, accumulating his strength. Time flew by, and he lost track of how long had passed when, one day, a notification echoed in his mind. Beep. Detection of the impending second war between the Wu and Yao tribes. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Prevent the war between the 2 tribes, and receive a reward of 1 innate supreme treasure. Option 2. Assist either the Wu or Yao tribe, and receive a reward of 1 exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Option 3. Ignore the matter, and receive a reward of a sapling of the world tree. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan was taken aback, and without hesitation, he made his choice. System, I choose option 3, he mentally declared. The world tree, known as Jianmu, is a spiritual root of chaos. Once fully matured, it possesses the ability to support an entire world, akin to how Mount Buzhou upholds the primordial realm. Cultivating this sapling would be perfect for supporting his inner world. With the system offering this sapling freely, Kong Xuan had no reason to decline it. After all, he had no intention of selecting the other 2 options. The conflict between the Wu and Yao tribes was their affair, unrelated to his Feng clan. As soon as Kong Xuan made his choice, the system rewards were promptly dispensed. Within the system space, a small spiritual root materialized. With a thought, Kong Xuan summoned this tiny spiritual root before him. Though diminutive, the sapling radiated formidable vitality and potential. This was a chaotic spiritual root. Even as a seedling, it surpassed any spiritual root within the primordial realm. Kong Xuan planted the Jianmu sapling within his inner world and sprinkled it with some innate spiritual water. After completing these tasks, he felt deeply satisfied and transformed his primordial spirit back into the heavenly law. Meanwhile, in the external world, Kong Xuan resumed his cultivation. However, not long into his practice, Kong Xuan suddenly sensed an anomaly. He abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming to himself, "Something is amiss. My magical power seems to be dissipating." His complexion changed drastically. Having established an inner world, his magical power had become one with the world energy of that realm. Yet now, inexplicably, his power was waning. This issue easily led him to recall the sapling of the Jianmu tree that he had recently planted. Indeed, upon examining the sapling, he found that it had grown significantly in a remarkably short time. However, this came at a cost. His inner world lay in disarray. The area surrounding the Jianmu sapling appeared drained of vitality and energy, as if life itself had been siphoned away. Furthermore, this situation was continuously worsening. What is happening? Does the Jianmu sapling require the life force of my inner world to thrive? Kong Xuan pondered, realizing that the rapid growth of the sapling was at the expense of his inner world, consuming all within it. Moreover, he sensed that the energies of his inner world, even the fundamental laws of nature, were being relentlessly extracted by the sapling. The greater the sapling grew, the more damage it inflicted upon his inner world. Kong Xuan found himself in a quandary. On one hand, his inner world was the foundation of one of the paths to his enlightenment. On the other hand, the Jianmu was a chaotic spiritual root. If it matured, its benefits could be unimaginable. Should he hinder its growth? He resolved quickly. Halting the sapling's growth was imperative. Regardless of its potential advantages, his inner world was paramount to his path of enlightenment. The choice was clear. Thus, with a focused thought, he attempted to transfer the Jianmu sapling out of his inner world. At that instant, however, the sapling underwent a dramatic transformation within a mere breath. What began as a modest 1-meter-tall sapling now soared to an astounding height of several tens of thousands of zhang. Such a change surpassed even the most formidable celestial arts. With this immense growth, its devouring power escalated terrifyingly. Suddenly, Kong Xuan felt as if his entire inner world was collapsing, with earth, sky, and all else gravitating towards the Jianmu tree. What is happening? At that moment, Kong Xuan realized that extracting the sapling from his inner world was no longer feasible, as the entire realm had become intertwined with the spiritual root. Despair washed over him. Just as this thought arose, he watched as the Jianmu swiftly expanded. Soon, his entire inner world was wholly consumed by the tree, including the heavenly laws of his realm, which were now absorbed into the Jianmu. Within Kong Xuan, the inner world ceased to exist. Only the spiritual root remained. He could even sense that this root was draining his innate elemental essence. This is catastrophic, he lamented. Had he known the sapling would turn so ferocious, he would never have planted it within his inner world. But now it was too late. He had no time to react as he felt himself withering away. His physical form visibly shrank, reduced to little more than skin and bones, as the Jianmu devoured all his energy, leaving him utterly depleted. Even his soul began to tremble, threatening to be absorbed as well. Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf him, the Jianmu halted its ravenous consumption after draining all of Kong Xuan's magical power and energy. Strangely, he felt a connection forming between himself and the Jianmu. It was as if he and this spiritual root had fused into one. His soul, absorbed by the tree, became intertwined with it. Now, the Jianmu felt like an extension of his own body. He could perceive every branch, leaf, and root. Moreover, he sensed that the essence of his being was composed of profound laws and principles, including the 5 elemental paths, the yin-yang path, the life and death path, and the path of creation, among others. Many more laws, which he had yet to comprehend, were also present within this newfound understanding. Suddenly, the Jianmu quivered gently, and in that instant, it was as if chaos itself had unfolded. Within his being, a world blossomed around the Jianmu. His inner world, the central thousand worlds, did not vanish after being consumed. Rather, it merged with the Jianmu, re-emerging as one. The sky, earth, oceans, lakes, plains, and mountains all returned alongside the sun and moon, as well as other spiritual roots he had previously planted in his inner world. The Jianmu became the epicenter of this realm, with everything revolving around it. As if the world itself had sprung forth from the tree, the Jianmu towered magnificently, sustaining the entire central thousand worlds. Its branches and leaves cradled the heavens, with celestial bodies weaving through them, while its roots delved deep into the earth. In that moment, heaven and earth united completely. Kong Xuan felt a jolt as his soul detached from the Jianmu, reconstituting itself as the heavenly law of the central thousand worlds. At this moment, a flood of insights surged into his consciousness, solidifying his recent advancement into the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Jingxian realm. Furthermore, his cultivation continued to ascend, growing ever more robust. Chapter 36. The celestial array of stars and the true form of Pangu. As the years flowed by, centuries passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the preparations for war between the witch and monster clans had become increasingly apparent. The primordial world was shrouded in turmoil, with a palpable tension in the air. On this day, from the southern gate of heaven, an endless army of monsters surged forth. At that moment, the heavens and the earth dimmed. The sun and moon lost their radiance, and all living things appeared devoid of color. The resounding chimes of the chaos bell echoed like the drums of war, stirring the blood of countless monsters. As they descended upon the earth, the witch clan, having long prepared, immediately clashed with them, igniting a fierce battle. Across the vast expanse of the primordial land, battlefields sprang forth in every direction, with the corpses of witches and monsters piling up like mountains, and their blood flowing like rivers. Such a fierce conflict was overwhelming, even for Kong Xuan, who had attained the status of a primordial golden immortal with an unwavering heart. He could not help but marvel at the sheer insignificance of life amidst such carnage. The war between the witch and monster clans was indeed brutal. At that moment, Kong Xuan stood with Huang Feng Chang'e, and Dapeng, observing the chaos. While Kong Xuan and Dapeng felt a chill run down their spines. Huang and Feng Chang'e appeared somewhat detached, their eyes reflecting memories of past battles. Though they had not experienced this particular war, both had lived through the calamities of the Dragon and Han era, witnessing even more devastating conflicts, such as the ultimate battle among the three clans, an encounter that truly shook the heavens. Suddenly, Feng Chang'e turned to Kong Xuan with a smile and asked, "Xianer, which clan do you think will triumph, the witches or the monsters?" Kong Xuan paused, his gaze sharpening before he replied with a smile. "Victory depends on the will of heaven." The will of heaven? Feng Chang'e's expression shifted as she regarded Kong Xuan with deep contemplation, nodding in agreement. Indeed, victory lies in the hands of heaven. Yet, what the will of heaven truly entails remains a mystery. Only time will reveal the truth, Kong Xuan stated. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between the witches and monsters, a sudden upheaval occurred as the 12 ancestor witches charged into the fray. At the forefront was the space ancestor witch, Di Jiang, transforming into a monstrous bird with 6 legs and 4 wings, wielding the laws of space to create countless rifts that devoured swathes of monsters, obliterating their very essence. The fire ancestor witch, Zhu Rong, cackled wildly, commanding flames that consumed all in their path, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. The anguished cries of countless monsters rang out as they were reduced to ashes. In stark contrast, the water ancestor witch, Gong Gong, commanded the primordial waters, a torrential flow swirling around him, dragging innumerable monsters into the depths where they were drowned. Each of the other ancestor witches unleashed their formidable powers, and in mere moments, the monsters suffered devastating losses. Among them, the attack of the time ancestor witch Zhu Jioyin was particularly terrifying. The power of time was elusive and intangible, reducing countless monsters to mere ashes before they even comprehended their demise. The violent slaughter of the 12 ancestor witches finally drew the attention and ire of the monster clan, and one by one, their divine beings ascended to confront them. Although these monsters were formidable, each possessing the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, they were no match for the ancestor witches. In a single exchange, they were sent reeling, many injured and bleeding. The might of the 12 ancestor witches was such that each one could stand against the pinnacle of saints. The fact that the monster clan's divine beings could withstand a single encounter without being slain was already an impressive feat. Just as the 12 ancestor witches prepared to vanquish these divine beings, the 4 top-tier powers of the monster clan, Dijun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng, finally took action. Di Jiang, cease your arrogance. Dijun roared, transforming into a radiant arc that instantly appeared before Di Jiang, blocking his path. Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng also materialized, standing against the ancestor witches. With the appearance of the 12 ancestor witches and the formidable figures of Dijun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng, the battle between the witch and monster clans escalated to an even more intense level. The fierce clashes continued, claiming the lives of countless witches and monsters. A scene beyond mere mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. As far as the eye could see, the sky was cloaked in ominous calamity clouds, now soaked in blood, transforming into blood clouds, a foreboding reflection of the battle's brutality. Suddenly, it seemed even Dijun could no longer bear the staggering losses suffered by the monster clan. Earlier, the divine beings had engaged the 12 ancestor witches only to be wounded in the process, allowing the witches to gain the upper hand despite the monster's numerical superiority. At that moment, Dijun decided to unleash his trump card. He raised his voice, commanding, "Celestial Starlord, heed my command and set up the celestial array of stars." As Dijun's voice echoed, the entire primordial realm fell into darkness, as if all light had vanished. Though the calamity clouds had obscured the sun and moon, some light had remained. Now, all light had seemingly disappeared, as if the celestial bodies no longer shone. However, it was not that the sun and moon ceased to illuminate. Rather, they glimmered with extraordinary brightness. In the starry sky, the stars appeared to condense and concentrate all their brilliance, each seeming to swell larger than before. Their radiance did not scatter but gathered around them in an uncanny manner. Among these, the 365 primary stars loomed largest, akin to the sovereigns of the celestial realm. Following them were 14,800 secondary stars, revolving slowly around the primary stars. Soon, more stars joined the celestial dance, encircling the secondary and primary stars, transforming the vast cosmos into an immense formation. The celestial array of stars, unveiled for the first time to all beings. At that moment, the powerful entities across the realms were awestruck. To utilize the entirety of the starry sky as a formation, commanding countless stars, was a feat beyond comprehension. As the starry sky transformed into this formidable array, it grew profoundly deep, suffused with an overwhelming aura of death. The dread of this array instilled a sense of trepidation even among the 12 ancestor witches. Undoubtedly, the power of this array was terrifying enough to pose a threat to them. In the immortal volcanic realm, Kong Xuan, Dapeng, Huang and Feng Chang'e gazed upward at the celestial array of stars. In the pitch-black cosmic expanse, the stars shone brilliantly, yet were veiled in layers of monster aura, exuding an eerie quality. These stars resembled colossal, watchful eyes, observing the heavens and the myriad beings below. Especially these stars, once interconnected, emanate an overwhelming sense of dread. In Kong Xuan's eyes, a spectrum of colors erupted as he beheld the vast array of 365 primary stars and 14,800 secondary stars, each occupied by numerous demon clansmen wielding flags, orchestrating the celestial bodies into a grand formation. Despite his foundational knowledge of formations, he found himself utterly confounded by the demon clan's celestial array. Nevertheless, he could not help but sense the formidable terror that this array instilled. With his current prowess, he was no match for such an overwhelming force. This shared sentiment resonated among the powerful beings present, as the emergence of the demon clan's celestial formation truly astonished everyone. At that moment, Dijun activated the He-Tu and Luo Shu, two illustrious treasures that radiated brilliant light above his head. In this instant, it seemed as if they harmonized with the celestial array among the stars. In the next moment, streaks of starlight pierced through the void, and suddenly, the vast emptiness surrounding Dijun transformed, as if the very fabric of reality had been inverted, revealing another celestial realm where countless stars mirrored the original. This too was a celestial formation. Dijun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng vanished without a trace, entering the grand array. Dijiang, today marks the demise of your witch clan. Come, experience the might of my celestial array. Dijun's icy voice resonated from within the formation, imbued with a palpable intent to kill. Soon after, a brilliant and piercing beam of starlight shot forth from the array, akin to a swift sword, targeting Dijiang. At that moment, Dijiang, in his true form as a six-legged, four-winged monstrous bird, adept at manipulating spatial laws, reacted instantaneously and evaded the attack. However, the other ancestral witches were not as fortunate. Streams of starlight continued to erupt, bombarding the ancestral witches. In a flurry, they activated their divine abilities to counter the onslaught of the celestial array. For a time, the ancestral witches found themselves in disarray, though they had yet to suffer losses. They were being pushed back relentlessly. Elder brother, we cannot continue like this. We must summon the true form of our Father God, shouted the time ancestral witch, Zhu Jiuyin. In response, Dijiang's voice rang out, very well, brothers and sisters. Let us establish the Duding Shinsha Grand Array and summon the true form of our Father God. Instantly, the 12 ancestral witches repositioned themselves in 12 distinct directions. Each one then unleashed an overwhelming aura, and subtly, they formed a formation amongst themselves, the Duding Shinsha Grand Array, or the 12 Duding Shinsha Grand Array. As it required all 12 ancestral witches to come together, with none to spare. Even the absence of one would render the formation incomplete. As the 12 ancestral witches arranged themselves, a torrent of ominous dark energy surged from the heavens and the earth, drawn towards the array. Boundless malevolence converged, enveloping the figures of the 12 ancestral witches, rendering them invisible. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of starlight crashed down upon the array, yet were swallowed whole. Like a cow sinking into the sea, they vanished without a trace, causing no ripples in response. Witnessing this, an ominous premonition gripped the hearts of Dijun, Tai Yi, and the others within the celestial array. Concentrate our power for the ultimate strike. Dijun commanded with authority. Suddenly, the celestial array coalesced a singularly powerful beam of starlight. At that moment, countless stars dimmed, exuding an ethereal quality, indicating that this was indeed a full-force strike, the strongest blow. Boom! The starlight struck the Duding Shinsha Grand Array. causing a tremendous tremor, as if the array was on the verge of shattering. Yet, at the last moment, all the malevolent energy, including that formidable beam of starlight, was abruptly drawn back, coalescing into one. With a mighty roar, boundless malevolence converged into an immensely towering figure. The 12 ancestral witches had vanished, having fused into this singular entity, which was the true form of their father god, or rather, the incarnation of Pangu. As this figure emerged, an aura of unparalleled terror radiated, sweeping across the entire primordial realm in an instant. Pangu. In that moment, the consciousness of countless beings resonated with this name, instilling profound shock. The 12 ancestral witches had indeed summoned Pangu. Although everyone understood that this could not be the true Pangu, anything associated with him was inherently formidable. Now that a being claiming to be the true form of Pangu had appeared, could the demon clan's celestial array possibly stand as a rival? The powerful beings present found themselves gripped with trepidation. They had never anticipated that the conflict between the two clans would escalate to such a magnitude, where the demon clan commanded the myriad stars of the cosmos to form an unparalleled array, while the 12 ancestral witches had even summoned their father. To what extent would this battle unfold? At this moment, as Pangu's true form materialized, those within the celestial array, Dijun and his companions, were equally shaken. However, being top-tier beings of the primordial realm, they swiftly discerned the illusion and reality of Pangu's form. It was merely a formidable corporeal manifestation resulting from the fusion of the 12 ancestral witches, not the true Pangu. Even so, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them, as they had not expected the witch clan to possess such a trump card. Were it not for their own understanding of the celestial array, they would have considered surrendering upon facing this incarnation of Pangu. It was evident that this embodiment was no trifling opponent, and the four of them together might easily be overwhelmed. Celestial Star Monarch, heed my command. Channel the essence of the stars to empower the array, Dijun ordered without hesitation. In that instant, within the true expanse of the cosmos, the demon clan members brandished their celestial flags, releasing streams of stellar essence. This essence, coursing through the vast void, directly flowed into the celestial array presided over by Dijun Chapter 37, the Great Tao of Hongjun, the stalemate of witches and demons within the Grand Formation. The stars grew increasingly solid, resembling true celestial bodies. Naturally, the power of the Zhoutian star array was now more formidable than ever before. However, deep within the array, Tai, who was overseeing a crucial node, suddenly felt the chaos bell on his person tremble, as if it yearned to escape. Alarmed, Tai exclaimed, "This is bad. Pangu's true form seeks to summon my chaos bell." Without hesitation, Tai expelled a stream of his essence blood upon the chaos bell, employing various incantations to ensure that the blood permeated the bell. He attempted to suppress it and confine it within himself, yet he still sensed the bell's restless energy, as if it had been provoked. Moreover, it was not only the chaos bell that was agitated. Within Kunlun Mountain, Laozi and Yuan Shi faced a similar predicament, as their Taiji diagram and Pangu banner also threatened to fly away. Nevertheless, like Tai, after expending considerable effort, the two managed to forcibly contain their treasures. The cause of the upheaval among the three supreme treasures was, of course, the manifestation of Pangu's true form. Moreover, since none of the three had fully refined these treasures, Pangu's emergence resonated with them. Each of the three treasures was subdued by its respective owner. At this moment, with none of the treasures summoned, Pangu's true form let out a furious roar but did not immediately attack. Instead, it clenched its hand. In its grasp materialized a massive axe, coalescing from boundless malevolent energy, the axe of creation. Even without the three supreme treasures, Pangu's true form had still forged this unparalleled weapon. The axe appeared somewhat ethereal, lacking physical substance, yet it emanated a terrifying sharpness, capable of cleaving through all. With a resounding thud, Pangu's true form wasted no time, swinging the axe forcefully towards the Zhoutian star array. The strike, simple yet grand, seemed infused with endless mysteries. The light of the axe suggested that it could split the very heavens asunder. Within the unyielding volcano, Kong Xuan's eyes widened as he fixated on the trajectory of Pangu's axe, eager to discern its path. The essence of strength was evident in Pangu's strike, embodying the highest form of the Tao of power. Among the myriad paths, power reigned supreme. Even time, space, karma, and fate could not surpass it. Yet, regardless of Kong Xuan's scrutiny, he could not grasp the profundity of Pangu's axe, let alone comprehend the Tao of power within. It seemed as if the essence of the Tao of power existed beyond the realm itself, transcending all. Could it be that? A tremor coursed through Kong Xuan's mind. Pengu held a uniquely elevated status amidst the chaos. Some claimed he was a deity of power, while others argued otherwise. The 3,000 deities did not encompass him. Pengu was not merely a deity but the child of the Tao, nobler than the 3,000 chaotic deities. Thus, the Tao of power he wielded did not belong to any of the 3,000 paths but rather surpassed them all, serving as their ultimate principle. If this were true, it might elucidate everything. In the primordial realm, the other 3,000 paths bore traces of their existence, yet the Tao of power remained absent. This absence stemmed from its non-existence, as it was the overarching principle of the 3,000 pathways. Mastering the Tao of power was akin to nearing the ultimate Tao. Perhaps this was why Pengu attracted the siege of the 3,000 chaotic deities, bearing the burden of creating chaos. He was pursued by those seeking the power of the Tao as a ticket to the ultimate path. A realization began to crystallize in Kong Xuan's mind. While it may not be entirely accurate, this was the most genuine conclusion he could draw. Boom. Just as Pengu's true form brought the axe down upon the Zhoutian star array, a magnificent beam of light erupted from within the array. The brilliant starlight, previously unseen, coalesced into a strike powered by the essence of billions of stars. This strike was undeniably formidable. With a deafening roar, the unmatched force shattered the celestial void. Surging towards the Zhoutian star array, Pengu's axe, capable of fracturing time and space, obliterated the universe and all within it, reducing everything to a tumult of earth, water, fire, and wind. As the axe threatened, moreover, this third axe is evidently more formidable than the previous ones. Although it has yet to be unleashed, it is apparent that Pengu's true form is struggling to bear the weight of this axe, indicating that its power will be even more terrifying. Similarly, Pengu's true form has approached its limits, and at this moment, the Zhoutian star Do formation is in no better condition. Under the command of Emperor Jun, countless demon clans in the starry sky are exerting themselves to mobilize the stars, releasing their essence to augment the Zhoutian star Do formation. However, after 2 rounds of extracting the star's essence, each demon is nearing their limits, gritting their teeth and persisting. Just as these 2 forces are set to continue their fierce battle, a figure suddenly emerges in the arena. This figure, in comparison to Pengu's true form, is almost insignificant and diminutive. Yet, paradoxically, this figure's appearance captivates the attention of all present, as if it were the focal point of heaven and earth. In everyone's eyes, this figure's stature is not in the least inferior to Pengu's true form. In fact, it seems even more grand and towering. This figure is none other than Huang. Or rather, it is not merely Huang but the Tao itself. The Tao manifests through Huang's body, revealing itself to all sentient beings. Witnessing this scene, everyone involuntarily narrows their eyes, their hearts shaken. Even far beyond the 33 heavens, in the palace of Nuwa, upon seeing Huang, Nuwa's expression shifts, exclaiming, "Master?" Upon his arrival, Huang casts a glance at Pengu's true form, and then at the Zhoutian star Do formation, his gaze indifferent, seemingly devoid of emotion. Behind him, a jade tablet appears out of nowhere. Subsequently, the jade tablet transforms into a wheel, the Wheel of the Tao. Upon this Wheel of the Tao, it seems as though all the laws of the universe converge. To grasp this Wheel of the Tao is to command the order of heaven and earth. As the Wheel of the Tao emerges, it emits 2 beams of light, one directed at Pengu's true form and the other at the Zhoutian star Do formation. Pengu's true form bellows. Despite the third axe not being fully cultivated, there is no time to delay, and he immediately cleaves down. Thunderous roars, though not entirely formed. The power of this axe remains immensely terrifying. However, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolds. The axe meets the beam of light emitted by the Wheel of the Tao, and instead of generating any destructive force, there is merely a momentary standoff. Pengu's true form's third axe shatters into fragments, while the light from the Wheel of the Tao dims slightly before continuing forward, swiftly descending upon Pengu's true form. As the light envelopes Pengu's true form, it promptly disintegrates. The 12 ancestors of the witch clan emerge from the disintegration, their faces pale as they gaze at the figure of Huang in the sky. Their expressions a blend of fury and helplessness, imbued with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. On the other side, the Zhoutian star Do formation responds even more decisively, not even attempting to mount a defense. Thus, When the light of the wheel of the Tao falls upon the formation, the entire array flickers like a mirage, flashing a few times before dissipating. The Zhou-Tian star dough formation created by Emperor Jun possesses remarkable qualities. It divides into two, each being a Zhou-Tian star dough formation. The primary formation resides in the starry sky, connecting to the genuine stars and harnessing their power, while the one in the primordial wilderness serves merely as a projection, drawing upon the true formation's strength. Therefore, to dismantle the Zhou-Tian star dough formation, one must employ one of two methods: directly assault the core in the starry sky, thereby causing the formation to collapse from its roots. A daunting task given that the core is linked to the true ancient stars, particularly the 365 principal stars, each wielding boundless might. Confronting so many ancient stars simultaneously and severing their connections is a formidable challenge. The second method involves utilizing extreme strength to isolate or instantaneously obliterate the projection of the Zhou-Tian star dough formation, which is also a viable approach. Pangu's true form evidently employed this second method. Even the Tao of Hongjun utilized this strategy, severing the connection between myriad stars and the Zhou-Tian star dough formation, inevitably leading to its dissolution. However, despite the demon clan's Zhou-Tian star dough formation being seemingly invincible, it is not without its vulnerabilities. As previously mentioned, when the formation reaches the point of launching a third assault, it too is nearing its limits. Although the Zhou-Tian star dough formation itself lacks weaknesses, operating such an immense array necessitates manpower. Only with sufficient personnel can the formation function, and those who manage the stars must possess the strength to persist. Thus, this is the Achilles heel of the Zhou-Tian star dough formation at present. It can only execute 3 extreme assaults before exhausting the demon lords stationed in the starry sky to draw upon the star's power. The vulnerabilities of the demon clan's Zhou-Tian star dough formation mirror those of the Wu clan's Dou-Tian Xinsha formation, both reliant upon the individuals comprising the formation. The Wu clan's Dou-Tian Xinsha formation requires the 12 ancestors, with none able to be absent. Moreover, the strength of the 12 ancestors directly determines the might of Pangu's true form. However, with Hongjuan's emergence, both forces are abruptly halted. The Zhou-Tian star dough formation dissipates, and Pangu's true form disintegrates. Hongjun, expressionless and cold, gazes at the 12 ancestors, as well as the powerful demon clan figures such as Emperor Jun, Tai, Fuxi, and Kuanping. After a brief moment, Hongjun proclaims, "From this day forth, the demon clan shall govern the heavens, while the witch clan shall govern the earth. Within 10 yuan meetings, you shall not contest further." How do you respond? Hongjuan's piercing gaze sweeps across the assembly, sending shivers down their spines and instilling a chilling dread within their hearts. Undoubtedly, his words carry a potent threat of violence. Should they refuse, it is likely that Hongjun would take lethal action against any dissenters. Disciples shall heed the master's decree. Without hesitation, Emperor Jun, Tai, Fuxi, and Kuanping immediately acquiesce. The 12 ancestors, though reluctant, can only grunt in begrudging agreement. Thus, the conflict between the witches and demons is resolved with surprising ease, and the Tao of Hongjun swiftly vanishes from sight. In the immortal fire mountain, Kong Xuan, Dapeng, Feng Chang'e, and Huang Qing and Apos exchange glances, each feeling a sense of unease and cold sweat. Although they were not present at the scene, they could still perceive the terrifying pressure emanating from the Tao of Hongjun. Chapter 38. 2 Methods for Eliminating Karma Aunt and Uncle. Kong Xuan inquired of Huang Qing'er and Feng Chang'e during the struggle of the 3 clans. Did the heavenly path foresee such an outcome? Both shook their heads, leaving Kong Xuan enveloped in silence. According to reason, the heavenly path is impartial and should not interfere in the conflicts of sentient beings. Whether the witch clan or the monster clan emerges victorious, the heavenly path would remain indifferent. Yet, the heavenly path of the primordial era is influenced by Hongjun. Is it Hongjun who has affected the heavenly path of the primordial era, or does the primordial heavenly path possess some unique characteristics? Time flows ceaselessly, and several millennia have slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this extensive period, the primordial realm has experienced rare tranquility. The monster clan governs the heavens, while the witch clan oversees the earth, and within 10 gatherings of the 2 clans, conflict has been prohibited, bestowing an unusual calm upon the primordial realm. However, this tranquility carries an ominous foreboding, as the tensions between the 2 clans, though forcefully suppressed by Hongjun, remain unresolved. The more they are restrained, the more ferocious the eventual eruption will be. The discord between the two clans is irreconcilable and will undoubtedly resurface one day, likely more fearsome than before. In addition, the powerful beings from all corners of the primordial realm are quietly secluding themselves, diligently cultivating and contemplating. Notably, those who have obtained the primordial purple energy and possess the foundation for becoming saints, aside from Niwa who has already achieved sainthood, are growing increasingly anxious. The three pure ones of Kunlun, the western figures of Jian and Zhuandi, as well as the red cloud from the Fire Cloud Cave, are all striving to comprehend the mysteries of the primordial purple energy, eager to grasp their own opportunities for sainthood. Following the Second Great War between the witches and monsters, it is evident that everyone has come to deeply understand the significance of strength. Without attaining sainthood, facing the colossal entities of the witch and monster clans, even the most formidable powers would be utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the great array of the starry sky or the overwhelming force of Pangu's true form. Thus, they are left with but one path, to achieve sainthood as swiftly as possible. Once they attain this status, all problems shall be resolved. At the undying volcano, within the Hall of Inquiries, Kong Xuan abruptly halted his cultivation and retrieved a fishing rod. The path of cultivation requires both relaxation and focus. Indeed, Kong Xuan sensed he had reached a bottleneck and sought to unwind. In doing so, he recalled his fishing rod, which had just cooled down. He cast the rod, and in an instant, a vast expanse of chaotic sea began to form. Kong Xuan commenced his fishing. Before long, Kong Xuan's rod stirred. With a gentle tug, he reeled in a piece of innate gung metal, a splendid catch indeed. Following that, he caught a small yellow fish from a great lake of the primordial realm, a low-grade postnatal spirit root, and a rare wine treasured by a great demon. Finally, his last catch was a dark red cocoon, exuding a terrifying aura of ferocity. The fishing session concluded, and the chaotic sea dissipated. Kong Xuan gazed at the cocoon before him, slightly astonished. Was this a product of the blood sea of the underworld? As he pondered, he swiftly probed with his divine sense, confirming that within the blood cocoon resided a large male mosquito. Remarkably, if Kong Xuan remembered correctly, this mosquito could represent an entire clan. How, then, could this male mosquito propagate a lineage? However, thinking of his mother, Yuan Feng, he cast aside his doubts regarding its gender. Ah, the mosquito Taoist. Indeed, the large mosquito within the blood cocoon was the second being birthed from the blood sea. Known as the blood-winged black mosquito, a formidable insect of the primordial realm. Admittedly, it possessed special talents, undeniably fierce and powerful, yet it could not be overstated. After all, no matter how formidable the mosquito Taoist might be, it could not surpass the river of the underworld. Both originated from the blood sea, two beings birthed from its depths. Moreover, the river of the underworld has claimed dominion over the blood sea, rendering the mosquito merely a stunted product of its environment. How strong could it truly be? Kong Xuan regarded the blood cocoon thoughtfully, deciding against destroying it. Instead, he applied heavy seals to confine the cocoon, halting its development. After all, this was not the blood sea. The environment was unsuitable for its growth. He casually stored the mosquito away, contemplating future opportunities for its handling. Kong Xuan exited his seclusion, seeking out the rock, only to be informed that after breaking through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, the rock had departed the undying volcano to wander the primordial realm. Next, he sought out Feng Chang'e and Huang only to learn that Huang was in seclusion, while Feng Chang'e had also left the undying volcano to visit friends in the primordial realm. Kong Xuan shook his head, realizing that Feng Chang'e's so-called visit to friends was likely a ruse, primarily to covertly follow and protect the rock. He wondered if, during his own departure, Feng Chang'e had accompanied him. Contemplating this, he felt a pang of sorrow. After roaming the undying volcano, he returned to the Hall of Inquiries to continue his seclusion. Kong Xuan silently resumed his cultivation, and as time passed, it turned into 10,000 years, then 20,000, 30,000, until 100,000 years had elapsed. Finally, on this day, Kong Xuan's body quaked, unleashing a powerful aura. He had finally broken through once more, advancing from the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm to the late stage. Kong Xuan opened his eyes, a flash of five-colored light illuminating them before his aura receded. Returning to tranquility, he exhaled deeply, feeling the arduous nature of this breakthrough. Yet, it had finally been achieved. In the span of 100,000 years, he had progressed from the mid-stage to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Such a level of cultivation could even be deemed the pinnacle of the Feng clan. Indeed, Both Huang Qing'er and Feng Chang'e remained in the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, while Kong Xuan had surpassed them into a higher realm, officially establishing himself as the strongest of the Feng clan. At that moment, his breakthrough also invigorated the fortunes of the Feng clan. Kong Xuan could sense that the Feng clan's fortunes were not particularly strong, arguably unworthy of possessing three powerful Hunyuan Golden Immortals. In the vast expanse of the primordial realm, only a select few clans could boast of three Hunyuan Golden Immortal powers, with the Monster and Witch clans being the most prominent. Additionally, the Dragon clan, a rival of the Feng clan, should also possess such depth. As for others, Kong Xuan was truly unaware. Perhaps some exist, perhaps none, yet it seems unlikely. When comparing the Witch, Monster, and Feng clans, the disparity becomes glaringly evident. The Feng clan has fallen into decline, its fortunes not even reaching a fraction of either of the other two clans. Is this not outrageous? It is indeed excessively absurd. Yet, this is the reality. At this moment, with Kong Xuan's cultivation firmly establishing him as the foremost among the Feng clan, he has unmistakably become the new core of the clan. In other words, Kong Xuan has successfully assumed the identity of the Feng clan's leader. Thus, he is now able to observe the fortunes of the Feng clan and discern the thick layer of karma intertwined with them. These karmic burdens not only incessantly suppress and erode the fortunes of the Feng clan, but have also become an invisible shackle for all its members. Under such circumstances, the clansfolk of the Feng tribe often find themselves facing several times, even dozens of times, more difficulty than usual in their pursuit of breaking through realms and enhancing their cultivation. I now begin to understand why the White Jade Qilin willingly chose to become Nua's steed. In a moment of revelation, Kong Xuan realized that both the Feng clan and the Qilin and Dragon clans bore the weight of this karma. It could be said that as long as this karmic force persists, the three clans have little hope of rising above their plight. In light of this, the three clans are compelled to make sacrifices for the survival of their race. For instance, the White Jade Qilin, in a bid to secure a sliver of hope for its kin, has sacrificed its dignity to serve as a mount. With a deep exhale, Kong Xuan reflected on his belief that he could certainly attain enlightenment. Once he did, the Feng clan would rise again. Indeed, this conviction remained unchanged. From the very beginning, he had confirmed his exceptional aptitude for cultivation through the system, leading him to believe that diligent practice would inevitably result in enlightenment. However, as he ascended through realms and deepened his understanding, he became increasingly aware of the terrifying nature of karma. Initially, there was no doubt about Kong Xuan's high aptitude for cultivation, yet he found himself merely at the quasi-saint level, possibly not even having reached the pinnacle of that realm. Why had Kong Xuan not attained enlightenment? Was it because his potential had not been enhanced by the system? Perhaps not. The most likely reason was the burden of karma. Indeed, Kong Xuan had once believed that the karma of the Feng clan would not affect him. Yet, as he became the most powerful figure in the clan, he could clearly perceive the fortunes and karmic burdens of the Feng clan, realizing that this karma would indeed influence him. In other words, the former Kong Xuan was also subject to the effects of this karmic force. This might well be a significant reason for his inability to attain enlightenment. So, what should he do next? Should he continue to cultivate in seclusion until he attains enlightenment? Or should he strategize for the Feng clan's future? At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. It informed him that he had become the leader of the Feng clan, bearing the mission of its revival, and presented him with the following choices. Option 1. Assume the responsibilities of clan leader and eliminate the karmic burdens imposed by the heavenly path, earning a reward of the innate supreme treasure, the 5 elements sword. Option 2. Temporarily disregard the clan's affairs, continue his cultivation, and consider the Feng clan's matters only after attaining enlightenment, earning a reward of the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the 5 elements tower. This was a special option. The first and second choices represented Kong Xuan's future cultivation paths, and he could choose one to pursue. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan's expression grew serious. How should he decide? After much contemplation, he exhaled deeply and silently resolved his choice. System, I choose option 1. Although the two options presented by the system represented two distinct paths, Kong Xuan discerned a flaw within them. While option 1 required him to shoulder the responsibility of eliminating the clan's karmic burdens, he pondered whether this would impede his cultivation. Perhaps it would have some impact, but it would not be absolute. On the other hand, option 2 would entail abandoning the Feng clan to cultivate alone until achieving enlightenment, only to return to manage the clan thereafter. This was a feasible path. However, Kong Xuan estimated that this would consume an excessively long time. After all, from his recent breakthroughs, it had taken him 100,000 years just to progress from mid-stage to late-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal. In fact, it might have been even longer. Considering the fortuitous encounter he had with the Tree of Creation, which likely saved him much time. The difficulty of further breakthroughs, from late-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal to complete mastery, and ultimately ascending to the lofty realm of Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, was daunting. Kong Xuan shook his head. Thus, in this context, it became imperative to eliminate the Feng clan's karmic burdens. This endeavor would not only benefit the Feng clan but also assist him in attaining enlightenment more swiftly. Yet, how could he eradicate the clan's karma? To eliminate karma, there are primarily two approaches. One is to offset it with merits, and the other is to leverage great fortunes. The first method is self-explanatory. Kong Xuan had previously contemplated whether to seek the merits from Nuwa's creation of humanity, but he hesitated, fearing retribution from Nuwa after her ascension to sainthood. The second method, utilizing great fortunes to nullify karma, could draw inspiration from the example of the White Jade Qilin, which sought to forge connections with powerful beings of great fortunes. The most common approach is to become a servant or mount for these powerful entities. While this may not immediately yield significant fortunes, it could gradually stabilize the clan and help dissipate karmic burdens over time. This method, however, is notably slow in effect. Nonetheless, both methods have been employed by the three clans consistently. For instance, the Dragon Clan has dispatched its members across the vast wilderness, engaging in various acts to accumulate merits over time. The Qilin clan, on the other hand, has embraced the role of auspicious beasts, heralding good fortune wherever they appear, thus accruing merits as well. As for the Feng clan, Kong Xuan was less certain about their specific methods of gathering merits, but it seemed they were not as proficient as the other two clans. However, in terms of leveraging fortunes, the Feng clan had indeed made commendable efforts. For example, during Hongjuan's inaugural sermon, the Feng clan promptly presented 3 azure birds to the newly appointed leader of female immortals, Zhuangmu, shortly after her ascension. This was their most renowned act. Moreover, throughout the wilderness, many female immortals have sought refuge with the Feng clan, exemplifying their method of leveraging fortunes. In comparison to the Dragon clan, their approach appears more refined. The Dragon clan, in their quest to eliminate karma, has been unyielding, disregarding their pride entirely. This is partly due to the sheer number of Dragon clan members. Their numerous branches and offshoots allow them to act without concern for their reputation. Thus, the Dragon clan casts a wide net, excelling not only in amassing merits but also in leveraging fortunes, unafraid to compromise their dignity. It is common to see various dragons taking on the role of mounts in the wilderness. Chapter 39. The primordial measuring rod suppresses destiny as Kong Xuan made his choice. An unexpected change flickered across his face. With a mere thought, a sword materialized before him, a resplendent weapon shimmering in 5 colors. It was the 5 Elements sword, a congenital treasure. He had made his choice, yet he had not completed the task, and the system had already bestowed this reward upon him. Was this an advance on his reward? After a brief communication with the system, confirming the authenticity of this gift, Kong Xuan could not help but smile. A congenital treasure. He finally possessed one, and it was of the 5 elemental attributes. The 5 Elements sword was undoubtedly a perfect match for him, capable of unleashing unparalleled power in his hands. In that moment, Kong Xuan dared to declare himself invincible beneath the saints. After all, this system-rewarded sword required no arduous refining on his part. Was it not far superior to Tai's Chaos Bell? A flawless fit, absolute strength. Who among the saints could stand against him? Kong Xuan attempted to infuse his magical energy into the 5 Elements sword, and instantly, streams of 5-colored sword energy surged from its blade, effortlessly tearing through the void. He felt that a single strike could potentially annihilate even a great Luo Golden Immortal or a quasi-saint, completely eradicating both body and soul. The sword's might was self-evident. With a thought, a ruler appeared before him, the primordial measuring rod. Another treasure, yet this one was a postnatal merit treasure, its merit derived from the creation of the world. The primordial measuring rod also excelled in attack, but upon comparison, Kong Xuan sensed that its power paled significantly in comparison to the 5 Elements sword. If the primordial measuring rod's attack could reach the normal level of a congenital treasure, then the 5 Elements sword was an exceptionally proficient weapon among them. Thus, It was inappropriate to compare the five-element sword with the primordial measuring rod. Rather, it should be measured against the Panga banner of Yuan Shi. The Panga banner boasted the most formidable attack among the many congenital treasures of the primordial era, forged from the blade of the opening heaven axe. Therefore, if one were to compare, it should be with the Panga banner to determine who truly held the title of the supreme attacker. A glimmer of battle intent flashed in Kong Xuan's eyes before he quickly regained his composure. He sheathed the five-element sword, nurturing it within himself to deepen their bond. Intending to refine it into his own life treasure, he left the primordial measuring rod behind, contemplating it for a moment before decisively pointing at it. Boom! The primordial measuring rod soared into the sky, flying above the Wudong tree, the convergence point of the Phoenix clan's destiny. Indeed, Kong Xuan intended to use this rod as the treasure of the Phoenix clan's fortune to suppress their destiny. After all, with the five-elements sword in his possession, he lacked no treasure. Thus, the primordial measuring rod was perfectly suited for this purpose. Kong Xuan's action immediately alarmed every member of the Phoenix clan. At that moment, all felt a profound sense of stability and reassurance. In Qingling Palace, Huang and Feng Chang'e were the quickest to react, sensing the change in the Phoenix clan's fortune. They soon beheld the rulers suppressing their destiny. That is, Huang exclaimed in astonishment. A merit treasure, Feng Chang'e echoed in shock. The primordial measuring rod. A treasure of creation. Feng Chang'e was momentarily dazed, gazing in the direction of the Winda Palace, murmuring to himself, where did Xian'er find this treasure? It shares a source with the celestial Huang Linglong Pagoda of the Taoist of Taiching. Only these two exist between heaven and earth. How did the primordial measuring rod end up in Xian'er's hands? The couple exchanged glances, incredulous yet ultimately relieved. Huang Qing'e smiled. Xian'er is indeed mysterious. However, now that he has revealed this treasure, it signifies that he will officially take over and lead the Phoenix clan from today onward. We can finally relax. Feng Chang'e chuckled but soon shook his head. Though that's true, Xian'er is still young, and there are many areas in which he remains inexperienced. We must continue to assist him. He paused, his gaze resolute. Moreover, given Xian'er's exceptional talent and cultivation, having surpassed us in such a short time since his birth, if he continues to cultivate, there is a substantial possibility that he could attain that level. Qing'er, Feng Chang'e stated, if we were to produce a saint within our Phoenix clan, I believe we could truly achieve a rebirth for our people. Huang Qing'er felt a jolt at his words as she glanced at Feng Chang'e and then towards the Winda Palace, nodding emphatically. Meanwhile, after Kong Xuan utilized the primordial measuring rod to stabilize the Phoenix clan's fortune, he too sensed a newfound steadiness and sighed in relief. The Phoenix clan still had hope. Subsequently, Kong Xuan ceased his seclusion, emerging to officially take charge of the Phoenix clan. However, as Feng Chang'e had anticipated, Kong Xuan did not intend to neglect his cultivation, even though his progress had slowed considerably. Yet, his innate talent still yielded results. Thus, he planned to oversee the broader direction of the Phoenix clan. For instance, upon assuming leadership, his first objective was to focus on the human clan. The human clan, future protagonists of the world, was a source of merit and fortune that should not be overlooked. Consequently, despite the uncertainty surrounding Kong Xuan's intentions, many members of the Phoenix clan began their exodus from the immortal volcano, venturing into the primordial realm to seek out the human clan, offering protection and support for their survival and development. This initiative naturally piqued the curiosity of many races and powers within the primordial world, garnering the attention of several formidable beings. They wondered why the Phoenix clan would voluntarily protect the human clan. Had the Phoenix clan discovered something extraordinary about them? Indeed, the human clan was unique, being the only postnatal race created by Nuwa, which had consequently garnered celestial merit, allowing them to attain sainthood. However, the human clan's existence had been studied by more than just the Phoenix clan, and no one had uncovered anything remarkable. In fact, compared to many races in the primordial realm, the human clan appeared remarkably frail. Thus, over time, many had ceased to pay them any mind. Yet now, the Phoenix clan had left their sanctuary to actively protect the human clan. Did this imply that they had uncovered some secret? After all, it was well known that the Phoenix clan seldom acted without purpose, and when they did, it often revolved around merit and fortune. The Feng clan, the Qilin clan, and the Dragon clan, in their various strategies and actions throughout the primordial era, sought to acquire virtue and fortune to alleviate their own karmic burdens. Now, as the Feng clan protects the human race, Does it imply that the human race possesses great virtue and fortune that the Feng clan intends to cultivate? Chapter 40. The Phoenix Clan becomes the totem of humanity. Kong Xuan's directive for the Phoenix Clan was never intended to be shrouded in secrecy. After all, such matters could not be concealed. Thus, he opted for transparency, boldly proclaiming their intentions. It is widely acknowledged that the Phoenix Clan seeks virtue and fortune. What is there to hide? As for how others perceive their actions, or whether they might intervene, Kong Xuan remained indifferent. At present, humanity had yet to emerge prominently and displayed no signs of potential. This was merely an initial investment on Kong Xuan's part. Even if others suspected the Phoenix Clan's motives regarding humanity, their understanding was limited. Following trends was not daunting. Others lacked clarity on what to emulate or for how long. And there was always the risk of pursuing a fruitless endeavor. The actual benefits were often far less than anticipated, which was enough to deter most observers. Moreover, the Phoenix Clan members dispatched for this task were equally oblivious to Kong Xuan and Apos' true intentions, further dissuading external curiosity about their plans. At this juncture, one might wonder whether Kong Xuan's instruction to protect humanity was sufficient. Why not guide them in discovering fire or constructing shelters? Such guidance would be superfluous. Indeed, it would be imprudent, as it would expose him as a time traveler. Should he act in such a manner, foreseeing every outcome? It would not only jeopardize the Phoenix Clan's ambitions for humanity's fortune and virtue, but might also provoke divine retribution. Even Nuwa, a being of profound wisdom, would not overlook such overt displays of ambition from the Phoenix Clan. While it is reasonable to deduce that humanity possesses great potential and fortune, due to the Phoenix Clan's expertise in this domain, it would be illogical to expect them to directly instruct humanity in such basic skills. Thus, Kong Xuan's sole directive for the Phoenix Clan tasked with safeguarding humanity was simple: allow humanity to regard the Phoenix Clan as their protective deities. Indeed, Kong Xuan envisioned a future where the Phoenix Clan was revered as a totem by humanity, thereby intertwining their fates. As humanity flourished, so too would the Phoenix Clan, with fortunes and virtues flowing abundantly. Why chase fleeting gains when this enduring totemic relationship promised far greater stability and allure than the transient virtues of the three ancestors? This strategic maneuver proved astute. The actions of the Phoenix Clan left the major powers of the prehistoric era perplexed. Similarly, in the palace of Nuwa, located beyond the 33 heavens, she too could not discern any anomalies. She assumed the Phoenix Clan had fortuitously divined humanity's promising future, hence their investment in fortune and virtue. Nuwa mused, recognizing the Phoenix Clan's shrewdness in making a remarkable investment with extraordinary future returns. She pondered which member of the Phoenix Clan had made such predictions. I seek to understand the Phoenix Clan further, yet I find myself unable to grasp their secrets, she reflected. As the sovereign of the ancient calamities, the Phoenix Clan undoubtedly harbored many enigmas. Despite her newfound status as a sage, Nuwa realized that even sages are not omniscient. The secrets of the cosmos are boundless. It is only natural for the Phoenix Clan to possess certain mysteries. Nevertheless, the unexpected steps they took piqued Nuwa's curiosity about their capabilities. Glancing at the white jade Qilin outside her palace, she acknowledged its beauty and suitability as a steed befitting her status. Yet, for reasons unknown, her thoughts drifted to the majestic phoenix. How splendid it would be to have a phoenix as a mount, perhaps even more to her liking than the jade Qilin. Perhaps she should visit the Phoenix Clan soon to seek out a new companion. In the depths of the unyielding volcano, Kong Xuan could not have anticipated that his actions would capture Nuwa's attention. Furthermore, it led her to contemplate acquiring a new steed. After orchestrating the grand plan for the Phoenix Clan to protect humanity and gradually become their totem, Kong Xuan retreated into seclusion to cultivate his abilities. Balancing cultivation and the eradication of the Phoenix Clan's karmic burdens was his chosen path. Time would affirm the wisdom of his approach. Initially, the results were negligible, almost imperceptible. Yet, as time progressed, Kong Xuan, now the clan leader, began to sense a shift in the Phoenix Clan's fortune. Their luck gradually intensified while their karmic ties slowly unraveled. This connection to humanity, the future protagonists of this realm, bore significant benefits. As their fortunes flourished and burdens diminished, Kong Xuan's cultivation also experienced positive feedback, easing the challenges he faced, especially as various human tribes began to accept the Phoenix Clan's presence and revered them as totems. Kong Xuan increasingly perceived that the fortunes of the Phoenix Clan and humanity became closely intertwined. Subsequently, humanity advanced rapidly, mastering fire, constructing homes, and weaving garments. Divine virtues descended upon them, heralding the emergence of the three ancestral figures and igniting the dawn of human civilization. The fortunes of humanity began to surge at an astonishing rate. For Kong Xuan, this period was exceedingly gratifying, as he could distinctly sense the Phoenix clan's fortunes accumulating. Simultaneously, the celestial karmic burdens they bore were being alleviated. This transformation was evident as many members of the Phoenix clan experienced sudden enhancements in their abilities. The clan was steadily improving. These developments did not escape the notice of Kong Xuan, as well as Huang and Feng Changge, who had previously been perplexed by his plans. Now, they recognized Kong Xuan's brilliance in aligning the Phoenix clan with humanity, the first postnatal race crafted by sages. Humanity concealed such profound advantages. With the Phoenix clan now becoming humanity's totem, their strength and burgeoning fortune would directly benefit the Phoenix clan. If this synergy continued, perhaps one day the burdens of the Phoenix clan would be entirely resolved. Thus, from that moment on, although Huang and Feng Changge did not vocalize their sentiments, they secretly came to wholeheartedly support Kong Xuan's every endeavor. After all, they had sought various means to alleviate the Phoenix clan's burdens from ancient times until now, yet had achieved nothing. Kong Xuan's first decisive action as leader yielded immediate and substantial results. How could they not hold him in high esteem? They entrusted the future of the Phoenix clan to Kong Xuan's leadership. Changge, I've suddenly found myself wanting a child, Huang remarked in the Qingling Palace. Chapter 41. The 12th Great Annihilation Black Lotus. Do you desire children? Upon hearing these words, Feng Changge was momentarily taken aback. His heart stirred as he gazed at Huang, his eyes softening. With the birth of Xian'er, the Feng clan was flourishing, and the future began to glimmer with hope. Perhaps they could also consider having a child. All right. Feng Changge nodded at his wife, speaking softly. A radiant smile blossomed on Huang and Appo's face as she leaned against him, and the atmosphere gradually became enchanting. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 100,000 years had gone by. Despite a century of arduous cultivation, Kong Xuan's cultivation remained stagnant at the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. One day, while immersed in his training, a prompt from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that Taiji Laozu has sensed the opportunity for sanctification. He has departed from Kunlun Mountain and is currently wandering in the primordial chaos. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Guide Taiji Laozu in establishing the human sect for sanctification and receive the reward of the Pangu alchemy inheritance. Option 2. Preempt Taiji Laozu and establish the human sect first, gaining the reward of the Qi luck refining method. Option 3. Ignore this matter and receive the reward of the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan's heart stirred as he opened his eyes, a flash of multicolored light shimmering within them. So, Taiji Laozu is also on the path to sanctification? This is indeed extraordinary. Taiji Laozu's method of achieving sanctification involves the establishment of the human sect, inherently connected to humankind. However, it is worth noting that while the elder brother may be silent, Kong Xuan himself is also scheming for the luck of humanity. Taiji Laozu establishing the human sect and borrowing from humanity's fortune is not inherently wrong. It is all in service of humanity's destiny. If one were to draw a distinction, it lies in Kong Xuan's pursuit of humanity's fortune, which causes little to no harm to humanity. In fact, it can be argued that it is mutually beneficial. The Feng clan protects humanity, and through this means, they are able to connect the fortunes of humanity with those of the Feng clan, gradually cleansing the Feng clan's karma. This is a gradual effect rather than an instantaneous plundering of humanity's luck. Essentially, the Feng clan works for humanity, while humanity reciprocates by sharing some of their fortune. Under the Feng clan's assistance, humanity's fortune even flourishes at an accelerated pace. Thus, the Feng clan's role as a totem for humanity, safeguarding them, is ultimately harmless. In contrast, Taiji Laozu established the human sect, but, apart from initially imparting the golden elixir Tao, has since shown little regard for humanity, fully adhering to his doctrine of non-action. This is rather excessive. The human sect continues to thrive, enjoying the fortune of humanity, yet its leader no longer contributes to their welfare. Such behavior is truly disheartening. Nevertheless, Kong Xuan found himself powerless in this situation. Taiji Laozu is a saint of the heavenly Tao, fated to attain sanctification. Among the three options, the second, intercepting Taiji Laozu to establish the human sect, was undoubtedly a perilous pitfall. The risks were simply too great. Although Kong Xuan had the ambition, his current strength did not permit such risks. Similarly, the first option, akin to guiding Yuan in creating humanity, was equally unfeasible. Therefore, it was prudent not to overestimate one's own cleverness or underestimate the wisdom of others. It was best to remain passive. System, I choose option 3. Kong Xuan decisively made his choice. The rewards of the Pangu alchemy inheritance and the Qi luck refining method could wait for another opportunity. In that instant, as Kong Xuan made his choice, the system promptly delivered the rewards. With a thought, a black lotus appeared before him, the 12-grade annihilation black lotus. This lotus exuded an aura of peril, with threads of destructive energy wafting through the air, causing Kong Xuan's gaze to brighten. With another thought, a second lotus materialized, the 12-grade pure world white lotus. Immaculate and seemingly sacred, this white lotus stood in stark contrast to the 12-grade annihilation black lotus. One radiated purity and sanctity, while the other represented malevolence and annihilation. The pure world and annihilation, one heralding beauty, the other heralding destruction, these two lotuses were indeed opposites in nature. However, despite their opposing attributes, both lotuses originated from the same source, birthed from the seeds of the chaos green lotus. Kong Xuan contemplated whether these two lotuses could be fused together into a singular entity, transforming 12 grades into 24. Yet, after careful consideration, this notion quickly fell apart. Both the 12-grade pure world white lotus and the 12-grade annihilation black lotus were the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures. This meant they were merely a step away from becoming innate supreme treasures, hindered only by a final innate restriction. However, this last barrier was immensely vast. In simpler terms, the potential of these two lotuses had been entirely exhausted, leaving no possibility for them to advance into innate supreme treasures. While merging the two lotuses was not impossible, creating a singular innate supreme treasure lotus from their fusion was out of the question. Why? Although both lotuses share a common origin as descendants of the chaos green lotus, their essences had diverged. One encapsulated the laws of purification, while the other embodied the laws of annihilation. To merge the two lotuses would mean blending these two fundamental laws. But can the laws of purification and annihilation truly coexist harmoniously? They cannot. As previously mentioned, these two lotuses are fundamentally opposed to each other. Therefore, the laws of purification and annihilation would not only fail to merge, but would actively repel one another. It would be akin to a furnace exploding during alchemy. Attempting to fuse these two lotuses would result in catastrophe. At least, with Kong Xuan's current abilities, perfectly merging these two lotuses was beyond his reach. Thus, rather than forcibly merging the two lotuses, it would be wiser to maintain the status quo. After all, whether the 12-grade pure world white lotus or the 12-grade annihilation black lotus, both are top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Even if they do not compare to innate supreme treasures, they remain exceptionally formidable. With this thought in mind, Kong Xuan collected both the 12-grade pure world white lotus and the 12-grade annihilation black lotus. Meanwhile, within Kunlun Mountain, Taiji Laozu, in a moment of enlightenment, sensed his opportunity for sanctification. After exchanging greetings with Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, he gracefully departed from Kunlun Mountain. Once he left Kunlun, Taiji Laozu began his travels through the primordial chaos, during which a serendipitous encounter drew his attention to humanity. Within the primordial chaos, humanity thrived under the protection of the Feng clan, with little threat from other races, especially before humanity encroached upon the existence of other races. For the humanity safeguarded by the Feng clan, other races were inclined to coexist peacefully. Despite the decline of the Phoenix clan, it remains one of the most formidable races in the primordial world, boasting a multitude of skilled individuals among its ranks. Even now, numerous avian tribes still regard the Phoenix clan with reverence. Chapter 42. Laozi establishes humanity's teachings. Bestows celestial merits. The significance of the human race being revered by the Phoenix lineage, even to the extent of being worshipped as a totem, is profound. Laozi's concern for humanity grew over time. As his interactions with the human race increased, Laozi gradually gained numerous insights about them. The term human is not arbitrary. The Tao begets one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. The concept of three is crucial. It represents the three talents, heaven, earth, and man, with man being one of them. The race created by Enwa is known as humanity. Does this not signify their position among the three talents? Although it may not be as exaggerated, Laozi felt he was beginning to grasp something significant. The human race is destined for great development, he concluded. Thus, Laozi continued to observe the evolution of humanity while simultaneously contemplating the primordial purple energy. As he delved deeper into the secrets of humanity, he noticed that the primordial purple energy within his sea of consciousness began to merge with his primordial spirit. This discovery filled Laozi with exhilaration. Although he practiced the path of non-action, witnessing his imminent attainment of sagehood stirred emotions within him. Years passed, and at last, Laozi comprehended the essence of becoming a sage. He extended his hand, and immediately, a platform of Tao rose from the ground. Sitting upon this platform, Laozi commenced his teachings. He began with simple principles, though elementary. They directly pointed to the essence of all things, gradually attracting many from the human race. He then transitioned from the superficial to the profound, expounding on deeper truths and the ways of self-cultivation and non-action. Ultimately, Laozi revealed a method of cultivation known as the Golden Elixir Path, a system he devised by observing humanity and integrating his own alchemical practices. This method was exceptionally suitable for the human race. While it is true that humanity was not entirely devoid of cultivation methods, having existed in the primordial world for quite some time, the previously acquired techniques could not compare to the Golden Elixir Path specifically crafted for them by Laozi. The universality of the Golden Elixir Path allowed nearly all humans to practice it, leading to an increase in listeners eager to hear Laozi's teachings. Thus, Laozi expounded for several centuries before finally pausing. Rising to his full height, his aura was profound and boundless, akin to an unfathomable abyss, obscuring his true cultivation level. With a sweeping gesture of his sleeves, a magnificent scroll unfurled in the air, transforming into a bridge of white jade and gold, the Taiji diagram. With heaven's Tao above. I am the Tai Ching Laozi, the foremost disciple of the Xiamen, transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, the leader of the three pure ones. Today, I establish the teachings of humanity and undertake the responsibility of their enlightenment. I am the founder of humanity's teachings, utilizing the innate treasure of the Taiji diagram to stabilize their fortune. Humanity, arise. Initially, Laozi's voice was not loud, but as he continued, it grew in magnitude, resounding throughout the vast primordial realm. At the moment his declaration resonated, a tremendous rumble echoed, and a brilliant golden light erupted above his head. This was merit. Laozi's establishment of humanity's teachings garnered the recognition of the Tao, and celestial merit descended upon him. Swathes of merit surged forth, coalescing into luminous clouds of gold. At that moment, the powerful beings throughout the primordial world were stirred, turning their gazes toward Laozi. Upon witnessing the radiant clouds of merit above him, astonishment filled their hearts. After all, Enwa's creation of humanity had also been marked by the descent of celestial merit, and now, Laozi and Apos' establishment of humanity and Apos' teachings similarly received the recognition of the Tao. Did this imply that Laozi too would attain sagehood through merit? Among the three methods of attaining enlightenment, the path of laws is the most formidable and challenging, followed by the severance of the three corpses, with merit being the weakest. Why then, did both Enwa and Laozi achieve enlightenment through merit? Especially Laozi, being the foremost among the three pure ones, with the highest lineage and exceptional potential. Given such favorable conditions, why pursue enlightenment through merit? With a mixture of confusion, shock, admiration, and jealousy, the onlookers pondered. Boom. The merit cascaded down, flooding into Laozi's being. His aura surged dramatically. Having already severed two of his corpses, he was at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Now, under the immense influx of merit, his cultivation rapidly ascended. Suddenly, Laozi let out a powerful shout, "Sever!" In that instant, a shadow emerged from Laozi's body. At this critical juncture, Laozi seized the opportunity, utilizing the merit from his establishment of teachings to sever his self-corpse. Thus, all three corpses were severed. Laozi's aura soared explosively, propelling him from the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood directly to the late stage. Notably, the merit from the establishment of teachings had not yet been fully utilized. A vast reservoir of merit remained. With a thought, Laozi summoned forth two more shadows from within him, representing his chapter 43, a celestial omen, the supreme treasure. The coffin of suppressing heaven did I, along with my second and third brothers, possess such a share of the merits of creation within our primordial spirits? Innumerable thoughts surged through Lao Tzu's mind in an instant. However, Lao Tzu quickly ceased further contemplation, for at that moment, with the influx of the merits of creation, he could no longer restrain himself. Boundless merits, celestial merits, and the merits of creation enveloped him, continuously pouring into his body. Rumble. A tremendous sound resonated, and from Lao Tzu's form, an aura of terrifying power erupted, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. This aura was that of a sage, the might of a celestial sage. Lao Tzu had attained sagehood. The terrifying pressure of a sage swept across the heavens and the earth, permeating every corner of the primordial world. Within the world, countless living beings were irresistibly forced to their knees, prostrating themselves before the emergence of the sage. Once more, the heavens and the earth had gained another sage. Countless auspicious phenomena manifested and bloomed. Celestial flowers descended in disarray. Golden lotuses sprang from the earth, and billowing purple chi ascended from the east, forming the image of purple chi coming from the east. Beneath the sage, all were but ants. In the primordial world, sagehood was the ultimate goal of cultivation for countless beings, and it was also the most supreme existence. Imperishable through myriad tribulations, untouched by karma. Following Inhua, Lao Tzu similarly gleaned his opportunity for attaining sagehood from the human race, comprehending the Tao of teaching and establishing the way of humanity, thereby proving his attainment of sagehood. At that moment, Lao Tzu's primordial spirit refined the Hongmeng purple chi and then anchored itself upon the nebulous heavenly Tao. From that moment onward, as long as the heavenly Tao did not perish, the sage would not perish. However, after Lao Tzu attained sagehood, he released his power only briefly before retracting it. With a flash of his form, he vanished from sight. Lao Tzu returned to Kunlun Mountain. After attaining sagehood, the vast majority of the primordial world could be traversed by a sage in an instant. And at the same time that Lao Tzu returned to Kunlun Mountain, in the undying volcano, the system's notification resounded once more in Kong Xuan's mind. Ding! Detecting that Lao Tzu intends to guide Yuanshi and Tongtian in establishing their sects and attaining sagehood, the host may make the following choices. Choice 1. Go to Kunlun Mountain to congratulate the 3 pure ones on their attainment of sagehood, and receive the reward of the 4 swords of Zhu Xian and a replica of the Zhu Xian formation diagram. Choice 2. After the 3 pure ones have all established their sects and attained sagehood, join any one of the 3 sects and receive the reward of a wisp of the origin of the time demon god. Choice 3. Ignore this matter and receive the reward of the heavenly Tao's ominous treasure, the coffin of suppressing heaven. Upon hearing the system's notification, Kong Xuan's heart stirred, and he found himself in a state of indecision. The rewards for all 3 choices were quite alluring. The 4 swords of Zhu Xian and a replica of the Zhu Xian formation diagram meant that he would be given a Zhu Xian sword formation. The Zhu Xian sword formation was the foremost killing formation beneath the heavenly Tao in the primordial world. Its power was self-evident. If he obtained this sword formation, Kong Xuan's strength would increase greatly in an instant. However, this sword formation was not suitable for him. Kong Xuan mused inwardly. Now that his cultivation was increasing, he no longer chose treasures based solely on their power, as he had done in the past. While the power of a treasure was important, it also had to be suitable for him. Compared to his existing 5-element sword, the 4 swords of Zhu Xian and the Zhu Xian formation diagram held little significance for Kong Xuan. Although the Zhu Xian sword formation could contend against 4 opponents simultaneously, this was merely the power of the formation. Kong Xuan had always believed that formations were too external. He preferred the concept of concentrating power within oneself. At the very least, it should be like the 5-element sword, which was compatible with oneself and could be refined into a natal treasure. With a sword in hand, one could slay gods and immortals alike. Unlike the Zhu Xian sword formation, whose weaknesses were too apparent and easily exploited. Of course, Kong Xuan would not refuse if it were given to him for free. The reward for the second choice, a wisp of the origin of the time demon god, was comparable to the wisp of the Yin-Yang demon god's origin that Dapeng had obtained. After refining and absorbing it, Dapeng had undergone a transformation in terms of cultivation and aptitude. Now, a wisp of the origin of the time demon god was naturally very appealing to Kong Xuan as well. However, the option corresponding to this wisp of the origin of the time demon god was the first to be abandoned by Kong Xuan. Although the reward was good, it required him to take another as his master. This was impossible for Kong Xuan, who was already in the late stage of the golden immortal of primordial chaos. Finally, there was the option of obtaining the reward for free, the heavenly Tao's ominous treasure, the coffin of suppressing heaven. In the primordial world, there were only a few treasures that could be called ominous treasures, such as the spear of the God Slayer, the coffin of suppressing heaven, the 6-tailed banner, and the saint-slaying pill. Among them, the coffin of suppressing heaven was arguably the one that most captivated Kong Xuan. If a sage were sealed within this coffin, they would be permanently sealed after 49 days, even if they were a heavenly Tao sage. System, I choose 3. After contemplating for a moment, Kong Xuan made his decision. Between the Zhu Xian sword formation and the coffin of suppressing heaven, he chose the coffin of suppressing heaven. After all, he already had the 5 elements sword, and the Zhu Xian sword formation was not compatible with his attributes, which greatly reduced its appeal. The coffin of suppressing heaven, on the other hand, was a powerful weapon that could be used against heavenly Tao sages, although it might not be needed in the future. There was a difference between not having a coffin and having a coffin but not using it. As Kong Xuan made his choice, the system's reward was immediately delivered. With a thought, Kong Xuan summoned a massive coffin into the Palace of Inquiry. The coffin was pitch black, seemingly emanating endless death and resentment. Kong Xuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately recognized the power of the coffin of suppressing heaven. It was no less than a supreme innate treasure. With a faint smile, Kong Xuan put away the coffin. From now on, he had another trump card. Meanwhile, Lao Tzu had returned to Kunlun Mountain. Upon seeing Lao Tzu's return, Yuanshi and Tong Tian could not help but ask him about how to attain sagehood. Lao Tzu did not conceal anything. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Without establishing a sect, one cannot attain sagehood." Upon hearing this, Yuanshi and Tong Tian were immediately shaken. They instantly entered a state of epiphany. The various auspicious phenomena that had emerged in the primordial world due to Lao Tzu's attainment of sagehood had barely subsided. The living beings who had been kneeling on the ground had begun to stand up. But just as the living beings had stood up, suddenly, a figure soared into the air above Kunlun Mountain. It was Yuanshi. Yuanshi raised his head and shouted to the heavens, "The heavenly Tao is above. I am Yuanshi of the Jade Purity, the second disciple of the Xin sect, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu. Today, I establish a sect here called Chan. Chan means to elucidate, clarify, and pioneer. I am the leader of the Chan sect, using the supreme innate treasure Panga banner to suppress the Chan sect's fortune. The Chan sect is established." Yuanshi's voice, like Lao Tzu's before him, grew increasingly grand and resounding under the influence of the heavenly Tao, eventually spreading throughout the entire primordial world, echoing in the ears of countless living beings like a deafening thunderclap. Moreover, almost as soon as Yuanshi's voice had fallen, another figure appeared in the air above Kunlun Mountain. It was Tong Tian. Tong Tian also shouted to the heavens, "The heavenly Tao is above. I am Tong Tian of the supreme purity, the third disciple of the Xin sect, transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu. Today, I establish a sect here called Jia. Jia means to intercept and break. To intercept a glimmer of life from the heavens and the earth. I am the leader of the Jia sect, using the 4 swords of Zhu Xian and the Zhu Xian formation diagram to suppress the Jia sect's fortune. The Jia sect is established." Tong Tian's voice, too, echoed throughout the heavens and the earth at that moment, resounding in the ears of every living being. Chapter 44. Borrowing Virtue. Great aspirations certify the Tao as the resounding voices of Yuanshi and Tong Tian reverberated. A thunderous sound echoed above their heads. Soon, brilliant virtues surged forth from the void, coalescing into auspicious clouds, radiating with a dazzling golden light. The virtue descended, entering the bodies of Yuanshi and Tong Tian, causing their auras to rise uncontrollably, ascending rapidly. Unlike Laozi, who could forcibly sever a third self due to his profound accumulation, Yuanshi and Tong Tian could not. They merely drew upon the virtue of establishing the teaching to evoke the primordial virtue within their consciousness. The union of these 2 great virtues enveloped their forms entirely. As they continuously absorbed virtue, their cultivation soared swiftly, advancing from mid-stage quasi-saint to late-stage quasi-saint, and finally achieving the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. With a resounding boom, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from them, sweeping across all directions. In that moment, like Laozi, they refined their primordial spirits with the primordial purple energy, entrusting themselves to the heavenly Tao, thus becoming heavenly Tao saints. Simultaneously, as the 2 attained sainthood, the overwhelming pressure of their saintly presence forced countless beings to kneel in reverence, their hearts trembling in awe. The remnants of the saintly phenomena that had yet to dissipate in the world intensified. Celestial flowers rained down, and golden lotuses surged from the earth, as waves of purple energy flowed forth, manifesting the scene of purple energy coming from the east. At that moment, Within the immortal volcano, Kong Xuan heard the system's notification echoing in his mind once again. Ding! Detection of the two in the west receiving enlightenment. Jun Ti is about to attain sainthood. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Proceed to the western Shumi mountain to congratulate the two on their attainment of sainthood, receiving 3 Bodhi seeds as a reward. Option 2. Join the western teaching, receiving the dream enlightenment method as a reward. Option 3. Ignore the matter, receiving a strand of the 5 elements demon god's essence as a reward. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan's eyes sparkled with radiant multicolored light. System. I choose option 3. Without a moment's hesitation, Kong Xuan made his decision. It appeared that the system could no longer bear to see him remain at the level of the primordial golden immortal, finally willing to bestow upon him the essence of the 5 elements demon god. Although merely a strand, it would undoubtedly enhance his abilities significantly. As Kong Xuan made his choice, the system's reward was promptly dispensed. With a thought, a strand of multicolored essence materialized before him. The essence, comprising blue, red, yellow, white, and black hues, pulsed rhythmically, seemingly elucidating the principles of the interplay of the 5 elements. It exuded an ancient, profound aura. Upon gazing at it, Kong Xuan felt an instinctive urge to consume the essence. This strand of essence will serve as the finest foundation for my path to enlightenment. Calming his thoughts, Kong Xuan inhaled deeply, drawing the essence into his body. Boom! As he swallowed the essence, a dazzling multicolored radiance erupted from him, almost tangible in its brilliance, while deep, ancient, and terrifying energies emanated from his being. In that moment, Kong Xuan resembled a reborn demon god, mastering the principles of the 5 elements. Boom! His magical powers surged, growing ever stronger, reminiscent of the great rock transforming from within. The essence intensified, and his understanding of the 5 elemental path deepened profoundly. Immersed in comprehension of the 5 elements, time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst forth from Kong Xuan, signifying his breakthrough to the perfected stage of the primordial golden immortal. Radiant light blossomed from behind him, manifesting as his multicolored divine light. The terror of his 5 colors divine light intensified, flowing and merging seamlessly, encapsulating an entire realm within its boundless might. Despite his breakthrough, Kong Xuan did not pause. He continued to cultivate, as if the strand of the 5 elements demon god's essence had yet to be fully digested. He diligently solidified his cultivation level. Meanwhile, in the west, within Shumi Mountain, as the 3 pure ones achieved enlightenment, Jie and Jun Ti, the 2 brothers, grew anxious. Countless beings in the primordial world had suffered under the overwhelming pressure of the 2 recent saints, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian. Finally, they stood up, only to find themselves once again under the oppressive weight of the 2 appearing in the sky. Some powerful beings, perceiving this scene, felt their hearts tremble. Another arrival? The heavenly Tao above, Jie Jun Ti, as an initiated disciple of the Xianmin, now established the Western teaching to enlightened beings. We shall be the Western teaching's leaders. Suppressing its fortunes with a 12-petaled golden lotus, the Western teaching is established. Jie and Jun Ti proclaimed loudly. Their voices, like those of Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, grew progressively louder, ultimately resonating throughout the vast primordial world. Upon hearing this proclamation, many beings found themselves weak-kneed, unable to resist kneeling in reverence. Is this never-ending? At that moment, nearly all gazes turned skyward towards the 2 figures above Shumi Mountain. Indeed, the void trembled, revealing a grand surge of virtue for establishing the teaching. It was as if attaining sainthood was a mere market gathering. The 3 pure ones had achieved sainthood, and now Jie and Jun Ti were also on the verge of doing so. Furthermore, the method of their attainment was identical, both relying on establishing teachings to acquire heavenly virtue. Adding to this were Niwa's previous creations and attainment of sainthood. Why was virtue the common path to enlightenment? However, just as everyone was bewildered, believing the 2 were destined to fail, Jie and Jun Ti spoke in unison, declaring a total of 48 grand aspirations to the heavenly Tao. The utterance of these grand aspirations resonated with the heavenly Tao, eliciting a response. After a series of operations, countless powerful beings were left astounded. The 2 once again received virtue, which astonishingly equaled, if not exceeded, the merit from their establishment of the Western teaching. With the arrival of this grand aspirational virtue, they finally succeeded in attaining sainthood. The terrifying pressure of their saintly presence erupted forth. sweeping across every corner of the primordial world, causing countless beings to be overwhelmed and bow in worship. Meanwhile, the powerful beings, regaining their senses, revealed expressions of bitter resignation. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? 5 saints in a single day, with the last 2 achieving it through the borrowing of virtue. Can virtue truly be borrowed? Chapter 45. The completion of Huang Xuan. Niwa achieves sanctity. The 3 pure ones achieve sanctity. Jian and Zhuanti achieve sanctity. Thus, among those who initially obtained the primordial purple energy, only Huang remained without achieving sanctity. In the vast wilderness, some powerful beings began to cast their gazes toward Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. Huang had always resided in the temple of Zenyuanzi, rather than in his own fire cloud cave. Ultimately, however, on this day, Huang did not achieve sanctity like the 3 pure ones, Jian and Zhuanti. This only intensified the curiosity of those mighty beings observing Wuzhuang Temple. As the 5 saints emerged, the atmosphere within the wilderness began to shift gradually. Everyone understood that the primordial world was entering a new era, the era of the saints. Beneath the saints, all are but ants. Without achieving sanctity, one is merely insignificant. Now, the heavens and earth boasted 6 great saints, gazing down upon all living beings. Such an atmosphere thickened further, especially with the emergence of the 3 pure ones, Jian and Zhuanti, each establishing significant teachings. With these teachings, the propagation of doctrine and the gathering of fortune ensued. Consequently, it was evident that the greatest impact would be felt by the 2 dominant clans of the world, the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan, who currently possess the largest share of fate. If the teachings of the saints were to gather fortune, it was inevitable that they would seek it from the Witch and Demon clans. Would the 2 clans acquiesce to such an arrangement? In a moment, both the Witch and Demon clans found themselves unprepared. They had long been at odds, poised for battle after the 10 Yuan meetings, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Yet now, with the emergence of the 5 saints, both clans grew tense. Besides remaining vigilant against one another, they also began to be wary of the saints. Within the immortal mountain, Kong Xuan finally fully refined a strand of the 5 elements demon god's essence. His aura deepened and expanded, with 5-colored light swirling around him. Above his head, auspicious clouds formed, revealing 3 12-petal lotus flowers gently swaying. Kong Xuan's current realm was profoundly mysterious. He felt as though with a mere thought, he could comprehend all things in the universe, and with a flicker of his mind, he could reverse the cosmos and invert the 5 elements and yin-yang. This sensation seemed to indicate that the realm of Huang Daoyuo Jingxian was within his grasp, as he could potentially step into this realm at any moment. Indeed, Kong Xuan's innate talent was astonishing. After systematic enhancement, he rivaled Pengu, the progenitor of the Tao, having acquired a strand of the 5 elements demon god's essence. He comprehended and refined it, grasping the quintessence of the 5 elements Tao. Kong Xuan silently felt the changes within himself, remaining contemplative. With the emergence of the 5 saints, particularly the establishment of the human teaching by Laozi, which directly targeted the human race, the fortune of the human race surged mysteriously following Laozi and Appo's sanctification. The human race began to flourish rapidly, as the Phoenix clan, now intertwined with the human race and serving as its totem. Kong Xuan sensed the fortune of the Phoenix clan rising significantly. Of course, most of the fortune gained was used to counterbalance the karmic retribution of the heavenly Tao. However, even the remaining portion of fortune greatly enhanced the Phoenix clan's destiny. If this continued, as the human race prospered, so too would the fortune of the Phoenix clan grow, leading to their own flourishing. Consequently, as the Phoenix clan thrived, Kong Xuan's cultivation would also flourish. Thus, Kong Xuan diligently practiced. As time flowed by, he was unaware of how long had passed, until one day, suddenly, his body trembled, and he let out a muffled groan. 5 radiances manifested behind him, within which lay a faintly visible realm, Kong Xuan's Middle Thousand World. The tremors emanated from this Middle Thousand World. As this world quaked, Kong Xuan's aura transformed with each tremor, as though it was constantly adjusting. Finally, without warning, Kong Xuan vanished entirely, leaving only the Middle Thousand World enveloped in 5-colored divine light. He had achieved complete unity with the world, embodying the principle that the world is him, and he is the world, no longer separate. This realization stemmed from his years of cultivation and introspection. It represented a transformation of the previous method of attaining Tao through the inner world, making it more aligned with himself. Previously, even if Kong Xuan had contemplated this notion, he would not have dared to attempt it. However, After refining the strand of the five elements demon god's essence, his cultivation advanced significantly. With his growing prowess and formidable innate talent, Kong Xuan gradually discerned the shortcomings of the inner world attainment method. Now, having transformed it, his middle thousand world and himself were wholly unified. He became the world, and the world became his body. This new state allowed him to manipulate the power of the middle thousand world with greater ease. One could say that his current magical power was synonymous with the world's strength, and this strength was also his magical power, completely unified. Kong Xuan felt that after achieving this step, his strength had improved considerably. With a hum, his form re-emerged, and with a thought, the auspicious clouds and five-color divine light were withdrawn. The foundation of his Tao was firmly established. All that remained was to await the opportune moment for attaining Tao. Kong Xuan's gaze sparkled with profound mysteries. He rose, exited the Hall of Inquiry, and summoned his kin to gather. There, he expounded upon the Tao, delving into even more esoteric teachings, seemingly imbued with deeper principles. Yet, every member of the Phoenix clan could comprehend and grasp the various truths within. Huang, Feng Chang'e, and the Rock also came to hear him speak. As they listened, their hearts trembled in astonishment, casting surprised glances at Kong Xuan. Through his teachings, they realized that Kong Xuan's cultivation had significantly advanced. They exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy, while admiration gleamed in the Rock's eyes. Brother is incredible. He has already reached Hunyuan Jingxian and continues to make remarkable progress. Previously, Kong Xuan had mentioned being at the mid-stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. Now, he must have advanced further. Nearing the late stage, the Rock speculated, becoming even more attentive to his teachings. In the blink of an eye, Kong Xuan lectured his kin for a millennium before finally pausing, gesturing for everyone to disperse. Brother, have you reached the late stage of Hunyuan Jingxian? In the Hall of Inquiry, the Rock could not contain his curiosity and asked Kong Xuan. Upon hearing this, Huang and Feng Chang'e were taken aback. They suddenly recalled that Kong Xuan had already been at the late stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. So now, a bold thought emerged in their minds. Though it seemed unbelievable, they could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Huang and Feng Chang'e's eyes were fixed on Kong Xuan, brimming with eagerness. Observing the three individuals, Kong Xuan smiled lightly and explained, "It is not a later stage. I have attained the consummation of the primordial golden immortal." Chapter 46. The departure of Huang from Wanshou Mountain and Kong Xuan's attainment of the perfect Hunyuan golden immortal. As soon as Kong Xuan's words escaped his lips, the three individuals present widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Feng Chang'e, who was typically composed, could not maintain his calm demeanor. Is it truly possible to achieve the Hunyuan golden immortal rank so swiftly? Dapeng murmured to himself. I feel as though I remain at the Deluo golden immortal stage, yet my cultivation speed pales in comparison to yours, brother. Not only Dapeng, but also Huang and Feng Chang'e exchanged bewildered glances, as if caught in a surreal dream. Was it truly so easy to cultivate to the Hunyuan golden immortal realm? The speed of ascension surpassed even that of the Deluo golden immortal stage. At that moment, their hearts were filled with a complex mix of emotions, elation for Kong Xuan and pride for the Feng clan, yet a bitter sense of inadequacy lingered. After a moment, once the three had come to terms with the revelation and regained their composure, Kong Xuan took it upon himself to share some insights he had gleaned regarding the harmonious integration of his inner world with his being, as well as some profound understandings of the Tao that were beyond the grasp of ordinary clan members. Thus, he refrained from divulging these matters in full. Listening to Kong Xuan's teachings once more, Dapeng, Huang and Feng Chang'e soon found themselves immersed in the discourse. This time, their gains were even more substantial. Centuries passed, and eventually, Kong Xuan's lecture came to a close. Dapeng, Huang and Feng Chang'e took their leave, leaving Kong Xuan alone in the Hall of Inquiry. Kong Xuan's gaze flickered before he sank back into silence, resuming his cultivation. Time flowed like a river, and before long, 30,000 years had slipped by. On one particular day, while immersed in his practice, Kong Xuan was suddenly alerted by a notification from the system echoing in his mind. Beep. Detection indicates that Hong Yun is about to leave Wanshou Mountain and enter a deadly tribulation. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Strike down Hong Yun to seize the primordial purple chi, earning the reward of the divine killing spear. Option 2. Rescue Hong Yun, allowing him to survive this tribulation, earning the reward of a spring of 3 light divine water. Option 3. Remain indifferent to the matter, earning the reward of the human book. Upon hearing the system as prompt, Kong Xuan felt a stir of interest and opened his eyes. A deadly tribulation for Hong Yun? He pondered. Well, my relationship with Hong Yun is tenuous at best. His life or death matters little to me. What truly captivated Kong Xuan were the rewards. The first reward, the divine killing spear. The second, the spring of 3 light divine water. And the third, the human book. All 3 rewards piqued his curiosity. The divine killing spear was immensely powerful, capable of harming even the saints. The spring of 3 light divine water held significant value for the Feng clan, as it could serve as a resource for their lineage. After all, with a spring, the flow of water would be ceaseless. As for the third option, the human book, Kong Xuan found himself intrigued. Wasn't the human book akin to the book of life and death, wielded by the judges of fate? Could it be that this was the human book in its undivided form, much like the earth book, which remained whole and undivided in the hands of Xuanyuanzi? Thus, Kong Xuan was quite interested in the possibility of acquiring a complete human book. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively chose the third option. First, he had no enmity with Hong Yun, and there was no need to strike him down. Moreover, the primordial purple chi would serve no purpose for him and could potentially invite trouble. As for the divine killing spear, he already possessed the 5-element sword, the primordial measuring ruler, and the heavenly sealing coffin. He lacked nothing in terms of treasures. In fact, the divine killing spear seemed to be a degraded version. And while it was still called a divine weapon, Kong Xuan felt it would not surpass his 5-element sword. Furthermore, the notion of rescuing Hong Yun was even less appealing. The repercussions of such an action would be worse than killing him. Therefore, Kong Xuan ultimately chose the third option. Why not seize an opportunity for gain without effort? As soon as Kong Xuan made his choice, the system promptly dispensed the reward. With a mere thought, the human book materialized before him. It was indeed a book. Its cover devoid of any title, yet it exuded an aura of profound mystery. Kong Xuan opened the first page, still blank. Wait, there were words. His name appeared on the page. Kong Xuan, the first peacock of the universe, a fully realized Hunyuan golden immortal with boundless lifespan. A wealth of information flowed from those 2 characters on the page. Kong Xuan and Amp, Oppos, as heart jolted, but he soon sensed something amiss. How could the human book still capture information about him if he was already a Hunyuan golden immortal? With a surge of divine consciousness, he penetrated the depths of the human book, instantly refining it. In that moment, Kong Xuan comprehended the truth. The human book was indeed distinct from the book of life and death. A complete human book could govern the life and death of all beings below the Deluo golden immortal level within the primordial realm. Furthermore, while beings above the Deluo golden immortal stage were not subject to the book's control, the book could still reveal much information about them, a rather trivial aspect. Glancing at the human book in his hands, Kong Xuan had initially expected it to wield immense power. Yet it proved not to be vastly different from the divided book of life and death in the judge's pen. However, upon reflection, Kong Xuan deemed this reasonable. It was akin to Xuanyuanzi's Earth Book. If the human book were excessively formidable, Xuanyuanzi's Earth Book would also be unfathomably powerful. Nonetheless, Kong Xuan was acutely aware of the true potential of the human book. While its offensive capabilities were lacking and ineffective against beings above the Deluo golden immortal level, it was an absolute nemesis for those below that threshold. While ineffective in peak competitions, it was invincible against weaker foes. Cradling the human book, Kong Xuan's gaze shimmered with determination. The system was astute in its offerings. Receiving this human book indicated that he could amass sufficient merit. With adequate merit, the Feng clan's karmic issues could be resolved entirely. At that moment, he might even be able to rescue his mother, Yuan Feng, who had been enduring suffering at the volcano's depths. Kong Xuan took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a newfound resolve. He understood that while the fortuitous fate of humanity would eventually resolve the Feng clan's karmic troubles, he could also strategize regarding the merits of the underworld and reincarnation, an avenue of immense, continuous gain. If successful, not only could the Feng clan's karmic issues be expedited, but it might also lead to the liberation of his mother, Yuan Feng. Thus, he was prepared to take certain risks if necessary. Of course, it would be ideal if everything proceeded smoothly without unforeseen complications. With the human book safely stored, Kong Xuan's gaze softened and calmed. Closing his eyes, he resumed his cultivation. To enact his plans, strength was of the utmost importance. And before that day arrived, if he could attain the status of a Hunyuan Deluo golden immortal, all the better. That, indeed, is the most favorable circumstance. Thus, even in the face of unforeseen events, one would possess the capacity to withstand them. Chapter 47. The Assault of the Kunping. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Wanzhou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, Han Yun had been diligently engaged in seclusion, striving to comprehend the primordial purple qi under the guidance of Xinyuanzi. Yet, despite the passage of many years, Han Yun had failed to grasp the opportunity for sanctification, particularly after the three pure ones, Sanqing, Jin, and Zhuanti, attained their own enlightenment. Han Yun found himself increasingly agitated. The continued seclusion yielded no tranquility of mind. On one fateful day, unable to endure any longer, Han Yun emerged from his retreat, bidding farewell to Xinyuanzi as he departed from Wanzhou Mountain, determined to seek out his chance for sanctification. Despite Xinyuanzi's attempts to dissuade him, Han Yun's resolve was firm, leaving Xinyuanzi with no choice but to allow him to go. Little did they know, this separation would nearly become a permanent farewell. Han Yun, being the very first cloud in the universe, possessed incredible speed. However, blinded by the allure of calamity, he left Wanzhou Mountain without sensing any impending danger. Instead, he wandered throughout the primordial wilderness, hoping to achieve enlightenment through exploration. One day, as he glided leisurely through the skies, the void suddenly trembled, and a torrential downpour of thunderbolts descended from the heavens. Caught completely off guard by this unexpected assault, Han Yun was unable to evade in time, and he was struck by a colossal entity shrouded in a myriad of lightning. In that instant, it seemed as though he was on the brink of annihilation. Fortunately, as a being of cloud, he transformed into his true essence, morphing into a mass of red cloud. With a tremendous roar, the massive palace entwined in endless thunder crashed upon Han Yun, causing his form to splinter and scatter. A tempest arose, fierce and violent, darkening the skies. Yet curiously, the heavens were filled with an abundance of red clouds, not ominous black ones. This endless expanse of crimson cloud was a manifestation of Han Yun himself. In a fit of rage, Han Yun's voice thundered, "Yaoshi Palace. It is you, Kunping. Why do you ambush me?" His tone was filled with fury. Although he had been attacked, he remained unaware of the true danger. His immediate reaction was to confront Kunping about the treachery. A booming laughter echoed in response, and from the palace above, a figure appeared, clad in a high crown and flowing robes, exuding an air of elegance. It was none other than Kunping, the master of the demon race. Although Kunping wore a smile, it was laced with a chilling undertone. His eyes glinted with a green hue as he surveyed the vast expanse of red clouds, seemingly searching for the essence of Han Yun amidst them. "Do you still have the audacity to question me, Han Yun?" Kunping sneered while continuing his search. "Have you forgotten that in the Zixiao Palace, your misplaced kindness led to my loss of the mat? That mat was an opportunity for sanctification. Why should you, who caused my loss, still be entitled to the final remnants of primordial purple qi?" Initially consumed by rage, Han Yun faltered, recalling the events in Zixiao Palace. Indeed, Kunping's words held a kernel of truth. Had he not relinquished his position, Kunping would not have lost the mat. Humph. Just then, Kunping let out a cold snort. "It seems you are beginning to recognize your error, Han Yun. In that case, relinquish that primordial purple qi. You must take responsibility for your mistake. And that qi is meant to compensate for my loss." Han Yun, though aware of his prior misstep, could not bear the thought of parting with the primordial purple qi, for it was his lifeblood. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, the void behind him was suddenly rent asunder with a resounding crash. A colossal claw emerged from the tear, reaching out toward Han Yun. His complexion changed drastically as he realized Kunping had located his essence. The exchange of words had merely served as a ruse for this second ambush. Having already sustained injuries from Kunping's previous attack, he was caught off guard once more. With a resounding thud, the massive claw struck him. Letting out a cry of anguish, Han Yun struggled to revert to his true form, attempting to evade the assault. Yet, despite his efforts, he was left severely wounded. Without further ado, he hastily gathered his scattered essence, intent on fleeing. To his astonishment, a gigantic Kuan fish appeared in the air, not swimming through water, but traversing the void as if it were an endless ocean. With a resounding roar, the great Kuan opened its mouth, and the entire expanse of red clouds began to swirl toward it, drawn in by a tremendous force of absorption that threatened to pull Han Yun into its maw. The North Sea Devourer. Kunping was no nameless figure. Rather, he was a formidable master renowned throughout the primordial realm. Thus, Han Yun was acutely aware of Kunping's formidable techniques. The palace Kunping had employed in his initial ambush was a treasure crafted from his own essence, known as the Yaoshi Palace, which was imbued with the divine lightning of the demon race, a powerful creation born from the collaboration of many adept beings. Furthermore, the second assault, executed by Kunping's immense claw, was a manifestation of his great Peng form. Kunping's dual essence was represented in his name, the Kun, a great fish adept at controlling water, and the Peng, a mighty bird skilled in mastering the wind. Yet, Han Yun did not possess complete knowledge of Kunping's intricacies. Kunping had mastered the art of severing his own corporeal forms, and in an ingenious stroke of inspiration, he had divided his essence to embody both his benevolent and malevolent traits. The second assault had originated from his malevolent form, while the impending third strike would come from his benevolent aspect. The most terrifying aspect of the Great Kun was its North Sea Devourer. Once unleashed, it could consume all. Even though Han Yun was one of the most powerful beings in the primordial realm, he felt the chilling grip of death as he faced this technique. Should he be swallowed by the Great Kun, he would surely meet his demise. Chapter 48. The Self-Detonation of the Good Corpse. The true and false fire cloud cave as the crimson cloud seemed destined to be swallowed by the enormous Kun. A sudden chime resonated through the air. Time and space appeared to freeze in that fleeting moment. Kunping, startled by the familiar sound of the bell, recognized it as the toll of the Chaos Bell. Has Tai intervened? Just as he was on the brink of success, Tai chose this moment to thwart his plans. Enraged, Kunping quickly realized something was amiss. Though the bell sound was familiar, its power seemed far weaker than Tai's typical invocation of the Chaos Bell. What could this mean? In the next instant, the sensation of temporal distortion dissipated, revealing a scene that ignited both fury and astonishment within Kunping. It was not Tai who had acted. Rather, it was the crimson cloud exhibiting a peculiar divine ability, manifesting a Chaos Bell. Astonishingly, this Chaos Bell held a fraction of the true artifact's might. With the ringing of the bell, time and space solidified, granting the crimson cloud a chance to escape death once more. Without hesitation, it transformed back into its original form, the crimson cloud, and swiftly fled. Yet, Kunping would not allow such an escape. The malevolent corpse of the rock relentlessly pursued, matching the speed of the crimson cloud, if not exceeding it. Before long, the malevolent corpse caught up, and a fierce battle ensued. The malevolent rock unleashed violent gusts of wind, its razor-sharp claws capable of rending the void, relentlessly attacking the crimson cloud. After several intense exchanges, the crimson cloud, already gravely wounded, realized it was no match for Kunping's malevolent form. In a desperate bid for survival, the crimson cloud summoned its treasured 99 soul-dispersing gourd, unleashing a storm of red sand that possessed a mesmerizing effect, finally halting the onslaught of the malevolent rock. However, this delay came at a cost. The crimson cloud was still ensnared in battle, and if Kunping's true form and another incarnation caught up, it would surely face dire consequences. Thus, the crimson cloud resorted to a series of divine abilities, shifting between manifestations of the Chaos Bell, the Taiji diagram, and the Panga banner, among others. Each artifact surprisingly exhibited a portion of its genuine power. Despite the anticipation, Kunping's malevolent form struggled to maintain its composure amidst the chaos. On several occasions, it narrowly avoided being outmaneuvered by the crimson cloud. Determined to capture the crimson cloud at all costs, Kunping's malevolent form exerted itself to the utmost, clinging tightly to the crimson cloud. With time slipping away, Kunping's true form and another incarnation were closing in. In a moment of desperation, the crimson cloud summoned forth a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to itself, its good corpse incarnation. Upon witnessing this, Kunping's malevolent form felt a pang of foreboding. The crimson cloud was prepared to risk everything, and with a piercing screech that could shatter stone, the rock lunged toward the good corpse. It had discerned that the good corpse was the weakest link, intending to strike it down first. Yet, to Kunping's astonishment, the crimson cloud retreated, allowing the good corpse to step forward to meet the impending attack. A sense of dread washed over Kunping as it realized the gravity of the situation. Instinctively, it attempted to halt its charge, but it was too late. In an instant, they collided, and with a thunderous explosion, the good corpse self-detonated. In that moment, Kunping comprehended the crimson cloud's desperate gamble. It was not its own life at stake, but that of the good corpse. A trade of 1 for 1. The crimson cloud sacrificed its good corpse to unleash a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves through the heavens and earth. A massive rift opened in the void, unleashing a torrent of ferocious winds that radiated outward. Amidst the chaos, the figure of Kuanpeng's malevolent rock plummeted violently to the ground, severely injured yet not entirely obliterated. It resembled a bird that had once soared through the skies, now grounded with shattered wings, devoid of combat capability. At that moment, the Crimson Cloud felt the repercussions of its good corpse's self-detonation. A muffled groan escaped its lips, indicating that the explosion had indeed affected it. Moreover, the loss of the good corpse meant a sev in the blink of an eye. The original fire cloud cave vanished without a trace. In its place emerged an entirely unfamiliar scene. Chapter 49. The Hunyuan Hulua Grand Formation. Red Cloud was unaware that he had fallen into the Hunyuan Hulua Grand Formation. This formation was set by Emperor Jun and differed from the vast Zhou Tian star array, which required the operation of the entire cosmos and countless stars. The Hunyuan Hulua Grand Formation was relatively more compact, designed as a trap. Although it lacked the offensive power of the Zhou Tian star array, it excelled at ensnaring enemies. Once ensnared, illusions would flourish and shift with one and Apos as thoughts, making it nearly impossible to discern reality from illusion. Red Cloud found himself in such a predicament, nearly unable to tell that he had not returned to his own fire cloud cave, but had instead unwittingly stumbled into Emperor Jun's Hunyuan Hulua Grand Formation. At that moment, upon seeing Red Cloud enter the formation, Emperor Jun and Tai, who had long awaited him, exchanged knowing glances, their faces breaking into smiles. Red Cloud was in a state of urgency. Having sustained grave injuries and then self-destructing his manifestation, his condition was dire. Consequently, he had unwittingly stepped into a formidable formation. Even as a top-tier powerhouse, he felt a sense of desperation. Was fate truly against him? Red Cloud thought, filled with unwillingness. The purpose of the formation's creator was clear to him. It was undoubtedly for the sake of the primordial purple chi. This meant that if he surrendered the primordial purple chi now, he might have a chance of survival. But how could he part with it? It belonged to him. At the Zishu Palace, the last strand of primordial purple chi presented by the Tao ancestor Hongjun had chosen him as its master. He was destined for a chance at sanctification. Therefore, surrendering it was out of the question. Under the influence of calamity, a glint of madness flickered in Red Cloud's eyes. Seeing Red Cloud trapped, Emperor Jun felt a sense of assurance. He was confident that with Red Cloud's current severely weakened state, escape was utterly impossible. Red Cloud, my friend, you have nowhere to flee. It would be wise to hand over the primordial purple chi, Emperor Jun proclaimed, altering his voice to obscure his identity and adding, for the sake of my friend Xinyuanzi, I can allow you to leave unharmed. Is that true? Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Red Cloud's expression mirrored that of a drowning man grasping at a straw, filled with unexpected excitement. He hastily responded, if that is the case, I am willing to surrender the primordial purple chi. Please let me go. With a firm resolution, he bit down on his resolve and truly took out the primordial purple chi. The moment Emperor Jun and Tai laid eyes on the shimmering primordial purple chi, their gazes sharpened. They could not mistake it. This was indeed the genuine article, and Red Cloud was not deceiving them. As Red Cloud released the primordial purple chi, it floated away. At this moment, both Emperor Jun and Tai could hardly contain their excitement. Their energies involuntarily emanated from them. Emperor Jun prepared to manipulate the formation to seize the primordial purple chi released by Red Cloud. Yet, at that instant, Red Cloud suddenly raised his head. I have found you. He sneered, his eyes alight with madness. Despite realizing that the architects of the formation were Emperor Jun and Tai, two formidable beings not inferior to himself. And particularly Tai, renowned as the strongest below the saints, Red Cloud, driven mad by calamity, was resolute and unyielding. What Emperor Jun and Tai did not know was that Red Cloud's essence was that of cloud, intangible and formless, capable of shifting between the real and the illusory. His previous ability to simulate various treasures stemmed from this principle. Furthermore, Red Cloud was adept in the art of discerning the real from the false, enabling him to see through various illusions. Although the Hunyuan Hulua Grand Formation was powerful, even Red Cloud could not break through it. However, he could perceive the myriad illusions of the formation and, with the faint essence leaked by Emperor Jun and Tai, he swiftly locked onto their positions. In an instant, as Emperor Jun and Tai were taken aback, Red Cloud erupted forth, transforming into a streak of crimson light, fire-like and akin to lightning, like thunder itself. Boom! In the wake of Red Cloud's sudden assault, he approached with blinding speed, while Emperor Jun and Tai remained utterly unprepared. With a fierce explosion, Red Cloud detonated himself. To be precise, it was his physical form that exploded, shattering his cloud essence. Despite their status as top-tier powerhouses, one at the late stage of Quasi-Saint and the other at the mid-stage, they were severely wounded by Red Cloud's self-detonation. Clang, clang, clang. The chaos bell resonated, attempting to quell the storm unleashed by Red Cloud's explosion. Yet, chaos reigned, and even the chaos bell struggled to fully suppress the turmoil. Furthermore, as Emperor Jun sustained injuries, the two pivotal spiritual treasures, Hichu and Luoshu, emerged to protect their master. With the absence of these two treasures to stabilize it, the Hunyuan Haloa Grand Formation inevitably collapsed. Red Cloud's primordial spirit, enveloped with the primordial purple chi and his treasure, the 99 soul-dispersing gourd, fled swiftly. Clang, clang, clang. The chaos bell continued to toll. After a considerable duration, the tumult gradually subsided, revealing the disheveled figures of Emperor Jun and Tai. Both appeared pale and battered, with Emperor Jun coughing blood repeatedly. Damn it, Red Cloud. How infuriating. He searched the surroundings, but Red Cloud had completely vanished. Emperor Jun couldn't help but seethe. He self-destructed his physical form and escaped with his primordial spirit, Tai remarked. Brother, shall we pursue him? How can we? Emperor Jun shook his head. With the primordial purple chi in his possession, even if I were to calculate the heavenly mechanisms, I could not ascertain his whereabouts. This time, we have suffered a setback. Let us return. Agreed. Tai nodded, aware that their current state made staying in the wilderness perilous. Who could have anticipated that they, as brothers united, would be outmaneuvered by the likes of Red Cloud? A mere Red Cloud, with his initial quasi-saint strength, managed to outsmart them and launch a desperate counterattack, self-destructing and escaping. It was utterly inconceivable. Yet, it was indeed the truth. Before long, Emperor Jun and Tai transformed into streaks of light, swiftly departing towards the 33 heavens. Meanwhile, Red Cloud. After his explosive confrontation with Emperor Jun and Tai, though his physical form had perished, his primordial spirit endured significant strain from the shockwave. Given his prior injuries and the ensuing backlash, as the Hunyuan Haloa Grand Formation crumbled, although Red Cloud managed to escape, the intense backlash nearly brought his primordial spirit to its limits. In a dazed state, driven by instinct, Red Cloud continued to flee. On this day, his primordial spirit, carrying the primordial purple chi and the 99 soul-dispersing gourd, arrived at the Blood Sea, territory of the ancient ancestor of the Nether River, the primordial spirit of the Crimson Cloud. In a state devoid of consciousness, sensed an inexplicable allure emanating from this place, compelling it to soar towards it. Chapter 50. The method of the purple cloud divine thunder in the Blood Sea of the Netherworld. Ming-He was in a state of seclusion, diligently cultivating. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart, as if sensing something. At that moment, amidst the surging blood waves of the sea, a figure abruptly coalesced, appearing exactly as Ming-He himself. This was the blood avatar of Ming-He, a manifestation of his essence. Ming-He had refined the entirety of the Blood Sea, establishing himself as the true sovereign of this realm. The Blood Sea served as yet another body for him, ensuring that as long as a single drop of its water remained, he could be reborn. Moreover, he could generate countless blood avatars from it. Though Tai was the foremost among those beneath the sages, Ming-He was the most formidable to kill. As the blood avatar emerged, it began to scan the surroundings. When a crimson light suddenly streaked towards the Blood Sea, Ming-He's gaze sharpened. That light was unmistakably a primordial spirit. However, this spirit was dim and near fragmentation, barely clinging to existence. Alongside it was a purple aura and a gourd that flew in. Jun and Tai recognized the primordial purple energy. How could Ming-He not? During the third sermon, all present powerful beings would never forget what the primordial purple energy looked like. It was the foundation of sanctification. Upon seeing it, Ming-He was instantly overcome with excitement. Though he recognized the crimson cloud, Ming-He was not deterred. He raised his hand and unleashed a sword energy. The Essence Slayer Sword Chi aimed at the crimson cloud to seize the primordial purple energy for himself. The thought of claiming such a treasure thrilled him. Unexpectedly, it had come to him unbidden. With a sudden whoosh, the deep red sword energy cut towards the primordial spirit of the crimson cloud. The spirit, already on the brink of collapse, could not withstand the assault. In an instant, Ming-He's Essence Slayer Sword Chi struck the spirit, causing it to disintegrate. Just as Ming-He reached out to grasp the primordial purple energy, it suddenly expanded, seemingly agitated, enveloping the fragmented spirit of the crimson cloud and vanishing into the void. Ming-He, witnessing this, stretched his hand but was a moment too late, only managing to seize the gourd. The realization that the prize had slipped from his grasp was unbearable. Instantly, the blood sea erupted in agitation, waves crashing violently. Ming-He's true form manifested above the tumultuous waters, his terrifying divine sense searching frantically, yet he could not locate the primordial purple energy. After venting his frustration, Ming-He resigned himself to the fact that he had gained nothing, only to attract trouble. However, it was not entirely fruitless. Gazing at the 9-9 spirit dispelling gourd in his hand, he felt a pang of sorrow. He lacked for nothing in terms of innate spiritual treasures. Although the gourd was admirable, he already possessed the Essence Slayer sword, the Ubijna sword, the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, and the 12th-grade Infernal Flame Lotus. What purpose did this new acquisition serve? Shaking his head, Ming-He stowed away the gourd and returned to his seclusion. Little did he know, while he was frantically searching for the primordial purple energy, it had not fled far. Instead, it had merged with the fragmented spirit of the crimson cloud and descended into the depths of the blood sea. The waters of the blood sea possessed a terrifying erosive power against souls and spirits. Even though the quality of the crimson cloud's spirit fragments was exceptionally high, they were gradually eroded by the waters, leading to their degradation until only the essence of true spirit remained. Finally, they settled into a state of eternal slumber at the bottom of the blood sea, akin to the fate of countless souls that had sunk there. The blood sea naturally attracted souls to sink into its depths, serving as a cosmic recycling station, collecting not only the blood of beings, but also their souls. Over eons, these souls were worn away, ultimately vanishing into oblivion. Was this the fate that awaited the Crimson Cloud? Yet, the demise of the Crimson Cloud did not quell the ensuing turmoil. On a certain day, within the undying volcano, Kong Xuan was engrossed in his cultivation when a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Jin Yuanzi has learned of the Crimson Cloud's fall and deduced that Kunpeng was responsible. He seeks revenge against Kunpeng. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Assist Jin Yuanzi in avenging the Crimson Cloud and slay Kunpeng, earning the reward of Jin Yuanzi's magical ability, the Sleeve of Infinity. Option 2. Aid Kunpeng in repelling Jin Yuanzi, earning the reward of Kunpeng's crafting experience. Option 3. Ignore the matter and obtain the reward of the method of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Upon hearing the system's options, Kong Xuan felt a stirring in his heart as he contemplated the choices presented. Swiftly, he made his decision, silently affirming, "System, I choose option 3. Though the rewards of the first two options were appealing, Jin Yuanzi's renowned Sleeve of Infinity and Kunpeng's experience in crafting formidable treasures like the Demon Master Palace, Kong Xuan believed the method of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder was more suited to him. Having previously gained insights from the 3 Pure Thunder method and consumed ginkgo, he had already developed a significant understanding of the path of thunder. Now, acquiring the method of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, one of the most powerful thunder techniques of the primordial era, would undoubtedly enhance his comprehension further. The primary reason for Kong Xuan and Appo's choice was the nature of the tasks associated with the first two options, both of which required effort. As he had no ties to either party, he saw no reason to intervene. Thus, he preferred to recline in ease. Once Kong Xuan made his choice, the system promptly delivered the reward. The method of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder manifested in his mind. This technique was the pinnacle of thunder arts. Originating from the heavenly Tao, it descended from the highest realms, wielding immense celestial might to cleanse all malevolence and wrongdoing. Although the method of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder was indeed the strongest, the 3 Pure Thunder method was not to be underestimated. After all, it was a variant of Pangu's Heavenly Thunder, infused with the essence of the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. In certain respects, the 3 Pure Thunder method might even surpass the latter, showcasing the depth of the 3 Pure's fortune. Regardless, the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder was a formidable technique, representing the highest achievement among various thunder arts. It was an expression of the heavenly Tao, refined by Hong Jun. As Kong Xuan delved into understanding this thunder art, he felt a remarkable phenomenon manifest around him. Lightning danced and flickered upon his form. Lightning served as the nexus of yin and yang, born of their energies. Lightning represented the yang, while thunder belonged to the yin. Only by mastering the profound secrets of the duality of yin and yang can one achieve significant accomplishments in the art of thunder. Thus, as Kong Xuan comprehended the path of thunder, his understanding of the principles of yin and yang was equally profound. At that moment, a sudden radiant light appeared behind Kong Xuan, which quickly coalesced into a swirling mass of multicolored clouds, resembling auspicious clouds, roughly an acre in size. The vibrant energies within these clouds rolled and surged, giving rise to a dynamic interplay of yin and yang, creating a symphony of thunderous sounds. The thunder manifested in 5 colors, each corresponding to a distinct elemental essence: the wood thunder, fire thunder, earth thunder, metal thunder, and water thunder. These 5 divine thunders collectively formed the 5 elements thunder. This phenomenon was a manifestation of Kong Xuan's deep understanding of the 3 pure thunder and his mastery of the path of thunder, harmonizing it with his own multicolored divine light and the 5 elements doctrine. His grasp of the 5 elements was unparalleled, setting his divine thunder apart from the myriad forms of elemental thunder known in the primordial realm. Kong Xuan's 5 elements thunder absorbed the quintessence of the 3 pure thunder, which itself derived from the primordial deity Pangu's heavenly thunder. In essence, Kong Xuan's 5 elements thunder encapsulated the principles of creation within it. While it may not be said that it surpasses its origin, it certainly stands apart from the ordinary elemental thunders. The 5 elements thunder surge with vitality, where each type of divine thunder could continuously transform and interact in accordance with the cyclical nature of the 5 elements. Furthermore, each divine thunder could be further categorized according to yin and yang. For instance, the wood thunder could be divided into yang wood thunder and yin wood thunder, with similar distinctions existing for fire, earth, metal, and water thunders. Consequently, it was evident that Kong Xuan's mastery over the 5 elements thunder rendered it extraordinarily potent. Presently, he began to gradually comprehend the essence of the purple cloud thunder, intending to integrate it into his 5 elements thunder, thereby augmenting its strength. This endeavor could also be seen as Kong Xuan's effort to merge the various great paths and divine powers into the doctrine of the 5 elements, where yin and yang, thunder, and other forces could coalesce. Time passed, and suddenly, the 5 elements thunder above Kong Xuan roared to life. With a deafening sound, it transformed into a brilliant streak of lightning that shot upwards, piercing through the void and reaching the outer realms of the Winda Palace, extending throughout the vast world of the immortal volcano. The countless members of the Phoenix clan felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of the heavens, sweeping through the entire immortal volcano. As thunderclouds gathered in the sky, the atmosphere turned dark and oppressive. The rapid comprehension of the purple cloud thunder was facilitated by Kong Xuan's internal world of enlightenment, which involved transforming his primordial spirit into the heavenly way of his inner world. Since the purple cloud thunder originated from the primordial heavenly path, its understanding came effortlessly to Kong Xuan, who soon mastered its intricacies. At the same time, the tremendous commotion from Kong Xuan's experimentation with the purple cloud thunder caught the attention of Huang and Feng Chang'e. They looked up in astonishment at the brewing thunder in the sky. "Is that the purple cloud thunder?" Feng Chang'e inquired. While they were familiar with the purple cloud thunder, the sheer might of Kong Xuan's version astonished them. "It seems, or perhaps it does not," Huang replied, shaking her head. "The purple cloud thunder is purely violet, but if you observe closely, although Kong Xuan's thunder also appears violet, it carries the essence of the 5 elements. He must have simulated the purple cloud thunder using his understanding of the 5 elements, and I must say, it bears a striking resemblance." Huang smiled, her eyes filled with admiration for Kong Xuan. Feng Chang'e nodded in agreement but soon shook his head, expressing his surprise. "That is true. He indeed simulated the purple cloud thunder using the 5 elements. However, it seems there is more to it. There is also the yin and yang aspect from Pangu." At that moment, a deep violet bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, striking a mountain within the immortal volcano. The entire volcano trembled as the mountain vanished, obliterated by Kong Xuan's purple cloud thunder. Witnessing this, countless members of the Phoenix clan were left in shock, including Huang and Feng Chang'e, who were momentarily speechless. They had anticipated the strength of Kong Xuan's purple cloud thunder, but they never imagined it would be this formidable. Yet, even more astonishing was the sight of a flicker of multicolored light, as the obliterated mountain reappeared in its original form. As if time had reversed, a perfect restoration of every blade of grass and tree. How remarkable! Huang and Feng Chang'e stood in astonishment within the Qingling Palace, exchanging silent glances. Feng Chang'e finally broke the silence with a resigned, bittersweet smile. "Xian I truly cannot comprehend him anymore. Such mastery of the 5 elements." He sighed deeply, I can see that he achieved this through the five elements doctrine, encompassing the principles of creation and destruction inherent in all things. Therefore, it is not impossible for Xian to restore the mountain, but to reach this point. He shook his head, casting his gaze toward the Window Palace. Qing perhaps our Phoenix clan is truly on the verge of giving birth to a primordial Taoist immortal. Huang Qing taken aback, gasped in disbelief. The primordial Taoist immortal, Xian Her initial reaction was one of incredulity, yet recalling the might of the purple cloud thunder, she nodded thoughtfully. Xian has already achieved the pinnacle of the primordial immortal realm. At this stage, he possesses infinite possibilities. Moreover, he has always been advancing without pause, growing ever stronger. As he continues on this path, reaching the realm of the primordial Taoist immortal seems entirely feasible. In the depths of Huang Qing's mind, a figure emerged, Hongjun, the first sage of the primordial era and the Tao ancestor of the Purple Cloud Palace. Once, Hongjun was merely a common mighty being. During that era, it was indeed the pinnacle of glory for the three clans. How could such an inconspicuous mighty figure as Hongjun capture the attention of the three clans? Yet, as fate would have it, the three clans eventually waned in power. In contrast, Hongjun seized the opportunity, ultimately attaining the state of Hunyuan and becoming the foremost sage of the primordial era, revered as the Tao ancestor. Chapter 51, The Way of Feng Shui of Kunping. Thus, if Hongjun was able to gradually rise to prominence step by step, why could the Phoenix clan not achieve the same? Hongjun was able to create the method of severing the three corpses as a means to attain enlightenment. And did not Xian also devise a method for attaining enlightenment within the inner world? Similarly, if Hongjun could attain enlightenment, so too could Xian. Suddenly, Huang Qing found her confidence in Kong Xuan surging, even surpassing her faith in Feng Chang's ability to attain enlightenment. As for the matters within the Qingling Palace, Kong Xuan remained oblivious. After practicing his divine powers for a while longer, he withdrew them and transformed them into a swirl of five-colored thunder above his head. This five-colored thunder suddenly shimmered, morphing into five distinct bolts of lightning that stood tall behind Kong Xuan, resembling five resplendent pillars of thunder. Gradually, the thunder began to recede and calm down. The five pillars of lightning reverted to five-colored divine light, finally settling into tranquility. Once the five-colored divine light was collected, Kong Xuan resumed his cultivation and comprehension. Meanwhile, following the final fall of Honyuan, Xinyuanzi sensed the clarity of heavenly secrets gradually returning. Suddenly, he perceived certain celestial truths and, upon calculating with his primordial spirit, was overwhelmed by a jolt, opening his eyes filled with sorrow and rage. Clearly, he had deduced the tragic news of Hongyun and Apos' demise during a great calamity. However, among the perpetrators, each had their own circumstances. Dijun and Tai, due to the presence of the Chaos Bell, were shrouded from Xinyuanzi's calculations, as this innate treasure severed the heavenly secrets. Although Mingyi ultimately dealt the fatal blow to Honyun, the method he employed was the Yuan 2 sword energy, which could also isolate causality and remain untainted by it. Thus, Mingyi was also beyond Xinyuanzi's reach. The only figure Xinyuanzi could ascertain was Kunping. Therefore, all of Xinyuanzi's ire was directed towards Kunping. Kunping, if I do not slay you, I shall vow never to attain enlightenment. To this end, Xinyuanzi even issued a heart vow. If he did not kill Kunping, he would forever remain unable to achieve the state of Hongmeng. One must not underestimate this heart vow. Indeed, it is the most formidable of oaths, surpassing even the heavenly path vow. The latter might be evaded through various means, but the heart vow is unbreakable and immutable. It originates from one's own heart of the Tao, and the more powerful a practitioner becomes, the more they understand that the heart of the Tao cannot be deceived. After issuing this vow, Xinyuanzi would be influenced by it, and no matter how profound his accumulation, as long as he had not slain Kunping and fulfilled the vow, he would be unable to attain enlightenment. Thus, Xinyuanzi took action. Just as Kunping had ambushed Hongyun, Xinyuanzi launched an assault on Kunping when he appeared on the primordial earth. Boom! Xinyuanzi's attack was terrifying, as if the very earth trembled, a colossal force resonating through the ground, causing Kunping's form to waver. Then, with a sweep of his sleeve, a dreadful devouring power erupted from within, precisely the sleeve of Xinyuanzi's universe. This divine power caught Kunping off guard, nearly engulfing him. Fortunately, Kunping had also comprehended the path of devouring and the path of space. At this critical moment, he transformed into a massive koan. The great Kuan opened its mouth, embodying the path of devouring. North Sea Devour. Using his own force to counteract the opposing force, he barely managed to resist Xinyuanzi's sleeve of the universe. A piercing sound, reminiscent of a babe's wail, resonated, shattering stone and gold alike, as the massive Kuan twisted its body. Boom! The gigantic Kuan's form was beyond description. And with this motion, one could only imagine the sheer terror of its might. As it swung its body, it unleashed unparalleled power, hurtling towards Xinyuanzi. The two primary forms of Kuanping, the Kuan fish body, possessed the greatest strength. However, facing this onslaught, Xinyuanzi merely snorted coldly. In that moment, his physique suddenly expanded as if inflated, growing immensely in stature, resembling a towering giant. He was not at all smaller than the 12 ancestral witches when they manifested their true forms. Not only that, but as Xinyuanzi's form grew, swirling streams of yellow energy enveloped him. This was the power of the earth. Xinyuanzi, wielding the Book of Earth, summoned the might of the earth to empower himself. This earthly force not only formed a formidable defense, but also provided Xinyuanzi with terrifying magical power, rendering him seemingly invincible while standing upon the earth. This bore a striking resemblance to the earth ancestral witch, Hutu, among the 12 ancestral witches. Divine power, law of heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of the earth for protection and enhancement. Xinyuanzi roared angrily and directly clashed with the great Kuan. Boom! At the moment of collision, it was as if the heavens and earth shook violently. Xinyuanzi's colossal form was struck by the great Kuan, sending him hurtling backward. Yet simultaneously, the great Kuan let out a shrill and piercing cry of agony. A splash of blood erupted forth, as a spear formed from the gathered power of the earth forcefully pierced into its body. Xinyuanzi halted his retreat, his form flickering before he once again dashed towards the great Kuan. Meanwhile, the Book of Earth appeared in Xinyuanzi's hand. Holding the Book of Earth, he waved it, and it transformed into a great mountain, Mount Wanshou, Xinyuanzi's Taoist domain. Of course, this was not the true Mount Wanshou, but rather a manifestation of the Book of Earth, formed from the power of the earth. Though it was not the actual Mount Wanshou, its might surpassed that of the genuine article. At this moment, the battle between Xinyuanzi and Kuanping had drawn the attention of numerous powerful beings. After all, the commotion was quite substantial. In the 33 heavens, Dijun and Tai gazed down at the primordial earth, observing the fierce conflict between the two. Seeing Xinyuanzi's ferocity, they exchanged glances. Fortunately, they possessed the Chaos Spell, which could shield them from heavenly secrets, preventing Xinyuanzi from deducing their involvement. Otherwise, they might have been the targets of Xinyuanzi's attack. Of course, they did not fear Xinyuanzi. In terms of cultivation, they were not inferior to him and might even surpass him. However, witnessing the myriad applications of Xinyuanzi's Book of Earth left them in awe. Indeed, the vastness of the primordial realm birthed extraordinary talents. Previously, Han Yun was able to see through illusions and identify their location within the Hongmeng Heluo formation. Now, Xinyuanzi was using the Book of Earth to directly confront Kuanping's true form while also conjuring Mount Wanshou to launch an assault. This truly took them by surprise. Should we intervene to assist the Demon Master? Tai inquired of Dijun. Dijun nodded, but then shook his head, replying, "Not yet. Let us observe a while longer." Tai refrained from further comment, and the two continued to watch the battle unfold. Meanwhile, the clash between Xinyuanzi and Kuanping intensified. Xinyuanzi, wielding the Book of Earth to manifest Mount Wanshou, relentlessly struck the great Kuan with it. Kuanping could not withstand the onslaught, being relentlessly battered by Xinyuanzi. Each time a piece of Mount Wanshou shattered, it quickly reformed anew, continuing its assault. Suddenly, the form of the Kuanping transformed, taking on the appearance of a mighty bird. With powerful wings unfurled, the bird soared into the sky at an astonishing speed. The Kuanping was truly alarmed. After its metamorphosis, it attempted to flee into the distance. Yet upon glancing back, it was astounded to find that Xinyuanzi seemed to have teleported, remaining perilously close behind. The Kuanping, frightened, hastily continued its flight, but Xinyuanzi relentlessly pursued it. The onlookers, powerful beings from various realms, were left in awe at Xinyuanzi's prowess. What kind of divine ability was this? Teleportation? A mastery of spatial pathways? Some of the more astute observers gradually discerned that Xinyuanzi's teleportation was facilitated by the earth book he wielded. By harnessing this tome, he could traverse the vast wilderness with ease. This was yet another remarkable function of the earth book, which Xinyuanzi had truly perfected. showcasing a dizzying array of skills that left the assembled powers in a state of rapture. Even the saints could not help but be astonished by Zhang Yuanzi's display. As the Kunpeng was relentlessly pursued by Zhang Yuanzi, it eventually found refuge in its lair, the North Sea. With a thunderous crash, the Kunpeng landed on the surface of the North Sea, causing torrents of water to surge behind it. However, instead of cascading back down, the water transformed into a ferocious, bone-chilling wind that howled towards the pursuing Zhang Yuanzi. Crack, crack, crack. The tempestuous winds failed to deter Zhang Yuanzi, but they instantly froze vast expanses of the world behind him, turning it into a desolate winter landscape. Zhang Yuanzi halted, his foot shattering the solid ice beneath him as he gazed at the Kunpeng on the water's surface, his eyes brimming with an uncontainable murderous intent. Confronted with such a gaze, the Kunpeng felt a chill run down its spine, yet it mustered the courage to speak. Zhang Yuanzi, I did not kill Huang. Your pursuit of me should come to an end. Come to an end? Zhang Yuanzi's voice was chilling, far colder than the waters of the North Sea. You dare to suggest I cease? You hunted Huang down, leading to his untimely demise. Even if you did not strike the fatal blow, the calamity originated from you. Today, I shall slay you. If I do not, I shall never attain enlightenment. With these words, Zhang Yuanzi swung the Mount Wanshou in his hand, unleashing another attack on the Kunpeng. The Kunpeng, hearing Zhang Yuanzi's declaration, was both shocked and terrified. It had not anticipated such ferocity. The declaration of a vow of the heart, swearing to kill it or never attain the Tao, was a testament to profound enmity. The powerful beings and saints alike felt a tremor in their hearts. They were astonished by Zhang Yuanzi's deep regard for Huang. The fall of Huang had led to such a vow of vengeance. In the heavenly realm, Emperor Jun's expression changed as he turned to Tai. Quick, prepare the great array of the starry heavens. Tai promptly issued commands, and the two exchanged solemn glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Zhang Yuanzi was a formidable threat that must be eliminated to prevent future calamities. If he were to discover that Huang had not only been slain by the Kunpeng, but also ambushed by them, the repercussions would be dire. The two understood that Huang ultimate demise was significantly tied to them, having witnessed his self-detonation in an attempt to escape their ambush, leaving only his primordial spirit behind. Even with closed eyes, they knew that the truth behind Huang fall was closely linked to their actions. They also pondered who had ultimately claimed the primordial purple energy from Huang. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The North Sea and the river of the underworld found themselves in a state of distress. Emperor Jun and Tai believed they had secured the primordial purple energy, oblivious to the fact that they had not. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Huang had indeed been slain by their hands. If Zhang Yuanzi were to uncover this truth, the one being pursued would not be the Kunpeng, but rather them. However, the river of the underworld remained composed. Realizing that Zhang Yuanzi had not connected the dots to implicate him. If he had, he would have pursued the river directly instead of the Kunpeng. Silently observing the Kunpeng being battered by Zhang Yuanzi, the river of the underworld reassured itself. This was not its fault. After all, who could encounter the primordial purple energy without feeling envious? Zhang Yuanzi, if you insist on opposing me, then I shall fight back, the Kunpeng declared, having discerned Zhang Yuanzi's tactics. Your power stems from the Earth Book, which grants you an advantage, but this is not the wilderness. Your might shall come to an end here. With a mighty roar, the Kunpeng summoned its powers, causing the North Sea to erupt violently. The raging waters surged upwards, effectively blocking the descending Mount Wanshou. With a series of cracking sounds, the mountain was swiftly encased in ice, and with a resounding explosion, it shattered into dust. The scattered ice did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a tempest, swirling around the Kunpeng. Unlike the river of the underworld, who had refined the blood sea into a new form, the Kunpeng, possessing profound mastery over the wind and water, found itself in its own domain, significantly amplifying its power. What had previously been Zhang Yuanzi's invincible tactics began to falter against the Kunpeng's newfound strength. This was why the Kunpeng did not flee to the 33 heavens to seek rescue from Emperor Jun or Tai, but rather returned to its lair, where it could retaliate. With a triumphant laugh, the Kunpeng reveled in its ability to counter Zhang Yuanzi's assault. It had shed the previous sense of desperation and began its counteroffensive. As it had stated, on the vast wilderness, Zhang Yuanzi's possession of the Earth Book had led to its flight, but now, in the North Sea, it was the Kunpeng's territory. The tides had turned. The Kunpeng unleashed a series of powerful techniques, showcasing its mastery over the wind and water. It summoned the frigid waters of the North Sea, transforming them into a ferocious gale known as the Kwai water, an essence of extreme cold and darkness. This chilling water, manipulated by the Kunping's skills, became an all-encompassing tempest capable of freezing anything in its path, truly terrifying. Surrounded by boundless ocean, the Kunping thrived in its domain, rendering it nearly invulnerable. Zheng Yuanzi, under the onslaught of the Kunping, was forced to retreat repeatedly, his protective shield of earth power wavering under the relentless assault of the biting winds. From time to time, a surge of terrestrial energy is encased in ice, solidified, transforming into chunks of yellowish hard ice that plummet downward. Chapter 52. Summoning Winds and Rains. The towering figure of Zheng Yuanzi was enveloped by the formidable power of the earth, forming a protective shield around him. Although he was currently suppressed by Kunping, he remained unscathed. Standing upon the ground, he drew upon an inexhaustible source of magical energy. As long as he could endure, he could continue to fight indefinitely. However, Kunping had the support of the North Sea, placing him in an invulnerable position, unafraid of depleting his own power. This predicament compelled Zheng Yuanzi to contemplate how to utterly vanquish Kunping. Meanwhile, the great powers from various realms observed the fierce battle between Zheng Yuanzi and Kunping. Filled with a sense of enlightenment, even among the mighty, there existed a hierarchy. For instance, the weakest of the mighty were those who, through certain fortuitous encounters, had forcibly elevated themselves. These individuals were the most rudimentary among the powerful, merely achieving the realm of Deluo Jin Xian, and without greater opportunities, they would find it nearly impossible to advance further. A step above them were those who attained the status of Deluo Jin Xian through their own cultivation. While their success was also aided by chance, it was not the primary factor. These individuals possessed considerable potential and had a genuine opportunity to ascend to realms beyond that of Deluo Jin Xian in the future. Ascending yet another tier, one would encounter those who, after reaching the realms of Quasi-Saint or Hunyuan Jin Xian, had exhausted their potential. Though stronger than Deluo Jin Xian, they were the lowest among the Quasi-Saints or Hunyuan Jin Xian, and their chances for further advancement were virtually non-existent. This constituted the third tier of the mighty. Finally, the pinnacle of power was represented by figures such as Zheng Yuanzi, Kunping, and others like Mingyi, Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Fuxi, renowned figures within the primordial world. Each of them possessed a solid foundation and exceptional talent. Not only were they the most formidable among the mighty, but they also harbored significant potential for future breakthroughs into higher realms and attaining the path of Hunyuan. Such top-tier powers had rarely been witnessed in action, as even when they did engage, their strength was overwhelmingly dominant over their opponents. Their magical prowess and divine abilities were virtually unrivaled. Naturally, they would not reveal their true capabilities as they did in the present confrontation, which was nothing short of terrifying. One commanded the Earth's power, traversing the primordial expanse, while the other manipulated wind and water with the might of the demon race. At the undying volcano, within the Palace of Inquisition, Kong Xuan observed the epic clash. It was impossible to ignore. This was truly a rare spectacle within the primordial realm. Kong Xuan was astonished by Zheng Yuanzi's ferocity. Previously, on the primordial land, he had exhibited unparalleled ferocity. After all, Kunping was undeniably powerful, and upon transforming into his true form, the Great Kun, his strength was simply extraordinary. Yet who could have anticipated that Zheng Yuanzi, harnessing the Earth's power, would unleash an even more terrifying force? As a result, Kunping found himself on the defensive. Upon retreating to the North Sea, he summoned the wind and water, showcasing his mastery of geomancy. Kong Xuan was equally taken aback by the effectiveness of Kunping's geomantic abilities, reminiscent of the dragon race's divine skill, summoning winds and rains. He mused that the dragon race possessed a fundamental divine ability known as summoning winds and rains, ranked 5th among the 36 heavenly principles. Although the name might suggest it was a common skill, its inclusion among the heavenly principles and its status as a signature ability of the dragon race indicated its complexity and potential. The widespread nature of this ability was not a flaw, as the dragon race proliferated throughout the primordial world, with dragons found in abundance. Kong Xuan understood that if the skill were cultivated to a profound level, it would be incredibly formidable. When the dragon race's mighty practitioners invoked summoning winds and rains, the winds they conjured were the mystical Samadhi winds, and the rains were the ethereal waters of the 9 heavens. One represented the most turbid of winds, capable of darkening the heavens and instilling dread in spirits, while the other embodied the purest of waters, capable of eroding flesh and bone in an instant. This was the true essence of summoning winds and rains, a supreme means of destruction with terrifying power. During the three races' struggle for dominance, when countless elite members of the dragon race collaborated to unleash this technique, the spectacle was even more horrifying. The Phoenix race, in particular, fell victim to this power. Although Kong Xuan had not lived through that era, the memories passed down to him were vivid and profound. Now, Kunpeng's abilities bore a striking resemblance to the dragon race's summoning winds and rains, a perfect replica. Utilizing the waters of the North Sea, he transformed them into a raging tempest, with winds and rains that rivaled the dragon race's divine ability. This demonstrated his remarkable prowess. Indeed, Kunpeng lived up to his reputation as a master of the demon race, both in his creative abilities and his strength. As Kong Xuan silently observed and analyzed the prowess of both combatants, he felt that Zhen Yuanzi was slightly stronger than Kunpeng. Although Kunpeng held the advantage of terrain, he was unlikely to be Zhen Yuanzi's equal. Given Zhen Yuanzi's resolve to avenge the death of Han Yun, this battle was one of life and death, destined to determine the fates of both. Thus, in terms of pure strength, Zhen Yuanzi would ultimately prevail over Kunpeng. However, Kong Xuan harbored doubts about Zhen Yuanzi's ability to truly slay Kunpeng. This was not merely a perspective from a time traveler utilizing foresight for analysis. It was due to Kunpeng's identity as a master of the demon race. If Zhen Yuanzi sought to kill Kunpeng, the demon race would surely intervene. Thus, while Kunpeng might face defeat, he would not perish. Instead, it was Zhen Yuanzi who might find himself in peril. How he would navigate this situation remained uncertain. At that moment, with Kunpeng's increasingly audacious assaults, he summoned the cold winds of the Kuei River to batter Zhen Yuanzi, causing the protective shield surrounding him to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Finally, Zhen Yuanzi shifted from defense to offense. With a tremendous roar, the entire primordial realm seemed to shudder, and countless beings felt the tremor resonate through the fabric of existence. Kong Xuan sensed this disturbance, witnessing the entirety of the primordial world quaking at that moment. As he gazed at the immense silhouette coalescing behind Zhen Yuanzi, he could not help but tremble in astonishment, rising to his feet in disbelief. All the mighty beings and saints across the primordial realm mirrored Kong Xuan's awe, their gazes riveted on the monumental figure behind Zhen Yuanzi. Even Kunpeng, upon seeing this manifestation, was momentarily stunned, forgetting to continue his assault. What loomed behind Zhen Yuanzi was a mountain. Yet, although it was merely a mountain, it was distinctly different. Because this is Mount Buzhou. Indeed, at this moment, what Zhen Yuanzi has coalesced is none other than Mount Buzhou. Even if it is merely a phantom, its terror surpasses that of the previous Mount Wanshou by countless magnitudes. After all, Mount Buzhou is the foremost divine mountain of the primordial chaos. Transformed from the spine of Pangu, it embodies Pangu's indomitable will and spirit, serving as the very pillar of the primordial heavens, supporting the sky above. This is an immortal divine mountain, and Zhen Yuanzi has astonishingly managed to manifest such a mountain. How could this not be awe-inspiring, even terrifying? Zhen Yuanzi roared, clearly straining under the immense effort. Evidently, the manifestation of Mount Buzhou, despite his possession of the earthly scriptures, imposes an immense burden upon him. Otherwise, he would not have merely conjured a phantom of Mount Buzhou. In stark contrast, at this moment, Kunpeng was seized by utter horror. There was no need for contemplation. He could not withstand Zhen Yuanzi's strike. Even with the support of the North Sea and his boundless magical power, he could not resist. This was no longer a matter of magical prowess, but rather a crushing force. Zhen Yuanzi's attack was sufficient to annihilate him completely. Kunpeng's form flickered, and he instantly transformed into the form of a rock. He sought to flee back to the 33 heavens. He simply could not contend any longer. Yet, as he had just morphed into the rock, he felt his body become heavy. His wings, which once propelled him effortlessly, now failed to grant him speed. This is bad, Kunpeng silently lamented. The reason for this was that the Mount Buzhou Zhen Yuanzi had conjured was, astonishingly, emitting the very pressure of Mount Buzhou itself. Under this oppressive force, his speed was directly suppressed. It was akin to attempting to soar from the foot of Mount Buzhou to its peak, an impossible endeavor. Throughout the primordial chaos, no great power could achieve such a feat, not even the most formidable beings. Indeed, Kunpeng struggled to ascend, but felt himself growing heavier and heavier. The pressure of Mount Buzhou intensified. Moreover, as this pressure escalated, it signified that Zhen Yuanzi and Appos, technique was nearing completion. Mount Buzhou was about to unleash its true might. That would be a certain death. Suddenly, Kunpeng could no longer contain himself. In dire straits, he cried out, "Yao Huang, Dong Huang, your majesties, save me quickly." Kunpeng pleaded for rescue. Boom. At that moment, Mount Buzhou fully materialized, cascading down upon Kunpeng with a crushing force. Kunpeng felt his heart wrench in fear. His mind overwhelmed with terror, and he cried out even more desperately. Die. Jin Yuanzi growled, exerting all his strength to control Mount Buzhou and obliterate Kunpeng. Yet, under this strike, Kunpeng was utterly defenseless, unable to employ even the slightest of his divine powers at that moment. The assault of Mount Buzhou bore a sensation of overwhelming might, rendering any spell or technique useless beneath its weight. This was Jin Yuanzi's ultimate trump card, possessing a terrifying potency. Faced with this move, even Kunpeng could do nothing but await his doom. However, at that precise moment, Emperor Jun, who had long been prepared to intervene, finally issued his command, activating the great array of heavenly stars. Buzz. In that instant, the entirety of the primordial chaos plunged into darkness. Soon after, countless stars, radiant and dazzling, enveloped in fearsome demonic energy, appeared in the black sky. Beams of starlight pierced through the void. Above the North Sea, the great array of heavenly stars rapidly coalesced into a projection. Once the great array was established, it commenced operation, unleashing a terrifying beam of starlight. The speed was astonishingly swift. The beam descended from the heavens, striking Mount Buzhou. Boom. Mount Buzhou shook upon being hit by the beam, while its fearsome pressure extinguished the light of the stars. Jin Yuanzi, remarkably, resisted the assault of the great array of heavenly stars single-handedly. This was astonishing. However, as a result of this collision, Mount Buzhou trembled, revealing a flaw. Kunpeng, who was on the brink of death, seized this opportunity, withstood the residual shock of their clash, and despite sustaining grave injuries, finally broke free. He soared into the depths of the sky. At that moment, no matter how formidable Jin Yuanzi was, he could not retrieve Kunpeng. Revenge thwarted. Jin Yuanzi roared in fury. Demon race! He bellowed, even as another beam of starlight surged toward him. It was evident that while Kunpeng had been saved, this was not Emperor Jun's ultimate goal. His aim was to eliminate Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi's capabilities instilled him with profound unease. Such a being, if made an enemy, would undoubtedly be an insurmountable threat. Emperor Jun naturally sought to capitalize on this opportunity to eradicate Jin Yuanzi. At this juncture, Jin Yuanzi, having endured a fierce battle and having manifested Mount Buzhou, was nearing his limits. If he did not strike now, when would he? Boom. Jin Yuanzi commanded Mount Buzhou to withstand the onslaught of the great array of heavenly stars. 1 beam of starlight, 2 beams, 3, 4. After a relentless barrage of 7 beams, Mount Buzhou could no longer endure and collapsed. The great array of heavenly stars of the demon race was immensely powerful, harnessing the strength of the entire starry sky into an attack. For Jin Yuanzi to withstand 7 consecutive assaults was already an extraordinary feat. As Mount Buzhou shattered, Jin Yuanzi was struck by a backlash, his complexion paling instantly as he spat blood. He had indeed reached his limits. As the great array of heavenly stars began to condense its next attack, another beam of starlight hurtled toward him. At that moment, a profound unwillingness surged within Jin Yuanzi. Had revenge truly failed? However, to kill him would not be so simple. The speed of Hong Yun's escape ranked among the highest in the primordial chaos, indicating an exceptional ability to flee. And as Jin Yuanzi's closest ally, he too possessed such capabilities. Chapter 53. Establishing Benevolent Connections. Fuxi visits the Phoenix clan in the midst of this moment, as Jin Yuanzi utilized the earthly script to burrow deep into the earth, rendering himself undetectable even to the vast array of the heavenly stars. A sudden tremor shook the heavens and the earth. From the swirling malevolent aura, 12 figures descended upon the northern lands. The 12 ancestors of the witch clan had arrived. Without uttering a word, the 12 ancestral figures immediately arranged themselves into the formation of the Duhua Divine Killing Array. Unlike the Heavenly Stars Array of the Demon Clan, which required the combined efforts of numerous demons, the Duhua Divine Killing Array was centered around the 12 ancestors themselves, who formed a singular entity. At that moment, the 12 ancestors merged their essences, and with a thunderous roar, boundless malevolence surged forth. Amongst this tumultuous energy, a colossal figure emerged, Pangu in his true form. Boom. The celestial light of the Heavenly Stars Array cascaded downward, only to be obliterated by a single punch from Pangu's true form. This scene astounded all present as none, not even Jin Yuanzi himself, had anticipated that the 12 ancestors would intervene at such a critical juncture to shield him from the onslaught of the Heavenly Stars array. The rationale behind this unexpected alliance was not difficult to fathom. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Witch Clan and the Demon Clan were sworn adversaries. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the 12 ancestors to intervene against the demons when they sought to target Jin Yuanzi. Of course, this intervention required sufficient justification for the 12 ancestors to deem it worthwhile, for their actions were fraught with considerable risk. As the 12 ancestors engaged, the confrontation with the Demon Clan escalated, and a terrifying aura of divine retribution began to permeate the high heavens. This was the foreboding presence of heavenly punishment. Clearly, the engagement between the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan bore the ominous signs of invoking divine retribution, especially since the Celestial Tao had previously issued a decree forbidding both clans from engaging in conflict for a duration of 10 yuan meetings. And not even half of that time had elapsed. Although the signs of divine retribution were evident, it did not descend immediately. For the Witch Clan had merely thwarted a single attack from the Heavenly Stars array without continuing the battle. They were acutely aware of the delicate balance they maintained, seeking only to rescue Jin Yuanzi, not to ignite a full-blown war with the Demon Clan. At that moment, the Demon Clan found themselves in a quandary. The specter of divine retribution loomed over them like a sword poised to strike, targeting both the 12 ancestors and themselves. Dijun harbored no doubt that if he were to activate the Heavenly Stars array once more, divine punishment would indeed befall them. Furious, Dijun's expression darkened. "What do you intend, 12 ancestors?" His voice resonated from the 33 heavens. Ha ha! Pangu's true form erupted in laughter, yet it bore the voice of Dijun. Dijun, do you truly fail to comprehend our intentions? You demons govern the skies while we witches command the earth. Do you presume to act with impunity upon this primordial land? Dijun's laughter was laced with scorn. Humph. Dijun snorted, commanding, Star Monarch, disband the array. Boom. Instantly, the Heavenly Stars array dissolved, and the stars returned to their original positions. Likewise, the projected array dissipated into nothingness. Buzz. As the Demon Clan's Heavenly Stars array dispersed, the ominous aura of divine retribution began to recede from the high heavens. Dijun, let your arrogance linger a while longer. The day of your clan's destruction is not far off, Dijun declared, casting a glance at Jin Yuanzi before turning away in silence, vanishing from sight. The conflict between the Witch and Demon clans reached a tentative ceasefire. Observing Dijun's choice to bide his time, the 12 ancestors then dispersed Pangu's form, revealing their true selves. Esteemed ancestors, I am grateful for your intervention, Jin Yuanzi expressed as he approached them. The ancestor of space, Dijun, replied with a smile. There is no need for such formality. Even without our assistance, you likely would have found a way to navigate this peril, possessing means of self-preservation. Dear brother Jin Yuanzi, we merely sought to forge a benevolent connection with you, he added. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jin Yuanzi gazed deeply at Dijun and remarked, if that is the case, then I, Jin Yuanzi, gladly accept this bond of goodwill. Until we meet again. Until we meet again, Dijun echoed, with a sweeping gesture. Jin Yuanzi tore through the void and stepped into the ether, swiftly disappearing from sight. Brother, what about him? Once Jin Yuanzi had departed, the impetuous fire ancestor, Zhu Rong, could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Dijun shot a glare at Zhu Rong, silencing him instantly. Speak not foolishly, Dijun cautioned. Jin Yuanzi possesses formidable capabilities. Remember, it was not we who rescued him. We merely established a small bond of goodwill. As for what this bond may yield us, there is no need to ponder deeply. Now let us return. With that, Dijun led the other ancestors back to the Panga Hall. Thus, the tale of Hong Yun's demise drew its temporary curtain. Upon returning to Mount Wanshou, Jin Yuanzi entered a period of seclusion. Meanwhile, within the immortal Fire Mountain, Kong Xuan continued his cultivation after witnessing the entire event. Through relentless practice, Kong Xuan's powers grew exponentially, his mastery of the 5 elements deepening as he condensed formidable laws. Moreover, his internal world expanded immensely, resembling an infinite expanse. Within this realm, the framework of the 3 realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, took shape, evolving continuously. The outer periphery of the main world even birthed countless smaller worlds, solidifying the structure of the entire cosmic universe. This was the foundation for the transformation from the Middle Thousand Worlds to the Great Thousand Worlds. Generally speaking, 3,000 small thousand worlds equated to one Middle Thousand World, while a Great Thousand World was at least the size of 3,000 Middle Thousand Worlds. The disparity and accumulation between these realms were self-evident. However, Kong Xuan remained undeterred, purposefully advancing along two paths of enlightenment simultaneously. At this juncture, he was confident in his ability to attain the status of a primordial golden immortal and harbored no concerns. All he needed to do was to focus on his cultivation. As time swiftly passed, a millennium slipped by in the blink of an eye. One day, while immersed in his practice, Kong Xuan suddenly sensed a stirring. Opening his eyes and raising his head, he gazed through the Hall of Inquisition and glimpsed the tumultuous fate of the Phoenix clan. At that moment, the fortunes of the Phoenix clan surged violently. Observing their turmoil, Kong Xuan smiled knowingly, and with a determined stride, he exited the Hall of Inquisition, making his way directly to the palace of the Great Pong. The doorman, who was obstructing entry, was dismissed by Kong Xuan, who then settled himself in a meditative posture outside the black and white palace. He was there to protect the Great Pong. This surge of fortune within the Phoenix clan was attributed to the Great Peng's impending breakthrough. He had long since reached the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. This breakthrough would elevate him to the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal level, heralding the birth of the fourth Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal within the Phoenix clan. Naturally, such an occurrence would ignite a significant stirring of fortune among the Phoenix. Logically, within the Phoenix clan and amidst the Immortal Fire Mountain, there should have been no cause for concern regarding the Great Peng's breakthrough. Nevertheless, being his younger brother, Kong Xuan felt compelled to stand vigil outside the palace. Time passed slowly until, at last, powerful energies began to emanate from the black and white palace, radiating outward in waves. The energies grew increasingly potent yet remained unstable, fluctuating intermittently. The Great Peng was commencing his ascent to the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal realm. On that fateful day, a blinding radiance of black and white erupted from the palace, shaking the entirety of the Immortal Fire Mountain's vast world. A terrifying aura, akin to that of a demonic deity, surged forth from the palace. In that moment, the Great Peng successfully broke through, attaining the status of Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Sensing his brother's success from his post outside the palace, Kong Xuan chuckled softly, rose, and departed for his own Dao Palace. Inside the black and white palace, just as the Great Peng was about to emerge after sensing Kong Xuan's presence, he realized that his brother had already left. A warmth spread through his heart, for he understood that Kong Xuan wished not to intrude upon his cultivation. Having just attained this new realm, it was prudent to consolidate his powers. With gratitude concealed within, the Great Peng resumed his seclusion. Meanwhile, upon returning to his Dao Palace, Kong Xuan was preparing to continue his own cultivation when he suddenly heard the system's notification in his mind. Ding! Detection of Fushi Daoist's imminent arrival at the Immortal Fire Mountain to visit the Phoenix clan. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Meet Fushi and gain knowledge of his formation techniques. Option 2. Decline Fushi's visit and receive insights into the principles of Yin and Yang. Option 3. Conceal oneself, revealing no strength, and obtain understanding of Fushi's musical path. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan felt a stir within. Fushi was coming to the Immortal Fire Mountain? He quickly considered his options and, after contemplation, decided. System. I choose 3, he silently declared. At this juncture, he had yet to attain enlightenment, and concealing his strength was indeed necessary. Furthermore, it was not solely about himself. The Great Peng also needed to remain hidden. Otherwise, with 4 Mixed Yuan Golden Immortals emerging from the Phoenix clan, trouble was bound to ensue. As for directly refusing Fushi's visit, Kong Xuan did not consider that a viable option due to Fushi's significant identity. As one of the 4 sovereigns of the demon race, Fushi was also the elder brother of Nuwa. Given these dual identities, turning down Fushi's visit, even if he bore no ill will, could provoke others to take offense. Kong Xuan wished to avoid providing anyone with an excuse to instigate conflict. After all, there had been instances in the past, such as when Nuwa nearly annihilated the Shang dynasty due to a poem by King Zhou during the Fengshan calamity. Moreover, he had to remain vigilant against the demon emperor, Dijuan. Should the Phoenix clan be labeled as disrespectful to the demon race, it could lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, Kong Xuan was not afraid of the demon race, Dijuan, or even Fushi. He feared the saints. At this stage, still unproven and lacking in strength, he could not afford to act recklessly. In the realm of existence, there were always elements to be wary of. To act without trepidation required transcending this realm entirely, Kong Xuan mused. Thus, he arranged a meeting with the great Peng, Feng Chang'e, and Huang to discuss this matter. Upon learning of Kong Xuan's intentions, the three offered no objections, especially when he mentioned his imminent path to enlightenment. Clearly, this was a pivotal moment. If Kong Xuan could secure a stable period of cultivation, the Phoenix clan would soon welcome a new mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal. The great Peng, Huang, and Feng Chang'e were all invigorated by this prospect. I have just broken through and need to solidify my realm, so I shall enter seclusion, declared the great Peng. I too will retreat into seclusion, Kong Xuan replied with a smile. Feng Chang'e shook his head, stating, leave the other matters to me and Qing'er. We will instruct the clan members to maintain discretion. With that, the four of them dispersed. Kong Xuan and the great Peng entered seclusion, while Feng Chang'e and Huang prepared for various arrangements. After a period of time, the Phoenix clan indeed received a visitation notice. Fuxi was approaching. On the designated day, Fuxi arrived as promised and entered the immortal Fire Mountain. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the myriad of phoenix trees flourishing throughout the mountain, each adorned with nests housing phoenixes. Not all phoenixes resided in nests, however, many, like Kong Xuan, the great Peng, Feng Chang'e, and Huang, preferred the comfort of palatial abodes. Feng Chang'e and Huang, both mixed Yuan Golden Immortals, personally welcomed Fuxi and guided him on a tour of the immortal Fire Mountain. They also introduced him to the clan's sacred tree, the exquisite innate spirit root, the Phoenix tree. However, they could not present the Huang Zhongli tree contributed by Kong Xuan for Fuxi's inspection. Later, Feng Chang'e and Huang hosted a banquet for Fuxi, during which he discreetly employed the Phoenix clan's assembly to observe their fortune through the art of divination. However, Kong Xuan had anticipated this. The Hongming celestial ruler had vanished from the Phoenix clan's fortune, effectively concealing it. Moreover, only a mere fraction of the clan's fortune was revealed, ensuring that Fuxi could not ascertain the Phoenix clan's burgeoning power. After all, Fuxi was a staunch ally of the demon race, and should the Phoenix clan rise again, it would pose a significant concern for them, resulting in potential complications. To mitigate any trouble, Kong Xuan had meticulously considered all aspects involved. Chapter 54, 1 Certificate, 2 Certificates. In the primordial golden immortal Fuxi observed the fortune of the Phoenix clan and discerned a clear indication of rebirth, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. This aligned with the Phoenix clan's transformation into the human race, which had bestowed upon them a wealth of fortune and subsequent change. Fuxi remained composed, contemplating his mission. His visit to the Phoenix clan was not born of mere curiosity, but was driven by purpose, primarily to ascertain the current state of the clan. It appeared that the Phoenix clan situation was not far from his expectations. Currently, the Phoenix clan boasted 2 quasi-saints, or rather, 2 primordial golden immortals. They were not of the 3 corpses severing variety, both being mid-stage primordial golden immortals, and notably, they were a married couple. Their combined strength could potentially elevate them to the late stages of this realm. Fuxi analyzed this and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although the Phoenix clan had declined, there remained formidable individuals within their ranks. Moreover, the couple exuded shrewd intelligence, evidenced by the clan's early establishment as a totem of humanity. The human race was destined for great prosperity, a conclusion Fuxi had gradually drawn after Laozi of Taiji founded the teachings of humanity and subsequently attained sanctity. However, prior to this, the Phoenix clan had seized the initiative, becoming the totem of humanity and intertwining their fortunes, with the human race's fortune aiding them. The Phoenix clan began to experience a gradual revival. One could only imagine the ramifications if the Phoenix clan were to fully restore itself. Considering it was once a dominant race in the primordial era, this would undoubtedly create significant upheaval, particularly for the demon race. For the Phoenix clan was the sovereign of the skies, revered by all avian beings. The demon race, composed of myriad primordial creatures, including countless avian species, would find themselves in a precarious position should the Phoenix clan rise again. Would the avian factions under the demon race's banner rebel and return to the Phoenix clan? Even now, Fuxi was acutely aware that many avian creatures, while acknowledging their status as demons, still held the Phoenix clan in high esteem, a reverence ingrained in their very bloodlines. Some avian species had even joined the demon race at the behest of the Phoenix clan, mirroring the Phoenix clan's ambition to harness the fortunes of the demon race. Contemplating this, Fuxi felt a headache coming on. In truth, it was not only the Phoenix clan that posed such challenges, The Dragon Clan and the Qilin Clan, the triad of ancient races, were all engaging in similar maneuvers. If all three clans exhibited signs of revival, the demon race would indeed be in peril. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for them to be rendered powerless overnight through the alliance of these three clans. Fuxi engaged in philosophical discourse with Feng Changge and Huang Qing'er, and before long, centuries had passed in dialogue. Upon concluding their discussions, Fuxi subtly broached the topic of the Phoenix clan joining the demon race. To this, Feng Changge did not outright refuse. It was impossible for them to sever ties abruptly. Yet neither did she acquiesce. After some perfunctory remarks, she deftly shifted the conversation elsewhere. Observing Feng Changge's reluctance, Fuxi felt no anger. He had anticipated this outcome. In truth, he did not expect to sway the Phoenix clan with mere words. Had they wished to align with the demon race, they would have done so long ago. Ultimately, his visit was to uncover the Phoenix clan's true nature. With this task accomplished, he could now return, planning in detail how to win over the Phoenix clan in the future. Fuxi took his leave, and once he departed, Kong Xuan emerged from his seclusion. "What did you discern?" he inquired of Feng Changge. "This man is indeed worthy of being the elder brother of a saint. Not only is his cultivation profound, equaling my own, but he is also astute and cunning." Feng Changge reflected on her encounter with Fuxi and remarked, "Had we not been prepared, he would have undoubtedly discerned the true state of our clan." "Indeed," Kong Xuan nodded. "Let this matter rest for now. Aunt and uncle, I intend to continue my seclusion. This time, I may not emerge until I have attained enlightenment." Both Feng Changge and Huang Qing'er were taken aback, with Feng Changge exclaiming, "Are you truly set on attaining enlightenment?" Huang Qing'er, too, found it hard to believe. Although Kong Xuan had previously mentioned his intent to attain enlightenment several times, this declaration was unequivocal, suggesting he was confident in his success. Kong Xuan smiled and said, "The realm of the primordial golden immortal is both enigmatic and straightforward. My preparations are nearly complete. Thus, I am certain that I will achieve enlightenment this time. The only uncertainty lies in how long it will take." "Very well," Huang Qing'er replied. "You may proceed. Rest assured, the clan is in my and your uncle's capable hands. You need only to focus on your seclusion." Kong Xuan conversed with him for a while longer before returning to the Palace of Inquiry to enter seclusion. As he had stated, he began to challenge the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Time flowed like a river, transforming the present into the past and the future into the present. The cycle of years seemed to march on ceaselessly. Immersed in the pursuit of enlightenment, Kong Xuan contemplated the principles of the five elements, the evolution of the world, and the transformation of all things. His cultivation deepened during this process, continually accumulating strength. In his heart, Kong Xuan was solely focused on his insights, and even the system did not intrude upon him at this moment. He was wholly absorbed in understanding various principles, diverse paths, and myriad laws, which swirled and evolved within his mind, interweaving to form new tenets and truths, seamlessly integrating into his understanding of the five elements. Originally, his comprehension of the five elements already encompassed numerous great paths, including those of yin and yang and thunder. Now, even more of these great paths began to merge into his understanding of the five elements. In a mystical sense, Kong Xuan felt as though he had achieved a state where one path led to all paths. His understanding of the five elements could manifest as the myriad paths of heaven and earth, and conversely, the myriad paths could also be distilled into his understanding of the five elements. The five elements could evolve into the cosmos, transforming into all things. All of creation could be represented through the five elements. This was the harbinger of his impending attainment in the path of the five elements. Meanwhile, in the external world, amidst the primordial chaos, tumultuous changes were unfolding, intricately tied to the Phoenix clan. Following Fuxi's visit, the demon race sent envoys repeatedly, seeking the Phoenix clan's allegiance. Naturally, Feng Changge and Huang Qing'er declined. After several attempts, the demon race grew increasingly uncomfortable. Alternatively, they resorted to a different tactic against the Phoenix clan. Initially, the Phoenix clan alone served as the totem of the human race. However, now the demon race began to intervene. They began testing the waters among small human tribes. As a result, while the bulk of humanity still revered the Phoenix clan as their totem, some tribes began to adopt new symbols. Some worshipped the nine-headed serpent, others the great willow tree, and some the ancient long vine. Ultimately, certain powerful demons, divine beings, and even the three-legged golden crow were venerated as totems of the human race. The demon race commenced their interference in the Phoenix clan's acquisition of human fortune. Moreover, it was not solely the demon race. The Dragon clan and the Qilin clan, bitter rivals of the Phoenix clan, also seized this opportunity to develop their own totems among the human race. In response, Feng Chang'e, Huang Qing'er, and the Dapeng were incensed. Even the entire Feng clan had prepared for war, yet their intentions were swiftly curtailed. The force that halted them was not Kong Xuan, but rather Yuan Feng. This revelation astounded all members of the Feng clan. After all, Yuan Feng, who suppressed the everlasting volcano, had never shown herself until now. Although it was merely a manifestation of her essence, her presence exhilarated the clan immensely. Yuan Feng urged the people to endure. While the Feng clan's totemic faith had been restricted and weakened among the human race, their own destiny remained unshaken. With a mere wave of Yuan Feng's hand, the clan witnessed their current fortune. A colossal ruler suppressed their destiny, preventing its depletion. With Yuan Feng as their steadfast anchor, the Feng clan stabilized, no longer concerning themselves with the theft of their totemic fortune. Despite the arrogance of the Demon, Dragon, and Qilin clans, they would not dare overstep their bounds unless they sought to forcibly subjugate the Feng clan. Ultimately, this was merely a display of intimidation from the Demon clan. Should the Feng clan endure, the Demon's ploy would become ineffective, compelling them to devise alternative strategies against the Feng clan. Indeed, as the Feng clan chose to endure, the turmoil surrounding the totemic faith and fortune gradually subsided. Within the Palace of Inquiry, Kong Xuan secluded himself in meditation. Time passed, 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. One day, atop the cloud bed in the Palace of Inquiry, Kong Xuan's body trembled, emitting a profound and enigmatic aura. Radiant beams of light, shimmering in 5 colors, azure, crimson, yellow, white, and black, manifested behind him, transforming into 5 divine lights. The 5-colored divine lights surged into the skies, piercing through the Palace of Inquiry and illuminating the vast world of the everlasting volcano. In that moment, countless members of the Feng clan were left in awe. Yet, Kong Xuan did not open his eyes. Instead, his consciousness delved deep into his inner world. In his inner realm, his primordial spirit materialized, embodying the heavenly principle of the middle thousand worlds, surveying the entirety of existence. Within this expansive realm, the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity evolved with remarkable clarity. Surrounding it were 3,000 lesser thousand worlds, forming an immensely stable structure. Suddenly, a resonant boom echoed, causing the entire middle thousand world to seem to pause for an instant. Yet it felt like an eternity had passed. With a thunderous roar, akin to the shattering of the heavens, the world quaked. In the depths of reality, it appeared as though the world had shattered some form of restraint. At that moment, the middle thousand world reached its limit, beginning its transformation into the greater thousand world. The entire realm erupted in a frenzy, mountains and rivers trembled, the cosmos shifted. The sun and moon revolved, and stars quaked as the world underwent a violent metamorphosis. Amidst the cacophony of booming sounds, the world expanded boundlessly, morphing into breathtaking vistas reminiscent of the sea's transformation into mulberry fields. Simultaneously, as the world evolved, Kong Xuan's primordial spirit, as the heavenly principle of the world, observed and encompassed all changes. Everything within the middle thousand world became perceptible to him. The celestial bodies, the interplay of yin and yang, the cosmos, the cycles of life and death, and the 5 elemental destructions. All the myriad paths, laws, orders, and principles surged within Kong Xuan's consciousness, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights. Eventually, after an indeterminate span of time, the transformation ceased. Kong Xuan's inner world transitioned from the middle thousand world to the greater thousand world. And not only this primary realm underwent such a change, but the surrounding 3,000 lesser thousand worlds also transformed into middle thousand worlds. In that moment, as his inner realm became a greater thousand world, an overwhelming aura erupted from Kong Xuan, sweeping through the everlasting volcano. However, just as his aura was about to break free from the confines of the volcano, it gradually receded. This moment marked the successful realization of his inner world's path. Furthermore, not only did he succeed in the path of the inner world, but he also achieved the realization of the laws. Kong Xuan had long ago integrated both paths. Thus, as his inner world evolved into a greater thousand world, it coincided with the culmination of his path of the 5 elements. The dual paths converged, leading to his successful enlightenment as a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. However, unlike the other saints, whose enlightenment caused cosmic phenomena as the heavenly principle celebrated their achievement, Kong Xuan's realization was a personal affirmation of his path, consolidating his own Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian fruit. This did not require recognition from the heavenly principle, nor would it celebrate his accomplishment. Moreover, as Kong Xuan promptly restrained his aura, his enlightenment remained remarkably subdued. Outside the confines of the everlasting volcano, no one sensed his transformation. Following his enlightenment, Kong Xuan felt his magical power, cultivation, and divine abilities expand immensely, almost as if he were omnipotent. This was the essence of being a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Compared to his pre-enlightenment self, he was incomparably stronger. A transformation so profound it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It is no wonder they say beneath the saints, all are but ants. As one of the same echelon as the saints, Kong Xuan keenly felt this truth. Below the Hunyuan realm, including his former self, he could easily extinguish them with a mere gesture. At last, he had attained enlightenment. He pondered whether he could now overpower the saints. As he sensed the shift in his own power, a flicker of battle intent glimmered in his eyes. With his dual paths of enlightenment, realizing both the inner world and the laws, his strength was beyond imagination. Chapter 55. Why did Pangu open the heavens? Why did he transform into all things? In contrast, the attainment of the sages resembles a child's play, a mere mimicry of profound truths. In the eyes of Kong Xuan, it cannot be deemed true enlightenment. Rather, it is a bestowal of certain powers by the heavenly Tao. This grants them an illusory strength akin to that of the true immortals of primordial chaos. In essence, the sages possess the powers of the true immortals, yet they have not genuinely reached that exalted state. The sages of the primordial wilderness wield the powers of the true immortals, but lack their true status. Conversely, Kong Xuan embodies both the powers and the status of the true immortals. At first glance, it seems that Kong Xuan has decisively surpassed the sages. However, this is not the entirety of the truth. Realms and powers exist on different planes of significance. Kong Xuan's realm indeed surpasses that of the sages, marking him as a genuine true immortal of primordial chaos. Nevertheless, the sages draw from the boundless powers of the primordial wilderness, fueled by the might of its heavenly Tao, which is inexhaustible, a capacity that Kong Xuan cannot rival, at least not at present. Although he has comprehended the Tao of the world and possesses the strength of a myriad of worlds, how could he possibly compare to the vastness of the primordial wilderness? Upon attaining the status of a true immortal, Kong Xuan gained a clearer understanding of the primordial wilderness, realizing it to be merely a flawed creation of Pangu, not an epitome of perfection. The hierarchy of worlds ranges from the lowest, the cave heaven space, also known as the microdust world, which any golden immortal can forge, and thus is not considered a great miraculous feat. The cave heaven space can further evolve into the small thousand worlds, which is a significant advancement that only extraordinary beings can achieve. Subsequently, 3,000 small thousand worlds constitute a middle thousand world, and 3,000 middle thousand worlds form a great thousand world. As the worlds expand, their structures grow increasingly intricate, with laws continually evolving and strengthening, even giving rise to the heavenly Tao. Yet, beyond the great thousand world lies the chaos world, the smallest of which equals the size of 3,000 great thousand worlds. The primordial wilderness itself is essentially a chaos world, albeit a fragmented one. This incomplete chaos world seems to be a consequence of the catastrophic event of the opening of the heavens, leading to its ongoing degeneration. Yes, degeneration. Initially, Kong Xuan believed that the continuous decline of the primordial wilderness, marked by successive catastrophes, was due to the merging of Hong Jun with the Tao, which consumed the heavenly Tao and caused the deterioration of the primordial wilderness, with each generation weaker than the last. However, with his elevated status and broadened perspective, he has come to grasp insights previously elusive. The decline of the primordial wilderness did not begin with Hong Jun's merging with the Tao. Rather, it has persisted since the dawn of creation. The merging merely accelerated this inevitable process. Thus, as a flawed creation, is it not destined for the primordial wilderness to eventually revert to chaos? Kong Xuan furrowed his brow at the thought of that day, envisioning countless beings perishing alongside the world's annihilation. That image sent shivers down his spine. Yet, such a day remains distant. Moreover, he has now attained enlightenment. With the vast expanse of the great thousand world he has opened within himself, should that day ever arrive, he could easily shelter the Feng clan within his great thousand world, thus evading the cataclysm of the primordial wilderness, commonly referred to as the infinite catastrophe. Kong Xuan shook his head. The primordial wilderness, as a chaos world, should be suffused with an abundance of primordial chaos energy, not merely the innate spiritual energy it currently possesses. Innate spiritual energy is a tier lower than chaos energy. Regrettably, the primordial wilderness is incomplete, merely a half-formed chaos world, vast yet in a state of continual decay. This situation has afforded Huang an opportunity to merge with the Tao of creation, scheming to consume the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness. However, this predicament also presents advantages for Kong Xuan. Indeed, if the primordial wilderness were a complete chaos world, it would pose a formidable threat. The sages, despite their inferior realms compared to Kong Xuan, could easily overwhelm him with their immense powers. Fortunately, this is not the case. As it stands, the incomplete nature of the chaos world means that while the sages possess considerable power, they cannot wholly suppress Kong Xuan. Conversely, due to this very circumstance, Kong Xuan, with his elevated status and formidable powers, can assert dominance over the sages. Kong Xuan exhaled a long breath, now left with two lingering questions. The first pertains to Pangu's decision to open the heavens. What compelled Pangu, the son of the Tao, to undertake such a monumental task amidst chaos? What mission weighed upon him? The second question concerns Pangu's transformation into all things. After vanquishing the 3,000 demons, why did he not cease his endeavors, but instead continued to open the heavens, ultimately exhausting himself and becoming the myriad of beings in the primordial wilderness? Kong Xuan felt that unraveling these two mysteries would yield immense benefits, as they touch upon the deepest secrets of the primordial wilderness and the entirety of chaos. Once understood, the advantages would be undeniable. Yet, while benefits await, fortune may also bear misfortune. At that moment, a notification echoed in Kong Xuan's mind. Ding! The host has attained the status of a true immortal of primordial chaos. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Restore the Feng clan as the sole totem of humanity, receiving a reward of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Choice 2. Maintain the current state without rash actions, receiving a reward of a high-quality innate spiritual root. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan was momentarily taken aback before regaining composure. This choice likely reflects the savings from his recent seclusion and cultivation. Previously, to avoid disturbing his breakthrough, the system refrained from immediate notifications. Kong Xuan felt a flicker of appreciation for the system's consideration. However, two choices only. Pondering further, he frowned. The demon clan has encroached upon the totem of humanity. Although the Feng clan remains paramount, constituting over half of humanity's totem, the previous unity has diminished significantly. The implications for the Feng clan's fortune are evident. Kong Xuan let out a soft snort, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose not to pursue the first option. Becoming the totem of humanity and gaining fortune was indeed crucial for the Feng clan, allowing for a steady influx of fortune and alleviating their karmic burdens, thus accelerating Kong Xuan's own path to enlightenment. However, now that he has attained enlightenment, would it be prudent for the Feng clan to engage in war with the demon clan? Given the current state of the Feng clan, victory against the ascendant demon clan is inconceivable. Should a conflict arise, Kong Xuan would inevitably be compelled to intervene. Would he expose himself so soon after achieving enlightenment to establish his reputation through battle? Kong Xuan shook his head. He had other plans in mind. If this plan proves feasible, the benefits derived from the Feng clan becoming the sole totem of humanity would be significantly greater. Thus, after contemplating, Kong Xuan silently resolved and conveyed to the system, I choose option 2. Matters concerning the demon clan can be postponed for the time being. They shall be addressed in due course. In his heart, Kong Xuan quietly noted the transgressions of the demon clan. While he refrained from instigating trouble, he could not simply acquiesce to the bullying that had now reached his doorstep. It was inevitable that the demon clan would have to pay dearly for their misdeeds in the future. At that moment, as Kong Xuan made his choice, the system promptly dispensed its rewards. Chapter 56. The Sun Moon Fruit Tree. The transformation of the demon clan's celestial court into the phoenix clan's celestial court in this instance. Kong Xuan acquired a superior innate spiritual root, known as the Sun Moon Fruit Tree. This spiritual root possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the energies of the sun and the moon, subsequently condensing these forces into two distinct fruits, the solar fruit and the lunar fruit. Consuming the solar fruit enables one to attain a solar body, which is highly advantageous for cultivating the path of the sun. Similarly, the lunar fruit allows for the realization of a lunar body, facilitating the practice of the lunar path. If one consumes both fruits, they may achieve the yin-yang body, thereby comprehending the profound principles of yin and yang through the synthesis of both solar and lunar cultivation. However, despite the promising potential, it is important to note that this spiritual root is merely of superior quality. Its effects are not overwhelmingly powerful. At least, Kong Xuan regarded it with a certain indifference. Nevertheless, being an innate spiritual root, its acquisition was undoubtedly beneficial. Kong Xuan promptly transferred this spiritual root into his inner world. Upon receiving this reward, Kong Xuan finally emerged from his seclusion. Outside, the undying volcano was already abuzz with excitement. The Phoenix clan had produced a primordial golden immortal, leading countless clan members to express overwhelming joy and tears of elation, feeling that their lives had been worthwhile. Consider the relentless pursuit and struggles of countless clan members from ancient times to the present, many of whom fought valiantly and endured catastrophic defeats during the calamities, yet ultimately achieved nothing. Neither the Phoenix clan nor the Qilin clan or the Dragon clan had triumphed. They had not produced a primordial golden immortal. Instead, they bore the burden of immense karma, making it exceedingly difficult to rise again. Conversely, an extraordinary being from outside the three clans seized the fruits of victory, attaining enlightenment and becoming a revered ancestor of the primordial path. Many within the Phoenix clan had succumbed to despair. However, with Kong Xuan's formidable rise, the fortunes of the Phoenix clan began to shift, their karma continuously alleviated, and their strength began to recover. Now, with Kong Xuan having attained enlightenment, the Phoenix clan had welcomed its first primordial golden immortal. How could this not be a cause for celebration? As Kong Xuan stepped out of the Palace of Inquiries, the first figure he beheld was a woman, an enchanting beauty clad in flowing robes that resembled flames, exuding an indescribable vitality and vigor. Additionally, an aura of regal authority radiated from her, distinct from that of Huang, Kong Xuan's aunt. Although Huang was also a beautiful woman, she lacked such a commanding presence. The only woman in the Phoenix clan with such a regal aura was none other than Kong Xuan's mother. At the moment he saw her, Kong Xuan felt a powerful surge of bloodline connection, an overwhelming sensation. This was his mother, Yuan Feng, the first phoenix of heaven and earth. Though embodied in a female form, she commanded a clan, competing with the Qilin and Dragon clans for dominance in the primordial world, leaving an indelible mark on an era. Of course, this was not Yuan Feng's true form, merely a projection of her essence. Nevertheless, it filled Kong Xuan with immense excitement, for this was the first time he had laid eyes on his mother. Have you attained enlightenment? Yuan Feng inquired, nodding kindly. Yes, Kong Xuan affirmed with a determined nod. What shall we do next? Yuan Feng asked. Upon hearing this, Kong Xuan contemplated briefly and was about to respond when Yuan Feng interjected. No need to say anything further. From now on, you shall lead the Phoenix clan. You are stronger than I, and it is right that you guide us and make all decisions. Kong Xuan opened his mouth, ultimately uttering a single word. Yes, mother. In that moment, he felt an invisible mantle of responsibility settle upon him. However, he had long since resolved to lead the Phoenix clan to resurgence, so this was of little concern. Following this, Kong Xuan accompanied Yuan Feng, learning much about her situation. Though he yearned to liberate his mother from the confines of the undying volcano, the accumulated karma of the Phoenix clan from ancient times was far too great. Yuan Feng's ability to project a fragment of her essence was a testament to Kong Xuan's efforts over the years. To free Yuan Feng's true form completely, he must undertake the ambitious plan that resided in his heart. The demon clan sought to subjugate the Phoenix clan? Perhaps the reverse could be true, transforming the demon clan and Apos' celestial cord into that of the Phoenix clan. This was Kong Xuan and Apos' vision. While it may sound implausible, his elevated state of understanding granted him insights into the prevailing currents of the primordial world. Previously, Kong Xuan believed that the inevitable outcome of the Wu demon calamity would be the mutual destruction of the Wu and demon clans, followed by the rise of humanity. Yet, the currents of the primordial world were not fixed. In truth, these currents were composed of innumerable smaller forces amalgamated into a greater whole. countless minor forces coalesce into a singular momentum, which then surges forward, unstoppable by any individual. To oppose this momentum would be to defy the heavens. Even now, Kong Xuan could not achieve such defiance. Primordial heaven's will was too powerful. However, while he could not oppose heaven, he could alter individual forces and thereby influence the greater current. This was now within his capabilities. The pivotal aspect of his plan lay in the fact that he operated from the shadows. Aside from the Phoenix clan members within the undying volcano, outsiders were entirely unaware of his enlightenment. Thus, Kong Xuan devised a plan to gradually infiltrate the Demon Clan's celestial court, transforming it into the Phoenix clan's celestial court. Though it seemed improbable, the truth was that the Demon Clan's celestial court had long been infiltrated by numerous spies from the three clans. Kong Xuan's task was to activate these spies, thereby seizing a portion of power within the Demon Clan's celestial court. With this newfound power, he could further assimilate and divide other authorities. For Kong Xuan, a primordial golden immortal, the methods at his disposal were numerous. And, Kong Xuan mused, contemplating his strategy. It is only proper to reciprocate when one is visited. Since the Emperor of Xiyang came to our undying volcano for a visit, it is time we return the favor to the 33 heavens. Please prepare some gifts to visit the Demon Clan's celestial court. Although Kong Xuan did not explicitly state his intentions, Feng Chang'e, having overseen the affairs of the Phoenix clan for many years, understood his meaning well. This visit was clearly not a simple gesture of goodwill. It was an opportunity to ascertain the internal power dynamics within the Demon Clan's celestial court. Identifying which factions were amicable towards the Phoenix clan would allow for potential alliances, while those that were unfriendly could be duly noted for future reference. Additionally, it was time to establish their authority. The Demon Clan had occupied the totems of the Phoenix clan among humanity for far too long. Failing to retaliate would leave the Phoenix clan with no dignity. Of course, Kong Xuan's newfound status as an enlightened being provided the confidence to speak of retaliation. Otherwise, they might have had to endure in silence. In summary, the Phoenix clan now possessed the courage to reclaim their honor, and this retaliation would merely serve as a modest recompense. Feng Chang'e did not believe that Kong Xuan's plan was so simplistic. It was evident that he aimed to undermine the very foundation of the Demon Clan. However, this realization only ignited Feng Chang'e's fervor and enthusiasm further. Excitement surged within him as he envisioned the resurgence of the Phoenix clan's glorious era, even more splendid and resplendent than in the past, unparalleled in its brilliance. Chapter 57. The movements of the Phoenix clan. Are they to align with the Demon Clan? Very well, I shall accompany Qing'er to observe. Feng Chang'e consented. Kong Xuan nodded, transforming the Demon Clan's heavenly court into that of the Phoenix clan. Although this would entangle the Phoenix clan in the whirlpool of causality, the calamity of the Wu and Yao is unprecedentedly ferocious, with the myriad saints lurking, all awaiting the demise of the Wu and Yao to usher in a new era, an era entirely dominated and controlled by them, allowing the dissemination of their doctrines and the gathering of the world's fortunes. Yet, these considerations were predicated on the time before Kong Xuan attained enlightenment. Now that he has achieved such a state, possessing both strength and a profound comprehension of the heavenly Tao, he is acutely aware of the overarching trends. How could he fail to perceive the intricacies of causality? For instance, if the conflict between these two clans were to see Emperor Jun of the Demon Clan attain the status of a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, would the Demon Clan still face annihilation? Certainly not. The Demon Clan would undoubtedly reign supreme over the realms. Thus, should Kong Xuan usurp Emperor Jun, he too could potentially establish an everlasting heavenly court. Furthermore, if even the mere doorkeeper, Hao Tian, under Hongjun can ascend as the heavenly emperor, why could not Kong Xuan? Additionally, a direct aspect of this plan is that if the Demon Clan dares to meddle in the Phoenix Clan's totemic beliefs among the human race, interfering with the fortunes of the Phoenix Clan, then the Phoenix Clan would not hesitate to reclaim their rightful fortunes from the Demon Clan with interest. In summary, Kong Xuan's actions are fundamentally motivated by merit and fortune. However, merely seeking to share in such fortunes yields little. Consider the likes of Nuwa creating humanity, the three pure ones establishing teachings, and the great vows made by Jian and Zhundi, as well as the subsequent reincarnation of Hutu. Does Kong Xuan not recognize this? Yet why does he refrain from seeking to partake? The earlier opportunities were missed, but the reincarnation of Hutu is one that he can certainly capitalize upon. After all, even the human book has fallen into Kong Xuan and Appo's hands. Once the reincarnation of Hutu is established, Kong Xuan could promptly establish the underworld, ensuring a continuous influx of merit and fortune. However, since he dares to seize the opportunity and occupy the underworld, why not aim even higher? To seize the heavenly court as well. In the future, with both the heavenly court and the underworld under his control, it might even be possible to dominate the vast wilderness. After all, the enemies of the Wu clan are the Demon clan. What concern is it of the Phoenix clan? By then, all three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity would fall under the sway of Kong Xuan and the Phoenix clan, a true manifestation of boundless merit and fortune. With such immense merit and fortune gathered, who among the heavens could stand as Kong Xuan's rival? It can be asserted that it is only after attaining enlightenment that Kong Xuan has discerned the grand trends of the universe, realizing that the acquisition of merit and fortune is indispensable. In the past, the Phoenix clan could not prevail due to insufficient strength, and the same applies to the conflict between the Wu and Demon clans. But now that he possesses sufficient strength, failing to fight for it would be a grave mistake. Brother, I wish to go as well. At this moment, the rock suddenly spoke. I have yet to visit the 33 heavens. Let me see it too. Upon hearing this, Feng Chang'e cast a glance at the rock but frowned. Wouldn't your presence reveal our intentions? Your strength, indeed. The rock is currently at the early stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. Such strength would inevitably raise suspicions, considering the rock's unique status akin to that of a prince among the Phoenix clan. Achieving Hunyuan Jingxian at such a young age is an immense fortune and blessing. Upon hearing Feng Chang'e's words, the rock became somewhat anxious. At this moment, Kong Xuan smiled and said, "No matter. I shall assist you in sealing a portion of your cultivation, allowing your prowess to manifest at the level of a Deluo Jingxian." With a wave of his hand, a radiant five-colored light descended upon the rock, instantly sealing a part of his cultivation. The rock felt a significant drop in strength, now only exhibiting the abilities of a mid-stage Deluo Jingxian. The drastic reduction in power brought a strong sense of emptiness, making it somewhat difficult for the rock to adjust. The cultivation I have sealed is now within your inner world. I shall impart to you a method, enabling you to unseal this portion of your strength at will. Kong Xuan then taught him a technique, and after a brief period of contemplation, the rock quickly mastered it. He began to manipulate his own strength, fluctuating between strong and weak, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Kong Xuan shook his head and said, "All right, little brother. You may go with your aunt and uncle, but remember, do not provoke trouble unnecessarily. However, should anyone dare to provoke you, do not hesitate to retaliate." Understood. The rock nodded eagerly, brimming with excitement. Kong Xuan, seeing this, felt a twinge of regret and reiterated to Feng Chang'e, "Please keep a close eye on him." Feng Chang'e smiled, "Rest assured." Following this, Feng Chang'e swiftly began preparations, first issuing an invitation to the Demon clan, with plans to visit the 33 heavens in the coming days. Simultaneously, he arranged various gifts. In an instant, news of this spread throughout the wilderness, stirring considerable excitement. After all, the Phoenix clan is not an ordinary race. Could this action signify their intention to ally with the Demon clan? Otherwise, why would Feng Chang'e, the recognized leader of the Phoenix clan, suddenly seek to visit the 33 heavens? Concurrently, within the Demon clan, there was also a surge of undercurrents regarding the impending visit from the Phoenix clan. Some were delighted, while others were not. As previously mentioned, although the Demon clan is termed a clan, it comprises numerous races, with many being infiltrators from the three clans. The Phoenix clan's visit to the heavenly court naturally set various factions abuzz with speculation regarding the Phoenix clan's intentions. Messages swiftly circulated from the 33 heavens to all corners of the wilderness, especially among the Dragon clan and Qilin clan, as archrivals of the Phoenix clan. The latter's actions incited considerable anxiety. In the Sun Palace of the 33 heavens, Emperor Jun, Tai, along with Fuxi and Kuanping, the four great leaders of the Demon clan, gathered at this moment. Emperor Jun frowned, clearly pondering the sudden visit of the Phoenix clan and its underlying motives. After a moment, he spoke, "Fuxi, my friend and demon master, what do you perceive as the reason for the Phoenix clan's visit?" Fuxi and Kuanping exchanged glances, both simultaneously offering a wry smile and shaking their heads. Fuxi began, "Not long ago, I visited the Phoenix clan, and subsequently, we propagated the totems of our demon clan among the human race, encroaching upon the totems of the Phoenix clan and thereby acquiring substantial fortunes." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's expression hardened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This fleeting intent, though contained, was perceptible to the assembled quasi-saints. Neither Fuxi nor Kunpeng were surprised by this reaction. Indeed, the human race has already come under their scrutiny, largely due to the Phoenix clan, which has long been established as a totem among humans. Subsequently, with the three pure ones, Jane and Zhuanti, all establishing teachings, especially Laozi, who explicitly aligned himself with the human race, this has brought the human race into prominence. After all, Laozi, a saint, has bound himself to humanity, becoming the leader of the human teaching. Their fates intertwined. This connection has significantly elevated the fortunes of the human race, and as a result, the Phoenix clan, having long been established as a totem, has gained immense fortunes. The Phoenix clan has begun to show signs of resurgence. In such circumstances, how could the existence of the human race escape their scrutiny? Indeed, prior to this, they had deliberated multiple times regarding the fate of humanity. However, arriving at a definitive conclusion proved to be exceedingly challenging. The situation of the human race is exceedingly intricate. Firstly, they were created by Nuwa, and secondly, the Grand Master of Tageking has established a teaching for humanity, positioning himself as the spiritual leader. This involvement inevitably concerns two revered sages. Additionally, when considering the Phoenix clan, any decision regarding the human race cannot be executed merely at their discretion. For instance, should they wish to merge the human race with the demon race, they might disregard Nuwa, the sovereign of the demons, as well as the Phoenix clan. Nevertheless, the presence of the Grand Master of Tageking is an inescapable factor. Consequently, after numerous discussions, they ultimately opted for a strategy similar to that of the Phoenix clan, allowing the demon race to also become a totem for the human race. Through this approach, they aim to harness the fortunes of humanity while simultaneously suppressing the Phoenix clan. However, the goal of merging the human race with the demon race will require a more gradual and strategic approach. Chapter 58. A Visit to the 33 Heavens. The invincibility of the Deluo Golden Immortal. The fortune acquired from the human race is of paramount significance to the Phoenix clan, as they seek to alleviate the immense karmic debt incurred during the ancient calamity. Fuxi continued his analysis, stating that the true intentions behind the Phoenix clan's visit remain uncertain. However, their primary goal undoubtedly revolves around this human fortune. Are you implying that this human fortune? Dijun pondered aloud. Naturally, it cannot be granted to them. Kunpeng interjected. In fact, I believe the Phoenix clan's totem presence among the human race is rather excessive. It could certainly be diminished further. Dijun furrowed his brow, while Tai remained silent, as was his custom in such discussions. Dijun turned to Fuxi, who, after some contemplation, agreed. Indeed, the Phoenix clan should not be allowed to acquire more fortune. This situation also reveals a pressing issue within our demon race. The infiltration of the three clans into our ranks is far too profound. We must not only suppress the Phoenix clan, but also the Dragon and Qilin clans, as they too require similar restraint. Indeed, Dijun nodded. What strategies should we employ to achieve this? Each of these three clans holds a prestigious position. One is the foremost of scales and shells, another the progenitor of terrestrial beasts, and the last the sovereign of avians. To suppress them is no simple task. After all, during Fuxi's previous visit to the Phoenix clan, he encountered formidable experts like Feng Chang'e and Huang, who were not inferior to us. The Qilin and Dragon clans possess similar talents. Forcibly suppressing them could backfire and destabilize our ranks. This matter is straightforward, Kunpeng remarked. You, my fellow, could procure the demon summoning banner from the palace of Nuwa. By utilizing it to gather the true spirits of each clan, we could naturally unify the demon race, allowing all clans to forget their affiliations with scales, beasts, and avians. Since we are demons, there is no need to revere any dragons, phoenixes, or Qilins. Kunpeng left his thought unfinished. Yet Dijun grasped his implication, the intention to incorporate the three clans into the demon race and dominate them. In truth, this was a scheme Dijun had long desired to execute. With Kunpeng voicing it, Dijun felt a surge of excitement. However, the notion of using the demon summoning banner to seize the true spirits of the clans seemed excessively tyrannical. Many would likely resist. Moreover, the demon summoning banner had only been employed once prior, during the expedition with Tai to the northern underworld sea, where they subdued Kunpeng. At that time, a fragment of Kunpeng's true spirit was captured, but upon granting him the title of Demon Master and witnessing his commendable performance, they returned that fragment to him, and also returned the banner to Nuwa. Now, Kunpeng proposed to wield the banner again, weighing the pros and cons. Dijun finally gritted his teeth and resolved, very well. Let us follow the words of the demon master and utilize the demon summoning banner to gather the true spirits of all clans, uniting our demon race in purpose. Fushi sensed some unease, but, seeing Dijun's determination, refrained from opposition and merely nodded. Kunpeng, on the other hand, wore a smile. The matter of the demon summoning banner is not urgent. Let us return our focus to the impending visit from the Phoenix clan, Dijun suggested. Thus, the group deliberated for a considerable time before dispersing to make their preparations. Meanwhile, in the immortal Fire Mountain, after conferring with Kong Xuan entered into seclusion once more. Having just ascended to the status of a mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, he sought to solidify his newfound power. After a period of retreat, Huang, and the Great Peng set forth with numerous experts from the Phoenix clan towards the 33 heavens. The demon race accorded them due respect, particularly those clans already allied with the Phoenix clan, who exhibited great enthusiasm and activity. Naturally, most of these clans belonged to the avian category, recognizing the Phoenix clan as their sovereign, a fact both logical and expected. However, not all avian clans shared such fervor. Throughout the vast epochs from antiquity to the present, the Phoenix clan had undeniably experienced a decline, leading some avian clans to abandon them in favor of honoring the equally avian Dijun and Tai, the two, being three-legged golden crows, commanded the aura of emperors and were recognized as the Demon Emperor and Eastern Emperor. It was not entirely unjustifiable for some clans to seek favor with them. After all, it is only natural that one would gravitate towards strength and prosperity. Following Kong Xuan's instructions, Feng Chang'e, upon reaching the 33 heavens, cultivated close ties with those clans favorably inclined towards the Phoenix clan, leaving many formerly subservient clans from ancient times astonished. Observing this, Dijun, Tai Fushi, and Kunpeng exchanged worried glances, becoming increasingly focused on the necessity of unifying the demon race and diminishing the influence of the three clans. However, before the four titans could take action, the Phoenix clan encountered difficulties from the Dragon and Qilin clans. These two clans, perceiving the Phoenix clan's visit to the demon race, were incensed by the presence of the Great Peng, the Phoenix clan's prince. Consequently, several subservient clans of the three clans began to provoke the Great Peng, hoping to undermine the Phoenix clan by defeating him. Yet, the Great Peng found exhilaration in this challenge. As advised by Kong Xuan, he held nothing back in combat. Traversing the 33 heavens, he decisively dispatched every challenger. After all, the Great Peng now showcased strength only on par with the De Luo Golden Immortal. And who among them could truly rival him? With each encounter, he unleashed his formidable abilities, facing adversaries such as the three-headed Ink Flood Dragon, Golden Scorpion, Earthbound Songbear, Azure Wolf, and Nine-Headed Lion. The Great Peng cunningly displayed his prowess, always appearing to narrowly surpass his opponents, making his victories seem perilously close. This path was marked by chaos and bloodshed, resulting in the deaths of dozens of De Luo Golden Immortals, a truly harrowing spectacle. Eventually, no one dared to provoke the Great Peng any longer. After witnessing the demise of so many formidable figures, it was evident to all that the Great Peng was playing the role of a cunning predator. This revelation astounded many who had been observing in secrecy, as none had anticipated that the Phoenix clan's prince would possess such incredible strength. The son of the primordial Phoenix was undeniably formidable, establishing himself as unrivaled among the De Luo Golden Immortals. In the shadows, Dijun sighed in admiration. Reflecting upon his 10 sons, he felt a throbbing headache. Though his sons were undeniably gifted, being three-legged golden crows with innate dominion over the sun's true fire, their mischievousness and lack of dedication to cultivation often led them astray, forcing him to confine them on the Sunstar. This child is truly extraordinary, Dijun muttered in astonishment. Hearing Dijun's remark, Tai interjected, I observe that this child has mastered an exceedingly powerful technique, rooted in the principles of yin and yang, imbued with an innate aura. The majority of his strength is derived from this technique, yet he has yet to unleash its full potential. Were he to do so, while it may be an exaggeration to claim he is invincible among the De Luo Golden Immortals, it would not be far from the truth. Chapter 59. Confrontation. The evaluations of Dapeng by Emperor Jun and Tai were exceedingly high, yet amidst their admiration, both were also filled with concern. Dapeng's strength was somewhat overwhelming. and within their heavenly realm, it was challenging to find suitable personnel to contend with him. Only figures of the caliber of the 10 great demon lords could possess the absolute confidence to defeat Dapeng. However, such an approach would be too conspicuous. As Emperor Jun contemplated this, he shook his head and chuckled. Let him flaunt his might for a while. They have come prepared, deliberately seeking to establish their dominance in our heavenly realm. Yet, even if they succeed in their display of strength, what of it? The heavenly realm still belongs to our demon clan. The Feng clan, now, is akin to a fallen phoenix, no better than a mere chicken. Even if they have produced an offspring with considerable talent, they remain far from revival. Tai nodded in agreement, though Emperor Jun's expression remained grim. The visit from the Feng clan had resulted in the deaths of many formidable demons and demon gods, while those with discerning eyes recognized that these were, in fact, the retainers of the Qilin and Dragon clans and not genuinely loyal to him. The reality was that not everyone in the world possessed such clarity. Thus, the deaths of these great demons and demon gods would ultimately be attributed to him, tarnishing the prestige of the demon clan's heavenly realm. Consequently, the Feng clan's display of power had succeeded, while he had suffered a significant loss. Emperor Jun's discontent grew among the 3 clans. His least favorite was undoubtedly the Feng clan. Firstly, the current Feng clan was far too audacious, daring even to come to the heavenly realm and challenge him directly. Did they truly believe they still held the same supremacy as in ancient times? Secondly, there was the matter of the title of the Emperor of Birds. In ancient times, the Phoenix led all avian clans, thus earning its undisputed status as the ruler of birds. Yet, how could Emperor Jun acquiesce to that? In this era, he was the demon emperor and the heavenly sovereign, reigning over countless races, his status and strength far exceeding those of the Feng clan. The current Feng clan was merely a fallen phoenix, inferior to a chicken. He could easily manipulate the Feng clan at will. Therefore, as one who embodied the 3-legged golden crow, he was the true and rightful emperor of birds. Regrettably, there were too many traditionalists and blind loyalists to the Feng clan. Reflecting upon the proposal made by Kuanpeng to utilize the demon banner to absorb the true spirits of the various clans and completely dominate the demon race, Emperor Jun's resolve only strengthened. Following this, the Feng clan's visit to the heavenly realm proceeded without further incident. Emperor Jun personally hosted a banquet for Feng Chang'e, Huang, and the entourage of Dapeng. During the feast, both sides engaged in amicable conversation, exchanging ideas and discussing profound philosophies, presenting a facade of harmony and friendship to outsiders. However, to the surprise of Emperor Jun and the others, Feng Chang'e did not once mention the matter of the human totem throughout the entire proceedings. It seemed as though they had genuinely come merely to pay a visit to the demon clan. After the banquet, Feng Chang'e and his companions lingered in the 33 heavens for quite some time, this time guided by Fuxi. Thank you for your hospitality, fellow Taoist, Feng Chang'e expressed as he took his leave. No need for formality. If you have the time, feel free to visit us often. Our heavenly realm is always open to you, Fuxi replied with an implied invitation. Feng Chang'e smiled, then I shall impose upon you again next time. Fuxi escorted Feng Chang'e to the southern heavenly gate. Upon glancing back at the gate, Feng Chang'e couldn't help but sigh. The demon clan was indeed formidable and exceedingly powerful. Yet, despite their strength, they could not be deemed invincible. Although the demon clan had produced a saint, this saint did not reside within the demon clan, but rather in the realm beyond the 33 heavens. In this regard, the presence or absence of this saint made little difference to the demon clan, as Niwa had explicitly stated her detachment and no longer served the demon race. Otherwise, given Niwa's formidable strength, even with the Wu clan's great heavenly divine array capable of summoning the true form of Pangu, they would be unable to withstand her. Thus, while the demon clan was powerful, their might had its limitations. They lacked a supreme being who could attain the Tao of primordial unity. Conversely, the Feng clan, though in decline, still possessed numerous strong individuals. Feng Chang'e himself, along with his wife, Dapeng, and especially Xian'er, who was a being of the Tao of primordial unity, could potentially turn the tide against the demon clan's heavenly realm if revealed. After all, what significance did a multitude of great demons and demon gods hold? A singular being of the Tao of primordial unity could annihilate all. In the world of Huang, ultimately, it was individual strength that dictated everything. The stronger the practitioner, the more unattainable and surpassable they became. If the levels of quasi-saints and golden immortals of primordial unity could not be considered invincible, then saints and great golden immortals of primordial unity could indeed disregard all, directly crushing any opposition. This was evident during the previous second battle between the Wu and Demon clans, where one side condensed the power of countless stars into a formidable formation, while the other summoned Pangu's true form through the fusion of the 12 ancestor witches, rendering them invincible. Yet, when the heavenly Dao Hongjun intervened, both clans immediately faltered. This illustrated the supremacy of individual strength. Despite the fact that Kong Xuan currently possessed the capability to overwhelm the Demon clan, the cosmos was filled with numerous saints aside from him, a great golden immortal of primordial unity. It was not prudent for him to reveal himself yet, for such exposure would easily invite collective hostility. Consequently, the execution of his schemes would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, Kong Xuan remained in hiding, gradually implementing his strategies against the Demon clan's heavenly realm and the underworld, while also accumulating strength to enhance his own power. For Kong Xuan, reaching the status of a great golden immortal of primordial unity was not the pinnacle of his cultivation. Rather, it felt like the beginning of a new journey. Let us depart. Feng Chang'e led his party away from the 33 heavens, intending to proceed to their next destination. However, just as they had distanced themselves from the heavenly realm, an unexpected shift occurred within Feng Chang'e's heart, as if he sensed something amiss, causing his expression to tighten. Shortly thereafter, Huang seemed to sense it as well. The couple exchanged glances, and Feng Chang'e declared, "Qing'er, shield everyone. I shall return shortly." Huang nodded. In an instant, Feng Chang'e moved away from the group and ascended to a high altitude, where he encountered an enemy. The adversary's true form was shrouded in an endless veil of darkness, an overwhelming black mist that threatened to engulf all. Without a doubt, this was an entity of terrifying power, likely at the level of a golden immortal of primordial unity or a quasi-saint, intent on attacking the Feng clan's entourage. "Who are you? Why do you hide in the shadows, unwilling to reveal your true self?" Feng Chang'e inquired, flames erupting around him, fiercely illuminating the surrounding darkness and brightening half the sky. Yet, the darkness was boundless, and even as it was dispelled, it surged forth once more, consuming the light and flames. Feng Chang'e, you are the mightiest of the Feng clan. I have come to gauge your strength. Of course, if you prove to be weak and I kill you, it would be even better. A chilling voice echoed from the depths of the vast darkness. Then, the battle erupted. An unending torrent of darkness sweeping forward like a deluge. Boom. In that fleeting moment, an immense blaze erupted as well. Fire and darkness collided, accompanied by a thunderous roar. As if an overwhelming force had clashed, the entire cosmos seemed to tremble violently at that instant. Then, it was witnessed that the boundless darkness was swiftly eradicated and laid to waste in an instant. The great fire consumed the shadows. Chapter 60. A return to the palace of the goddess Nuwa. As the darkness dissipated, an enigmatic presence concealed within it revealed itself. This figure remained shrouded in an impenetrable blackness, resembling a swirling mass of fog, ever-shifting and devoid of any discernible features. "What formidable flames of the southern brightly!" the dark entity remarked gravely, gazing at Feng Chang'e. "You are simply too weak," Feng Chang'e replied, shaking his head nonchalantly. "Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate my prowess once more," the shadowy figure retorted, abruptly moving. To the astonishment of all, numerous dark silhouettes emerged around Feng Chang'e, each one exuding the same menacing aura as the initial presence. In total, 36 dark figures encircled him. Merely an illusion, Feng Chang'e scoffed, unleashing an overwhelming surge of flames from his body that radiated outward. The battle reignited with fervor. Feng Chang'e, unarmed, struck with a single palm against one of the dark figures, sending it reeling backward. Simultaneously, the other 35 shadows were also forced back by his strike. In that moment, Feng Chang'e's single blow had repelled all 36 dark manifestations. The figures recoiled, bewildered, murmuring in unison, "Spatial divine ability?" Indeed, Feng Chang'e had employed spatial manipulation, enabling him to strike simultaneously at all 36 dark manifestations. "Thus, your so-called techniques are nothing of worth. Withdraw, and I shall spare your life," he declared, looking down upon the dark figure with indifference. "Spare my life?" The 36 figures coalesced into one, which sneered, "Feng Chang'e, you are far too arrogant. Though your cultivation exceeds mine, it is but a slight margin. What makes you think you can kill me?" As one, the dark figure seemed to gain considerable strength. With a sudden movement, darkness engulfed the surroundings, rendering perception void. The shadowy figure concealed itself within this endless abyss, obscuring Feng Chang's senses. Even his divine consciousness struggled to penetrate the blackness. The dark entity lunged at him once more. A sigh escaped Feng Chang's lips, and within a radius of several feet around him, it appeared that darkness could never encroach. The fierce flames of the southern brightly blazed fiercely, creating a barrier. At that moment, accompanied by his sigh, a long sword materialized in his hand. Grasping it, the sword glimmered like flowing fire, adorned with patterns reminiscent of the sacred phoenix tree from an eternal volcano. Feng Chang'e wielded the southern brightly sword and struck forth. With that single swing, it was as if one had transformed into myriad, and myriad into billions, unleashing a torrent of sword light in an instant. Boom! The very fabric of the heavens and earth seemed to be shattered by that strike. The unending darkness crumbled beneath its might. A piercing shriek echoed, as a slender shadow broke through the void and fled, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Feng Chang'e's strike had nearly annihilated this dark presence, leaving it severely wounded as it retreated. Feng Chang'e, remember this grudge. I, Yuying, shall repay it in due time. The dark entity's vengeful voice echoed. Yet Feng Chang'e remained unfazed, flipping the southern brightly sword in his hand before sheathing it. With a smile, he acknowledged Fuxi, who was gazing at him from the southern heavenly gate, then nodded at Dijuan, Tai, and Kuanping in turn before rejoining his companions. At the front of the Sun Palace in the 33 heavens, after a brief exchange of glances with Feng Chang'e, Dijuan and Tai's expressions darkened. Suddenly, a rift in the void opened, and a shadowy figure emerged, merging into Dijuan's body. This figure was revealed to be Yuying, a unique manifestation of Dijuan's shadow. Upon merging with Yuying, Dijuan let out a low grunt. What a remarkable technique Feng Chang'e possesses. The weight of the situation was not lost on Tai, who nodded gravely. Dijuan composed himself. It seems our ambitions regarding the Feng clan cannot be rushed. Initially, I intended to test his strength, and if I could eliminate him, the Feng clan would be easily subdued. However, I did not foresee such formidable power from him. Feng clan, Feng Chang'e. This name shall be etched in my memory. Dijuan's eyes gleamed with a predatory light, intrigued by Feng Chang'e's strength. Tai, well aware of his thoughts, frowned. Brother, this individual is far too perilous to control. We should eliminate him. Only then can we truly dominate the Feng clan. Dijuan considered Tai's words, reluctantly nodding. What a pity. Meanwhile, having repelled the encroaching Yuying, Feng Chang'e returned to his group, where everyone sighed in relief. Let us proceed to the 33 heavens to visit the goddess Nuwa, Feng Chang'e declared. Thus, the group altered their course toward the realm of the goddess. In the palace of Nuwa, the goddess had just witnessed Feng Chang'e's prowess in defeating Yuying and was reflecting on his strength when she noticed him and his companions approaching. A flicker of emotion stirred within her. Though she understood the Feng clan's ulterior motives, she could not help but feel a sense of affinity for them. Promptly, she instructed her attendants to prepare for their reception. Before long, Feng Chang'e and his companions arrived at the palace of Nuwa and were welcomed into the sacred hall. I, Feng Chang'e of the Feng clan, pay my respects to the goddess, he said, bowing deeply. Huang and Dapeng followed suit. In this space, devoid of intricate schemes, Nuwa, though a sage, harbored little competitive spirit. The warm demeanor of Feng Chang'e and his companions, coupled with their flattery, endeared them to her, leading to a pleasant exchange. Particularly, Huang, as a woman, captured Nuwa's favor, who even encouraged her to visit often in the future. My lady, we have come to request a favor during our visit to the palace of Nuwa. Huang hesitantly spoke. What matter do you seek? Nuwa inquired, her curiosity piqued. Huang turned to Dapeng, who appeared puzzled, but she smiled and continued, my sister has 2 sons, one a peacock and the other a Dapeng. This is my younger brother, Dapeng. I wish for him to become your disciple and learn the arts under your guidance. What say you, my lady? Dapeng's eyes widened in surprise. Nuwa, equally astonished, quickly replied, this cannot be. I have not established a school and do not intend to take disciples. Let us abandon this notion. Huang, however, did not relent. Goddess, I implore you not to dismiss my request so hastily. Allow me to explain further. Nuwa nodded in acquiescence. Huang remarked, my elder sister once ingested 2 strands of primordial energy, one embodying yin and yang, and the other representing the 5 elements. From this quintessence of the 5 elements, she bore her firstborn, Kong Xuan, who stands as the first peacock in the realm. The second son, born of the primordial yin and yang energy, is the great Peng, the inaugural golden-winged rock in existence. Thus, Whether it is Xian'er or Peng'er, their talents are indeed exceptional, worthy of being the disciples of the esteemed lady, ensuring that she would not lose face. Upon hearing this, Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, as she was well aware of the great Peng's performance in the 33 heavens, which indeed attested to his remarkable aptitude. However, she remained somewhat reluctant to take on disciples. After all, she was cognizant of Dijuan's intentions towards the Feng clan, aiming to subdue them. Should she accept the great Peng as her disciple, such a relationship could potentially provoke Dijuan's ire. Chapter 61. The great Peng bows to his master, the second primordial spirit. However, Huang was exceptionally eloquent and skilled at pleasing Nuwa, appealing not only to her emotions but also to her interests. Though Nuwa had already attained enlightenment, mere material benefits typically failed to sway her. Yet, Nuwa had an elder brother, Fuxi, and Huang promised to share some of the Phoenix clan's core secrets in exchange for Fuxi's comprehension. This deeply moved Nuwa, for the core secrets of the Phoenix clan were no trifling matter. In ancient times, the Phoenix clan dominated the realms, and although they ultimately fell short, the knowledge accumulated could significantly enhance Fuxi's cultivation and future chances of attaining enlightenment. Thus, under Huang persistent persuasion, Nuwa began to relent. Observing this, Huang hastily urged, "Peng, come forth and pay your respects to the Empress." The great Peng was utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated this scenario. No one had consulted him beforehand, and now he found himself being offered up like a sacrifice. Despite having reached the level of Hunyuan Jingxian, he felt no reverence for the title of saint. After all, having his elder brother as a role model, he believed that achieving Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian was not beyond his reach. Nevertheless, upon Huang Qing'er's call, the great Peng promptly stepped forward and addressed Nuwa. Great Peng pays his respects to the Empress. May you enjoy eternal longevity. Nuwa nodded and inquired, "Do you wish to take me as your master?" Disciple pays respects to the teacher, the great Peng replied, bowing deeply. "Good," Nuwa declared, having decided to accept the great Peng as her disciple. She set aside her other concerns. After all, aside from the chaotic karmic ties, she was genuinely pleased with the great Peng's innate talent. "Since you are my disciple, I shall bestow upon you a treasure. How about the 7 celestial radiance divine swords?" With a wave of her hand, 7 dark red swords appeared before the great Peng. After expressing his gratitude, he stored the swords for cultivation, aware that each was a high-grade innate spiritual treasure. And together they formed a set that rivaled the finest innate treasures. Nuwa then instructed Huang and Feng Chang'e to step back, proceeding to impart her teachings on the great Peng. "From this moment, you are under my protection and need not concern yourself with karma." After imparting her teachings, Nuwa cautioned, "Although karma can be obstructed, the deep-seated connections between your Phoenix clan and the demon and human races must eventually be resolved. Given the impending calamity, these connections will inevitably require closure. Should you wish to resolve them, feel free to do so. I shall not intervene, but the outcome of the calamity remains uncertain. Rest assured, I shall heed your teachings," the great Peng vowed. Nuwa nodded and called for Huang and Feng Chang'e to re-enter. Huang maintaining her composure, presented a record of the Phoenix clan and Appo's core secrets to Nuwa. After reviewing it, Nuwa accepted it with an even brighter smile and engaged in conversation with Huang for some time. Sensing the moment was right, Huang took her leave. Nuwa instructed the great Peng to escort the two out. At the entrance of Huang Tian, the great Peng wore a forlorn expression as he watched them depart. Feng Chang'e, noticing this, cleared his throat and gazed into the distance. Huang chimed in, "Do not blame me, Peng. This was your elder brother's idea, not your aunt and uncle's doing." The great Peng's mouth fell agape. He never imagined that it was his own brother who had set him up, which only added to his frustration. "Having the Empress as your master will benefit you greatly. Focus on your cultivation here in Huang Tian. You need not worry about loneliness, as some of our kin will remain to accompany you." With that, Huang arranged for some of their kin to stay behind with the great Peng. The great Peng was left speechless. Had he known, he would not have insisted on coming. Now he was here, but could not return. Thus, the great Peng remained in Huang Tian, while Feng Chang'e and Huang began their journey back to the undying volcano. Meanwhile, within the undying volcano, Kong Xuan, after the departure of Feng Chang'e and others, entered another round of seclusion. However, this time, his retreat was not as profound. He retrieved a large cocoon, heavily sealed, which contained the essence of the mosquito Taoist. This Taoist, not yet fully manifested, was the first mosquito in existence, the blood-winged black mosquito. Kong Xuan had finally devised a plan for this mosquito, intending to refine it into a split form. After all, this mosquito possessed a unique ability to consume all things, even the 12th-grade merit lotus of the Western teachings. If Kong Xuan could transform it into a split form, the mosquito Taoist would become him and would grow increasingly formidable. The original mosquito Taoist could only consume the 12th-grade merit lotus, but in the future, it might even taste the essence of innate treasures. Kong Xuan began to refine the cocoon, his formidable magical power sweeping away the consciousness that had developed within. He then implanted the blood-winged black mosquito into his divine sense, gradually refining it into his second primordial spirit, a unique split form. Once complete, Kong Xuan thought further and dripped a drop of his essence blood into the cocoon. Instantly, multicolored brilliance erupted, and the 5 elements of innate energy began to circulate around the cocoon. After a brief moment, cracks began to form, and finally, the cocoon shattered, releasing a massive mosquito. The mosquito Taoist had finally emerged. However, the mosquito Taoist was now a split form of Kong Xuan, his second primordial spirit. And thanks to Kong Xuan's refining, it could also function as a treasure, exhibiting immense power. Kong Xuan produced various treasures, both acquired and innate, for the mosquito to consume. The mosquito perched upon the treasures, extending its proboscis to penetrate them and absorb their essence. As it consumed, its body swelled, revealing intricate patterns that seemed to embody profound mysteries. As the first mosquito in existence, it was inherently skilled in the paths of devouring and blood. Its nature was fiercely predatory. However, since Kong Xuan had already given it a drop of his essence blood to assist its emergence, this essence blood had yet to be fully digested. Therefore, its inherent nature could be restrained for a considerable time, sparing it from the need to consume the blood of living beings. In summary, the growth of the blood-winged black mosquito would follow 2 pathways, one through consuming the essence of various treasures, and the other through the blood of countless living beings. Traversing the paths of devouring and blood, Kong Xuan felt that both paths were worth exploring. As for the devouring path, it was one thing, but the blood path might allow his split form to sample the blood of a saint in the future. Once the blood-winged black mosquito had consumed all the treasures presented, Kong Xuan focused his thoughts and drew the mosquito into his inner world, allowing it to quietly digest and evolve within. Chapter 62. The Creation of the Azura Race by the River of Hades. The source of the blood demon, the blood-winged black mosquito, also undergoes a process of growth and enhancement. Although it has recently been possessed by Kong Xuan and forged into a second primordial spirit, along with absorbing the essence blood of a Hunyuan Daoyuan fairy, it has only just come into existence, possessing merely the strength of a Xianxian. Despite its exceptional talent, the most powerful treasures it can consume are only low-grade innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, each time it devours a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, it will fall into a slumber, requiring a period for digestion before awakening. Given that it has absorbed such a multitude of treasures, it will naturally need to enter a deep sleep for digestion. However, when it awakens, its strength will undergo a metamorphosis, becoming even more formidable, and consequently, it will be capable of consuming even greater and more powerful treasures. Suddenly, Kong Xuan felt a stirring in his heart, sensing a shift in the fortune of the Feng clan. Upon calculating with his primordial spirit, he immediately comprehended the situation. His plan for the rock to apprentice under Nuwa had been successful. This step was not originally part of his scheme. Rather, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision when the rock expressed a desire to accompany him to the heavenly court. Logically, having already attained the Hunyuan Daoyuan fairy status, which was sufficient to protect the Feng clan, the rock did not need to seek the guidance of a saint. After all, others sought the protection of saints, whereas Kong Xuan himself was a Hunyuan Daoyuan fairy, standing alongside the saints. Why would his brother need the protection of another? Yet, Kong Xuan's intentions were not merely to seek protection from the saint, but rather to foster a relationship with Nuwa, persuading her to align with the Feng clan. Even if she did not fully side with the Feng clan, he hoped to maintain a balance between the Feng clan and the demon race. Furthermore, should Kong Xuan's strength be exposed in the future, he might gain an ally in the form of a saint. This may seem improbable, but the world operates on the principle of interests. As long as the benefits are substantial enough, forming an alliance with Nuwa, the saint, is not an impossible endeavor. Additionally, The rock's apprenticeship under Nuwa and learning her lineage's mystical arts would be advantageous for him. It could potentially allow him to inherit the strengths of both Kong Xuan and Nuwa. Determining how far the rock could ascend and whether he could achieve the Hunyuan status would depend on his own efforts. In any case, Kong Xuan held great expectations for his brother. Kong Xuan quietly engaged in secluded cultivation. After a period, Emperor Jun indeed made his way to Nuwa's celestial realm, seeking to borrow the summoning banner to gather the true spirits of the various demon clans and consolidate control over them. Upon learning of the rock becoming Nuwa's direct disciple, Emperor Jun was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, only to find his expression darkening. The rock's status as Nuwa's disciple posed a significant threat to his plans. With this connection, would Nuwa intervene should he attempt to subjugate the Feng clan in the future? In an instant, Emperor Jun contemplated numerous scenarios, ultimately casting a complex glance at the rock and sighing inwardly. It seemed that he would have to proceed with caution. Subsequently, Emperor Jun requested the summoning banner from Nuwa. To his surprise, she did not refuse and granted it to him. However, despite acquiring the summoning banner, Emperor Jun faced considerable difficulties in gathering the true spirits of the various demon clans. Many clans were highly resistant. For once their true spirits were absorbed into the summoning banner, their lives and deaths would be entirely under Emperor Jun's control. Although he was the demon king chosen by all clans, they were unwilling to submit to such an arrangement. Tai sought to enforce his will with a heavy hand. But another proposal emerged. The clans were willing to allow their true spirits to adhere to the summoning banner, provided that it would not be controlled by Emperor Jun, but return to Nuwa instead. This proposal incited Emperor Jun's fury, yet he ultimately acquiesced. This proposal was presented through a coalition of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, asserting their influence within the demon race. Should Emperor Jun agree, the plan could be executed. However, if he insisted on controlling the summoning banner, the three clans would immediately fracture the demon race. The stakes were perilously high, hinging on Emperor Jun's capacity to withstand the consequences. Ultimately, he could not bear the weight of such repercussions. Should the demon race be torn apart from within, the ramifications would be dire. Thus, Emperor Jun had no choice but to compromise. This resulted in the failure of his plan, while Nuwa unexpectedly gained control over the true spirits of the various demon clans. For Nuwa, this was not entirely fortuitous, as it was evident that the Feng clan had orchestrated this situation, compelling the Dragon and Qilin clans to collaborate in pressuring Emperor Jun into submission. Nuwa remained indifferent to this development. Having ascended to sainthood, she had become exceedingly transcendent and possessed an acute awareness of the future dynamics between the witch and demon races, rendering her unconcerned about such trivial matters. Nevertheless, she was somewhat astonished by the Feng clan's pivotal role in this incident, sensing that they were orchestrating a grand strategy. The fortune of the human race had allowed the ancient sovereign Feng clan to experience a renaissance. Nuwa silently mused, pondering whether this might become a variable in the grand scheme of things. After a thorough calculation, Nuwa concluded that the Feng clan, despite becoming a variable, would not significantly alter the overarching narrative. Ultimately, the conflict between the witch and demon races would revert to its original trajectory. Furthermore, the Feng clan's overt activity, entangled in numerous causal relationships, would likely lead to calamity. If they could navigate the tribulations, the Feng clan would naturally undergo a rebirth, reclaiming their former glory. Conversely, failure to endure could result in their utter annihilation. Nuwa shook her head, feeling a sense of helplessness. She had unwittingly been drawn into the machinations of the Feng clan, having accepted the rock as her disciple. Although the impact was minimal, it still posed a certain degree of inconvenience. Perhaps the Feng clan had anticipated this outcome, prompting them to have the rock become her disciple. Should the Feng clan fail to overcome their impending tribulations, this bloodline could ensure their legacy. Thus, the internal turmoil within the demon race gradually settled, although undercurrents still surged beneath the surface. Time passed swiftly, and several millennia later, on a certain day within the immortal Fire Mountain, Kong Xuan was in the midst of his cultivation when he suddenly heard the system's notification resonating in his mind. Ding! The River of Hades is about to create the Azura race. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Prevent the River of Hades from creating the Azura race and receive a reward of one exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Option 2. Ignore this matter and receive a reward of a strand of the blood demon's origin. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan's heart stirred, and he opened his eyes. The creation of the Azura race by the River of Hades? He silently mourned for a second, contemplating the eventual outcome of this event before he began to analyze the two choices. However, upon reflection, the decision was exceedingly simple. System, I choose option 2. Kong Xuan made his choice without hesitation. The allure of an exceptional innate spiritual treasure versus a strand of the blood demon's origin was a choice even a fool could discern. Chapter 63. The Seeds of Time and Space. Comprehending the path of time and space as Kong Xuan made his choice, the system's rewards were promptly dispensed. With a mere thought, a strand of crimson essence manifested before him. This was indeed a fragment of the blood demon goddess essence, akin to the essences of the yin-yang demon god and the five elements demon god. This strand of the blood demon goddess essence was reminiscent of the primordial purple chi that could enable one to attain sainthood in the vast world of Huang. If the primordial purple chi serves as the foundation for achieving sainthood, then these demon gods' essences are the very foundation of the great Tao. Though the chaotic demon god does not rival Pangu, the progenitor of the Tao, each demon god, upon birth, possesses mastery over a particular aspect of the Tao. Thus, their essences rightfully qualify as the true essence of the Tao. With this essence, one can establish the foundation of the great Tao. Kong Xuan's ability to attain enlightenment was largely attributed to the earlier fragment of the five elements demon goddess essence. And now, another strand of the blood demon goddess essence had arrived. With a wave of his hand, Kong Xuan absorbed this essence into his inner world, landing on the blood-winged black mosquito, which was currently digesting numerous treasures' essences. The blood-winged black mosquito had painstakingly refined nearly half of the essence it had consumed. At this moment, the arrival of another strand of the blood demon goddess essence prompted a radiant surge of blood light from the mosquito, coalescing into a colossal blood cocoon. It seemed that the blood-winged black mosquito required a considerable duration to conclude its slumber. Meanwhile, within the depths of the nether blood sea, the dark river had somehow procured 9 heavens soil, albeit failing to locate the 3 lights divine water. However, the dark river did not intend to entirely replicate Nua's creation of humanity. Instead, it utilized the waters of the blood sea in place of the 3 lights divine water, embarking on the endeavor to create a new race. It must be acknowledged that the dark river was indeed formidable, for despite cultivating the path of slaughter, it had nonetheless grasped the profound essence of creation. Emulating Nua's creation of humanity, it succeeded in crafting a new postnatal race, the Azura tribe. Gazing upon the Azura tribe it had created, the dark river was filled with exhilaration and excitement, promptly proclaiming to the heavens, "Heavenly Tao, behold, today, I, the dark river, create a race known as the Azura tribe." Thunderous roars erupted as the dark river's words resonated, shaking the heavenly Tao itself. The Azura tribe it had created garnered the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao. The great powers and saints across the realms were stirred, casting astonished gazes towards the blood sea. They were utterly taken aback, having never anticipated that the dark river could also create a new race. Above the blood sea, vast swathes of merit appeared, radiating golden light and converging into clouds. Merit then descended, standing upon the 12-grade fiery red lotus. The dark river laughed maniacally, as if envisioning its own path to enlightenment. The various powers, too, were on high alert, their consciousnesses fixated on the dark river. It was widely known that the dark river lacked primordial purple chi. Could one achieve enlightenment without it? With primordial purple chi, one could become a saint of the heavenly Tao. Without it, could one ascend to the realm of the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal? Thunderous applause erupted as merit rained down upon the dark river. With each successive absorption of the heavenly Tao's merit, the dark river's aura surged exponentially. Initially at the mid-stage of a quasi-saint, the dark river's cultivation rapidly ascended under the continuous influx of merit, reaching the late stage, then perfection of the quasi-saint level. However, just as the dark river's cultivation was on the verge of achieving quasi-saint perfection, the flow of merit abruptly ceased. The merit accrued from the creation of the Azura tribe had been entirely consumed, yet it had not succeeded in attaining enlightenment. Momentarily stunned, the dark river gazed vacantly at the sky, which remained pristine and devoid of any golden merit. The expression on the dark river's face grew increasingly grim. Observing this scene, the various powers displayed a range of emotions. Some sighed in relief, others reveled in misfortune, while many lamented in regret. The reactions varied widely. Some hoped for the dark river's success, believing it would validate the path of merit as a means to enlightenment. even in the absence of primordial purple chi. Yet tragically, the Dark River had failed, as the merit accrued from creating the Azura tribe had not facilitated its ascension. This disparity raised questions. Why could Nuwa's creation of humanity yield enlightenment, while the Dark River's Azura tribe did not? Naturally, the Dark River was discontent. However, after some contemplation, it discerned the underlying reason. The Azura tribe had forged bore significant flaws. The creation process had failed to awaken their consciousness and grant them souls, leading the Dark River to shatter the souls immersed in the Blood Sea and reconstruct them as the souls of the Azura tribe. Thus, while the Heavenly Tao acknowledged the Dark River's creation as meritorious, it simultaneously recognized the considerable karmic debt incurred. Consequently, the merit and karma counterbalanced each other, resulting in a diminished merit from the Dark River's creation of the Azura tribe. Furthermore, the Azura tribe possessed a monumental defect. They were incapable of reproduction. Despite having male and female members, the Azura tribe could not bear offspring through their unions. This meant that for the Azura tribe to persist, the Dark River would have to continually utilize the souls submerged in the Blood Sea for creation. Such an endeavor would inexorably lead to an ever-increasing accumulation of karma. The Dark River itself harbored no fear of karma, bolstered by the 12-grade fiery red lotus, which could incinerate karmic debt. However, while the Dark River remained unaffected, the karma diminished the merit it could obtain from the Heavenly Tao, obstructing its path to enlightenment. Moreover, this karma would inevitably afflict the Azura tribe, subjecting them to the same fate as the Dragon, Phoenix, and Chilan tribes, beset by calamities that could ultimately lead to their extinction over time due to the accumulating karma. Thus, the disappointment of failing to achieve enlightenment, coupled with concerns for the Azura tribe's fate, left the Dark River feeling utterly fatigued. Retreating into the Blood Sea to enter a period of seclusion, contemplating the potential demise of the Azura tribe filled the Dark River with an impulse to eradicate them immediately. After all, it seemed more merciful to take decisive action rather than wait for the Azura tribe to be gradually consumed by karma. Yet, as the Dark River contemplated this course of action, it observed those who referred to it as their father god, its own creations. Ultimately, the Dark River's heart softened. It resolved to seek a means to ensure the Azura tribe's continued existence. Thus, after several millennia, on this day, within the immortal volcano, Kong Xuan once again heard the system's prompt within his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the Dark River intends to establish the Azura sect to preserve the Azura tribe, utilizing the 12-grade fiery red lotus to suppress the sect's fortune and alleviate their karmic debt. The host may make the following choices. Option 1. Prevent the Dark River from establishing the Azura sect and seize the 12-grade fiery red lotus, in which case you will receive the reward of the God-slaying spear. Option 2. Ignore this matter, in which case you will receive the reward of one-time and space seed. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Kong Xuan felt a stirring within his heart. The Dark River was once again seeking to establish the Azura sect. However, upon hearing the introduction of the system, Kong Xuan was somewhat astonished. The establishment of the Azura sect by the River of Hades was not intended to attain merit and enlightenment, but rather to prolong the existence of the Azura clan. TSK. Shaking his head, Kong Xuan opened his eyes, where a kaleidoscope of colors flickered momentarily. With a sigh of realization, he silently contemplated and made his choice. System. I choose option 2. To thwart the establishment of the Azura sect, seize the 12-grade fiery red lotus, and subsequently acquire the God-slaying spear seems quite appealing. Yet, Kong Xuan had no need for the God-slaying spear, as he had previously mentioned. Moreover, the River of Hades could be a potential ally rather than an adversary. Furthermore, the reward for this second choice, a time-space seed, intrigued Kong Xuan. As soon as Kong Xuan made his choice, the system's rewards were promptly dispensed. With a flicker of thought, a translucent object resembling a seed materialized before him. This was the time-space seed. It floated in front of Kong Xuan, approximately the size of a fist, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. This glow was peculiar, sometimes transparent and colorless, at other times appearing to be a riot of colors, truly enigmatic and elusive, captivating Kong Xuan's senses. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, otherwise he might have encountered dire consequences. It turned out that the luminescence emitted by the time-space seed was the light of time and space, and being lured by it could easily result in a backlash. One's primordial spirit could be banished into countless time and space realms, leading to instantaneous annihilation. Nevertheless, Kong Xuan was a being who had attained the status of a Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. Although the time-space seed was extraordinary and possessed terrifying power, he was also safeguarded by the five elements Tao. This unclaimed time-space seed, despite its formidable might, posed no threat to him. By refining this time-space seed, he could grasp the essence of the time-space path, a synthesis of the pathways of time and space. Compared to the singular paths of time or space, the time-space path was undoubtedly far more profound. Even though Kong Xuan had traversed a smooth journey in comprehending the five elements Tao, achieving success with his formidable talents and insights, he felt a tinge of pressure when confronting the time-space path. However, this very challenge ignited his competitive spirit, filling him with exhilaration. After all, although the time-space path was challenging to comprehend, mastering it would equate to wielding two profound avenues simultaneously. Thus, disregarding the establishment of the Azura sect by the River of Hades, Kong Xuan began to refine the time-space seed. With a mere thought, an immense surge of five elements Tao power erupted, enveloping the time-space seed in an attempt to refine it. However, the time-space seed, lacking intellect yet possessing a degree of sentience, instinctively sensed the impending danger and began to resist. It trembled violently, and suddenly, tempests of time and space erupted, countering Kong Xuan's power and making it difficult for him to fully envelop the seed. He even felt his power being gradually diminished by the onslaught of the time-space tempest. This was indeed formidable. Kong Xuan immediately intensified his power, causing a projection of a vast world to manifest above the time-space seed. It was a projection of his inner world, a reflection of a boundless expanse. With the suppression of this grand projection, the tempests unleashed by the time-space seed began to wane and settle down. However, the time-space seed shook violently, revealing a startling scene to Kong Xuan. Surrounding the time-space seed was an endless river flowing ceaselessly, seemingly without beginning or end, encircling the seed. Though it appeared weak and feeble, Kong Xuan felt the power of the grand projection rapidly disintegrating. Indeed, the grand projection soon flickered and dimmed. Boom! The projection was entirely extinguished, and at that moment, the might of the time-space seed seemed to erupt in full force. In an instant, Kong Xuan felt as if he had plunged into that river. A river that represented both time and space, where the powers of time and space intertwined, forming a terrifying current. Once ensnared within, the relentless forces of time and space could obliterate both form and essence in an instant. Just as Kong Xuan had barely entered, he was immediately assailed by the powers of time and space, causing wrinkles to mar his skin as if he had aged instantaneously. It is worth noting that not only Kong Xuan, a Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, but even any being who had just attained immortality in the primordial realm would possess boundless lifespans, impervious to the ravages of time. Yet, Kong Xuan was now suffering from the erosion of time's power. The time-space seed was truly terrifying. However, at that moment, Kong Xuan concentrated his thoughts and unleashed his divine powers, causing a magnificent surge of multicolored divine light to rise. With a gentle sweep of this divine light, he enveloped the time-space seed along with the river of time and space within it. Kong Xuan had truly harnessed his capabilities. At this juncture, the time-space seed could no longer exert its might, becoming sealed away, while the river of time dissipated into nothingness. In the Hall of Enlightenment, Kong Xuan reappeared, and his appearance had returned to normal. His skin remained smooth and fair, adorned with multicolored patterns, resembling a youthful figure. Behind him, the multicolored divine light stood tall and proud. Within this divine light spun the time-space seed, rotating gracefully. Kong Xuan directly employed the multicolored divine light to refine it. As he refined it, he simultaneously contemplated the essence of the time-space seed, grasping the profound truths it contained. Time and space, the confluence of these two realms, represented the time-space path. Each of these paths is immensely formidable within the realm of the 3,000 Daos. Their convergence is unfathomable. After all, among the 3,000 chaos demon gods, there exist gods of time and space, yet none embody the essence of time-space. It is evident that achieving the union of time and space and comprehending the time-space path not only requires unparalleled insight but also likely entails facing innumerable tribulations. This is the calamity of the great path. It is inescapable. Meanwhile, as Kong Xuan refined the time-space seed and contemplated the time-space path, the River of Hades was also laboring to resolve the Azura clan's inability to reproduce and sustain their lineage. After countless attempts, The River of Hades managed to enable the Azura clan to interbreed and produce offspring, albeit with an exceedingly low fertility rate, indicating that the solution was still flawed and not wholly remedied. Chapter 64. A Visit to the Witch Clan. The plan commences. Mingyi pondered various strategies and ultimately devised a method akin to appropriating the teachings of the saints. With the heavenly Tao above, I, Mingyi, hereby establish the Azura sect, grounded in the Azura race, proclaiming that the doctrine of the Azura sect is one of slaughter, permitting the annihilation of all beings. I shall be the sect leader and suppress the fortunes of the Azura sect with the 12-tiered fiery red lotus. Thus, the Azura sect is established. Within the eerie blood sea, Mingyi bellowed to the heavens. As his voice resonated, the heavenly Tao responded once more, bestowing a lesser amount of merit than before. However, Mingyi was not disheartened. He gathered this merit and transformed it into a treasure of virtue, named the Naiha Gui. This Naiha Gui possessed remarkable utility, capable of erasing all karmic burdens upon its illumination, facilitating unhindered cultivation. Conversely, should it be wielded as a weapon, it would impart karmic affliction, an enigma indeed. With the 12-tiered fiery red lotus and the Naiha Gui, Mingyi stabilized the fortunes of the Azura race. Although growth remained challenging, they could endure under his protection. Yet, unbeknownst to Mingyi, as he bestowed the Naiha Gui upon his subordinate, the first king of the Azura race, a mysterious glimmer flickered in the eyes of this king, named Pujuan. The Naiha Gui absorbed all his karmic burdens, even emanating a trace of virtuous energy that enveloped him, clarifying his primordial spirit. Within this king's primordial spirit, enigmatic memories began to surface. As time flowed by, tens of thousands of years elapsed. In the vast wilderness, storms brewed, particularly within the heavenly court of the demon race in the 33 heavens. Throughout these years, Emperor Jun found himself in dire straits. The dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans had allied, causing unrest within the demon race, even attempting to undermine his authority. Naturally, Emperor Jun was filled with fury, with Tai even contemplating direct action to suppress everything with the Chaos Bell. However, Emperor Jun refrained from such impulsiveness. The dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were now unified within the demon race, and any internal strife would only benefit the Witch clan. This was not Emperor Jun's true desire. The infiltration of the three clans was indeed alarming. One day, when Tai intended to suppress the three clans with the Chaos Bell, the Zhou Tian star formation above the 33 heavens activated on its own. In that moment, Emperor Jun realized the extent of the three clans' infiltration. They had even gained control over the Zhou Tian star formation. It was for this reason that Emperor Jun conceded. Otherwise, even with Tai wielding the Chaos Bell, the activation of the Zhou Tian star formation would lead to mutual destruction. The three clans were exceedingly brazen, and Emperor Jun contemplated seeking out Yuhua, for she was a founding member of the demon race and the heavenly court. He could not allow the three clans to pilfer their hard-won achievements. However, upon recalling the Phoenix Prince who had taken Yuhua as his master, Emperor Jun understood that consulting her would likely yield no benefit. The Phoenix clan. Emperor Jun seethed with anger. Among the three clans, the Phoenix clan was the primary culprit, having united with the Dragon and Qilin clans to set aside past grievances and conspire against him. They sought to seize the fruits of his labor and appropriate the fortunes of the demon heavenly court. How could he allow this to transpire? Emperor Jun strategized on how to reverse this predicament. If this continued, the demon race would face both internal turmoil and external threats. With the three clans sowing discord from within and the Witch clan lurking menacingly from without, his aspirations for unifying the wilderness would become a distant dream. Yet now, even the Zhou Tian star formation had been usurped by the three clans. What could be done? Emperor Jun ruminated on various strategies, only to dismiss each one. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were ancient races that had once dominated the world. Each was formidable in its own right, and their alliance posed an even greater challenge. What troubled him most was that their united strength overshadowed his own. Not only did he wish to eliminate the three clans, but they too sought to eradicate him. Nevertheless, the demon race was his brainchild, and as the current demon emperor, the three clans would hesitate to act against him without a solid pretext and absolute confidence. The Phoenix clan boasted two quasi-saints, Feng Chang'e and Huang, both at the mid-level of quasi-sainthood. The Dragon clan had the Zhu Long, who surpassed both, being a late-stage quasi-saint. The Qilin clan, while the weakest of the three, still had a mid-stage quasi-saint named Qi Tian. Emperor Jun shook his head, 6 against 4. His side was at a clear disadvantage. Moreover, Fushi had largely withdrawn from the affairs of the demon race, explicitly stating he would not involve himself in the conflict between him and the 3 clans, remaining an outsider. Thus, it was 6 against 3. But there was also Kuanpun, who had become a fence-sitter, swayed by the 3 clans, potentially shifting his allegiance at any moment. This further exacerbated Emperor Jun's concerns. Ultimately, he realized that only his own brothers could be relied upon. A fierce resolve flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes. If it came to that, if he were to sever ties with the 3 clans, he would fight tooth and nail, demonstrating that he was no mere soft target to be trifled with. On that day, within the immortal Fire Mountain, Kong Xuan refined the time-space seed, delving into the path of time and space. He successfully refined the seed, and from his being emanated waves of profound time-space power. In an instant, he twisted and folded infinite timelines, embodying the master of time and space, standing invincible in the depths of boundless existence. The paths of time and space were inherently invincible, especially now that they had merged into the path of time-space. Upon opening his eyes, having comprehended the path of time-space, Kong Xuan's strength surged, nearing the threshold of the initial stage of the Hunyuan Daiyojin Fairy. He was merely a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the mid-stage. The realm of Hunyuan Daiyojin was notoriously difficult to surpass. However, with Kong Xuan's astonishing talent and the accumulation from the time-space seed, his understanding of the time-space path would allow him to gradually integrate it into his own path of the 5 elements, undoubtedly enhancing it significantly, potentially enabling him to break through to the mid-stage of Hunyuan Daiyojin. Furthermore, Kong Xuan planned to infuse the refined time-space seed into the Great Thousand World. In doing so, the Great Thousand World would inevitably absorb the seed's power, undergoing a profound transformation, thus amplifying Kong Xuan's benefits. Breaking through to the mid-stage of Hunyuan Daiyojin was as good as a foregone conclusion. Having mastered the time-space path, Kong Xuan emerged from his seclusion. He had held the title of Hunyuan Daiyojin for quite some time, stabilizing his realm while making immense progress, almost on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage. Consequently, it was time for him to set his plans in motion. Otherwise, if he continued to incite chaos within the demon race subtly, the saints would soon grow restless, likely forcing their intervention in the calamity, hastening its progression. Kong Xuan aimed to act before the saints could impose their will, advancing his next scheme. Upon exiting his retreat, Kong Xuan first sought out Feng Chang'e, as she had been responsible for orchestrating the affairs of the Phoenix clan over the years, including their alliances with the Dragon and Qilin clans. Feng Chang'e can be described as a figure of remarkable diligence and merit. After a discussion with Kong Xuan, he left with a somewhat astonished and incredulous expression. He gracefully exited the immortal volcano and proceeded towards the unyielding mountain. At the foot of this mountain lies the stronghold of the Wu clan, where their Panga Hall is situated. Kong Xuan, arriving from the southern lands, possesses immense strength as a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. Moreover, he has comprehended the path of time and space, with a mere distortion of time. His steps traverse immeasurable distances. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the base of the unyielding mountain, gazing up at the towering, magnificent divine mountain that stood between heaven and earth with a sense of serene longing. Panga's might is truly awe-inspiring. From the chaos, he forged an expansive world, achieved only after battling 3,000 chaotic demons. Had he been at his zenith, unimpeded by external influences, he might have succeeded in creating chaos. Regrettably, the thought of such a scene fills Kong Xuan with profound sorrow for Pangu. Approaching the Pango Hall, he found its grand doors wide open. However, Kong Xuan, not one to intrude, transmitted a message through his divine consciousness, inquiring if he might have an audience with the great ancestor, Emperor Jiang of the Wu clan. At that moment, Emperor Jiang, engrossed in his cultivation, was jolted awake by the unexpected voice, casting his gaze around in startled inquiry. This disturbance caught the attention of the other ancestors present in the hall. There were 6 ancestors in total, aside from the spatial ancestor Emperor Jiang. There were the temporal ancestor Zhu Jioyin, the golden ancestor Shi He, the earth ancestor Ho Tu, the rain ancestor Xian Ming, and the thunder ancestor Chang Liang. What is it, brother? Thunder ancestor Chang Liang asked, puzzled. Emperor Jiang, regaining his composure, took a deep breath and replied solemnly, a distinguished guest has arrived. Let us go forth to greet him. The mention of a distinguished guest surprised the 5 ancestors, as they questioned how Emperor Jiang could know of such an arrival. Suddenly, a flicker of light seemed to flash across Zhu Jioyin's eyes, followed by a hint of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Emperor Jiang had already taken the lead. Striding towards the entrance of Pango Hall, with Zhu Jiuyin and the other 4 ancestors hastily following suit. Upon exiting, they found no one in sight, leaving them perplexed. However, the expression on Emperor Jiang's face grew increasingly serious. Taoist Kong Xuan, since you have arrived, why not show yourself? Emperor Jiang called out. My uninvited presence lacks decorum. I hope the ancestors will not take offense. Layer upon layer of time and space, akin to a shrouded mist, gradually cleared, revealing Kong Xuan's figure before the ancestors. Their astonishment was palpable. The presence of Kong Xuan was overwhelmingly formidable, especially for Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, masters of space and time. The sheer proximity of Kong Xuan, unnoticed until now, suggested an extraordinary level of power, one that could only be described as surpassing even the sages. The very notion of a being more powerful than a saint seemed ludicrous to the 6 ancestors, yet the more they beheld Kong Xuan, the more they sensed his terrifying depth, as if he were an unfathomable abyss. Emperor Jiang's brows twitched. Kong Xuan, you are the great prince of the Feng clan, the firstborn of the primordial phoenix? The Wu clan, being the staunch adversaries of the Feng clan, was well informed about their affairs. Emperor Jiang was aware of Kong Xuan, albeit only vaguely. The primordial phoenix had 2 sons, the elder, Kong Xuan, and the younger, Dapeng. The latter had become a direct disciple of Niwa, a fact well known throughout the wilderness, especially following Dapeng's infamous rampage through the 33 heavens, where he vanquished numerous great demons and deities. However, Kong Xuan remained shrouded in mystery, aside from a few powerful beings who recalled his visit to the Zixiao Palace for teachings. There were no further accounts of his exploits within the wilderness. Prince, what does that mean? I am now the chieftain of the Feng clan, Kong Xuan replied, shaking his head. This statement signified his status as the leader of his clan, establishing an equal footing with Emperor Jiang. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiang's expression shifted slightly, and he promptly adjusted his robes, respectfully inviting Kong Xuan inside. The other 5 ancestors exchanged glances, their expressions altered. Shi attempted to speak, but Zhu Jiuyin restrained him, shaking his head in silence. Kong Xuan observed their reactions with a calm smile, realizing that not all ancestral beings were solely brawn. They were quite astute, particularly Emperor Jiang, who rightfully led the Wu clan in their fierce rivalry against the Feng clan. Thus, Kong Xuan stepped forward, entering the Pango Hall at Emperor Jiang's behest. Inside, the hall resembled a vast world unto itself, akin to the immortal volcano of the Feng clan. Emperor Jiang guided Kong Xuan to a conference hall, where they each took their respective seats according to their status. Taoist Kong Xuan, to what do we owe the honor of your visit to our Wu clan? Emperor Jiang inquired, his gaze fixed upon Kong Xuan, filled with curiosity. It was essential to note that the Feng clan and the Wu clan had no direct ties. Any connection was one of enmity, especially with the recent exposure of the Feng clan's influence within the demon race. The other ancestors regarded Kong Xuan with keen interest. Kong Xuan, surveying the assembly, smiled calmly. Esteemed ancestors, are you aware that the Wu clan is on the brink of calamity? The moment these words left his lips, the expressions of the ancestors shifted dramatically, a palpable tension filling the air as they turned their gazes upon Kong Xuan, emanating an aura of danger. Clearly, they were prepared to act at the slightest provocation. What do you mean? Emperor Jiang furrowed his brow, perplexed. Chapter 65, The Plan in Motion. The Sea of Blood and the Primordial Spirit. I am quite curious to witness whether Hongjun can indeed overcome your Panga true form. I wonder if I might also succeed. Kong Xuan spoke calmly. However, his words utterly infuriated the multitude of ancestral witches, including Di Jiang. The golden ancestral witch, Shi Zi, let out a furious roar and struck at Kong Xuan with a powerful palm. Shi Zi's strike seemed to converge an infinite amount of golden energy, sharp enough to cleave a person into fragments. Yet, Shi Zi's attack was swiftly countered. With a cold snort from Kong Xuan, a flash of white light surged forth, striking Shi Zi and sending him sprawling backward. A thunderous crash resounded as Shi Zi collided with the Great Hall, causing a significant portion of it to collapse. At the moment of Shi Zi's defeat, the ancestral witches of Thunder and Rain, Chang Liang and Xian Ming, also launched their assaults on Kong Xuan. However, like Shi Zi, they were met with a swift response, as a green light and a black light streaked past, sending them crashing down beside Shi Zi. Come, Kong Xuan, face the united strike of my brothers. The ancestral witches of space, Di Jiang and time, Zhu Jiuyin, suddenly erupted in fury. Together, they combined their divine powers, merging the forces of time and space into a terrifying storm that surged toward Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan merely shook his head, remaining seated in his position. At that moment, 5 radiant beams of divine light appeared behind him. As the divine light descended, the storm conjured by Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin solidified instantaneously. The 5-colored divine light flickered gently, consuming the temporal storm, which gradually dissipated into nothingness. The great hall was now in disarray. Kong Xuan observed the stunned expressions of Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and Ho Tu, the 3 ancestral witches, as well as the disheveled Shi Zi, Chang Liang, and Xian Ming, who were also grappling with disbelief. He smiled and remarked, "So, what do you think? Now you must have witnessed my true strength." "You." Di Jiang finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "Could it be that you are a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian? Have you attained enlightenment?" His voice trembled with shock. The reality was evident. Despite the concerted efforts of so many ancestral witches, none could withstand even a single strike from Kong Xuan. This was a testament to Kong Xuan's formidable power, a level of might that even the renowned Dong Huang Tai could not possibly achieve. Yet, Kong Xuan had done so without employing any artifacts, relying solely on his innate strength, the 5-colored divine power. It appeared he had even retained some strength in reserve, suggesting he had only exerted a fraction of his true capabilities. Nevertheless, they had utterly failed. Ho Tu, who had yet to intervene, gaped in astonishment at Kong Xuan, seemingly awaiting his confirmation. The other ancestral witches mirrored her expression. Kong Xuan nodded slightly. Upon witnessing this, Di Jiang's expression shifted once more, though he quickly regained his composure. He settled back into his seat and inquired, "Then, may I ask what brings you to our witch clan?" Kong Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, instilling a profound sense of dread in Di Jiang, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He felt an overwhelming urge to transform and fight for his life. However, this sensation quickly subsided. Kong Xuan smiled faintly and replied, "Quite simply, to compel you to serve my purposes." The ancestral witches all bore expressions of anger. Yet Di Jiang restrained himself and coldly remarked, "Though you have attained enlightenment and possess strength far surpassing ours, you underestimate our witch clan. It is unlikely you can force us into servitude through sheer might alone." "Is that so?" Kong Xuan regarded Di Jiang, noting his unyielding countenance and the resolute glint in his eyes. He shook his head and said, "Very well. My strength has been displayed before you. I trust you no longer doubt my words. A great calamity is upon your witch clan." Upon hearing this, Di Jiang fell silent, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Perhaps you could be more explicit. Is it not clear enough?" Kong Xuan continued, "If I assist the demon clan, the conflict between the witch and demon tribes can be resolved in an instant." Kong Xuan shook his head. "However, that is not the sole option." "Not the sole option?" Di Jiang queried, perplexed. "Indeed," Kong Xuan affirmed. "Ultimately, my primary concern lies with the interests of my Feng clan. Should aiding the demon clan prove advantageous to my Feng clan, I shall do so. However, if your witch clan can offer greater benefits to my Feng clan, then aiding you would also be a possibility. You must understand, the demon clan currently possesses a sage, while your witch clan, apart from the Panga true form, holds no comparable power." Di Jiang chuckled, "Do not deceive me, my friend. The demon clan sage is bound by the constraints of heavenly principles and cannot intervene during tribulations. Otherwise, we would not have awaited your arrival. Our witch clan would have been reduced to ashes long ago. And what if the heavenly principles sought to annihilate your witch clan?" Kong Xuan countered. Di Jiang furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation, and remained silent. "The witch clan governs the earth, while the demon clan governs the sky. With both realms under your control, how can the teachings of the great saints be propagated?" Di Jiang's brow furrowed deeper, and the other ancestral witches also appeared bewildered. This was a question they had never considered. "I have a question I wish to pose," Di Jiang eventually said, taking a deep breath and gazing at Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. Di Jiang continued, "Since you have attained enlightenment and become a Hunyuan, why do you choose to conceal it?" "Take a guess," Kong Xuan replied with a smile. "You must have achieved enlightenment after the saints, and your Feng clan visited the demon clan before the reign of Nuwa. During this interim, you successfully attained enlightenment, yet chose to keep it a secret," Di Jiang speculated. Kong Xuan's gaze became increasingly perilous as Di Jiang spoke. Yet Di Jiang seemed oblivious to this, continuing, "How accurate is my conjecture?" Kong Xuan gently closed his eyes and then opened them again. "Indeed, Di Jiang, You do not disappoint as the head of the ancestral witches. Your wisdom is remarkable. Since that is the case, I shall no longer test you. Let us speak candidly. I have a matter to discuss with you all. Please proceed, Di Jiang instructed, urging the other ancestral witches to return to their seats. I can facilitate the emergence of a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian from your witch clan, Kong Xuan declared boldly. What? As expected, his statement left the ancestral witches in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at Kong Xuan. Could you speak more clearly? Di Jiang said, exasperated. Kong Xuan shook his head. I indeed possess a method to allow your witch clan to produce a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. However, there are conditions attached. Kong Xuan then began to formally discuss his plans with the ancestral witches. Upon hearing Kong Xuan's proposal, the 6 ancestral witches were left astounded. Ho Tu, in particular, was utterly taken aback to learn that the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian Kong Xuan mentioned was none other than herself. For this plan to succeed, Ho Tu must make the ultimate sacrifice. The principle of breaking down to rebuild was thus exemplified. Kong Xuan gazed at Ho Tuesday. A sense of trepidation washed over Ho Tu as she hesitated, uncertain of what to do. She glanced at the other ancestral shamans for guidance. Brother Kong Xuan, Di Jiang began. I must convene our brethren to deliberate on this matter. Once a decision is reached, we shall inform you. Kong Xuan demurred. Time is of the essence. Within a century, unforeseen events may transpire. I urge you to make haste in your deliberations. With that, Kong Xuan rose and began to depart from the Panga Hall. Di Jiang and the other ancestral shamans escorted him to the entrance. As they reached the threshold, Kong Xuan paused and conjured a piece of iridescent jade, which he presented to Di Jiang. Within this jade resides a fragment of my divine consciousness. Should you need to reach me, shatter it, and I shall know. Farewell, brother. Di Jiang responded, accepting the jade. Kong Xuan nodded, then vanished in a flash of light. As soon as Kong Xuan was gone, Di Jiang's countenance darkened. Without a word, he turned and strode back into the Panga Hall, followed closely by the other ancestral shamans. Once inside, Di Jiang began to pace back and forth, lost in thought. Finally, with a sigh, he turned to Zhu Juyin. Juyin, what is your assessment? Do you suspect any treachery? Zhu Juyin shook his head with a wry smile. Brother, I believe there is no deception involved. He has not misled us. However, Zhu Juyin trailed off, leaving his thought unfinished. Yet, even without further elaboration, Di Jiang and the other ancestral shamans understood his meaning, and a collective sigh filled the hall. All eyes turned to Ho Tu. Ho Tu bit her lip and declared, Brother, if what Brother Kong Xuan says is true, then I am willing to do as he suggests. Very well, Di Jiang affirmed, then addressed Qiangliang. Qiangliang, go and summon our other brothers back. Yes, Qiangliang replied, before departing from the Panga Hall. Silence descended upon the hall once more. Meanwhile, Kong Xuan made his way directly back to Undying Volcano. In the Palace of Inquiry, Kong Xuan sat in silent contemplation on his cloud bed. With a flick of his wrist, a book materialized in his hand. The Book of Humanity, also known as the Book of the Underworld. With this book, should he establish the Netherworld and gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao, he could record the true spirit imprints of countless beings in the primordial world, effectively holding the power of life and death over them. Yet, Kong Xuan's thoughts were not focused on the book itself, but rather on his recent visit. Although he had accomplished his objectives in the Panga Hall, he believed that, with the wisdom of the ancestral shamans, their ultimate decision would not disappoint him, as they had little choice. Without an alliance with him, the shamanic tribe would meet a tragic end. Kong Xuan's thoughts lingered on the Panga Hall. During his display of power, he had sensed a subtle yet palpable sense of danger. It was as if any excessive action on his part would have triggered some unforeseen peril. Kong Xuan trusted his intuition. Thus, the Panga Hall held secrets. He mused, is it the heart of Pangu, or something else? Shaking his head, he chose not to delve further. If his suspicions were correct, the Panga Hall was fraught with danger, and further investigation would only invite trouble. With the shamanic tribe more or less settled, Kong Xuan turned his attention to Styx, his gaze flickering with iridescent light as he looked in the direction of the netherworld blood sea. Styx was the master of the blood sea, having refined the entire sea into his own being, achieving a form of immortality. However, Kong Xuan could discern the true nature of Styx's power. By refining the blood sea, Styx had essentially transformed it into his second primordial spirit, a unique incarnation. This was how he could create an endless number of blood god avatars, each one akin to a fragment of the blood sea's primordial spirit. Thus, the blood sea would never run dry, and Styx would never perish. Kong Xuan admired Styx's ingenuity. Although he had failed to attain enlightenment, he had achieved a form of quasi-immortality. Even the sages, who were merely pseudo-luo golden immortals of the mixed origin, possessed only power without true understanding, and were not true luo golden immortals of the mixed origin. If only Styx could attain enlightenment and stand by my side. Kong Xuan murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. Time passed, and tens of thousands of years flew by. One day, as Kong Xuan was immersed in cultivation, he felt a sudden stirring in his heart. He sensed that the iridescent jade had been shattered, activating the fragment of his divine consciousness within. A faint smile graced his lips as he opened his eyes. It is done. It appeared that the plan was progressing smoothly. With a flicker of his form, Kong Xuan vanished from the Palace of Inquiry. He traversed the void, effortlessly navigating the chaotic currents, which were even absorbed into his being upon contact. His comprehension of the Tao of time and space had deepened considerably. After journeying through the endless void, Kong Xuan tore through the fabric of space and reappeared in the world, once again standing before the Panga Hall at the foot of Mount Buzhou. There, he found all 12 ancestral shamans waiting for him. Their expressions betrayed a hint of surprise upon seeing him, while Di Jiang and Zhu Juyin, who had met Kong Xuan before, remained composed. The other 6 ancestral shamans, Zhurong, Gonggong, Tianwu, Jumong, Jibi Shi, and Shizi, scrutinized him with undisguised curiosity. The news of Kong Xuan's enlightenment was difficult for them to accept. Could it be that, without their knowledge, a Deluo golden immortal of the mixed origin had emerged in the world? Chapter 66. The cycle of reincarnation and the establishment of the underworld. Since you all agree, we can proceed with this plan. Moreover, I trust that Taoist Mingyi will have no objections on his end, Kong Xuan declared within the Panga Palace. Thus, the plan was set. Kong Xuan felt quite pleased and turned to the ancestral shaman, saying, "Esteemed ancestors, would you like me to take you along to the Sea of Blood?" The ancestors shook their heads, and Di Jiang replied, "Brother Dao, you may go ahead. We will follow shortly." Kong Xuan nodded, exited the Pangu Palace, and with a swift movement, vanished from sight. First, he returned to the immortal Fire Mountain to bring along Feng Chang'e before making his way to the Sea of Blood. Even so, Kong Xuan's speed surpassed that of the 12 ancestors of Wu. Gazing at the multitude of Azura clans within the Sea of Blood, Kong Xuan shook his head and directly transmitted a message to Taoist Mingyi. "This is Kong Xuan of the Feng clan, here to pay my respects. Might I have the honor of meeting you?" Similar to his visit to the Wu clan, Mingyi was taken aback upon witnessing Kong Xuan's displayed prowess. However, upon hearing Kong Xuan's plan, Mingyi was even more astonished, feeling an overwhelming reluctance. "Are you jesting? Establishing reincarnation here would undermine my foundation." The Sea of Blood was indeed his foundation, especially after he had refined it. It had become even more crucial to him. "Kong Xuan, do you wish to witness my abilities?" Mingyi asked, to which Kong Xuan replied, "I am aware that you have refined the Sea of Blood, making it akin to your second primordial spirit. As long as the Sea of Blood endures, you remain unvanquished. However, you have yet to attain enlightenment, thus, your immortality, in my eyes, is not absolute. Do you believe I cannot overturn your Sea of Blood, gradually extracting your primordial spirit from it, and then extinguish you?" Kong Xuan spoke with a calm demeanor, yet an unmistakable aura of lethal intent was palpable. It was clear he was not merely making idle threats. He would indeed act if necessary. Mingyi let out a muffled groan, stating, "I have no doubt about your prowess, Brother Dao. But if you intend to establish reincarnation here, do you not plan to offer me some benefits in return?" Kong Xuan was somewhat surprised. This fellow displayed more cleverness than he expected. Initially, he had thought Mingyi might stubbornly resist, leading to a confrontation wherein he could demonstrate Mingyi's precarious situation. Instead, Mingyi seemed to have acquiesced. As an old hand in the vast wilderness, Mingyi had always been pragmatic. When possible, he would refrain from unnecessary bravado. "Enough teasing, Kong Xuan. Let us speak candidly." Feng Chang'e interjected, mediating the situation. After further discussions and promising Mingyi certain benefits, he finally wore a joyful expression. "If such benefits are to be had, I shall cooperate with both of you and the ancestral shamans," Mingyi agreed. "If this reincarnation succeeds, the merit gained will undoubtedly allow Hutu to attain enlightenment," Kong Xuan remarked. "However, whether it enables you, Taoist Mingyi, to achieve enlightenment remains uncertain. After all, your completion of the quasi-saint realm relies on the merits of the heavenly Tao. Should our plan succeed, the merits would stem from the great Tao. The 3 pure ones attained enlightenment through a combination of heavenly Tao and great Tao merits. Yet they achieved the status of saints. They possessed the primordial purple energy, which is pivotal. Refining primordial purple energy leads to sainthood. Unfortunately, you lack primordial purple energy. Thus, although your merits may be sufficient, you are unlikely to become a saint. And whether you could attain the status of a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian would truly depend on your fortune. Mingyi nodded, his expression becoming slightly grave. Thus, he began to prepare his sea of blood. His first task was to retrieve his primordial spirit that had merged with the sea of blood. After all, if he did not do so, when Huda transformed into reincarnation, the need to consume the sea of blood would severely injure his primordial spirit. Retrieving his primordial spirit from the sea of blood, Mingyi felt an overwhelming discomfort, while the recovery of his primordial spirit significantly strengthened him. He simultaneously lost the boundless magical power of the vast sea of blood. This void was indeed lethal, and an incessant sense of emptiness surged within him. Subsequently, Mingyi instructed the Azura clan within the sea of blood to vacate, gradually emptying the sea of blood. During this time, the 12 ancestors of Wu had also arrived. Observing the now barren sea of blood, Kong Xuan nodded and exchanged a glance with Feng Chang'e. Kong Xuan then vanished from sight once more. Should the plan unfold smoothly, he intended to remain hidden this time, merely acting as a guardian in the shadows while observing the development of events. Everything else would rely on Hutu, Mingyi, Feng Chang'e, and the ancestral shamans. Upon Kong Xuan's departure, Hutu took a step forward, glancing back at the other ancestors, who nodded in agreement. Hutu then moved into the air above the sea of blood and began to channel her own bloodline. Boom! Hutu manifested her ancestral shaman form, and the laws emanating from her were unleashed. A powerful aura surged forth, sweeping in all directions. In that moment, there was an instinctual tremor among the onlookers, as if they sensed a profound presence. Concealed, Kong Xuan also perceived this existence, a manifestation of the great Tao. His suspicions were confirmed. The 12 ancestors of Wu possessed the ability to commune with the great Tao. In fact, the laws wielded by the 12 ancestors were not those of the wilderness, but rather the laws derived from the great Tao itself. This was quite reminiscent of the chaos demon gods. The only distinction was that the 12 ancestors resided within the wilderness, and their mastery of the great Tao was significantly weaker in comparison. Nevertheless, even in its diminished form, it was still the power of the great Tao. Through this connection, the 12 ancestors could commune with the great Tao. Great Tao, I, Hutu of the Pangu clan. Observe the souls of the beings of the wilderness, whose spirits find no rest after death. I vow to transform myself into reincarnation to establish the underworld, allowing souls to enter the cycle of rebirth and gain new lives. Hutu proclaimed. As her voice resonated, the very heavens and earth of the wilderness trembled. It was as if an exalted presence descended upon the realm. An infinite and boundless will envelop the wilderness. In that moment, Kong Xuan felt as if even the heavenly Tao of the wilderness had receded. With the arrival of the great Tao, the heavenly Tao concealed itself. Simultaneously, Huda felt as though she were under the gaze of an unparalleled presence, the gaze of the great Tao. Then, a terrifying force of the great Tao descended upon Hutu, causing her ancestral shaman form to expand outward, as if merging with the void. Huda's form soon vanished, replaced by an ancient wheel, a wheel of immense antiquity. Witnessing this scene, the 11 ancestors grew tense. Concurrently, powerful beings from various realms, along with countless saints, cultivators, and sentient beings, were already disturbed by the tumultuous events of the Sea of Blood. The world was captivated by this spectacle, especially the saints, who were utterly shocked. Huda had indeed sworn to the great Tao, transforming herself into reincarnation. Was this madness? Moreover, the most outrageous part is that Huda truly succeeded. In the realm of the 33 heavens, both Dijuan and Tai exhibited profound changes in their expressions as they gazed towards the Blood Sea. Observing the 11 ancestral witches standing by the Blood Sea, alongside Feng Chang'e and Mingyi, their faces turned exceptionally grave. A significant event was about to unfold. However, at that moment, they found themselves utterly powerless. Not to mention that the Zhou Tian star array was under the control of the 3 clans. Even if they wished to intervene, it was simply beyond their capabilities. This was due to the arrival of the great Tao, which had caused the Huang heavenly Tao to retreat. The ramifications of this were immense, leaving no one untouched by a sense of oppression. After all, even the Huang heavenly Tao instilled fear and trepidation in all beings. Now, the great Tao, which far surpassed the Huang heavenly Tao, had descended. The feeling of dread was exponentially more terrifying. Even the saints could only gaze mournfully at the blood sea, unable to intervene. Boom. At this moment, a vast expanse of merit suddenly manifested. This was the merit of the great Tao. Hutu's transformation into reincarnation was a solemn pledge to the great Tao. In response, the great Tao bestowed its merit, akin to the merit of creation. The immense merit of the great Tao nearly obscured the entire sky above the blood sea, hinting at its staggering magnitude. Even the merit gained by Nuwa during the creation of humanity could not compare to this scale. A significant portion of this colossal merit surged into the reincarnation plate. At this juncture, a voice that filled the 11 ancestral witches with immense joy resonated from the reincarnation plate, proclaiming, "Reincarnation shall have 6 paths, namely, the path of beings, the path of witches, the path of phoenixes, the path of humans, the path of asuras, and the path of hell." Instantly, 6 distinct regions formed upon the reincarnation plate, each symbolizing a path. This was unlike the original 6 paths of reincarnation, which had been established through the contention of the saints for dominion over reincarnation. Now, however, the 6 paths of reincarnation were to be governed by Hutu, devised after deliberation with Kong Xuan. Among these paths, the path of beings allows souls entering this path to be randomly reincarnated into the various clans of Huang, essentially encompassing the former paths of heavenly beings and beasts. Next came the path of witches, a reincarnation channel established by Hutu specifically for the witch clan. With this path, fallen members of the witch clan no longer need to disperse their true spirits and return to the heavens, but can instead reincarnate and be reborn as witches. This was a rule set by Hutu, and with the support of the great Tao, it was entirely feasible. One might argue that the true spirits of witches are inseparably intertwined with their physical forms, making detachment impossible. Yet, this is not a challenge for the great Tao. Following this, the path of phoenixes clearly mirrored the path of witches. This was a reincarnation channel designated by Kong Xuan for the Phoenix clan, allowing Phoenix clan members who perish, as long as their souls endure, to enter this path of reincarnation and be reborn as phoenixes. The path of humans allows for reincarnation into the human clan. However, unlike the paths of witches and phoenixes, the souls reincarnated through the path of humans can be from other races as well, though they will become part of the human clan upon rebirth. This bears little difference from the original path of humans. The subsequent path of asuras is similar to the path of humans, where any race can enter, but upon reincarnation, they will transform into asuras. Unlike the paths of witches and phoenixes, Mingi seeks to expand his Asura clan. Thus, this path of asuras has not become a private channel for the Asura clan. Lastly, we have the path of hell. Although the original 6 paths of reincarnation included a version of this path, the current iteration is distinct. This new path of hell effectively amalgamates the hungry ghost path with the original path of hell. Thus, these are the 6 reincarnation paths established by Hutu. Upon their emergence, the heavens and earth erupted in astonishment, with beings engaging in fervent discussions. Some were indifferent, while others deemed Hutu's actions deeply unfair. Among the 6 paths, 4 were fixed to specific races. The witch clan was one thing, but why did the Phoenix, human, and Asura clans each gain a path? What of the other races, which were relegated to the path of beings and the path of hell? However, the murmurs of the populace did not sway the great Tao. The great Tao had already sanctioned Hutu's delineation of these 6 paths, and the rules had been firmly established. At this very moment, a significant portion of the merit surged into the reincarnation plate, while another fraction lingered, seemingly awaiting something. At the edge of the blood sea, Feng Chang'e experienced a moment of enlightenment and suddenly appeared in midair, exclaiming, "The great Tao is above. The reincarnation has emerged, and the underworld shall be established. I shall establish the underworld with the Book of the Dead, suppressing its fate. I, Fengdu Emperor, shall govern the underworld and maintain the order of reincarnation." Feng Chang'e held the Book of the Dead, also known as the Book of Humanity. As his voice echoed, the Book of the Dead levitated. The remaining merit then divided, approximately 2/3 of it spiraling into the book. One portion transformed into a dark brush, while the other morphed into a slightly different tome. The Judge's brush and the Book of Life and Death. The Judge's brush fell into Feng Chang'e's right hand, while the Book of Life and Death settled in his left. Not only that, but at this moment, Feng Chang'e sensed countless true spirit imprints emerging within the Book of Life and Death. In the vast expanse of Huang, Every being yet to attain immortality had their true spirit imprints captured and displayed within the book. At this moment, the Book of Life and Death could be said to command the fates of all beings beneath the realm of immortality. With a stroke of the judge's brush, the destinies of these beings were inscribed. Boom. Another portion of merit flowed into Feng Chang's being, originally at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Despite having learned the inner world techniques from Kong Xuan, he had been hindered by karmic burdens, failing to achieve a breakthrough. Yet at this instant, with the infusion of the great Tao's merit, all his karmic burdens instantaneously dissipated. Not only that, but his cultivation soared madly in that moment. From the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, he swiftly ascended to the late stage, and then continued to rise, his aura intensifying with each moment. With a resounding boom, Feng Chang'e astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, achieving the same level as Mingyi. Upon reaching this stage, the merit of the great Tao gradually waned, and Feng Chang'e's cultivation stabilized at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. This spectacle evoked envy, jealousy, and admiration from countless powerful beings. Chapter 67. The River of Darkness proclaims the path. The heavenly Tao's pressure at this moment, the attire of Feng Chang'e transformed, enveloping him in a resplendent black imperial robe. The robe was adorned with intricate patterns depicting countless primordial beings, emanating an aura of infinite majesty. Above his head appeared an imperial crown, signifying that Feng Chang'e had ascended to the title of the Emperor of the Underworld, the Fengdu Emperor. The Tao acknowledged his ascendance. Immediately upon Feng Chang'e's elevation, the River of Darkness stepped forth, ascending into the sky. I wish to transform the Sea of Blood into the Netherworld, making it one of the three realms of primordial existence, accommodating the cycle of reincarnation and evolving into the 18 levels of hell to punish souls burdened by heavy karma. Allowing them to dissipate their karma before re-entering the cycle, the River of Darkness proclaimed. With the echo of his declaration, the final remnants of merit cascaded towards him. Empowered by the Tao, the River of Darkness, already at the pinnacle of quasi-saintship, trembled as a terrifying aura erupted from him. Under the infusion of Tao merit, signs of a breakthrough began to manifest within him. At that moment, the powerful beings of the world and the saints could not help but feel a frantic stirring in their hearts. Could it be that the River of Darkness, seizing this opportunity to absorb the Tao's merit, would also attain enlightenment? Would there be two great Luo golden immortals emerging in a single day? When confronting a single entity like Hutu, the six saints could compel her to submit, but with the River of Darkness now present, this task seemed far more daunting. However, the River of Darkness's breakthrough was fraught with difficulty, his aura fluctuating unpredictably. At times, it appeared he would succeed, only to falter at the last moment, retreating before surging forth again. After several oscillations, just as the saints began to breathe a sigh of relief, believing he would not succeed, the River of Darkness let out a furious roar, his aura surging dramatically. Boom! An overwhelming force erupted. In that instant, the River of Darkness achieved enlightenment, becoming a great Luo golden immortal. Although no dazzling phenomena akin to those witnessed during the saints' enlightenment manifested in the heavens, the aura emanating from the River of Darkness enveloped the entire realm, compelling countless beings to kneel in reverence. Yet, despite this achievement, the River of Darkness was not the first to attain the status of a great Luo golden immortal. That honor belonged to Hutu. Beside the 6 paths of reincarnation, which had been formed from Hutu's corporeal essence, stood her figure resembling the innate Tao body. Hutu's enlightenment was devoid of any spectacular manifestations and was even more subdued than that of the River of Darkness, for she refrained from releasing any aura. Why then? Was it said that Hutu had attained enlightenment? It was evident. Having transformed into reincarnation, she did not perish but instead revived, accumulating an abundance of Tao merit far surpassing that of the River of Darkness and Feng Chang'e combined. If Hutu did not achieve enlightenment, it would be utterly implausible. The enlightenment of Hutu, the River of Darkness, and the complete attainment of Feng Chang'e as a great Luo golden immortal sent shockwaves through the assembly. Yet, the events were far from over. At that moment, as all the Tao merits descended, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the scene from an unknown source, akin to the gaze of the Tao, piercing into the Sea of Blood. Accompanied by a deafening roar reverberating throughout the primordial world, the Sea of Blood convulsed violently. When the tumult subsided, it was revealed that the surface of the Sea of Blood had receded significantly. Observing this, the River of Darkness, who had only just celebrated his enlightenment, found his excitement waning, replaced by a bitter smile. However, upon witnessing the emergence of a vast world beneath the sea of blood. His jaw dropped in astonishment. Was this the netherworld that Kong Xuan had spoken of? Within this netherworld, the malevolent aura rivaled that of the heavenly court of the 33 heavens, with numerous structures exuding a chilling and terrifying presence standing tall. The 18 layers of hell, in particular, were increasingly macabre with each descending level. As the earth trembled, all felt the retreat of that boundless, terrifying will, the Tao receding. Yet, in the next moment, the heavenly Tao reasserted its dominion over the world. However, there was an exception, the newly formed netherworld. The heavenly Tao attempted to envelop this realm, but failed repeatedly. For the newly established netherworld did not fall under the jurisdiction of the primordial heavenly Tao, despite being a part of the primordial world. This was due to Hutu and others swearing allegiance to the Tao and establishing the cycle of reincarnation, the underworld, and the netherworld directly under the Tao's purview. Thus, it was evident that the Tao had neither the time nor inclination to oversee this small netherworld continuously. Consequently, the governance of the netherworld was divided among Hutu, Feng Chang'e, and the River of Darkness, with Hutu holding the most authority, followed by Feng Chang'e, and lastly, the River of Darkness. In that moment, unable to penetrate the netherworld, the heavenly Tao instinctively erupted in fury. As the wrath of the heavenly Tao surged, endless dark clouds enveloped the primordial realm, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The terrifying majesty of the heavens felt apocalyptic, instilling fear in countless beings. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming terror of the heavenly wrath, Hutu, Feng Chang'e, and the River of Darkness remained undaunted. The three stood together, their expressions serene. Behind Hutu was the 6 paths of reincarnation. Feng Chang'e wielded the Book of Life and Death along with the Judge's Pen, and the River of Darkness stood upon the 12 grades of Karma Fire Red Lotus, brandishing the Yuan Slayer sword and the Abysmal sword. They gazed upward at the pitch-black sky, seemingly impervious to the thunderous roars. In truth, their composure was warranted. Despite the heavenly Tao's fury and the tumultuous thunder, not a single bolt struck down upon them. The heavenly Tao had been entirely restrained. With the backing of the Tao, the trio remained unperturbed. Thus, the thunder quieted, and the world regained its clarity. An ancient voice resonated, reclining upon the clouds of the 9th heaven. I, the true Tao, shall teach the way. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall assume the role of the revered teacher. Panga birthed the Tai Chi, and the 2 forms give rise to the 4 symbols. A transmission to 3 friends. The teachings divide into 2 doctrines. The Xianmen shall lead. As one Qi transforms into Hongjun, the figure of Hongjun emerged from the void, approaching Hutu, the River of Darkness, and Feng Chang'e, his demeanor cold and detached. This Hongjun was clearly the heavenly Tao Hongjun. With his appearance, the saints also descended. The 3 pure ones of Kunlun Mountain, Taiji Laozu, Yuqing Yuanshi, and Shangqing Tongtian immediately appeared beside Hongjun, addressing him as master and performing the rites of discipleship. The Western Jejin and Juani saints also appeared, paying their respects to Hongjun. Only Nuwa, residing in the chaos beyond the 33 heavens, arrived a moment late, yet she too paid her respects to Hongjun. However, at this juncture, Hongjun, as the heavenly Tao Hongjun, merely nodded slightly at the 6 saints' gestures of reverence, disregarding them. Hongjun's attention was fixed upon Hutu, the River of Darkness, and Feng Chang'e. Although he embodied the heavenly Tao, anger simmered within him, evident to all 3. Hongjun's eyes bore a fierce intensity of wrath. As the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm, how could he not be enraged at his inability to govern the entirety of the 3 realms? Do you wish to defy the heavens? Hongjun's voice was cold and commanding. The 3 individuals shook their heads. If you do not wish to defy the heavens, are you willing to become my disciples and refine the primordial purple energy to attain sanctity? Hongjun continued. With a swift motion of his hand, 3 strands of primordial purple energy appeared in his grasp. The sight of these 3 strands left the onlookers momentarily stunned. 9 strands of primordial purple energy? Indeed. With the 6 saints utilizing 1 each, the emergence of 3 additional strands indicated a total of 9. During the discourse at the Purple Clouds Palace, Hongjun had previously stated that there existed 9 strands of primordial purple energy within the universe. This suggested that the heavenly saints numbered at most 9. Now, with the heavens presenting 3 strands alongside the 6 already claimed by the saints, it indeed amounted to a complete set of 9 strands. The heart of Mingi stirred. He had once attempted to seize the primordial purple energy from Hongyun, but had failed. The disappearance of Hong Yun's strand of primordial purple energy led him to ponder if it had been reclaimed by the heavens. It seemed the heavens discerned the thoughts of the crowd and, in an unusual display, offered an explanation. There are, in total, 10 strands of primordial purple energy. However, in the past, when Hongjun achieved sanctity, he utilized one strand, which is why I mentioned 9. Of these, 6 strands were employed by the 3 purities, Nuwa, Jian, and Zhuanti in their quest for enlightenment, leaving 3 strands remaining, one of which was acquired by Hongyun. The other 2 strands roamed freely, beyond Hongjuan's control, yet as the heavens. I can summon them at will. Furthermore, upon Hongjuan's union with the Tao, 1 strand became vacant, enabling me to present these 3 strands now. So what say you? Are you willing or not? The heavens' proclamation shocked many. They had not anticipated such an admission of identity from the heavens, distinguishing itself from Hongjun. Moreover, the revelation that there existed 10 strands of primordial purple energy was astonishing. The 6 saints had used 6 strands, and now the heavens had produced 1 more. But what of the final strand? If Hongjuan's union with the Tao relinquished 1, where had Hongyun's strand gone? Why had the heavens not reclaimed it? Or had they reclaimed it and simply chosen to present 3 strands? Did the heavens possess another strand of primordial purple energy? However, this notion seemed flawed. If the heavens indeed held 4 strands, they would not have mentioned that a strand became vacant post-Hongjuan's union. Therefore, it implied that Hongyun's strand had not been reclaimed. This stirred a startling thought among the crowd. Could it be that Hongyun had not perished entirely? After all, if he had truly fallen, his strand of primordial purple energy should have been reclaimed. Yet, the absence of such action suggested that Hongyun's vitality persisted. In an instant, many expressions shifted. For instance, the faces of Emperor Jun, Tai, and Kuanping in the 33 heavens flickered, reflecting their tumultuous emotions. Similarly, Jane and Zhuanti, standing beside the heavens, displayed uncertainty and concern in their gazes. In the Wanshou Mountains Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi, drawn by the commotion of Hutu's reincarnation, gaped in astonishment. Could it be that Hongyun was still alive? The memories of his previous endeavors to avenge Hongyun against Kuanping flooded his mind, leaving him with a complex array of feelings. Moreover, concealed in the depths of countless dimensions, hidden from even the heavens' perception, Kong Xuan found himself equally bewildered. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on the matter. For at that moment, Hutu, Mingyi, and Feng Chang'e were directly confronting the heavens. Meanwhile, upon hearing the heavens' inquiry, Hutu, Mingyi, and Feng Chang'e exchanged glances. Hutu spoke first. What will you do if we refuse? If you wish for us to become saints and merge with you, granting us immortality, should we decline, I shall seal you. For to defy the grand order warrants such a fate. The heavens responded coldly. At this declaration, the crowd's demeanor altered dramatically. They had not expected the heavens to issue such a direct threat against Hutu, Mingyi, and Feng Chang'e. Once the initial shock subsided, the 11 ancestral witches by the Blood Sea erupted in fury. Yet, the heavens remained unfazed, their gaze icy as they fixed upon Hutu, Mingyi, and Feng Chang'e. To compel us into sanctity and command the realm of the underworld? Hutu laughed, stating, Alas, such a feat is impossible. Even as the heavens, you cannot bend my will. With a resounding boom, the 6 paths of reincarnation will surge to life behind Hutu, unleashing a terrifying force. This was the power of reincarnation. Under the influence of the 6 paths of reincarnation wheel, Hutu's aura soared, seemingly boundless, enveloping the entirety of the primordial world. The shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared to cloak heaven and earth, reaching every corner and leaving countless beings aghast. Not only Hutu but also Mingyi and Feng Chang'e felt the empowering force coursing through them. Their auras similarly surged. Notably, Feng Chang'e's power surged past the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage, leaping to the level of the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. In that moment, his strength soared, and he understood that although the enhancement appeared to stem from the 6 paths of reincarnation wheel, it was, in fact, the power of the underworld. This power, birthed from the Tao's creation of the underworld, was channeled into them through the 6 paths of reincarnation wheel. Particularly for him, having practiced the inner world enlightenment method, the influence of the underworld was most pronounced, allowing him to forcibly ascend to the level of the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. However, Feng Chang'e recalled Kong Xuan's words, noting that such an achievement of the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal was not entirely genuine. It merely conferred the power and magical abilities of a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, lacking the true cultivation and Tao comprehension of one. Chapter 68. The Great Battle with Hongjun, the Path of Time alongside Feng Chang'e, Hutu, and Mingyi. A total of 3 supreme beings of the mixed Yuan Deyuo golden immortal realm stood resolutely before the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao, incensed, appeared poised to strike and suppress the trio. In that moment, an atmosphere of profound heaviness enveloped the surroundings. Even the 6 saints trailing behind felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Enhua gazed at the 3, her words caught in her throat. She yearned to offer counsel, but found herself at a loss for words. At that critical juncture, suddenly, a melodious song resonated through the heavens and the earth. Chaos breaks forth as the primordial realm, Yin and Yang, the 5 elements nurture this form, refining the 5 energies and 3 flowers. First attain Daoyuo, then comprehend the Tao. Imitating Pangu's will, my body akin to Buzhou Mountain. Zixiao once perceived the profound, yet lamented the differing paths. Heaven and earth, free at heart, what can pride and spirit yield to? Dragons and phoenixes clash, Qilins contend, fortunes remain uncertain. When the time comes, resting within the volcano, one shall finally see the arrival of opportunity. Hutu transforms into the cycle of reincarnation. Mingyi relinquishes the sea of blood. The 6 paths of the underworld emerge. Today, the phoenix is seen once more. Who among all beings is not astonished? The crowd quickly turned towards the source of the voice, and amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos, as if time and space had collapsed, a figure clad in white slowly materialized, singing with an air of carefree nonchalance. This white-robed figure approached gradually. Although it appeared slow, it was, in reality, exceedingly swift, evoking an absurd sensation of time and space being trampled beneath his feet. This figure was none other than Kong Xuan. As Hutu, Mingyi, and Feng Chang'e prepared to unleash their powers, Kong Xuan realized he could no longer conceal himself. He had to intervene. In an instant, he appeared before the assembly. "Xianer," Feng Chang'e called out. "Dao brother," both Hutu and Mingyi echoed. Kong Xuan nodded and turned his gaze towards Hongjun and the other saints. Their expressions shifted dramatically. The mighty beings across the realms were left dumbfounded, incredulous at the emergence of yet another mixed Yuan Daoyuo golden immortal. Had such beings become so commonplace in the realm? In a single day, an astonishing number had surfaced. "Dao friend, I salute you," Kong Xuan addressed Hongjun. Hongjun fixated intently on Kong Xuan, and after a moment, he replied with a smile, "So it is, so it is. The heavenly secrets are in disarray." Hutu's sudden vow to the Tao and transformation into reincarnation. "So it was you who instigated this. You peacock, how audacious. To defy the heavenly Tao. You shall not escape retribution today." As Hongjun concluded, his expression turned grave. The powerful beings and saints, at this moment, could no longer feign ignorance. Clearly, Hutu's knowledge of the vow and transformation into reincarnation, along with Feng Chang'e and Mingyi's gains, were all orchestrated by Kong Xuan. In essence, the first to attain the mixed Yuan Daoyuo golden immortal status in the realm was not Hutu, but Kong Xuan. Some powerful entities recalled having seen Kong Xuan in Zixiao Palace, and upon comparison, their faces shifted with disbelief. Who could have anticipated that a descendant of the Feng clan would achieve such a feat before them? Moreover, he had done so discreetly, orchestrating an event of such monumental significance and facilitating the emergence of 2 half-mixed Yuan Daoyuo golden immortals. Indeed, Feng Chang'e, strictly speaking, did not fully qualify as a mixed Yuan Daoyuo golden immortal. However, empowered by the forces of the underworld, he could reach that level, thus being considered a half-mixed Yuan Daoyuo golden immortal. Kong Xuan smiled faintly. "Oh, Tao ancestor, it seems my predictions were correct. You are indeed not selfless. Nevertheless, if you wish to witness my abilities, let us engage in a contest today. I have long admired the achievements of Senior Yang Mei. Might we reenact his exploits today?" Kong Xuan had discerned that this so-called heavenly Tao was not the true heavenly Tao, but rather Hongjun. To be precise, it was as the saying goes, Hongjun is the heavenly Tao, yet the heavenly Tao is not Hongjun. What was manifesting now was indeed Hongjun, not merely the heavenly Tao. Once Hongjun detached from the heavenly Tao, he ceased to be the heavenly Tao and became a true mixed Yuan Daoyuo golden immortal, akin to Kong Xuan himself. While the other saints, along with Hutu, Mingyi, and Feng Chang'e, were mere impostors in Kong Xuan's eyes. They all, without exception, possessed the powers of a mixed Yuan Daoyuo golden immortal, yet lacked the cultivation of one. In other words, they had not comprehended their own Tao and had not genuinely attained enlightenment. This was precisely why Kong Xuan chose to reveal himself. If he had not emerged, how could Hutu, Mingyi, and Feng Chang'e possibly contend against Hongjun? Hongjun regarded Kong Xuan, his demeanor growing solemn. He could naturally perceive the distinction in Kong Xuan. He was neither a merit-based attainment nor a cutting of the three corpses. Thus, the answer was singular. Kong Xuan had attained enlightenment through the laws. But how could this be? In years past, Yang Mei achieved enlightenment through the laws because he was the reincarnation of a spatial demon god. And this Kong Xuan, what was his origin? Born from the devouring of a five-element energy, merely a peacock. How could he have achieved such greatness? To the outer realms, Hongjun declared. As he spoke, his form flickered and vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Kong Xuan also disappeared. Only the six saints, Hutu, Mingyi, and Feng Chang'e remained in place. The nine exchanged glances and promptly set their sights towards the outer realms. Kong Xuan and Hongjun emerged from the primordial chaos and, without a word, immediately engaged in battle. As they struck, Kong Xuan's right hand appeared to be forged from 5 colors, each finger representing a different hue, corresponding to the 5 elements: green, red, yellow, white, and black. The palm of the 5 elements surged towards Hongjun. At the same time, Hongjun unleashed a palm imbued with even more radiant light. The 2 palms clashed with a thunderous roar, causing both Kong Xuan and Hongjun to stagger backward, the terrifying chaos storm erupting around them. The ensuing shockwaves stirred the elements into tumult, a spectacle reminiscent of the creation of the world itself. Beams of radiant light shot forth in all directions, manifestations of their respective Tao powers, more ferocious than ever. As the waves passed by the 9 figures, they all paled, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of light. Such profound magical power. Are you truly enlightened through the laws? Merely the 5-element laws, and yet you achieve such might? After the initial clash, Hongjun exclaimed. Surrounding him were surges of Tao laws that coalesced into a river. No ordinary river, but the river of time. Kong Xuan was familiar with this. He too had condensed a river of time, or rather, a river of space-time. However, his river of space-time paled in comparison to Hongjun's, which was far more refined and formidable. Hongjun, you have indeed attained enlightenment through the laws of time. Now I see. Kong Xuan laughed, his spirit soaring, his battle fervor intensifying. What have you come to understand? Hongjun inquired. To sever the 3 corpses, Kong Xuan declared, grasping his hand, and instantaneously, the 5-element sword manifested in his grasp. Your method of slaying the 3 corpses is deemed successful due to the principles of time. Though it is referred to as the method of slaying the 3 corpses, it is, in essence, the act of severing the past, present, and future. Hongjun, your dissemination of erroneous paths to enlightenment to the world is utterly contemptible. Upon hearing Kong Xuan's words, a wave of astonishment swept across the crowd. Was the method of slaying the 3 corpses indeed flawed? Rather than slaying the 3 corpses, it is about severing the past, present, and future? Only the laws of time could enable the successful slaying of the 3 corpses? Laozi let out a low grunt. He had once eradicated his 3 corpses, but was unable to unify them. It now seemed he had finally uncovered the answer. Yet, this answer was exceedingly difficult for him to accept. How could this be possible? Simultaneously, within the primordial realm, countless formidable beings were stirred. Most had cultivated the method of slaying the 3 corpses, hoping to attain enlightenment through it in the future. Now, to hear that this method was erroneous? Had they all been practicing a fallacious path to enlightenment? How could one attain enlightenment in such a manner? Yet, Hongjun was not angered by Kong Xuan's revelation. Instead, he laughed heartily. Who claims that my method of slaying the 3 corpses is flawed? The fault lies not within the method, but rather in their lack of wisdom. If one cultivates incorrectly, one cannot blame me. I merely stated that this method could lead to enlightenment, but I never divulged every minute detail. In truth, I did attain the method of slaying the 3 corpses through the laws of time, but the laws of time are merely one approach. Each individual must tread their own path, yet I dare say my method of slaying the 3 corpses is undoubtedly correct. Boom. With that, Hongjun moved swiftly, stepping before Kong Xuan, and without the aid of any artifact, he struck down with his palm. Kong Xuan perceived that this strike from Hongjun was aimed not only at his present self, but also at his past and future selves. It was an attempt to obliterate his entire existence. The essence of time was wielded by Hongjun with a terrifying prowess. Truly, he was an entity who attained enlightenment through the laws of time. This marked Kong Xuan's inaugural battle, his first genuine confrontation, and he faced an adversary of formidable, even terrifying caliber. Yet, with the will the battle ignited, Kong Xuan found exhilaration in the presence of such a formidable foe, devoid of any fear. Boom! A surge of tremendous magical power erupted. At that moment, an arcane path emerged from Kong Xuan, one that transcended even Hongjun and Apos' mastery of time. This was the path of spacetime. Although Kong Xuan had not yet attained the path of spacetime, it sufficed to withstand Hongjun's strike, ensuring his safety. At the same time, behind Kong Xuan, 5 resplendent rays of light suddenly ascended. The 5-colored divine light surged forth, aiming to engulf Hongjun. As Hongjun's attack failed, and was countered by Kong Xuan's spacetime path, he recognized the severity of the situation and hastily activated the laws of time. In that moment, time itself seemed to slow, allowing Hongjun to narrowly evade the 5-colored divine light. Yet, at that instant, a blade of 5-colored light descended upon him. The 5-element sword, a strike from a primordial treasure, caused Hongjun's expression to shift. Yet, a jade tablet manifested behind him, the creation jade tablet. This tablet emitted a radiant glow, countering the 5-element sword. The two engaged in rapid combat, exchanging blows countless times in mere moments within the chaos, battling to a standstill as it appeared their techniques were boundless. Observing this, the assembly of sages and the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian felt as though they were in a dream, overwhelmed by an unshakable sense of unreality. To their eyes, both were beings of the same caliber, Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Why could they not comprehend their methods? Why did they lack such prowess? Gradually, the onlookers began to discern certain truths, their expressions darkening. Especially among the sages, realization struck them, exposing the disparity between themselves and Kong Xuan and Hongjun. They possessed the power of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, yet had not genuinely reached that realm. In other words, the path of merit and virtue was a mere fade, a false path. One could not attain true Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian through the path of merit. In an instant, the emotions of the sages turned tumultuous. Meanwhile, Feng Chang'e, Mingyi, and Huda maintained a more relaxed demeanor. At this moment, Kong Xuan and Hongjun's battle intensified. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun, leveraging the creation jade tablet, summoned boundless heavenly power to augment himself, unleashing even more ferocious techniques. Strikes of cosmic lightning rained down upon Kong Xuan. These celestial lightning bolts were truly Hongjun's mastery, not the Zixiao thunder. While the Zixiao thunder was formidable, birthed from the primordial heavenly laws, it paled in comparison to the divine lightning forged from Hongjun's own principles. Kong Xuan, too, unleashed the 5 elements lightning without hesitation, countering Hongjun's assaults. As the battle progressed, Hongjun grew increasingly perplexed. Unable to fathom why Kong Xuan and Apos' magical power was so profound, he could draw upon the primordial heavenly power to sustain his prolonged combat. How was Kong Xuan able to do the same? Little did he know, Kong Xuan had opened the Great Thousand World, and the power of a Great Thousand World, though not as vast as the primordial realm, was sufficient for a protracted battle. Moreover, should the need arise, Kong Xuan could replenish his strength on the spot. Indeed, as Kong Xuan's cultivation advanced, coupled with his enlightenment, he delved into the 9 turns mystical art. He had now mastered the ability to absorb and transform chaotic energy into his own magical power. Thus, Hongjun's attempt to deplete Kong Xuan's power until he was exhausted and then defeat him was an utterly futile endeavor. Tong Tian, bring forth the Zhuzhen sword array. After an extended battle, Hongjun could no longer contain himself and called out to Tong Tian. Tong Tian hesitated for a moment before retrieving the 4 Zhuzhen swords in the Zhuzhen array diagram. The 4 Zhuzhen swords in the array diagram soared towards Hongjun, landing in his hands. Chapter 69. The 5-colored divine light shatters the immortal execution sword array in the relentless battle with Hongjun. Kong Xuan came to realize that he was likely not as formidable as Yang Mei, although Hongjun at that time was significantly weaker than he is now. Yang Mei wielded a singular, unparalleled technique, effortlessly subduing Hongjun and his treasures, leaving him utterly defenseless. This showcased the might of Yang Mei, the space magic god. In contrast, Kong Xuan found himself locked in a fierce struggle with Hongjun, clearly inferior to Yang Mei. Nonetheless, Kong Xuan took solace in his current achievements, grateful that his arduous cultivation had not been in vain. With this thought, his fighting spirit soared even higher. he observed as Hongjun summoned the 4 swords of immortal execution, wielding them with a flourish to establish the immortal execution sword array. Once the formation was complete, it was undeniably a peerless killing array, the foremost under the heavens. Even Kong Xuan felt an overwhelming killing intent surge towards him, causing his expression to shift and his demeanor to grow grave. The immortal execution sword array was not a formation that resonated with his great Tao. Regardless of its ferocity, how much power could he truly harness? With a cold laugh, Kong Xuan remarked, "In ancient times, when you clashed with the demon Luo Hu, he set this array only to be defeated by you. Today, however, as fate would have it, you deploy this array, and I shall dismantle it. Is that so?" Hongjun replied with an indifferent smile, igniting a sudden, intense sense of crisis within Kong Xuan. In that moment, he felt himself enveloped by the immortal execution sword array. He clearly stood outside the array when had he entered. Yet, it was undeniably true. Kong Xuan quickly understood the cause. It was Hongjuan's mastery over the Tao of time. He had previously claimed that Hongjuan's Tao did not resonate with the immortal execution sword array, thus rendering it powerless. However, at this moment, Hongjun swiftly demonstrated that the Tao of time could indeed harmonize with the immortal execution sword array. Boom! The immortal execution sword array began to operate, unleashing its full power. In that instant, Kong Xuan felt an overwhelming wave of killing energy enveloping everything, as if time itself had come to a standstill. And all reality began to dissolve into nothingness under a terrifying force. This was the result of the fusion between the immortal execution sword array and the laws of time. The immortal execution sword appeared in the past, towering over bygone eras, intent on erasing Kong Xuan's origin. Meanwhile, the slaying immortal sword surged towards the future, emerging in the timeline ahead, obliterating all of Kong Xuan's potential escape routes, leaving no chance for survival. The trapping immortal sword occupied the present, firmly binding Kong Xuan's true form within its grasp. Lastly, the exterminating immortal sword, the most fearsome of all, was poised to sever Kong Xuan's great Tao, annihilating the 5 elements. This was a sword designed for a contest of supreme paths. The diagram of the immortal execution array expanded infinitely, encompassing past, present, and future, as if all of time and space had been ensnared within its grasp. Spectators were left in awe, unable to fathom the terrifying might of the immortal execution sword array, which had undoubtedly emerged as the most formidable array in the primordial realm. Compared to the demon race's Zhou Tian Star Do array and the witch race's Do Tian Shinsha array, the immortal execution sword array surpassed them by an immeasurable margin. Indeed, even if the witch race's Do Tian Shinsha array could summon the true form of Pangu, its effectiveness depended on the strength of the 12 ancestor witches. If the ancestors were weak, the summoned Pangu form would be equally feeble. With one of the 12 ancestor witches missing, the absence of the true form of Hutu raised doubts about their ability to summon Pangu once more. Thus, the supremacy of the immortal execution sword array as the foremost array of the primordial realm was beyond dispute. Tong Tian stood dumbfounded, gazing vacantly at the immortal execution sword array, momentarily lost in thought. His own immortal execution sword array paled in comparison. Beside him, Laozi, Yuanshi, Niuhua, Jane, and Zhuanti were equally astonished. Hutu and Mingi seemed poised to intervene, ready to assist Kong Xuan, while Feng Changa's worry was plainly evident on her face. Could Kong Xuan withstand the immortal execution sword array? In that moment, 5 resplendent rays of light radiated from behind Kong Xuan, shining brilliantly even within the array. The 5-colored divine light, his innate divine power, was also his most formidable ability, grasping the 5-element sword. With the 5-colored divine light illuminating him and the vast expanse of the great 1,000 worlds within him, Kong Xuan resolved to confront the immortal execution sword array head-on. What of the immortal execution sword array? What of the laws of time? He refused to believe that with his current strength, he could not shatter this array. Boom! A terrifying roar erupted from within Kong Xuan's being, shaking the boundless chaos as if a great upheaval had commenced, causing the immortal execution sword array to tremble. Channeling the power of the great 1,000 worlds, he unleashed all his magical energy, a torrent akin to a mountain flood or a tsunami, boundless and overwhelming, all directed into his 5-colored divine light. Kong Xuan's eyes gently closed as he angled the 5-element sword downward. At that moment, Hongjun, engaged in manipulating the immortal execution sword array, was taken aback by the increasingly radiant 5 beams of light emanating from Kong Xuan's back. The great 1,000 world? He gasped, recognizing Kong Xuan's secret. Within him lay a great thousand world. How remarkable! It was no wonder his magical energy was so potent. Amidst his astonishment, Hongjun did not relent. With a thunderous sound, the immortal execution sword array erupted. In an instant, countless blades of sword energy surged forth, as if the heavens themselves were raining down upon Kong Xuan. No matter where he fled, he could not evade the assault of the immortal execution sword array, for its attacks spanned across past, present, and future, locking down every conceivable moment in time. Thus, Kong Xuan was left with no choice but to endure. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that his eyes burst open. Boom. As he did so, everyone felt as though the world before them was engulfed in the luminous splendor of the five-colored light. The divine radiance illuminated the chaos, the past, the present, and the future. Every timeline was enveloped by the five-colored divine light. Kong Xuan, wielding his most potent divine ability, clashed fiercely with the immortal execution sword array. From the outside, onlookers could not discern the scene within the array. In that moment, the immortal execution sword array trembled violently, and in the blink of an eye, numerous fissures appeared within it. The five-colored light burst forth from these cracks. Boom. The immortal execution sword array shattered, with Kong Xuan's full force strike. No matter how Hongjun altered the array, nor how the four swords unleashed their might, it was all futile against the overwhelming power of Kong Xuan. The five-colored divine light surged forth, forcibly tearing the array apart. This was the manifestation of Kong Xuan's strength, an embodiment of the dual mastery of the laws and the inner world. Boom. As the array collapsed, the boundless chaos erupted like a boiling cauldron, generating a terrifying storm that swept in all directions. Even the saints, Hutu, Mingi, Fengchanga, and others had to exert their strength to withstand the residual force, struggling to remain grounded within the chaos. In that fleeting moment, which felt like an eternity, everything eventually calmed. Yet, amidst the stillness, Kong Xuan stood with the five-element sword, having thrust it directly through Hongjuan's chest. As the blow landed, a burst of iridescent blood erupted, not the conventional crimson, but a celestial, polychromatic ichor, the very essence of the blood of the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from his crown, striking and sending him hurtling backward, crashed to the ground, regaining his footing with a hint of disarray. In stark contrast, was in a far more dire state, coughing up an even richer effusion of kaleidoscopic blood, sinking to one knee. The onlookers were stunned. The battle between and had reached such a calamitous juncture. It seemed to have been vanquished. How could the Tao ancestor fall to? An air of unreality pervaded the scene. Did prevail? Murmured, taken aback. Hesitated, then conceded, it appears so. A wave of emotion swept through the assembly. Despite the attainment of sagehood by the saints, they had always regarded with reverence, both as their mentor and as a being inherently superior to them. Even in their sanctified state, remained a sage of sages, an existence that transcended their own, akin to the heavenly Tao itself. Indeed, was the heavenly Tao. Yet now, their master, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, had been defeated, had fallen. A cataclysmic shift swept through the prehistoric world as the skies turned a Stygian black, and an indescribable, awe-inspiring celestial might descended upon the myriad beings. This was the true heavenly Tao, of which was but a fraction, a mere avatar. The heavenly Tao was incensed that had extinguished its manifestation. However, despite its fury, it refrained from further action, seemingly constrained by an inherent cosmic order. After all, it was the Tao's avatar that had initiated the conflict, not. Initially alarmed, was relieved to sense that the heavenly Tao would not retaliate. He cast aside all pretense, unleashing a potent force of devouring, drawing in torrents of primordial chaos to transmute into his own power. He had reached a level where he could directly assimilate and refine the chaotic energies. S condition was rapidly improving. But just as he was about to strike out again, spoke. This time, you have one conceded. To attain Tao through the laws, to create a world within your being, you have employed two paths, as I once did, and perhaps even surpassed me. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Farewell. With these words, began to fade from existence. This is, exclaimed, his expression shifting, and he sought to intervene, but he was unsure how. He could only watch as vanished. Swiftly recalled his swords, bundling them with the array diagram, as if wary of seizing his prized swords in formation. Merely smiled, unperturbed. He had proven his strength in this battle. He was indeed capable of facing head-on. And he had even vanquished one of his avatars, for in the end, had discerned that the he had fought was but a manifestation. Of course, This was no ordinary avatar. Cultivated the Tao of time and had pioneered the method of severing the three corpses, the past, the present, and the future. Which of these had he just vanquished? The past, present, or future? Surmised it was likely the avatar representing the present. He wondered what terror might unleash if all three avatars fought as one, and what the true might of his original form might be. In a flash, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. If this avatar was any indication, the three were likely of comparable strength, perhaps early-stage Grand Tao Golden Immortals. But his true form, speculated, might already be a mid-stage Grand Tao Golden Immortal. If this were so, would be a formidable force, without its presence, and would surely be subjugated. This was no jest. For in the original timeline, S reincarnation was suppressed in the netherworld, unable to emerge. One reason was her vow to the heavenly Tao, but another was immense power, which compelled her submission. Thus, transformed into reincarnation, forever severed from her identity as a witch, dwelling in the netherworld under the name of S avatar dissipated. And the jade plate of creation vanished as well. The awe-inspiring celestial might and the apocalyptic omens that had engulfed the prehistoric world gradually subsided. As turned to depart, he noticed something. He reached into the chaos and retrieved a globule of iridescent blood, the blood that had splattered from his wounds and the effusion he had coughed up. The blood of the heavenly Tao. The thought of the blood originating from his mouth filled with a sense of revulsion, yet it was undeniably a precious substance, too valuable to discard. He sent it into his greater world, where his blood mosquito clone eagerly absorbed it. The heavenly Tao's blood was a potent elixir for the blood mosquito clone. Chapter 70. 4 of the 5 flags acquired in a stunning turn of events. Kong Xuan defeated Hong Jun, leaving the world in awe of his power. When he turned to face the 6 saints, they could not help but feel a twinge of fear. However, Kong Xuan chose not to attack. Instead, he smiled and addressed Laozi, saying, "My friend, I wish to reclaim a treasured heirloom of the Feng clan. Might I ask for your assistance in this matter?" Laozi, taken aback for a moment, pondered what the item could be. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Despite his reluctance to comply, he recognized that it would be unwise to engage in conflict with Kong Xuan, who was currently basking in his victorious momentum. Thus, he flipped his hand and produced a crimson flag, declaring, "Is this the item you seek?" It was indeed the Li Di Yin Guang flag. Kong Xuan nodded. "As it is a treasured heirloom of your clan, it shall be returned to you." Laozi handed the Li Di Yin Guang flag back to Kong Xuan. Observing this exchange, the onlookers harbored mixed feelings. Some, like Jane and Juanti, scorned Laozi for appearing submissive, while others, including Nuwa and various powerful beings, acknowledged the necessity of yielding to Kong Xuan's overwhelming presence. Among the crowd, however, there were those who felt indignant, notably Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, who found it disgraceful that they, as esteemed figures of the Pango lineage, were coerced into relinquishing their treasures. Nevertheless, as the elder brother, Laozi had acquiesced, leaving them little room to voice their discontent. The Feng clan rejoiced, having successfully reclaimed the Li Di Yin Guang flag. Yet, at this moment, after retrieving the flag, Kong Xuan continued to gaze at the 3 pure ones with a knowing smile. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian suddenly sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. "Is there something else you require?" Laozi inquired. "Indeed," Kong Xuan replied, his gaze fixed on Yuan Shi. "However, this does not concern you." He then addressed Yuan Shi directly. "I seek to gather the 5 flags of primordial origin. I have heard that the Wu Ji Xing Huang flag is in your possession." The crowd fell silent, stunned by his request. Was this extortion? Indeed, it appeared so. While Laozi had returned the Li Di Yin Guang flag under the pretense of it being a treasured heirloom, Kong Xuan was now demanding Yuan Shi's flag without any pretense. Above the 33 heavens, Kuanping observed the scene, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, akin to relishing an ice pop on a sweltering summer day. Although Kong Xuan was extorting Yuan Shi, it brought back memories of the past when Yuan Shi had pressured him to relinquish his mat in the Zixiao Palace. The tides had turned, and now it was Yuan Shi's turn to face the music. As Kuanping chuckled, the other saints felt a sense of unease, particularly Juanti, who, realizing he possessed one of the 5 flags, contemplated fleeing the scene. Yet, despite his desire to escape, he hesitated, feeling the weight of public scrutiny. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi's face flushed with embarrassment at Kong Xuan's words, nearly prompting him to unleash a torrent of curses. However, Kong Xuan's piercing gaze and palpable pressure rendered him paralyzed with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Alas, Laozi sighed, breaking the tension. You may grant him what he seeks, dear brother. If Kong Xuan desires it, why not oblige? It is merely a flag, after all. Yuan Shi, relieved by Laozi's intervention, found a way to save face. After all, it was not just he who would bear the shame. Laozi would too. Thus, Yuan Shi promptly retrieved the central Wu Ji Xing Huang flag and presented it to Kong Xuan, stating, as you pursue the path of the five elements, how could I not lend my assistance? Kong Xuan accepted the flag with gratitude, expressing, thank you, dear friend. After acquiring the Wu Ji Xing Huang flag, he finally turned away, allowing Tong Tian to exhale in relief. Fortunately, he did not possess a flag, otherwise, he too would have faced the same fate. However, Zhuanti was not so fortunate, as Kong Xuan now directed his attention toward him, advancing with purpose. Zhuanti felt an urge to flee but was preempted by Jian, who cheerfully interjected, Kong Xuan, my friend, there's no need for further words. The eastern flag is with my junior brother. As both my elder and second elder brothers have willingly relinquished theirs, we too shall not be remiss in our generosity. Zhuanti, sensing the urgency, quickly complied under Jian's urging and produced the Qinglian Bao's flag, handing it to Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan accepted the flag, expressing his gratitude to Jian and Zhuanti. As they were about to continue their conversation, a voice boomed from the crowd. Kong Xuan, my friend, I too possess a flag. Everyone turned to see Mingyi presenting a black flag, the Xian Yuan Kong Shui flag, representing the northern flag among the five flags. Kong Xuan laughed heartily. Mingyi, how very modest of you. Without your support, how could you have achieved your current standing? Please, do not be shy. Mingyi promptly offered the flag to Kong Xuan, who nodded in acknowledgement and promised to return the favor by imparting some of his insights into cultivation. This display left the onlookers astounded, especially Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Zhuanti, who felt a mix of frustration and embarrassment. They had all contributed flags, yet Kong Xuan had chosen to bestow his benefits solely upon Mingyi. However, given Kong Xuan's immense influence, they could only accept the situation in silence. Mingyi, delighted with the favor he received, expressed his heartfelt thanks. At this point, Kong Xuan had successfully acquired 4 of the 5 flags of primordial origin, leaving only the western Su Se Yun Jie flag in the possession of Hong Jun. Kong Xuan was unperturbed, aware that his quest for the Su Se Yun Jie flag would be an arduous endeavor. Still, he realized that his intention to collect the 5 flags was more about making a statement to the saints than a genuine pursuit. It seemed that these wise beings were quite perceptive, sparing him the need for further confrontation. Dear friend, Kong Xuan, Nuwa interjected hesitantly, feeling somewhat awkward addressing him as friend, given that his brother, the great Peng, was her disciple. One is a disciple of his own, while the other possesses cultivation that surpasses his own, necessitating a perspective of reverence. This designation has suddenly become perplexed. Upon hearing this, Kong Xuan turned his gaze towards Enhua. Chapter 71. The Heavenly Coffin Shocks the Saints. Kong Xuan becomes the Heavenly Emperor upon noticing Kong Xuan's gaze. Nuwa remained composed and inquired, fellow Taoist, you have disrupted the Heavenly Order. What do you intend to do next? Disrupt the Heavenly Order? Kong Xuan chuckled in response. Allow me to enlighten you. My philosophy diverges significantly from that of Hong Jun. He believes the Heavenly Order is immutable, that the Tao reigns supreme without tolerance for any deviation. I, however, hold a different view. I do not accept the notion of a predetermined fate. Even if such a fate exists, I shall reshape it to align with my aspirations. It is not fate that dictates my path, but rather my desires that will mold fate. This marks the dawn of a grand transformation. As he spoke, Kong Xuan moved with a fluid grace, crossing by Nuwa and advancing towards the primordial chaos. In mere strides, he traversed the expanse, arriving at the Sun Palace. Before the Sun Palace, a myriad of powerful entities from the demon clan had gathered, including Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and numerous demon generals and deities. The moment Kong Xuan's presence graced them, their expressions shifted dramatically. Before anyone could react, a multitude of figures followed suit. Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tongtian, Nuwa, Jijin, and Zhuanti, the 6 saints, along with Hutu, Mingyi, and Fengchanga, the 3 supreme golden immortals. At this juncture, Kong Xuan's intentions were unmistakably clear to all present. Laozi quickly called out, Brother Kong, please hold on. Kong Xuan halted and turned to Laozi, asking, what wisdom do you wish to impart? Could you not consider withdrawing at this juncture? Laozi urged, what do you mean by withdrawing? Kong Xuan countered, The Feng clan has established the Netherworld, claiming one of the 6 realms, their fortunes flourishing and karma dissipating. Is it not an excellent situation? Do you truly aspire to ascend as the Heavenly Emperor? Yuanshi interjected solemnly. You must understand, although we saints cannot contend with you, there exists a Tao beyond us. Do you truly believe you are stronger than the Tao? Are you threatening me? Kong Xuan's gaze shifted to Yuanshi, a palpable aura emanating from him, pressing down upon Yuanshi, who staggered back, his face paling to a deep crimson. I am aware that you saints harbor great pride, believing yourselves eternal and indestructible. However, the notion of immortality was posited by Hong Jun, not by me. Do you wish to test my capabilities and see if I can eliminate you? Suddenly, a dark red coffin materialized in Kong Xuan's hands, crashing down with a resounding thud. The sight was terrifying. Waves of dread radiated outward, causing the saints' faces to pale. Kong Xuan was correct. While they feared his might, they still clung to the belief in the immortality of the Tao and the saints. As long as Kong Xuan could not surpass the Tao, they felt their lives were secure. Thus, while they trembled, their pride remained intact. After all, although Kong Xuan had slain Hong Jun, a revelation had gradually dawned upon them. Hong Jun was merely a manifestation. If he could defeat a mere manifestation, it did not necessarily imply that Kong Xuan was truly more powerful than Hong Jun. Thus, while the saints could tolerate Kong Xuan seizing their treasures, they could not abide him claiming the title of Heavenly Emperor and monopolizing the heavenly fortunes. However, that was before. Now, with the emergence of the heavenly coffin, the saints were utterly panicked. They were unaware of the coffin's existence, otherwise, they would not have held fast to the belief in the immortality of the saints. There is no such thing as true immortality. Your strengths are inferior even to mine, thus I dare not claim immortality. How could you? Kong Xuan's gaze swept over the saints, a cold smile gracing his lips. Under the weight of his stare, the saints recoiled, desperate to speak, but finding themselves rendered mute. The coffin evoked a palpable sense of mortality within them. Even as saints, should they be entombed within, they would surely perish. Seeing the saints thoroughly intimidated, Kong Xuan waved his hand, retracting the heavenly coffin, allowing them to exhale in relief. Nonetheless, none dared to challenge his actions any further. Kong Xuan then turned his attention to Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun's expression shifted dramatically, and as Tai Yi attempted to voice his thoughts, Emperor Jun silenced him. His countenance fluctuated between light and dark within moments. Finally, he sighed and addressed Kong Xuan. With your abilities, I wholeheartedly acknowledge your claim to the position of Heavenly Emperor. This declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. None anticipated Emperor Jun would relinquish the title. Brother, this cannot be, Tai Yi exclaimed vehemently. Yet Emperor Jun simply smiled. Why should it not be? Among our demon clan, we honor the strong. If someone surpasses me, it is only fitting that I yield my position and offer my fealty. Tai Yi was left speechless. Though he yearned to contest Kong Xuan, he recognized that even the saints could not intervene. Thus, any struggle on his part would be futile. Very well, then I shall assume the title of Heavenly Emperor. Kong Xuan nodded. Emperor Jun bowed. I, Emperor Jun, pay my respects to the Heavenly Emperor. He, along with Tai Yi, bowed before Kong Xuan. Witnessing Emperor Jun and Tai Yi's submission, the numerous demon generals and deities followed suit, paying their respects to Kong Xuan, hailing him as the Heavenly Emperor. In that moment, though he had yet to formally assume the title, Kong Xuan felt the heavenly fortunes of the celestial court beginning to coalesce around him. With the influx of fortune, Kong Xuan sensed his cultivation surge, breaking through to the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal realm with a resounding force. A powerful aura emanated from him, causing the saints to shudder, rendering them incapable of harboring any rebellious thoughts. However, just as Kong Xuan became the Heavenly Emperor and absorbed the heavenly fortunes of the demon clan, the skies of the 33 heavens abruptly dimmed. A tremendous heavenly might cascaded from the layers of dark clouds above. The Tao. Kong Xuan's ascension as Heavenly Emperor had invoked the Tao. Yet the Tao did not impose punishment nor bestow merits. It merely conveyed a message to Kong Xuan before receding. In front of the Sun Palace, Kong Xuan contemplated the message imparted by the Tao, a smile emerging on his face as he remarked, "So it is? Very well. As the Heavenly Emperor, I shall undertake the responsibilities befitting such a title." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, yet Kong Xuan had no intention of elucidating further. He addressed the saints. In 1,000 years, I shall formally assume the title of Heavenly Emperor, and I shall invite you all to witness the occasion. The saints discerned the implied dismissal in Kong Xuan's words and departed, each harboring complex emotions. Turning to Hutu, Kong Xuan stated, "Fellow Taoist, I shall address the conflicts between the Wu clan and the Demon clan at a later time." Buddha nodded, casting a glance at Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, remarking, "If we can resolve this conflict as you propose, it would indeed be most fortuitous." After saying this, Hutu also bid farewell to Kong and left alongside Mingyi and Feng Chang'e. However, now that they have just emerged from the netherworld, they must attend to matters concerning reincarnation and the underworld. As for the affairs of the Demon clan's celestial court, they shall refrain from participating. Chapter 72. Imitating the method of cataclysm after the departure of Hutu, the river of the underworld, and Feng Chang'e, Kong Xuan entered the Sun Palace. Dijun, Tai Yi, and numerous demon leaders and deities also followed suit. After a while, Kuanpeng, Fushi, and several other demon leaders and deities from the 33 heavens arrived in succession. Kong Xuan took the highest seat, which had once belonged to the demon emperor Dijun, the throne of the heavenly emperor. However, since Kong Xuan was now the heavenly emperor, it was only natural for him to occupy this position. Sitting in this exalted place, Kong Xuan surveyed the assembly. To his left sat the brothers Dijun and Tai Yi, while to his right were Kuanping and Fushi. The 10 great demon leaders were all present, namely Ji Ming, Ying Zhao, Bai Zhe, Fei Dan, Fei Lian, Jiuying, Shan Yang, Qin Yuan, Ci Tai, and Gui Che. Among these 10, there were those closely affiliated with the Feng clan, specifically Shan Yang, Qin Yuan, and Gui Che. The excitement in their hearts was palpable as they gazed at Kong Xuan on the heavenly emperor's throne. Excluding these 3, the remaining 7 leaders included Ji Ming, who belonged to the Dragon clan, while Bai Zhe, Ci Tai, and Jiuying hailed from the Qilin clan. Thus, among the 10 great demon leaders, only 3 remained loyal to Dijun: Fei Dan, Fei Lian, and Ying Zhao. Furthermore, among the various deities, there were even more ties to the 3 clans. Notably, Bai Feng, who also came from the Feng clan, possessed strength on par with the 10 great demon leaders, being at the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. However, his late allegiance prevented him from being among the 10. Although the Dragon clan was represented by only Ji Ming among the 10 great leaders, they had a significant presence among the many deities. The same could be said for the Qilin clan. Nevertheless, all of this seemed trivial now. Every gaze was fixed upon Kong Xuan. The outcome of the recent conflict had been determined. The Feng clan emerged victorious, compelling even the saints to retreat and refrain from interference. Dijun had no choice but to yield, while the Dragon and Qilin clans were rendered voiceless. Kong Xuan contemplated the assembly for a long while, seemingly in deep thought. The crowd remained silent, unwilling to disturb him. After what felt like an eternity, he finally began the reallocation of powers among the attendees, marking a significant reshuffling within the heavenly court. Kong Xuan retained his position as the heavenly emperor, which remained unchanged. However, the previously equal 4 sovereigns were now subordinate to him. The 4 sovereigns transformed into 8, with Dijun, the former demon emperor, now designated as the Scarlet Emperor. Dijun accepted this without protest. Tai Yi continued as the Eastern Emperor, while Fushi and Nuwa retained their titles as the Shi Emperor and Nuwa Empress respectively. Additionally, 4 new sovereigns were appointed: Feng Chang'e as the Underworld Emperor, Kong Xuan's brother, the Great Peng, as the Peng Emperor, and finally, the Dragon Emperor Zhu Long and the Qilin Emperor Qi Tian. Though Fushi frowned slightly at this development, he did not voice any objections. After all, the Great Peng, being a disciple of Nuwa, alongside his teacher both holding the title of sovereigns, seemed somewhat irregular. However, this was beyond his capacity to alter. The title of Kuanpeng was similarly changed to Heavenly Master. The 10 great demon leaders expanded to include 2 more, one of whom was Bai Feng, as previously mentioned, and the other a bird named Chong Ming, also of avian lineage. With Kong Xuan as the heavenly emperor, his decrees were akin to divine pronouncements. As these appointments were made, the Feng clan firmly established its dominance over the demon race's heavenly court, with each member enjoying the blessings of fortune. Thus, Kong Xuan outlined the broad framework, leaving the minutiae to be managed by those beneath him. He then instructed everyone, except Dijun, Tai Yi, Fushi, and Kuanpeng, to exit the Sun Palace. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Xuan addressed the remaining few, saying, "Esteemed friends, as I now hold the title of Heavenly Emperor, I believe it is time to consider renaming the demon race South Heavenly Court. What do you all think?" Upon hearing this, The assembly exchanged glances. Dijun replied, "As you are the heavenly emperor, it is only fitting that you take the lead." Kong Xuan regarded Dijun solemnly and nodded, saying, "Very well. I shall take the lead. I am aware of your grand ambitions, seeking to unite all clans of the wilderness under the banner of the demon race, gathering unparalleled fortune to dominate the heavens and earth, achieving the ultimate truth. However, this path is fraught with peril. Even should you continue down it, it may lead to a dead end. Now that my Feng clan is ascendant and I have succeeded to your position, a change must be made. I intend to abolish the title of the demon race. Will you acquiesce?" Upon hearing this, Dijun trembled slightly and managed a bitter smile, replying, "Naturally, I comply." The labor of countless eons, reduced to naught by a single word from Kong Xuan. It would be impossible for Dijun not to feel a pang of sorrow. Nevertheless, he remained true to his word, accepting the change. The demon race has always revered the strong, and having once been the demon emperor, he was no exception. Kong Xuan nodded. "Since that is the case, there shall no longer be a demon race. Only the heavenly court shall remain, and I will govern the myriad clans from this heavenly court, striving to harmonize them and prevent conflict that would disrupt the balance." Clearly, Kong Xuan's vision diverged from that of Dijun. While Dijun sought to conquer the heavens and earth, Kong Xuan, with his formidable strength, had already ascended above all beings. Even the saints looked upon him with trepidation. At this moment, Kong Xuan was indeed the true heavenly emperor, commanding the heavenly court, instilling fear in none. His authority and majesty were genuine. While he did not seek to dominate the realms, it appeared that the heavens and earth would naturally fall under his control in due time. Perhaps this was the essence of the supreme path of the heavenly emperor? Dijun, feeling a shift in his thoughts, was struck by a profound realization. He gazed at Kong Xuan, his eyes reflecting a newfound awe. Previously, his submission to Kong Xuan and willingness to relinquish the title of heavenly emperor stemmed from Kong Xuan's overwhelming strength, which he could not contest. Thus, he accepted his defeat. However, upon contemplating this new perspective, he found true astonishment. The idea of not seeking dominion over the heavens, yet still having them fall into one's grasp, was indeed remarkable. Dijun, fully convinced, suddenly rose and bowed to Kong Xuan, stating, "Heavenly Emperor, I have a word to share." "Speak," Kong Xuan replied. "May I inquire how the heavenly emperor intends to resolve the grievances and entanglements between our heavenly court and the witch race?" Dijun inquired. "Indeed," Kong Xuan acknowledged. "This matter is of utmost importance. The conflict between the witches and the demons is inherently tied to the current cataclysmic cycle, a trend established by Huang that cannot be altered. However, after I attained enlightenment, I devised multiple strategies and ultimately defeated Huang, thus altering this momentum. Henceforth, the conflict between the witches and demons will become impossible. Yet, the weight of their entanglements still exists and must be resolved. Recently, the heavenly path manifested, warning me to address the grievances between these two races." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the Sun Palace grew tense, with all eyes fixed upon Kong Xuan, eager to discern how he intended to mediate this situation. "There are two methods," Kong Xuan stated. "One involves imitating the method of cataclysm." The assembly exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unaware of what was meant by the method of imitating the cataclysm. Chapter 73. The Arrogance and Dominance of Kong Xuan imitating the method of calamity. It seems rather simple, encapsulated in a single word, kill. Kong Xuan nonchalantly cast his gaze over the four individuals, sending a shiver down their spines. Clearly, the killing Kong Xuan referred to meant the annihilation of them and the vast multitude of the witch and demon clans, continuing until all karmic ties were severed. At this moment, Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng were engulfed in terror. Although they had previously been blinded by calamity during their tribulations, they had contemplated the brutal nature of the competition for calamity. However, hearing Kong Xuan speak, combined with the dissipating effects of calamity, their minds cleared considerably. Now, reflecting on it, they were truly gripped by a profound fear. After all, according to Kong Xuan's words, this killing would not merely result in rivers of blood. It would turn the world upside down, leading to the ultimate demise of countless beings. What could possibly justify Kong Xuan's intervention if not the mass slaughter of the witch and demon clans? Moreover, it was evident from Kong Xuan's demeanor that they too were included in this impending slaughter. In a rush, Kuan Peng spoke, "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, There exists another method. Might I inquire what it is? Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Fu Shi all focused intently on Kong Xuan's explanation. The other method, Kong Xuan pondered briefly, is also quite straightforward. In ancient times, my mother, Yuan Feng, along with the progenitor of the Dragon Clan and the originator of the Qilin Clan, employed this very method. At this revelation, Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng were all taken aback, their understanding dawning upon them. It was indeed that method. Kong Xuan maintained a calm demeanor as he continued, and I intend to utilize this method as well. Upon hearing this, the four of them trembled once more. Emperor Jun was the first to stand, followed by Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng, who rose in unison. They bowed deeply to Kong Xuan, with Emperor Jun proclaiming, "Brother Dao, for this heavenly emperor, I am completely convinced. I pay my respects to the heavenly emperor. We salute the heavenly emperor." Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng echoed loudly. Kong Xuan shook his head, a smirk playing on his lips. "Do you think I intend to merge with the Dao like Hong Jun, bearing the weight of karmic repercussions for you? If that were the case, I would not need to assume the title of Heavenly Emperor. Such thoughts are utterly absent from my mind." Emperor Jun hastily remarked, "Brother Dao, you are the foremost Hanyuan Daoyuo golden immortal in the world, akin to Hong Jun Daozu, the first saint. Surely, you possess the means to resolve the karmic ties of the witch and demon clans and dissipate the calamity-s burdens." Kong Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Emperor Jun, you are quite perceptive. I admire that. You are correct. I refuse to sacrifice myself for your benefit, for that would be hypocrisy. There is no one in this world so selflessly altruistic. On the contrary, I am driven by my own interests. As you have witnessed, I have elevated my brother and uncle to positions of authority and placed other kin in high ranks to seize the fortune of heaven. All of this is possible due to my formidable strength as the Heavenly Emperor. Thus, how could I possibly forsake such a position?" Kong Xuan continued with a smile. "However, having taken on the burden of the demon clan, I must see it through to the end." Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng all breathed a sigh of relief, yet their attention remained riveted. Kong Xuan's expression grew increasingly grave, his gaze seemingly deepening as he spoke slowly. "My mother, Yuan Feng, bore the immense karmic burden for our clan, suppressing the eternal volcano for countless ages. Now, with my alliance with the Witch clan, we have allowed Hotu to transform into reincarnation, establishing the underworld, with my Feng clan comprising one of the 6 paths, thereby acquiring vast fortunes. It is through this return of fortune that my mother has finally emerged from the eternal volcano, dissolving past karmas and burdens on this very day." Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng listened in awe, their admiration palpable. To consider the indomitable Yuan Feng in ancient times, making such a monumental decision for the survival of her clan, what immense fortitude that must have required. To suppress the eternal volcano, shrouded from the light of day. Countless years must have slipped by unnoticed. Had it not been for the emergence of a Huan Yuan-proven son, Yuan Feng might have remained ensnared forever. Now, I aspire to emulate my mother, Yuan Feng, shouldering the karmic ties of both the demon and witch clans. Primarily, there are 2 motivations. One is to showcase my martial prowess, to demonstrate that even the calamity can be shattered at my will. Kong Xuan declared, "The karma and burdens of this calamity cannot hold sway over me. I shall obliterate them." The hearts of Emperor Jun and the others surged with shock as they regarded Kong Xuan, whose resolute gaze resembled a sword, piercing through all. He surveyed all things with disdain, entirely unperturbed by the calamity, exuding an aura of boundless dominance. The second reason is that while others may fear the karma of the calamity, I wish to experience it firsthand, using this karma as a means to temper myself, thus further enhancing my cultivation. Kong Xuan articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, the 4 were utterly astounded. The earlier declaration of showcasing martial strength had already left them speechless, and this new revelation rendered them completely in awe. After all, who would conceive of absorbing an entire calamity as karma into oneself to refine and advance their own cultivation? Kong Xuan's arrogance and dominance were on full display at that moment. "Well, I have conveyed all that I needed to. You may depart now." Kong Xuan dismissed the 4. They exchanged glances, bowed once more to Kong Xuan, and then exited the Sun Palace. However, just as they stepped out and closed the grand door, the inscription on the plaque transformed. The Sun Palace, once labeled as such, now bore the title of Lingxiao Palace. With the demise of the demon clan, Emperor Jun was no longer the demon emperor, and thus the Sun Palace was rightfully renamed Lingxiao Palace. Dao friend Emperor Jun. Dao friend Tai Yi. Dao friend Kuan Peng. I shall seek my sister from Yuhua in the heavenly realm, Fuxi declared. You may proceed as you wish, Emperor Jun. Tai Yi and Kuan Peng affirmed. In a flash, Fuxi transformed into a beam of light and soared beyond the 33 heavens. The remaining three. Kuan Peng looked at Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, opening his mouth to speak, yet momentarily at a loss for words. The magnitude of the shocks they had endured that day was simply overwhelming. There is no need for further words. I understand your intentions. From now on, in this heavenly realm, we shall be colleagues, and I hope you will assist me henceforth. Emperor Jun smiled. Kuan Peng nodded in agreement, replying, Your ability to gain and relinquish is truly remarkable. I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Emperor Jun replied. Kuan Peng turned and departed. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, they gazed at the grand entrance of Lingxiao Palace. Emperor Jun withdrew his gaze, suddenly exhaling deeply, and said to Tai Yi, I feel remarkably relieved now. Tai Yi was taken aback, looking up at the sky and then around, before responding with a smile. That is splendid news. Brother, it seems we have not returned to the Sun Star in quite some time. How about indeed? Emperor Jun nodded. Let us make a return. We can leave an incarnation here in the heavenly realm to manage matters. Thus, the two each created an incarnation to remain in the heavenly realm, and they transformed into beams of rainbow light, soaring towards the Sun Star. Chapter 74. Fortune, Karma, Karmic Debt, and Merit within the Lingxiao Hall. After the departure of the four, as the grand doors were closed, Kong Xuan remained seated upon the throne of the heavenly emperor. With his eyes shut, he appeared to be deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a shadow surged forth from his body, manifesting within the palace. This shadow was none other than his refined doppelganger, the blood-winged black mosquito. As the doppelganger emerged, Kong Xuan opened his eyes once more. Gazing at his avatar, he declared, I shall remain in the heavenly court to absorb the karma of the witch and demon tribes for cultivation. You shall return to the immortal volcano in my stead. Previously, he had mentioned that this scheme would elevate the fortunes of the Phoenix clan to unprecedented heights. Consequently, the Phoenix clan would be liberated from the karmic debts of the ancient calamity, allowing the imprisoned Yuan Feng beneath the immortal volcano to be freed. While Kong Xuan had tidied up the mess left by the Phoenix clan, he now inherited the troubles of the witch and demon tribes. Furthermore, he was intent on testing the karma of this calamity. Thus, as the new heavenly emperor, he aimed to refine himself through this karmic ordeal. It was an almost inconceivable notion that would astonish anyone who became aware of it. Yet, this was precisely the audacity of Kong Xuan. Prior to achieving enlightenment, he had to exercise caution, but now that he had attained it, he possessed a fearless heart. Not only was he unafraid of the trivial karmic debts, but he would not shy away from challenging the heavenly Tao itself. The blood-winged black mosquito, having received Kong Xuan's command, transformed into a shadow and vanished into the void. The Lingxiao Hall fell into a profound silence as Kong Xuan continued to adjust his state. After a considerable time, he suddenly exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. Fortune, karma, karmic debt, and merit. These four are the means of the heavenly Tao. Since this is the case, I shall earnestly experience what the means of the heavenly Tao truly entail and whether my humble frame as a Hunyuan Daoyuo golden immortal can withstand it, he mused. Suddenly, he gestured with his hands, weaving intricate and profound seals. In the unseen realms, the forces of fortune, karma, karmic debt, and merit began to be summoned forth. Among them, the fortune was that of the heavenly court and the Phoenix clan, which he now drew upon to augment his own being. The karma consisted of that from the witch tribe, the various races of the heavenly court, and even the past karma of the demon clan, all converging towards Kong Xuan. In addition, karmic debt and merit stood in stark contrast to one another. The heavenly Tao imposed karmic debt as punishment, while it bestowed merit as reward. The witch and demon tribes had accumulated immeasurable karmic debt during this calamity, all of which now converged upon Kong Xuan. However, with the presence of karmic debt also came merit. As the newly appointed heavenly emperor, merely occupying this position constituted a profound merit, thus attracting streams of merit toward him. As the forces of fortune, karma, karmic debt, and merit gathered around Kong Xuan, the entire Lingxiao Hall trembled violently, sending vibrations throughout the 33 heavens. Celestial phenomena manifested in the air above the hall, resembling the images of the witch, demon, and phoenix tribes, an embodiment of the fortunes and karma of the three clans. Dark torrents of energy surged forth, evoking a sense of dread, as though they would taint all they touched. This dark energy represented karmic debt, while in stark contrast, brilliant golden light radiated, symbolizing the merit bestowed. The immense accumulation of fortune, karma, karmic debt, and merit centered upon Kong Xuan, creating a spectacle that astounded all beings across the 33 heavens, including the mighty and the saints. Notably, Di Jun, Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and Kuan Peng found themselves astonished within the Lingxiao Hall. They had merely heard Kong Xuan express his intentions, but they were taken aback by his swift and decisive actions. However, this monumental commotion lasted but a fleeting moment. Suddenly, 5 beams of radiant light surged upward from the Lingxiao Hall, colored blue, red, yellow, white, and black, representing Kong Xuan's 5-color divine light. With a powerful sweep, the 5-colored light obliterated the celestial phenomena, consuming them entirely before vanishing. Within the Lingxiao Hall, Kong Xuan absorbed the gathered fortune, karma, karmic debt, and merit into his being, sealing them within. This extraordinary feat was beyond the capabilities of others. Only Kong Xuan, having attained enlightenment in both the laws and the inner world, could achieve such dual enlightenment, vastly expanding his cultivation and power. Particularly, his inner world had developed into a vast expanse, almost equivalent to 2 grand universes. Kong Xuan's primordial spirit, embodying the heavenly Tao of this inner world, could gradually absorb these 4 forces, enhancing his own essence. Indeed, the karma and karmic debt from the witch and demon calamity would not harm Kong Xuan's primordial spirit. Rather, they would serve to nourish and fortify it. Moreover, Kong Xuan possessed another advantage: the 9 transformations profound art. Even before his enlightenment, he had acquired this technique. However, at that time, he was already occupied with the dual paths of law and inner world enlightenment, making the pursuit of the 9 transformations profound art a daunting challenge. Despite his exceptional aptitude, he struggled to find adequate resources for faster enlightenment. Now, however, the colossal karmic forces he absorbed from the calamity perfectly aligned with his cultivation of the 9 transformations profound art, refining his physical body. Thunderous roars resonated from the Lingxiao Hall, enveloped in a dazzling 5-colored glow, with a silhouette vaguely discernible within. The tremendous sounds emanated from his relentless endeavor to refine the karma of the calamity, enhancing his cultivation and power while simultaneously pondering the profound truths behind fortune, karma, karmic debt, and merit. Chapter 75. Comprehending Karma, the Flourishing of Humanity. Having attained Kong Xuan's current echelon, conventional cultivation methods prove largely ineffectual. To further progress, extraordinary measures must be employed. For instance, Kong Xuan absorbs the entirety of a cosmic era's karma, bearing it alone. He can then assimilate this immeasurable karma, transmuting it into his own cultivation, and thereby gleaning profound insights. Within the hallowed halls of the Lingxiao Palace, Kong Xuan initially struggled to contain the karma of the cosmic era, even with his immense magical power and divine abilities, for it was exceedingly vast. However, with time and increasing familiarity, he gradually subdued it. He diligently absorbed and refined the karma, while simultaneously contemplating the intricate relationship between karma, fortune, merit, and sin. Although Kong Xuan's cultivation did not advance at an astonishing rate, he nevertheless reaped considerable benefits. Beneath the celestial mandate, karma, sin, merit, and fortune emerged. These 4 elements are, in essence, mutually convertible. However, the underlying principles are profoundly esoteric, eluding even Kong Xuan's complete comprehension. For such an endeavor would be considered blasphemous, and if successful, would render one indistinguishable from the heavenly Tao of the prehistoric world. What fear would then remain for karma or sin? Following Kong Xuan's absorption of all the karmic debt, the creatures of the demon, witch, and phoenix clans experienced a palpable sense of relief. In particular, those of formidable cultivation, such as Di Jun, Tai, Fu Shi, and Kuanping, distinctly felt their karmic burden diminish as it was being drawn away. Kong Xuan's formidable abilities once again astounded countless luminaries and sages. Within Mount Kunlun, the 3 pure ones exchanged glances, each sensing a chilling unease. This was truly terrifying. Despite their shared status as Grand Tao Golden Immortals, the disparity between them and Kong Xuan was immense. They were compelled to retreat during cosmic eras, lest they become tainted by excessive karma. Otherwise, even if they themselves remained untainted, their disciples, and the great sects they had established would suffer. It was inconceivable that Kong Xuan would voluntarily shoulder the karma of an entire cosmic era. The sheer magnitude of this karma could potentially crush a sage. Yet, Kong Xuan had endured it. What was Kong Xuan's objective? The three pure ones dared not contemplate it, nor could they fathom it. With a shake of his head, Lao Tzu remarked, "Let us refrain from concerning ourselves with Kong Xuan. We have now witnessed the true essence of a grand Tao golden immortal." Our teacher once stated that sages are of the grand Tao, but not all of the grand Tao are sages. Lao Tzu paused, then added with a wry smile, "I now believe that grand Tao golden immortals can become sages, but we sages are not truly grand Tao golden immortals. Our very foundation is flawed." Yuan Shi closed his eyes, then reopened them, stating with gravity, "Of the three methods of proving the Tao, only the path of laws is genuine. The other two are mere illusions. We have become false sages. Sages are not false, but our realms are." Tongtian's side. "Only the path of laws leads to true enlightenment. We now possess only the magical power of grand Tao golden immortals, devoid of true cultivation." Lao Tzu and Yuan Shi both nodded in agreement. "What course of action should we now pursue?" Tongtian inquired. Lao Tzu and Yuan Shi furrowed their brows deeply. Indeed, what course of action should they pursue? Too many events had transpired. Buddha had summoned the great Tao, incarnating as the cycle of reincarnation and attaining enlightenment. Subsequently, the Styx River had also attained enlightenment. Although Fengchanga had not attained enlightenment, she wielded power comparable to a grand Tao golden immortal by virtue of the netherworld cycle of reincarnation. The emergence of three grand Tao golden immortals in a single day was already astonishing, but it was merely the beginning. The true turning point arrived with Kong Xuan's appearance. His battle with Hong Jun was nothing short of earth-shattering. Most remarkably, Kong Xuan emerged victorious. Although it was later revealed that Kong Xuan had defeated only a manifestation of Hong Jun, it was still Hong Jun. Such was his heaven-defying power, despite their shared status as grand Tao golden immortals. The disparity between them and Kong Xuan was as vast as the chasm between them and cultivators below the grand Tao realm, leaving them in utter despair. Not to mention the coffin of suppressing heaven, which Kong Xuan had unveiled, capable of obliterating sages. However, it was the discussion of the three corpses method between Kong Xuan and Hong Jun during their battle that truly sent shivers down their spines. The three corpses method that Hong Jun had imparted to them was, in fact, flawed, incomplete, and riddled with traps. Countless luminaries had fallen victim to these traps, especially Lao Tzu, who had severed all three corpses, only to fail in the final step of merging them into one. He had been perplexed by this issue, but now he understood. It was not due to his inadequacy, but rather, it was a fate that awaited anyone who attempted it. The three pure ones were not alone in contemplating this matter. Jane and Zhuanti, the two Western sages of Mount Sumru, were also pondering it. In the Hua Palace beyond the 33rd heaven, Nuwa was also lost in thought. Luminaries throughout the heavens and earth were engaged in similar contemplation. The once revered and selfless Tao ancestor had suddenly transformed into a villain. How many had been ensnared by the three corpses method? Regardless, in the aftermath of Kong Xuan's absorption of an entire cosmic year's karma, everyone sensed a newfound clarity in the heavens and earth. The malevolent aura that had enveloped the world gradually dissipated. The implications of this were clear to all. The cosmic tribulation had passed. Kong Xuan had directly resolved the cosmic tribulation through his formidable means. Instantly, Kong Xuan's prestige in the prehistoric world soared. Countless races flocked to the heavenly court, seeking to join its ranks. The heavenly court's fortune flourished. Furthermore, the establishment of the cycle of reincarnation, overseen by Hutu, Styx River, and Fengchanga, gradually established order. The six paths of reincarnation ceaselessly turned, constantly receiving the souls of the deceased from the prehistoric world into the netherworld. After undergoing judgment in Fengchanga's underworld, they would be consigned to one of the six paths for reincarnation. Aside from the paths of the Witch and Phoenix clans, the Azura race, created by the Styx River, also claimed a path. This finally resolved a long-standing concern for the Styx River. The Azura race no longer had to fear extinction. Moreover, with the passage of time, the Azura race would continue to grow and prosper. Perhaps one day, the Azura race would become a great race like the Witch and Demon clans, potentially ushering in an era of prosperity. In addition to the Witch, Phoenix, and Azura paths, there were also the paths of hell, humanity, and all living beings. Those who entered the path of hell would be reborn as creatures of the netherworld. while those who entered the path of all living beings would be reborn as creatures of the prehistoric world. These two paths were unremarkable. However, the path of humanity, established by Kong Xuan, was the sole benefit bestowed upon the sages. The path of humanity corresponded to the human race, as the sages had established sects, particularly Lao Tzu, who had established the human sect and bound himself to the human race. The rise of the human race was now inevitable. Thus, with the flourishing of humanity, the fortunes of the human race surged, and naturally, the various saints could partake in the benefits. This was originally a boon bestowed by Kong Xuan to the saints, to prevent them from being overly ruthless. However, subsequent events unfolded in a manner that took Kong Xuan by surprise. Nonetheless, this was of little concern. The division of the 6 paths of reincarnation to humanity was also advantageous for him, and that sufficed. Furthermore, Kong Xuan could not bear to see the human race decline. Additionally, leveraging the resurgence of humanity, the new contest for fortune could be conducted among them, allowing Kong Xuan to orchestrate matters with greater ease. Rather than being entangled in the vast struggles reminiscent of the conflict between the witches and the liches, which had far-reaching implications. Ultimately, the prosperity of humanity also instilled a glimmer of hope within them, and Kong Xuan was indifferent to the prospect of humanity rising in strength. Chapter 76. The Witch Clan joins the Heavenly Court. Di Jiang becomes the Witch Emperor with a singular effort. Kong Xuan resolved the entanglements among the Witch, Demon, and Phoenix clans, dissipating the ominous aura and allowing the catastrophe to pass. The world underwent a profound transformation, and the mighty beings across the realms, the saints, and countless cultivators sensed the newfound clarity of heaven's secrets. Even the very essence of the air felt refreshingly pure. In that moment, everyone put aside their concerns and fervently dedicated themselves to cultivation. At this juncture, Kong Xuan's blood-winged black mosquito avatar returned to the undying volcano, where his mother, Yuan Feng, his aunt Huang Qing'er, and the great Peng awaited his arrival after returning from the 33 heavens. Even Feng Chang'e had a doppelganger present. At this moment, the family joyfully reunited. After escaping the undying volcano, Yuan Feng no longer harbored the ambitions of domination that characterized ancient times. Though the Phoenix clan no longer vied for supremacy over the heavens, the world could still be said to belong to them. With Kong Xuan as the celestial emperor and the Phoenix clan represented among the 6 paths of reincarnation, they were indeed rulers of the cosmos. Reflecting on the achievement she had once been unable to accomplish, now realized by her son, Yuan Feng's heart swelled with pride. Thus, her desire for conquest faded, replaced by a stronger focus on cultivation. In ancient times, she was a formidable figure among the mixed-element golden immortals, and after enduring long years trapped beneath the undying volcano, her cultivation had deepened significantly. Upon her liberation, she immediately ascended to the pinnacle of the mixed-element golden immortal realm, with only a thin veil separating her from attaining the mixed-element Deluo golden immortal status. Kong Xuan was teaching her the method of opening an inner world, and Yuan Feng's innate talent and comprehension were remarkable. In no time, she fully grasped the technique. Consequently, she established her own inner world, a realm of fire, replete with flowing lava and volcanoes, a near replica of the undying volcano. Remarkably, the inner world she created was a middle thousand world. With this inner world established, Yuan Feng's cultivation and power surged, her aura becoming increasingly formidable, distorting the surrounding void as if warped by searing heat. This method you possess is indeed profound, but if widely adopted, it would lead to a significant consumption of the world's spiritual energy, Yuan Feng remarked. Kong Xuan nodded in agreement, recognizing the issue at hand. He could directly absorb chaotic energy, thus the sustenance of the inner world posed no challenge for him. However, for others, it would be problematic. If the method of attaining an inner world were disseminated and practiced universally, the demand for spiritual energy would be immense, precipitating a depletion that could trigger cataclysmic events. Would Kong Xuan be able to resolve such crises each time, as he had now? Therefore, the method of inner world attainment must not be shared recklessly unless a solution to the excessive consumption of spiritual energy could be found. As time flowed by, several 100,000 years passed. The world flourished and prospered. Following Kong Xuan's reforms in the heavenly court, the demon clan dissipated, transforming back into the myriad tribes of antiquity. The present wilderness exuded a sense of freedom akin to myriad species competing under the frost-laden skies. One day, the long-closed gates of the Lingshao Palace swung open. heralding Kong Xuan's emergence. After hundreds of thousands of years of refinement, he had successfully distilled the entanglements of the witch and demon clans, greatly enhancing his cultivation. Moreover, through this process, his understanding of the heavenly Tao, fate, causality, merit, and karma had also progressed significantly, deepening his cultivation to an unfathomable extent. Akin to an abyss without a bottom, the heavenly Tao governs all beings through the means of fate, causality, merit, and karma. Fate is inherent to all beings, subject to the ebb and flow of fortune. Causality represents the interconnections among all entities. Merit serves as a reward from the heavenly Tao, while karma functions as its punitive measure. Kong Xuan's insights into these four elements illuminated the mysteries of the heavenly Tao's operation, making it impossible for him not to grow stronger. His own formidable strength and extraordinary innate talent enabled him to achieve such heights, which would be beyond the reach of any other. Upon his emergence, Kong Xuan swiftly issued a decree, summoning all for a court assembly. Not only were members of the heavenly court invited, but also the 11 ancestral witches and the river of Hades responded to Kong Xuan's call. Once again, the Lingxiao Palace served as the venue for this assembly, witnessing a significantly larger attendance than the previous gathering. Notable figures such as the Red Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai-yi, Shi Huang Fushi, Ming Huang Fengchanga, Ping Huang Dapeng, Long Huang Zhulong, and Qi Huang Qitian were present. The celestial master Kuanping, along with the 12 marshals of the heavenly court, Ji Ming, Ying Zhao, Bai Zhe, Fei Dan, Fei Lian, Shang Yang, Xi Tai, Qin Yuan, Jiao Ying, Gui Che, Bai Fong, and Chong Ming Niao, joined the ranks of numerous demon deities. Additionally, the 11 ancestral witches and the river of Hades, yet to join the heavenly court, entered the Lingxiao Palace. We pay our respects to the celestial emperor. The chorus of voices from the assembly resonated, and Kong Xuan nodded, inviting everyone to take their seats. His gaze then fell upon the 11 ancestral witches and the river of Hades. With a smile, he addressed Di Jiang, ancestral witch. Now that I preside over the heavenly court, would the witch clan be willing to join? Upon hearing this, Di Jiang exchanged glances with the other ancestral witches before stepping forward and responding with a smile. We are willing. Di Jiang bowed before the celestial emperor, and the other ancestral witches followed suit in agreement, having anticipated this development and already discussed it among themselves. Very well, then, Di Jiang. You shall be appointed as the witch emperor of my heavenly court, Kong Xuan declared with a hearty laugh, immediately bestowing upon Di Jiang the title of witch emperor. As soon as this decree was issued, the fortunes of the heavenly court surged. The fortunes of the witch clan, in a mysterious manner, merged into the heavenly court, subsequently redistributing a portion onto Di Jiang. Not only Di Jiang, but all the ancestral witches received titles from Kong Xuan, granting them oversight over various regions of the wilderness, akin to vassal lords of the heavenly court. For instance, the water ancestral witch Gong Gong was assigned to guard the northern lands, while the fire ancestral witch Zhu Rong was tasked with overseeing the southern territories. The metal ancestral witch Ru Shou was entrusted with the western lands, and the wood ancestral witch was charged with safeguarding the east. Additionally, the wind ancestral witch Tian Wu, the rain ancestral witch Xian Ming, the thunder ancestral witch Chong Liang, the lightning ancestral witch Shi Zi, and the weather ancestral witch Shi Baishe were responsible for overseeing the climate across the wilderness. Furthermore, Zhu Jiuyin was appointed as the god of time, wielding considerable authority. In an instant, the 11 ancestral witches were overjoyed, reveling in this newfound peace after enduring prolonged conflicts with the demon clan, finding contentment in their tranquil existence. While they were not opposed to joining the heavenly court, they were also reluctant to be positioned beneath their old adversaries, Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Kuanping. Otherwise, it is certain that discord and conflict will arise once again. Fortunately, Kong Xuan comprehends their sentiments, bestowing upon them positions that are by no means inferior to those of Di Jun and Tai Yi. Consequently, the 11 ancestral witches find themselves without any grounds for complaint. Chapter 77. The chaotic transformation array. Friend Mingi, your Azura tribe is renowned for its martial prowess, making them perfectly suited to join my heavenly court and establish a formidable Azura army. What say you? Kong Xuan inquired further of Mingi. The heavenly emperor has given his decree. How could Mingi dare to disobey? Mingi replied eagerly, unable to contain his excitement. Excellent, Kong Xuan exclaimed with delight. In that case, dear friend Mingi, you shall be appointed as the ghost emperor of my heavenly court. Initially, Kong Xuan had considered the title of Blood Emperor. but found it inappropriate. And the title of Killing Emperor was even less suitable. Thus, he settled on the title of Ghost Emperor. Mingyi had no objections and accepted the title joyfully. After bestowing the title upon Mingyi, the fortunes of the Blood Sea merged into the heavenly court, augmenting its power to an unprecedented scale, akin to boundless infinity. This was a clear testament to the prosperity of the heavenly court, and the faces of all present shone with joy. Meanwhile, Kong Xuan, seated upon the heavenly emperor's throne, pondered for a moment before speaking again. The purpose of gathering you all here is twofold. Firstly, to integrate the Wu tribe and the Azura tribe into my heavenly court, thereby quelling the strife across the realms and fostering peace and prosperity among the various races. Secondly, I possess two distinct methods for attaining enlightenment. The first is the path of law, a traditional method that involves comprehending the great Tao and mastering the laws to achieve the attainment of the primordial Tao fruit. The assembly nodded in understanding, their attentiveness heightened in anticipation of what Kong Xuan would say next. Indeed, he continued, the other method, which I have named the inner world path, involves creating a realm within oneself. As this inner world develops, one's magical power and cultivation shall rise correspondingly, ultimately leading to the achievement of primordial status. In the Lingxiao Palace, the expressions of the attendees turned fervently eager. I can impart this method, Kong Xuan announced. And excitement swept through the crowd, ready to cheer, only to be halted by his next words. But not at this moment. The atmosphere grew tense. Not at this moment? When then? The saying goes that there are myriad paths to enlightenment. Kong Xuan elaborated. Similarly, there are countless methods for attaining enlightenment, beyond enumeration. Han Jun once claimed that there were only 3 paths to enlightenment, a gross error indeed. Moreover, the method he imparted for severing the 3 corpses is laden with traps. Those who cultivate it will never truly attain enlightenment. My inner world path is different. I can vow with my own heart that there will be no concealments or ulterior motives involved. However, I must state this beforehand. While the methods of enlightenment are numerous, in essence, the path of law is the only authentic one. As for other paths, including my inner world path, they are not the genuine article. Therefore, if one were to attain enlightenment through the inner world path, the resulting primordial golden immortal would be a pseudo-primordial golden immortal, possessing magical power but lacking true cultivation. Do you understand? The crowd nodded in comprehension. Mingyi stepped forward and asked, might I inquire, Heavenly Emperor, about the distinctions between a sage and a primordial golden immortal? In the Zixio Palace, Hong Jun had stated that a sage is a primordial golden immortal, yet the reverse does not hold true. However, that does not seem to be the case, does it? I observe that the sages do not appear vastly different from myself. My magical power and cultivation should not be inferior to theirs. Kong Xuan chuckled and replied, to attain the status of a primordial golden immortal is exceedingly arduous. Grasping the laws is the sole path. As for other methods, they are mere alternatives. You, friend Hutu, and the other sages are fundamentally the same. Your primordial golden immortal status signifies that your magical power has reached a certain level, yet your cultivation remains incomplete. Therefore, Kong Xuan regarded Mingyi and shook his head, saying, in essence, you have not yet attained the Tao. Mingyi was momentarily rendered speechless. Kong Xuan continued, as I mentioned earlier, the 3 methods of enlightenment I have outlined. The path of law is the sole authentic method, while the severing of the 3 corpses is a trap laid by Hong Jun. The remaining method of merit-based enlightenment is the path taken by you, friend Mingyi, friend Hutu, and the other sages. Consequently, you possess magical power but lack true cultivation as primordial golden immortals. Your cultivation remains at the threshold of the sage realm. Only when you elevate your mastery of the laws will you genuinely attain enlightenment and become true primordial golden immortals. As for your query regarding the differences between sages and primordial golden immortals, the distinction lies in the fact that for you and friend Hutu, a sage's primordial spirit is entrusted to the Tao of heaven, permitting them to be immortal and indestructible. For me, however, a sage can also be subdued with a mere gesture. That is the difference. Mingyi smiled bitterly and bowed to Kong Xuan, saying, I have learned much. The other attendees in the Lingxiao Palace were equally astonished by Kong Xuan's clear elucidation. After a brief pause, Kong Xuan continued, now, let me explain why I cannot impart the inner world path at this moment. There is a reason for this. If my methods were to spread, and everyone began to cultivate by creating inner worlds, yet they were unable to directly refine the chaotic essence to nourish their inner worlds, they would inevitably deplete the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This depletion is precisely what sparks the calamities of the realms. The more rapidly the spiritual energy is consumed, the sooner these calamities will arrive. Therefore, should this method be disseminated, it would likely lead to an unending cycle of calamities. Such a significant consequence, even I cannot resolve. Hence this method cannot be shared immediately. The crowd came to a sudden understanding. Moments later, Emperor Jun stepped forward and asked, "Your Majesty, does your statement imply that you possess other means of resolution?" His inquiry captured the audience's attention, and they turned their gaze to Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan regarded Emperor Jun with a smile, nodding before shaking his head, saying, "It is not a matter of means, merely some thoughts. However, I do not intend to resolve this alone. I wish to gather the wisdom of all of you to achieve this together." Friends, Kong Xuan's gaze swept across each individual in the Lingxiao Palace. If the inner world path is disseminated, it will lead to a massive depletion of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, accelerating the onset of calamities. Therefore, if we are to share this method, we must first address the issue of spiritual energy consumption. Hence, I have summoned you all to collectively devise an array, one that can transform chaotic essence into innate spiritual energy, replenishing the heavens and earth. Imagine, once this array succeeds, it will allow everyone to freely cultivate the inner world path, and moreover, it will constitute a monumental act of merit, rivaling that of Nuwa creating humanity, the sages establishing their teachings, and Hutu's transformation of reincarnation. Thus, Kong Xuan surveyed the assembly, smiling as he inquired, "What are your thoughts?" In the Lingxiao Palace, everyone bowed deeply and proclaimed, "We shall follow the heavenly emperor." Ha ha! Kong Xuan laughed heartily, swiftly articulating his conception of this array. According to Kong Xuan's vision, the array designed to transform chaotic essence into innate spiritual energy was named the Chaotic Transformation Array. This array was not conjured from thin air, rather, it was derived from the foundational principles of the great array of the celestial bodies, subsequently deduced and developed. Chapter 78, Wanshou Mountain and Wuzhuang Temple. After sharing his thoughts with the assembly, Kong Xuan left a manifestation of his magical essence to assist in their calculations. Subsequently, his true form departed from the 33 heavens. Descending from the celestial realm, Kong Xuan transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors. Landing on the outskirts of a grand mountain at the junction of the eastern and western lands of the primordial era, before him stood a majestic mountain, a veritable paradise, towering and resplendent. The scenery upon the mountain was enchanting, exuding an ethereal aura. This mountain was named Wanshou Mountain. Its roots intertwined with the earth and connected to the spiritual veins of the four cardinal directions. Atop the mountain lay a temple, shrouded in layers of mist, appearing both elusive and profoundly mysterious. This temple was none other than Wuzhuang Temple, presided over by the renowned Xinyuanzi, who had previously caused a great uproar in the primordial world following the demise of Hanyun. Kong Xuan sought an audience with Xinyuanzi, hoping to collaborate on the intricate calculations of the Chaos Transformation Array, which would be far more efficient with Xinyuanzi's assistance. However, due to some enmity between Xinyuanzi and the Heavenly Court, as well as with Di Jun and others, Kong Xuan had refrained from inviting Xinyuanzi to his earlier gatherings, despite having invited the River of the Underworld and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Without waiting for Xinyuanzi to sense his presence, Kong Xuan ascended the mountain leisurely, climbing the steps until he arrived at the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple. Observing the grand doorway, he furrowed his brow, as if struck by inspiration. With a flourish of his sleeve, he conjured a pair of couplets, inscribed on either side of the entrance: "The abode of immortals, where longevity thrives. A dwelling that shares its years with the heavens." Pleased with the couplets, he nodded in satisfaction before gently knocking on the door. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged Taoist accompanied by two young acolytes, seemingly in haste. Upon noticing Kong Xuan, the Taoist promptly bowed, saying, "The heavenly emperor arrives, and I, a humble servant, have not come forth to greet you. I beg your pardon." This middle-aged Taoist was indeed Xinyuanzi, the master of Wuzhuang Temple. Kong Xuan discerned the unease within Xinyuanzi regarding his ascension to the role of heavenly emperor. This sentiment was understandable, as although Kong Xuan had abolished the notion of the demon race, the core of the matter remained unchanged. Kong Xuan had essentially inherited the tumultuous situation of the demon race and helped to stabilize it. For Xinyuanzi, the demon race represented his adversaries, particularly Kunpeng, who was his sworn enemy. Despite the vast disparity in their strengths, Kong Xuan could easily obliterate Xinyuanzi with a mere finger, Xuanyuanzi could not suppress his resentment. You are too courteous. Fellow Taoist, Kong Xuan responded with a smile. With a sigh, Xuanyuanzi suppressed his inner turmoil, recognizing that the situation was not entirely Kong Xuan's fault. It was merely a personal grudge between him and Kunpeng. Please, enter, Your Majesty, Xuanyuanzi invited, ushering Kong Xuan inside. Kong Xuan nodded and followed Xuanyuanzi into the inner sanctum of Wuzhuang Temple, where a spacious courtyard awaited them. In this courtyard stood a colossal tree, towering and lush, its branches and leaves sprawling like a miniature forest. A delightful fragrance wafted from the foliage, invigorating the senses. Kong Xuan instantly recognized this tree as the renowned ginseng fruit tree, Xuanyuanzi's cherished spiritual root, and a genuine specimen unlike the inferior ones later toppled by Sun Wukong. The tree was adorned with plump, enticing fruits resembling cherubic children, which emitted the sweet aroma that filled the air. Beneath the tree, a simple stone table and 2 stools were set, exuding a rustic charm. Xuanyuanzi invited Kong Xuan to sit, and the 2 young acolytes hurriedly prepared tea. You are indeed blessed, having such a spiritual root by your side, Kong Xuan remarked in admiration. Among the powerful beings, Xuanyuanzi was relatively affluent, second only to the river of the underworld. The river of the underworld boasted formidable treasures like the Yuan Tu sword, the Ubi sword, and the Xian Yuan water controlling banner, alongside the 12-grade fiery red lotus. Although the latter was eventually refined into a treasure, Xuanyuanzi, too, possessed significant assets, including the Earth Book and the ginseng fruit tree, solidifying his status. The Earth Book rendered Xuanyuanzi nearly invulnerable as long as he remained on solid ground. Even if a sage were to intervene, should Xuanyuanzi fight desperately, the consequences would be dire enough to trouble even a sage. Thus, the Earth Book served as Xuanyuanzi's foundation, complemented by the ginseng fruit tree, which bore fruit every 10,000 years, offering remarkable benefits. Xuanyuanzi cleverly utilized the fruits to foster connections with numerous powerful allies, expanding his network significantly. Your Majesty is too humble. Today, I wish to host you and share my ginseng fruit, Xuanyuanzi declared, suddenly waving his sleeve. A golden light shot forth, revealing a golden mallet, which he gently struck against the ginseng fruit tree. Instantly, a handful of fruits fell gracefully onto the stone table. Xuanyuanzi gathered 6 fruits in total, 3 for Kong Xuan and 3 for himself. Please, Your Majesty, Xuanyuanzi urged. Kong Xuan smiled, accepted a ginseng fruit, and savored its exquisite sweetness. A truly delightful fruit, he praised, gradually finishing it. Xuanyuanzi, you need only call me fellow Taoist. Addressing me as Heavenly Emperor feels too distant. Xuanyuanzi nodded in acknowledgement. Kong Xuan continued. I am aware of your sentiments regarding the incident with Hong Yun, particularly your vow to slay Kunpeng. You need not harbor any grievances against me. Your enmity with Kunpeng is a personal matter, and should the opportunity arise, you may settle your score with him. At these words, Xuanyuanzi's eyes widened in astonishment. Momentarily at a loss for words, Kong Xuan chuckled, surprised. Are we? I am quite familiar with the events surrounding Hong Yun. Upon leaving Wanshou Mountain, his first trial was indeed Kunpeng, though Kunpeng failed to claim his life, merely damaging his virtuous corpse. Afterward, Hong Yun continued his escape, only to become ensnared in the Hongmeng Heluo array. Is it Di Jun and Tai Yi? Xuanyuanzi gasped, a fierce glint of vengeance igniting in his eyes. Kong Xuan nodded, then shook his head. Do not rush. Although Hong Yun faced calamity, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. This tribulation is indeed his trial, yet it also presents him with a unique opportunity. Kong Xuan remarked, You must understand that at the Purple Cloud Palace, Hong Yun bestowed the sacred position upon Zhuan Ti. This marks the very origin of all things. Chapter 79. On the path with Zhuan Yuanzi had long understood this matter and nodded in acknowledgement. Kong Xuan continued. Hong Yun yielded his position to Zhuan Ti, yet Zhuan Ti was still discontent and coveted the place of Kunpeng. Ultimately, he indeed succeeded, resulting in Hong Yun's downfall and Kunpeng losing his seat, while it was the latecomer Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti who ascended to the position. He asked, What do you think of the magnitude of this cause and effect? Zhen Yuanzi could not help but smile ruefully. The significance of this saintly position's cause and effect was evident without further contemplation. The entanglement of Hong Yun with this saintly position was the root of his demise, and Kunpeng's resentment towards him was, in fact, quite justified. Kong Xuan remarked, Of course, as an outsider, I merely state the facts from my perspective. How you reckon with it is your affair. I am here simply to analyze with you. Please, speak freely, Jin Yuanzi replied. Kong Xuan nodded and said, earlier, I mentioned that Hong Yun fell into the Hunyuan Hulua Great Array, which you might have already surmised. The Hulua refers to the He Tu and Luo Shu, an array set by Di Jun and Tai Yi. When Hong Yun fell into this array, he self-destructed his physical form to escape, leaving only his primordial spirit. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi's hatred for Di Jun and Tai Yi suddenly surpassed that for Kunpeng. After all, one could argue that Kunpeng's misfortune stemmed from Hong Yun's yielding of his position, but Di Jun and Tai Yi had no previous grievances with Hong Yun. Their involvement in the ambush against him, leading to the self-destruction of his physical form, was unforgivable. What then remained of Hong Yun's primordial spirit? Kong Xuan disclosed without reservation that Hong Yun's primordial spirit had drifted into the blood sea of the underworld, where it was struck by the river of the underworld, leading to its complete shattering. This revelation prompted Jin Yuanzi to unleash a roar of anguish. So that is how Hong Yun perished. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face until he regained his composure. A bittersweet smile adorned his features. Though he now recognized his enemies, despair enveloped him even more. Each adversary appeared increasingly formidable, leaving him pondering how he could possibly avenge Hong Yun. At this point, Kong Xuan, feeling parched, picked up a ginseng fruit and savored it. After finishing the fruit, he said, well, there is no need to dwell on this. If you seek vengeance for Hong Yun, hope is indeed futile. Among the four, Kunpeng, Di Jun, Tai Yi, and the river of the underworld, save for Kunpeng, you stand no chance against any of them. Kong Xuan added, even if Kunpeng cannot defeat you, he can still escape. As long as it is not on the vast expanse of the primordial land, you will not be able to confront him. Jin Yuanzi, nearly at his breaking point, blurted out, then why do you share this with me? For no particular reason. Kong Xuan replied, I merely wish to inform you. Additionally, I intend to propose a transaction. What transaction? Jin Yuanzi inquired. I can facilitate your opportunity to slay Kunpeng. Kong Xuan stated nonchalantly, but in return, you must assist me in devising a formation. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi was taken aback, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, what formation? Kong Xuan elaborated on his plan to devise the chaotic transformation array. If successful, this will yield immense merit. If you ascend as the heavenly emperor, it would be a blessing for all beings. Jin Yuanzi praised, indeed, but the sorrow of Hong Yun's demise still weighs heavily on my heart. The significance of the chaotic transformation array seemed to pale in comparison. Kong Xuan, somewhat resigned, shook his head and said, let me just share one final insight. Hong Yun has fallen, yet it was a death in accordance with destiny, which also heralds a rebirth. Hong Yun was the first cloud in the universe to gain sentient wisdom. The ebb and flow of clouds is the essence of the Tao. Although Hong Yun's primordial spirit was shattered by the river of the underworld, it did not perish entirely. Instead, it sank into the blood sea. Subsequently, as the Earth Mother manifested the cycle of reincarnation, Hong Yun awaited his opportunity. His fragmented primordial spirit had entered the cycle of reincarnation and would eventually reunite. As Kong Xuan spoke these words, Jin Yuanzi became increasingly agitated. Is this truly the case? He pressed, locking his gaze onto Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan nodded with a smile, affirming, indeed. Then, my friend Jin Yuanzi, can we finalize our transaction? Gradually regaining his composure, Jin Yuanzi replied, yes, of course. With your clarity on the matter and such enlightening news, how could I not reciprocate? Then it is settled, Kong Xuan affirmed with a nod. Furthermore, I shall fulfill my promise to you regarding Kunpeng. Rest assured, I will ensure this happens, but not at this moment. You must wait until the time is right to take action. I would never defy your wishes, Jin Yuanzi assured him. Good, Kong Xuan contemplated further. If the chaotic transformation array can be successfully devised, it will not only yield great merit, but also pave the way for further blessings. My friend Jin Yuanzi, Kong Xuan continued, consider the Western lands. In ancient times, the spiritual veins were devastated by the demon ancestor Luo Hu, leaving behind mere remnants. Although Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti possess great determination, they have only managed to gather some spiritual veins around Mount Sumeru to revive the West. It is essential to reconstruct the spiritual veins there. This is a significant merit for you, and you may wish to explore this endeavor. Jin Yuanzi nodded vigorously. Thank you for your guidance. If the Western spiritual veins can indeed be restored, it would be a monumental achievement. Not only the Western spiritual veins, Kong Xuan added. If you have the opportunity, you might also consider visiting the Immortal Fire Mountain. The Immortal Fire Mountain? Jin Yuanzi asked, slightly puzzled. Long ago, my mother. The phoenix of primordial times suppressed the immortal fire mountain to repay karmic debts, Kong Xuan explained. This mountain could erupt at any moment. If it could be permanently resolved, it would surely be another act of merit. Jin Yuanzi pondered for a moment and replied, What you say is indeed wise. If time permits, I shall make a trip to the immortal fire mountain. Then I shall leave this to you, Kong Xuan said, consuming the remaining ginseng fruit. Jin Yuanzi was about to reach for more when Kong Xuan interjected, No more for now. Let us discuss the Tao a bit longer before I take my leave. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi's face broke into a smile as he nodded in agreement. Kong Xuan grinned, and behind him, a resplendent array of five-colored auspicious clouds materialized. Upon these clouds bloomed 3 five-colored lotus flowers, their radiance obscure yet captivating. The ethereal glow of the 5 colors cascaded, accompanied by profound and mysterious sounds of the Tao. Although Kong Xuan's teachings did not exhibit the grandeur of a saint's discourse with its myriad manifestations, it possessed a more ancient and natural essence that compelled the heart to quiet and listen attentively. Jin Yuanzi, too, felt a tremor within him as auspicious clouds formed behind him. As a manifestation of the essence of earth, his clouds were a rich yellow, adorned with 3 swaying flowers. Upon closer inspection, each flower was of the 9th rank. In addition to the 3 flowers, a tome rested upon his clouds, his innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, formed from the primordial membrane of the earth. The reason for Kong Xuan's visit was to solicit assistance in deciphering the grand formation of chaos transformation. This was prompted by the earthly manuscript, which is a manifestation of the Earth's embryonic membrane. The chaos transformation formation that Kong Xuan aimed to unravel essentially seeks to emulate the functions of the celestial and terrestrial membranes. While it is true that the earthly membrane differs from the celestial one, they share similarities and commonalities, which is why Kong Xuan sought his counsel. In a fleeting moment, the two engaged in a profound discourse. Although their words were unspoken, a unique resonance of Tao emerged, permeating the air with waves of universal principles and mutual exchange. Such a discussion proved to be more direct and illuminating. Jin Yuanzi, possessing profound cultivation at the late stage of quasi-saint, is undeniably powerful, capable of contending even with a fully realized quasi-saint. However, standing before him was Kong Xuan, rendering Jin Yuanzi's current understanding rather insufficient in comparison. Thus, in this dialogue with Kong Xuan, he found himself at a significant advantage, reaping immense rewards from the experience. Chapter 80. The chaotic demon god's physical body and room for progress within the confines of Huang Temple on Mount Wanshou. Kong Xuan and Jin Yuanzi engaged in philosophical discourse that spanned a millennium, each deriving profound insights. My friend, your understanding of the earthly Tao is indeed profound. The essence of the earth transcends the 4 symbols and the 5 elements. Yet the principles of these elements are encompassed within it, vast and all-encompassing, embracing all existence. Kong Xuan extolled. This lengthy exchange allowed him to grasp the depths of Jin Yuanzi's earthly Tao. Jin Yuanzi's earthly Tao was not defined by the 4 symbols nor the 5 elements. Rather, it was simply the earth itself, a repository of innumerable truths. Observing his Tao was akin to witnessing a primordial landscape unfold before one's eyes, majestic, boundless, and nurturing of all living beings. This primordial land is one of the realms of the 3 realms of chaos, and through your Tao, you could indeed be deemed the progenitor of earth immortals. Kong Xuan remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. In his view, any great path or method within this realm could trace its lineage back to Jin Yuanzi, solidifying his status as the true ancestor of earth immortals. What of Kong Xuan's own stature? As the celestial emperor, his every word resonated with the heavenly Tao. A thunderous sound echoed, signifying the heavenly Tao's acknowledgement of the title Kong Xuan conferred upon Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of earth immortals. Jin Yuanzi, initially poised to speak, was momentarily taken aback, revealing a wry smile as he addressed Kong Xuan. My friend, your bestowed title is rather excessive. Who will dare to acknowledge me now? This has brought upon me considerable trouble. Kong Xuan chuckled, shaking his head. What trouble could this possibly bring? With your cultivation and mastery of the earthly scriptures, who would dare to oppose you as the ancestor of earth immortals? Furthermore, should you accompany me now and successfully devise that grand array, your merits shall be beyond question. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi nodded in agreement. I shall make haste. Very well, I shall take my leave, Kong Xuan replied, nodding in farewell. Zhen Yuanzi escorted him to the temple gates, watching as Kong Xuan transformed into a radiant five-colored light, departing into the distance. With a sigh, he turned to behold the couplets flanking the temple door, the abode of immortals, where one achieves eternal life, a household that shares longevity with the heavens. Zhen Yuanzi paused, contemplating the title bestowed upon him by Kong Xuan, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. The Celestial Emperor is quite an interesting character, he mused, deciding against erasing the couplets. For one, they were penned by Kong Xuan, and to erase them would be to disregard his grace. Moreover, Zhen Yuanzi found the couplets quite appealing. As for the title of Ancestor of Earth Immortals, he reflected that it was not a burden too great to bear. It is merely a title. Can I not withstand it? After a time, Zhen Yuanzi instructed two young acolytes to watch over the temple before setting forth to the 33 heavens. Kong Xuan is unlike the Emperor Jun. His actions as the Celestial Emperor are acts of great merit, benefiting all beings, unlike Emperor Jun, who is solely focused on striving for supremacy and engaging in endless strife with the Witch clan, which only invites boundless karma. Were it not for Kong Xuan's intervention in alleviating the karmic burdens of both clans, they might have faced utter annihilation. Zhen Yuanzi mused as he soared towards the 33 heavens, harboring profound respect for Kong Xuan. Simultaneously, Zhen Yuanzi momentarily quelled the animosity he felt towards Emperor Jun, Tai, and Kunping. The matters at hand were of utmost importance, and Kong Xuan had assured him that he would eventually grant him the opportunity to confront Kunping. With this agreement in place, Zhen Yuanzi resolved to uphold his end. As for Emperor Jun, Tai, and the River of the Underworld, he would approach these matters with caution. Zhen Yuanzi felt a sense of helplessness, though he had unraveled the complexities of the situation and identified his adversaries. None of them were easily dealt with. He pondered the current incarnation of Huang, uncertain of its whereabouts. When he inquired with Kong Xuan, he was met with vague reassurances about future opportunities. With a sigh, Zhen Yuanzi reminisced about the carefree days spent with Huang in Wuzhuang Temple, savoring ginseng fruits, now feeling the weight of solitude. Yet, with newfound hope, Zhen Yuanzi pushed aside his melancholy and ascended directly to the 33 heavens. Kong Xuan's magical embodiment guided him to the Lingxiao Palace, where he encountered a gathering of his four formidable adversaries, Emperor Jun, Tai, Kunping, and the River of the Underworld. Zhen Yuanzi suppressed a grunt but remained composed. Under Kong Xuan's arrangement, he dedicated himself to collaborating with the others in the intricate calculations of the chaotic transformation array. Meanwhile, Kong Xuan, having departed from Mount Wanshou, first ventured into the netherworld. He observed the orderly management of the underworld, the 18 layers of hell, and the 6 paths of reincarnation, all meticulously overseen by Feng Chang'e, the River of the Underworld, and Hutu. Thus, Kong Xuan engaged in philosophical discussions with the trio for an additional 2,000 years. At this juncture, one might wonder why the River of the Underworld was present in the 33 heavens, while Kong Xuan conversed with 3 individuals. This might seem peculiar to others, but not for the River of the Underworld. After refining the Sea of Blood, the River of the Underworld became immortal as long as the Sea of Blood persisted, resulting in countless avatars. The entity present in the 33 heavens was indeed the River of the Underworld's true form, yet within the Sea of Blood, numerous avatars existed. In truth, the distinction between the River of the Underworld's true form and its avatars had diminished significantly. Kong Xuan's discussions in the netherworld were therefore naturally accompanied by the presence of the River of the Underworld. This exchange yielded further insights for Kong Xuan. For instance, Feng Chang'e, who had originally specialized in the Fire Tao, had not altered this focus. However, with his ascension to the position of the Emperor of the Underworld and his engagement with the 6 paths of reincarnation, his path had now intertwined with the Tao of reincarnation, infusing his Fire Tao with an air of the uncanny. The River of the Underworld and Hutu experienced similar transformations. Kong Xuan's discoveries predominantly revolved around the Tao of reincarnation. His cultivation had reached an unfathomable depth, and the path to further advancement posed significant challenges. Nevertheless, Kong Xuan possessed strategies, such as previously alleviating the karmic consequences of calamities, allowing him to glimpse the heavenly Tao and comprehend its mysteries. Currently, he engaged in dialogues with various individuals, drawing upon their strengths and assimilating diverse paths into his own, thereby facilitating the continuous growth of his Tao. The path is limitless, an eternal journey without end. Kong Xuan's resolve in his quest for enlightenment remained unwavering. Even though his power had reached a level where few could rival him in the expansive wilderness, he did not relent, maintaining his pursuit of understanding and cultivation. In Kong Xuan's perspective, achieving the status of a Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal was merely the inception of the path. Consider the chaotic demon gods, born from the primordial void, who immediately grasped the great Tao upon their emergence. Each chaotic demon god is essentially born of the cultivation level of a Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal, possessing the ability to freely absorb and expel the essence of chaos for their training, rendering them far superior to his current state. This reveals the disparity and indicates the potential for personal growth. Without delving into other matters, his physique has yet to attain the formidable strength of the Chaos Demon God. If one could navigate through the chaos solely through physical prowess, freely absorbing the essence of chaos without sustaining any harm, that would indeed be remarkable. Chapter 81. The Mysterious Tortoise of the Northern Sea. This was merely the nascent form of the chaotic demon god. Those that had matured into their full power were far more terrifying. Take, for instance, the previously mentioned spatial demon god, Yang Mei. How formidable was he? Even after his reincarnation and recultivation into a primordial golden immortal, he could not be compared to the saintly Hong Jun. Had Yang Mei possessed a more ruthless disposition at that time, perhaps Hong Jun, the Tao ancestor, would have met his end. As for the legends within the chaos, even countless demon gods looked up to the highest peak, the offspring of the great Tao, Pangu. His realm of half-step great Tao was something that dared not even be imagined. After spending a millennium in the underworld, grasping the principles of reincarnation, Kong Xuan departed once more, this time setting his sights on the Northern Sea. In the Northern Sea resides a colossal tortoise. Kong Xuan's aim was to seek it out. Originally, the culmination of the war of the witches and demons led to the annihilation of both races. What was most astonishing was that, at the last moment, Gong Gong managed to shatter Mount Buzhou. The collapse of Mount Buzhou created a rift in the heavens and the earth, which Niuhua attempted to mend. However, merely repairing the heavens was insufficient. With Mount Buzhou shattered, something needed to be found to support the cosmos anew. Thus, the mysterious tortoise of the Northern Sea, which had existed since the dawn of creation, became the pillar of the heavens. The saints ultimately slew it, severing its 4 limbs to uphold the 4 cardinal points, thus concluding the original calamity of the witches and demons. Yet now, with Kong Xuan having quelled the turmoil, the Northern Sea tortoise no longer faced the threat of being slaughtered. Though it was spared, Kong Xuan still sought it out, having effectively saved its life. Kong Xuan hovered above the Northern Sea for a while, then suddenly smiled faintly. In an instant, he vanished into the depths of the ocean. Upon arriving in the abyss, he discovered a vast barrier. Within this barrier, a realm akin to another world unfolded, resembling a sea teeming with myriad life forms. However, Kong Xuan had already discerned through his divine sense that this barrier was created by the Northern Sea tortoise. At that moment, the tortoise lay in slumber within the barrier, generating a massive protective field around itself. Any beings that came into contact with this barrier would be drawn inside, unable to escape, a fate akin to that of the beings ensnared by the laurel tree on the Moonstar. For now, those creatures lived peacefully, but once the tortoise awakened, they would become its sustenance. Kong Xuan did not enter the barrier. Instead, he meticulously observed the Northern Sea tortoise with his divine sense. Suddenly, a radiant 5-colored light erupted behind him. Without needing to breach the barrier, Kong Xuan simply swept the 5-colored light towards it, capturing both the barrier and the tortoise within its embrace. Upon being drawn into the 5-colored light, the slumbering tortoise finally awoke, and upon realizing it had been captured, it erupted in fury, attempting to break free from Kong Xuan's grasp. However, it was evident that Kong Xuan's 5-colored light was immensely powerful. Despite the Northern Sea tortoise's formidable strength, it lacked the wisdom and cultivation necessary to overcome Kong Xuan's might. With ease, Kong Xuan expelled the creatures from the barrier, releasing them back into the Northern Sea. Then, in a flash, Kong Xuan exited the Northern Sea, traversing into the chaos. 5 elements, great ceiling. Upon entering the chaos, Kong Xuan called out. The 5-colored light behind him surged forth, enveloping the Northern Sea tortoise and transforming into a colossal mountain of the 5 elements. Pressing down upon the tortoise, though it struggled mightily, it could not escape the weight of the mountain. In that moment, the 5-element mountain radiated a brilliant light, merging into the tortoise's very being. Instantly, The tortoise was rendered incapable of further struggle, completely sealed away. This was the five elements' great sealing, an art that utilized the power of the five elements to enact the path of sealing, thus imprisoning the northern sea tortoise. Kong Xuan examined the tortoise and nodded in satisfaction, finding it in line with his expectations. The tortoise's physical form appeared to be comparable to that of a newly birthed chaotic demon god. Indeed, it might have originated from the chaos itself. Yet, it was not a chaotic demon god, but rather a chaotic creature of formidable ferocity. Kong Xuan diligently studied the tortoise. What captivated him the most was its shell, which was extraordinarily hard, hinting at its incredible defensive capabilities. If removed, this shell could be fashioned into a powerful defensive treasure, perhaps akin to the half of Mount Buzhou that Yuan Shi had transformed into the Pantheon seal, potentially achieving the status of a postnatal supreme treasure. However, Kong Xuan's primary objective lay in investigating the tortoise's flesh and the intricate structure of its body. He was eager to uncover how such strength had manifested within it. If this tortoise truly was a life form birthed from chaos, its significance would be monumental. In any case, studying the tortoise's physical form would greatly benefit Kong Xuan. Though he had made some progress in cultivating Pangu's 9 transformations mystic art, it was not without its challenges. Now, with the northern sea tortoise in his possession, examining its bodily structure alongside the 9 transformations mystic art might yield fruitful results. In the chaos, Kong Xuan spent several hundred years meticulously researching the tortoise's anatomy, thoroughly understanding every aspect of its structure. Only then did he feel a profound sense of satisfaction, although he ultimately refrained from prying off the tortoise's shell, deeming it too cruel. Kong Xuan contemplated his next move and decided against releasing the tortoise. Instead, he would incorporate it into his inner world, intending to utilize future merits to dispel its malevolent energy, thereby restoring its clarity of mind. In doing so, he hoped to gain a formidable ally for his celestial court. After all, the tortoise's physical prowess, while perhaps not on par with a chaotic demon god, was certainly very close. Such a formidable body, once imbued with wisdom and refined through cultivation, could potentially fulfill the aspirations of the 11 ancestral witches, allowing the tortoise to achieve what they sought. As for merits, that was a different matter altogether. Having been away from the heavenly court for so long, it was time for Kong Xuan to expedite his successful calculations. With a thought, he reached out to his long-neglected magical avatar. Indeed, with the assistance of Zhen Yuanzi, the research on the chaotic transformation spirit array had come to a near conclusion. With this news, Kong Xuan felt a surge of joy. In an instant, he vanished from the chaos. Chapter 82. Inner Chaos in the 33rd Day. The true form of Kong Xuan returned, reclaiming his magical doppelganger. Within the Lingxiao Palace, Kong Xuan meticulously reviewed the chaotic transformation array that had been collectively devised by the assembly. Unlike the previous Zhoutian star array, this chaotic transformation array utilized actual celestial bodies as its foundation. When activated, the entire cosmos and all its stars would coalesce into a grand formation. This array would function like a grinding wheel, incessantly pulverizing and decomposing the absorbed chaotic essence, thereby transforming it into primordial spiritual energy. This grand design epitomized the collective wisdom of all the powerful beings in the heavenly court, including Kong Xuan, and with the assistance of Zhen Yuanzi, it was ultimately brought into existence. Yet, whether it would succeed remained to be seen, as Kong Xuan remarked to the assembly. He then commanded everyone to commence the crafting of the necessary items for the array. In simpler terms, this entailed the creation of a new set of star banners. The previous star banners were not unusable, but they had been designed for the Zhoutian star array, which was primarily an offensive formation for repelling adversaries. Although Kong Xuan's current strength rendered the Zhoutian star array unnecessary, it remained a foundational defense for the heavenly court and thus must be preserved. Consequently, a new set of star banners was to be forged for the chaotic transformation array. This task, while not particularly arduous, would demand a significant amount of resources. After another millennium of collaborative effort, the star banners were finally completed. Kong Xuan then led the assembly into the vast expanse of the starry sky. The wilderness of the cosmos was awe-inspiring. Amidst it, colossal stars soared past, some even overhead. This realm presented a magnificent spectacle. The starry sky was the closest proximity to inner chaos, with portions of it indeed comprising the very essence of chaos itself. The reason for this lay in the celestial membranes of the universe, which, while capable of obstructing and absorbing chaotic essence to convert it into primordial spiritual energy, could not fully contain it. Some chaotic essence inevitably seeped through, entering the primordial realm. Over time, this influx of chaos coalesced into inner chaos, which was not insignificant in scale. If allowed to accumulate for an extended period, it could one day threaten the primordial cosmos. However, such a scenario was far off, and previously, the assembly had not regarded it with concern. Now, they felt even less trepidation. For once the chaotic transformation array was successful, it would continuously devour the inner chaos until it was entirely transformed. As Kong Xuan and the heavenly assembly gazed upon the inner chaos, he mused aloud. If we can fully transform the inner chaos, we may need to advance further and devise another grand array to bolster the celestial membranes, enabling them to more efficiently refine the chaotic essence. Kong Xuan's vivid vision inspired the assembly to imagine the possibilities. After all, this aspiration was not merely a distant dream. It was genuinely attainable. Transforming the inner chaos and then proceeding to transmute the external chaos? Was this not an endeavor to absorb the external chaos and expand the primordial realm? The merit of such an achievement would be monumental. It was essential to recognize that consuming inner chaos was a mere trifle, but consuming external chaos bore profound implications, akin to expanding the territories of the primordial realm. This was a continuation of the unfinished legacy of the great Pangu. Dijun could not help but glance at Kong Xuan's back, silently acknowledging, this individual possesses an immense vision, far surpassing my own. While I contemplate vying for supremacy over the cosmos, seeking to subdue powerful beings through strength, his gaze is fixed entirely on the expansion of the primordial realm. The primordial world was already vast. Further expansion. The more Dijun pondered, the greater his astonishment grew, and he found himself genuinely admiring Kong Xuan. Indeed, in terms of vision and ambition, Kong Xuan clearly eclipsed him. Gather the banners and ascend to each star. When I give the command, raise the banners to invoke the stars and establish the chaotic transformation array, Kong Xuan instructed. In an instant, the former demon gods and mighty beings sprang into action, each heeding his call. Reflecting further, Kong Xuan added, before proceeding, we must also disperse the powerful beings cultivating within the inner chaos. The chaotic essence that had seeped into the primordial realm was significantly milder than that of the external chaos, prompting several powerful beings to take advantage of it. They had entered the inner chaos specifically to refine their magical prowess, divine abilities, and physical forms with this essence. Now, as Kong Xuan prepared to set up the chaotic transformation array, he needed to inform these powerful beings. Whether they chose to leave or remain would be their decision. Regardless, the inner chaos would undoubtedly be gradually transformed, and these beings would have no choice but to accept their fate without a place to cultivate. Thus, Kong Xuan did not dispatch anyone, but instead projected his consciousness forcefully into the inner chaos. Indeed, within this realm, many powerful beings were concealed, utilizing the chaotic essence for their cultivation. Kong Xuan's consciousness informed them of his intentions to establish the array and transform the chaotic essence into primordial spiritual energy. Given that this message came directly from Kong Xuan, the powerful beings had no reason to doubt its authenticity. A wave of astonishment rippled through them. Some contemplated venturing deeper into the inner chaos, reasoning that even if the chaotic transformation array could gradually transmute the inner chaos, it would take time. Thus, hiding deeper within the chaos would allow them to continue their refinement for a while longer. Meanwhile, a greater number of powerful beings emerged from the inner chaos, gathering nearby to observe the bustling activities of the heavenly assembly. Clearly, they were eager to witness the spectacle. As these beings discussed amongst themselves, some even summoned their companions. Soon, word spread, and all powerful beings became aware that Kong Xuan was leading the heavenly assembly to undertake this monumental task. The sages also learned of it. Transforming inner chaos into primordial spiritual energy, were they truly attempting to convert the Zhou Tian star array into the chaotic transformation array? In Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. If successful, this would indeed be a significant merit. Laozi stroked his white beard and remarked. Yuan Shi furrowed his brow, observing the bustling heavenly assembly amidst the stars, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tong Tian expressed some regret. They didn't even come to consult me about this array. Surely, I understand formations better than they do. Tong Tian felt indignant. However, It was true that in the realm of formations within the primordial world, Tongtian's lineage was unparalleled. Yet, Kong Xuan had not summoned him, as the heavenly assembly was adequately equipped to manage such a grand array. At most, they would call upon Xinyuanzi, who was familiar with the celestial membranes. As for Tongtian, while he could be of assistance, the merit of transforming the inner chaos was not something that needed to be shared. In the west, atop Mount Shumi, Jane and Zhuanti exchanged knowing glances. Zhuanti inquired, "Brother, do you think the chaotic transformation array, which converts chaotic essence into primordial spiritual energy, will be beneficial for us in the west?" Jane pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed, it will be beneficial. However, it cannot fundamentally alter our situation, for our spiritual veins have been destroyed. To seek revival, it seems one must recreate the pathways of spiritual energy." Xinyuanzi. Jian Ying gazed at the starry sky, his eyes subtly glimmering as he stood beside Kong Xuan, observing Xinyuanzi. Chapter 83. The formation of the Great Array and the descent of meritorious virtue. It occurred to Jian that Xinyuanzi possessed the Earth Book, and if the spiritual veins of the West were to be restored, it would likely require Xinyuanzi's assistance. This matter necessitated careful consideration on how to persuade him to lend his aid. Jian pondered. Simultaneously, a sense of regret began to creep into his heart. He recalled how, when Hong Yun faced calamity, he and his junior brother, Zhuanti, had secretly witnessed the event. With their formidable strength at that time, two eminent saints, rescuing Hong Yun would have been as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Yet, they chose not to save him, despite Hong Yun's kindness towards them. Indeed, it was Hong Yun who had graciously yielded his seat at the Zixiao Palace, allowing them to ascend to sainthood. They let him perish. The karmic ramifications of their ascension were immense, and they felt they could never repay such a debt. Thus, Jane and Zhuanti resolved to simply observe, allowing Hong Yun to meet his fate, dismissing any notions of karmic ties or gratitude. In truth, after Hong Yun's demise, both Jane and Zhuanti felt a strange lightness. However, witnessing Xinyuanzi now possessing such considerable utility, Jane could not help but feel a twinge of remorse. Had Hong Yun been alive, given his rapport with Xinyuanzi, persuading him to assist would have been a mere formality. Jane